Konoha 54 Autumn, Ninja School. Although school has been over for a long time, there are still some girls who are reluctant to leave on the playground for a long time. They are watching the famous freshman in the first grade, Uchiha Suzuki high jump. The Uchiha family is the wealthy family in Konoha, but they have been marginalized by the village since the Kuwabai rebellion 6 years ago. It is said that the family is rich in neuropathy, and the crazier they become, the stronger they become. Coupled with the offending position of being a security force in the village for a long time, the sense of distance from ordinary people has always been very strong. However, in recent years, Uchiha Shisui, recognized as the #1 master of the Uchiha clan, is a rare warm man. And the second son of the patriarch Fuyu, Uchiha Suzuki, not only showed amazing talent since he was a child, but also has a very upright and sunny personality. When he has nothing to do, he likes to help others repair electrical appliances, do household chores, and even help girls sew puppet toys. When he was introduced to the school, he said righteously, "I want to be a partner of justice." The Uchiha clan has always been incompatible with both talent and reason. The more powerful the person, the more or less there are some problems with the brain circuit, but there are two sunshine-type powerful factions in a row. People's stereotypes about this family. Suzuki finished the high jump, wiped the sweat from his body, exhaled, and remembered a line engraved in his DNA. You may not know what it is that can attract the attention of the 3 girls in the world consciousness just by using the high jump concept. We generally use 2 words to describe this kind of person, giant. I often say a word. When Emiya Shiro used high jumps to attract Tosaka Rin, Mata Sakura, Luvia, and Alayashi, then I, Uchiha Suzuki, used high jumps to attract black-haired Loli, golden-haired Loli, names Lolita with Sakura and ninja restraining power. The attention of the consciousness of the 6 realms is also not a problem. He looked at Tian, Ino and Sakura, who were not far away, thinking about the soul of the sage of the 6 paths and where it was floating as a demon. Suzuki in this time and space is a time traveler. He had a hobby in his previous life. When reading novels, every time the author introduces the male lead as handsome, he would reply in the interim post, "I have a sense of substitution." By the way, a cat's paw funny expression is simply a book of satisfaction. But unexpectedly, he really crossed over and became a character known for his handsomeness. Even though he was only 6 years old, he was already widely sought after by girls of the same age. After all, Zuzi was really cute when he was a child. Seeing that Suzuki was packing up his things and preparing to go home, a group of girls were about to step up and grab his head, but the boy from the Uchiha clan called out Naruto Uzumaki, who was the least popular in school at the end of the crane. A group of girls mixed with a Naruto. The picture seems a bit strange, but Suzuki and Naruto in this life had a very good relationship from the beginning. Suzuki knew that girls, like Orochimaru, were only greedy for their own bodies, and a good relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, who had the luck of the protagonist and valued his friends the most, could help him resolve countless disasters. To be honest, if there is a choice when traveling, Suzuki would actually prefer to be Naruto. Although both Suzuki and Naruto have strong bloodlines and the reincarnated chakra of the immortal, Naruto's advantage in chakra is far greater than Suzuki's advantage in blood successor boundary. The number of chakras is the foundation and the most important thing in the Naruto world. As long as there is Madara's chakra, a B-level ninjutsu extinguishing fire can blow out the visual effect of the Fire Alliance. On the other hand, Heite Kakashi, a genius who is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, due to the lack of chakra, can only meet most masters at a Needless to say, Naruto's chakra volume, the Uzumaki family's physique plus the 9 tails Jinchur power, basic attributes such as blood volume, mana volume, and recovery power are all off the charts. The traveler chooses him to start, the upper limit is high, and the life is strong. It is also convenient to learn the fairy mode later. After all, the prerequisite for learning fairy art is a large amount of chakra. After all, ninjas are generally high attack and low defense occupations, except for Union's Brother Gui sect and Uzumaki and Chienshao families. Suzuki's talent is indeed very good, and Chidori is also very handsome, but according to the setting of the Book of Rin, his chakra level is only 4, and it can only be improved by Orochimaru's curse seal, but the Orochimaru base is very good for Gentai. Said that it was even more dangerous than GGE's house. Suzuki didn't plan to go for the time being. He couldn't envy Naruto's vitality. The world of Naruto was too dangerous, stronger than Takeza in the original plot. On a whim, he almost killed Xionlin, and asked the entire Eagle Squad to save him. But fortunately, as a time traveler, Suzuki still brought a very practical cheat, although this cheat is relatively grassy. Naruto is also very happy to interact with Suzuki. He knows very well that he is widely excluded in the village and cannot buy things if he has money. Turn yourself out. After all, the Uchiha clan is equivalent to the X-tube of Suzuki's previous life. Naruto is a very kind person. Since he accepted Suzuki's love, he wanted to repay him. He patted Suzuki on the shoulder and said excitedly, "The 3rd-generation grandpa gave me pocket money again. Today I am treating guests. Let's go eat ramen." Seeing his satisfied smiling face, Suzuki couldn't help but sigh in his heart. not jealous of his pocket money, but sad. Naruto's father, Namikaze Minato, as the fastest man in the ninja world, completed as many as 39 S-level tasks that year. S-level tasks involve state-level secrets, and the starting rewards are more than 100 million taels. In other words, the rewards for the S-level missions completed by Namikaze Minato are all based on the lowest starting price, which is enough to buy an Asma's head. Coupled with other tasks below a level, it is even more uncountable. What if it is for eating? The purchasing power of Naruto's currency is about the same as that of the Japanese yen. A seafood stewed rice or a bowl of noodles costs around 1,000 yuan, which is enough to eat more than 3 meals. Neither Minato nor Kushina had any relatives in Konoha, so where did the money go? Even if the Watergate is high-spirited and honest, most of them are donated, and Naruto will not be allowed to live in a small dilapidated house, right? Naruto, who was complacent because of a little pocket money given by others, didn't know that he might have lost $million. However, Sasuke didn't intend to disturb Naruto's simple happiness, and the two ignored the resentful eyes of the girls around them, and went to Konoha's famous ramen shop together. Although due to Sasuke's relationship, Naruto is now free to go in and out of all Konoha's shops, but he still can't forget the taste of Ichiraku ramen. One is that the craftsmanship is authentic. The second is that the boss beat the uncle with his hands, and he didn't reject himself from the beginning. But Naruto rushed to the store in a hurry, only to find that there was a sign of closure of business written on the door of the store. "Sorry, the boiler is broken today." He slapped the uncle kindly, showing an apologetic expression. Naruto suddenly showed a disappointed but understanding expression, and Sasuke recalled that the boiler of Ichiraku ramen seemed to be a kind of electrical appliance. "Let me be healthy." Sasuke suddenly felt that a certain attribute in the DNA seemed to be activated. He opened the curtain that closed the store door, and walked to the back kitchen under the guidance of the hand-slapping uncle. 2 apprentices and a young electrician hired by hand were facing the boiler at a loss. Sasuke politely asked them to get out of the way, put his hands on the boiler, the 27 chakra circuits in his body started to flow, and silently said, "Synchronization, start." The entire structure of the boiler was instantly converted into data, which flowed into Sasuke's mind. This is his golden finger. He can use the ability of the same CEO character, not only limited to himself, but also allows other people to obtain this ability. 002, Big Barrel Wooden Music. Sasuke's voice actor Sugiyama Noriaki, and 2 other well-known characters from the world of JOO are Emiya Shiro from the world of Fate and Ishida Uriah from the world of Death. Emiya Shiro's signature enhanced magic has been practiced for 10 years, and his proficiency can be described as full. Sasuke, who inherited this power, but changed the condition to chakra, can understand the entire structure of the boiler with a little contact. After understanding the structure, the repair became easier. The unskilled electrician, under the guidance of Sasuke, quickly completed the work and thanked the latter constantly. "You're welcome, this is what our Konoha People's Police should do." Sasuke has a sense of being the master of the family since he was a child, and he also saluted him by the way. The boiler was finally able to operate. The boss took out the handmade noodles from the wooden barrels that had been preserved for decades, and began to boil the big bones into soup to cook authentic ramen for 2 people. "Boss, I've known you for so long, I don't seem to know your last name yet." The waiting time for the big bone soup was not short, and Sasuke asked casually, feeling bored. The hand-slapping uncle smiled and said, "I was born as a commoner, and I don't have a surname. In Japanese society, only big families have surnames. It was not until the Meiji era that a decree was issued on their own surnames. Therefore, many Japanese surnames sound like place names. Therefore, according to Japanese culture speculation, as long as there are surnames in Naruto, it can be said that they are not from a wealthy family, but they will not be of ordinary class." With an idea, Sasuke pointed to the big wooden barrel and said, "If you become rich by selling noodles in the future, in order to show that you don't forget your original intention, you should take a surname called Daitangmu." This strange surname made everyone laugh, and the inside and outside of the store were filled with a happy atmosphere. After eating and drinking, according to the usual practice, Sasuke will go to various ninja stores in Konoha for a walk. Whenever he sees a new powerful ninja tool, he will hold a plate in his hand and record it in his own inherent enchantment, Infinite Sword System. In the setting of Xingyu, the magic engraving passed down from generation to generation by magicians is passed on through blood relationship. Therefore, Emiya Shiro cannot inherit the magical ability of his adoptive father Emiya Kiritsugu. The only possibility for him to become a magician is to obey his own origin and achieve the unique magic system of each person. Because Avalon has been stored in the body for 10 years, Emiya Shiro's magic attribute has been modified to a sword, and has an inherent enchantment called Unlimited Sword System. Just like Sasuke mastered the ability of the kaleidoscope after the fight with Itachi, Shiro also mastered this power after the fight with Red A. As long as it is a sword-type treasure below X, it can be copied at a glance. By the way, other types of noble phantasms can actually be copied, but it only needs to consume 2 to 3 times the magic power. Therefore, Sasuke established a good relationship with lowly Tiantian, who runs a ninja shop at home, very early on. This is why, even though he is a grade higher, his senior sister Tian also became his high jump spectator. Naruto's goal is to become Hokage, so he is naturally interested in ninja tools. Having said that, it is only natural for boys to like weapons and props. The two were walking together, taking small steps towards the ninja shop. Sasuke said with emotion, "The identity of the son of the police captain is really useful. If it were another kid, he would not only not buy it but also touch it in other people's shops. Go, you've been kicked out a long time ago." As they were walking halfway, a man wearing a cat-shaped mask landed beside the two of them with a swift movement. They naturally knew that the visitor belonged to Konoha Anbi, and Sasuke also saw that the figure of this person looked familiar. Sure enough, he took off his mask, revealing a young and handsome face. Although he was only in his early teens, there were two deep tear grooves on his cheeks. It is Sasuke's elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. At this time, the night of genocide had not yet happened. Itachi's first reaction when he saw Sasuke was not to send him a wave of monthly reading packages, but to show a gentle expression and advise, "Recently, Konoha is a little bit uneasy, and it's getting dark soon. It is better for the children to stay at home." Sasuke nodded. He understood Itachi would not show up for no reason. Naruto was amazed at Itachi's skill. "Brother, your speed is so fast, I didn't realize it at all." Sasuke gave him a more sympathetic look, and felt that Namikaze Minato must have died unsafely. Sasuke followed Itachi back home obediently. Along the way, Itachi told him that it would be better to go out less recently. In fact, Itachi is very opposed to Sasuke and Naruto in his heart. He is in Anbi, and he has come into contact with a lot of confidential information. With Uchiha Itachi's wisdom, he can naturally guess Naruto's true identity. Uzumaki's surname, born in the night of Kyuubi, blonde hair and blue eyes, which is too easy to guess. The Uchiha clan was suspected by Konoha for 6 years because of the Nine Tails rebellion. After all, that night, the high-level Konoha saw the Sharingan pattern in Nine Tails' eyes. So Uzumaki Naruto, as the next generation of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha family should keep a distance from him to avoid suspicion. It just seems that Sasuke and Naruto are just simple and beautiful friends, and Itachi dotes on his younger brother very much. He feels that neither of them knows the past, and it's okay to communicate normally. At least for the time being, he has not received a warning from the top. In fact, it's not that Umbu is too tolerant, but that the current local war has not completely ended. Umbu has no time to pay attention to the relationship between the two children, and the third Hokage has no time to take a crystal ball every day to pay attention to Naruto's development. We have to mention our Obito comrades. Konoha had already won the Third Ninja World War, but he took away the fourth Hokage and the former Nine Tails Jinchuriki with one hand, reducing Konoha by 2. Top combat power. With the country of fire occupying the best geographical conditions in the ninja continent, as long as Konoha does not have at least 1 to 3 confidence, he will inevitably be coveted by other ninja villages. Not to mention that Konoha is currently out of date, for generations of couples in Konoha are dead, son either defected or travel far away, and the border has been in a state of tension for a long time. Although a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Konoha's background is still there, as long as Konoha does not completely subdue the power of Shiai for a day, the local conflict cannot end. Brother, did something happen? Sasuke was keenly aware that his elder brother was extra cautious today, so there must be something hidden. Don't think too much, it's good news, your brother Zishui will be back soon. There was a relaxed expression on Itachi's face. After all, he was his best friend and the clansman who understood his situation the most. Itachi touched Sasuke's head and said, "Kirigakure suffered a big loss this time. Their envoys will come to Konoha to sign the armistice agreement in a few days. The day of peace is coming. Think about it, 3 years ago you'd better stay at home honestly these days." But Sasuke narrowed his eyes and felt that the situation was getting worse. 003, my stupid brother, what happened 3 years ago, of course, was the night when Yunyin and Konoha signed the armistice agreement. Yunyin Jonin wanted to kidnap Miss Hyaga clan to steal her eyes, and finally sacrificed Hyaga Nizashi's life in exchange for peace. And Kirigakure also has a tradition of stealing Konoha's eyes. Kakashi and Kirigakure, who was repelled by Shisui this time, have both proved the high compatibility of Sharingan and white eyes. That's why Itachi asked Sasuke and Naruto to stay at home for protection. On the other hand, Kirigakure's long-planned plan to infiltrate into Konoha was cracked because of Shisui's monopoly, which greatly dampened the morale of Kirigakure's main combat faction. Konoha's retaliatory infiltration operation is also preparing to negotiate peace with Konoha. 3 years ago, Konoha had already negotiated peace with Yunyin. Sanyin was originally a friendly ally, and Yanyin was the one who lost the most in the Third Ninja War. Not only was he defeated by Konoha head-on, but also because of the siege of the third generation of Reikage. The loss is huge, and the eyes have not been fully relieved until now. Reaching a settlement with Kirigakure means that Konoha has survived the most difficult period and is about to move towards complete peace. As the saying goes, Asuka is the best bow. The Uchiha family has been suspected by Konoha since the Nine Tails Rebellion. For Danzo and other high-level consultants who have dyed Uchiha's heart, the only scruple is the outside world. Pressure. The Uchiha clan is the backbone of Konoha. Even if there were some minor conflicts during the war, most of them turned a blind eye to it. But once Konoha is at peace, the catastrophe of the Uchiha clan is just around the corner. It is conceivable that most people in the family can only see the first level. They feel that the truce is good news, and they can live a peaceful life. But Uchiha Itachi saw the second layer, knew how to be prepared for danger in times of peace, and used history as a mirror to protect the blood successor boundary and Ren's Huli in advance. But Sasuke, as a traveler who knows the future, has seen the fifth layer according to the development of the plot. Although Kirigakure did not make any big news, after signing the armistice agreement, Konoha's high-level officials will double the persecution of the Uchiha clan and monitor Uzumaki Naruto. Not good, very bad. Sasuke suddenly felt that his strength was improving too slowly by recording ordinary ninjas in such a step-by-step manner. After all, it is very difficult for him to come into contact with the truly powerful ninja tools in Naruto world. The sword props that best match Emiya Shiro's projection ability are not many famous in the Hokage era: Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, Itachi Mirai's 10-fist sword, 2nd Hokage's Raijin sword, and 6 Paths ninja tool 7-star sword. In fact, according to Dongying's concept that swords and swords are indistinguishable, Sasuke feels that he is not unable to project the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But these swords all have one characteristic: the current him cannot touch them. It's like shopping in a luxury store, everything in it is great, but unfortunately none of it belongs to you. Is it just going to continue according to the original plot? Sasuke asked himself that he couldn't do it. Since time travel, the Uchiha clan has been with him day and night. For him, these hundreds of lives are no longer a simple number. At the same time, he couldn't understand his brother's way of thinking: kill the whole clan and no one will rebel. Is this the way of thinking at the Hokage level? It's funny enough. Now that I have met the masked man, a Konoha non-staff who masters the kaleidoscope. Why didn't you figure out the real culprit of Night of the Nine Tails, expose his identity, and solve the core conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? There is no way. All the predicaments of human beings are caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved. Uchiha Itachi didn't master the power of Susanoo and the 3 artifacts at that time, and he didn't have the confidence to turn against the masked man, nor did he have the confidence to coordinate the contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha. Sasuke silently gathered a trace of his unique original power. This is not chakra, nor magic, but his unique superpower as a time traveler, which can allow people around Sasuke to obtain the ability of the same CEO role. While sharing abilities, they will also be affected by some of the latter's personalities. Brother, today I learned a massage technique called horse-killing chicken, and I will rub it for you. Sasuke put on a harmless face of Xiao Gengta, raised his palm and rubbed Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Itachi's personality is relatively cold, and ordinary people would get rid of it if he had such close contact with his body, but he was too embarrassed to refuse his younger brother's love. Sasuke calmly stretched his tendons and straightened his bones, injecting the original power into it by the way. If this power sacrifices a certain amount of strength, it can be displayed quietly, even the keenest expert can't detect it. When the voice of the system sounds in the mind, the binding is successful. The voice actor of this character is Ishikawa Hideo. Please choose a synchronized character personality. A row of characters with the same voice actor soon appeared in Sasuke's consciousness. Sasuke's selection criteria are very simple. First, he must have good strength, and second, it is best to use a sword so that he can record projections. Coincidentally, there is a work that also belongs to the list of the 3 hot-blooded manga, and almost everyone uses a sword. Coincidentally, among the 2 characters currently synchronized by Sasuke, Ishida Uryu, except Shiro Emiya, belongs to this animation. Choose the character personality as Yukatake Shizhiro. Sasuke finished all this quickly, and the 2 had already walked near the clan ground. The signing of the armistice agreement is imminent. Uchiha Itachi still has a bunch of official duties. After ensuring that Sasuke returned home safely, he left quietly. Itachi seldom goes home recently. Since he became Umbu, the relationship between him and his parents has been a little tense and even antagonistic. No matter how precocious he is only an 11-year-old child after all. When he sees the family building from a distance, he thinks of his father who insists on going his own way. Why can't you understand me? What's the benefit of going against the village? Don't you have the will to fire? Itachi joined Anbi too early and was deeply influenced by Konoha's high-level executives. Hiruzuru Sarutobi commented that he has Hokage thinking since he was 7 years old. In fact, the subtext is this child was brainwashed very successfully. If it were the current Sasuke, I would rather not have such a group to let you kill the whole family with your own hands for the sake of the group. But Uchiha Itachi has already formed such a fixed mindset. Just when he sighed again because of his father's stubbornness, for some reason, he had some different thoughts in his heart. No matter how bad it is, they are also my relatives. Besides, what's wrong with the Uchiha clan? Don't you really think that the Nine Tails rebellion was done by us? Are you kidding me? How can there be any masters in the clan who can control 9 tails and hold back the 4th generation? Itachi was taken aback for a moment, and finally came to his senses. How could I have such a rebellious idea? What he didn't know was that Shishiro Yukate's character had already influenced him subtly. Although he looks weak in writing, the captain of the 13th squad is a very protective person. In order to protect his subordinate who is not even the chairman Kukeki Rukia, he dared to join forces with his friends to resist his teacher, the strongest man in the Soul World, Old Man Yamamoto. The Old Man Yamamoto and the 3rd generation of Hokage have strong strength settings, but the character of the former is much more terrifying than Hiruzuru Sarutobi. Yukatake Tashiro dared to turn against the old man for his subordinates who have no seats. Suzuki hoped that his brother could learn from it. Learn from this spirit of resistance. 004, I have no dreams, but I can guard them in the evening leaves, the air is a bit dry. Itaki Uchiha was patrolling through the streets when he suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation hundreds of meters away. With a flash of his figure, he immediately disappeared and went to the location. Not the destruction caused by ninjutsu, but an explosion caused by improper operation of the factory. When Itaki arrived at the scene, the factory building was already engulfed in flames, and the Umbu comrades who had arrived earlier were calling loudly to see if there were any Sudan ninjas on the scene. Unfortunately, in Konoha village, which inherits the will of fire, there are not many ninjas who are good at water escape. Although Itaki can water escape, he is still a bit reluctant to ride a man in the face of such a large-scale man-made disaster. But as Konoha Anbi, if he couldn't stand it, he had to. Itaki was in the seal room when he suddenly sensed that maybe the flames had spread to the fuel in the factory building, and a more violent explosion was brewing. With sharing eyes and proficient teleportation, he can naturally get out of trouble. However, many people who underestimated the scope of the explosion and thought they were staying at a safe distance fell into a terrible crisis. In times of crisis, Itaka suddenly thought of his beloved younger brother when he talked about his dream of becoming a partner of justice. Itaka's heart was filled with pride. If you were a partner of justice, what would you do in the face of such a thing? In the blink of an eye, Itaki unleashed all his potential, and suddenly had a samurai sword in his hand. It's amazing, although it's the first time to use it, Itaki has naturally understood their abilities. The memory came from nowhere, and I also know the mantra that activates them. All the waves, turn into my shield, all the thunder, turn into my blade, Pisces. After reading this passage, the explosion in the center of the factory finally began to vent its anger. Its power was no less than that of the Jonin-level Huodon, and its scope was so huge that it was about to start devouring life. But the samurai sword in Itaka's hand began to change posture at this time, and gradually became 2 odd-shaped sword blades holding a chain in the middle. The one in the left hand, facing the high temperature and heat generated by the explosion, burst out with wonderful brilliance. Although it could not absorb all of it, it dissolved most of it in an instant. Itaki immediately realized, as long as he wants to, he can use the samurai sword in his right hand to release the energy generated by this wave of explosions. What a terrifying power. This is Yukatake Shishiro's Zanpakuto, Shuan Yuli. There are only 3 pairs of Zanpakuto in the Soul World. The left side symbolizes absorption, and the right side can release the absorbed energy, which is quite the style of the Itsutsuki clan. The other Umbu and the villagers were stunned, but after a quick reaction, they burst into cheers. Although I don't know what happened, I just need to know that Umbu wearing a cat mask saved everyone. The other colleagues in Umbu, of course, recognized Itaki Uchiha, and came forward to praise his pair of infinite ninja swords. But the master of ninja sword fell into endless doubts. Could it be that sincerity leads to spirit? On the other side, Suzuki and the Uchiha mansion began to think about the plight of the clan. In fact, the best way is to completely destroy the armistice agreement. As long as the pressure from the foreign enemies is strong enough, Konoha will not dare to destroy the Great Wall casually, but doing so is tantamount to sacrificing the lives of countless soldiers and civilians, and keeping the Uchiha clan safe. Suzuki has been using the projection ability for a long time, and his mind has naturally been influenced by Emiya Juxia. It is not the actions of a hero to bring disaster to the east. Then there are 3 remaining strategies. The most direct and effective countermeasure: find out the true identity of the masked man and remove the suspicion for the family, which is naturally the most difficult. A more dreamy medium strategy: use your golden fingers to change the character of Konoha's high-level executives, but those in high positions are often firm in character, will not easily change their ideas, and it is difficult to find contact opportunities. The safest best policy, from now on, use your abilities extensively, and increase your powers so that Konoha dare not take action against the Uchiha clan. The last option seemed to be the best solution, but it was the first time for Suzuki to use this ability on people around him, and he had to observe Itaka's reaction before making a choice. So, Suzuki didn't think too much about it for the time being, and walked out of the house to exercise in the yard. No matter how good the talent is, the body of a 6-year-old has its limits. Therefore, Suzuki practiced ninja throwing. Speaking of which, Suzuki and the other 2 personalities in his body are both archers and swordsmen. Needless to say, Emiya Shiro, the main body is a sword, and he once appeared as an archer. Suzuki will play the Kusanagi sword very well in the future. Susanoo will also be able to shoot arrows, and the most powerful move is also called Indra's arrow. Ishida Uryu is an archer himself, and he also used a lightsaber in the virtual circle. Suzuki even wanted to give himself the nickname of a martial art style with both swords and bows. But among the three personalities, only Ishida Uryu is the most professional archer, so Suzuki even put on a pair of glasses for himself when practicing long-range attacks. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the yard. Uchiha Itachi returned home abnormally. It is indeed abnormal. Uchiha Itachi is not only busy with official duties, but also has some quarrels with his parents, and it is the eve of the signing of the armistice agreement, so it is not his style to go home so early. But Suzuki guessed he probably discovered the abnormality in himself and wanted to go home to confirm. Suzuki was actually a little apprehensive. He rarely tested this ability on other people, and he didn't know how effective it would be. But when he saw Itachi's figure clearly, Suzuki showed a gratified smile. A samurai sword he had never seen before was pinned to Itachi's waist. This was a surprise. Suzuki did not expect that he would master Yukitake Tashiro's ability so quickly. The reason for Itachi's return is different from Suzuki's guess. He was damaged by thermal radiation because he was too close to the explosion. In fact, a really serious fire does not need to be affected by the flames. The heat radiation, thick smoke, and lack of oxygen alone are enough to kill people. So Suzuki actually thought about it. Since the family-inherited fire escape has always been unable to hit people, and it is called the art of kindness, the fireball of mercy, why not develop other postures to unlock the smoke fireball, explosion fireball, and fission fireball? Right now, Uchiha Itachi was injured because of this. Although he was treated briefly by the medical ninja, since Tsunade left the village, Kanaha's medical level has become worse and worse. Umbu colleagues still suggest Itachi to go home and rest for a while. Due to the combination of Yukitake Shishiro's gentle and peaceful personality, Itachi also has an extra sense of intimacy with his family. Although he is a little unwell, he still showed a warm smile to Suzuki and said, "Suzuki, today I have become a partner of justice." Suzuki was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly said, "Has this also become your dream?" Dream. After all, Itachi's character has only been changed in a small part. This word is too extravagant for an Umbu. As Jiraiya said, happiness should not be what a man pursues, nor should dreams be what an Anbi ninja pursues. But looking at his younger brother's excited expression, Itachi still didn't want to disappoint. He patted Suzuki and said, "I don't have a dream, but I can protect your dream." This line is already very handsome. Suzuki saw that he was tired and moved him a cushion to sit on. No matter what, Suzuki couldn't put it down, holding the Pisces in the unliberated state, and began to analyze its composition. Data such as weight, length, ability, and range were recorded by Suzuki. In the end, Pisces was inserted into the ground inside the infinite sword system. The setting of Zanpakuto is not weak, but it has not reached the level of divine creation, so Suzuki can project its form and ability together. Although it will drop by one level, it is already the strongest sword analyzed by Suzuki. At the same time, Itachi looked through many materials recorded by the family, but none of them resolved his doubts. Although according to the secret history of the family, the Uchiha family seems to be able to master a kind of ultimate pupil technique called Susanoo after opening the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the summoned skeleton giant can use weapons composed of high concentration chakra. But don't say that I haven't mastered the kaleidoscope yet. This normal state is an ordinary sword. After uttering the liberation language, it can change its shape and exert its unique power. It is also an unheard of spectacle. Don't think too much, the partners of justice are always different. Suzuki patted Itachi on the shoulder, with an inscrutable expression on his face. Itachi nodded, and reluctantly accepted Suzuki's explanation. He had been fooled further and further away by his brother's theory of justice. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Itachi is already thinking, if he has such a powerful ninja sword earlier and uses it on the battlefield, will Kanaha's peace come sooner? After all, when everyone was still forming seals honestly and competing in ninjutsu, Itachi was already holding a transcendent version weapon that absorbed energy and used it for his own use. More than 20 years later, the Daitang Mudao style used the same ability to make the 5 cages helpless for a while. It's ridiculous to say that Uchiha Itachi is such a good young man in the new era who has new skills and immediately thinks of benefiting Kanaha, but the organization insists on forcing him to kill his whole family. Let's give priority to protecting Jinchuriki. Renzhuli is naturally the most important resource of Ninja Village, and Itachi plans to squat on a telephone pole or street lamp near Naruto's house for a few days. While he was thinking, he watched Suzuki finish his interpretation of Pisces theory with his gentle eyes influenced by Yukitake Shiro, and then returned to the courtyard, continuing to practice shuriken throwing under the afterglow of lights and moonlight. By the way, why do you have to wear glasses every time you practice throwing? What if you are really short-sighted at such a young age? Itachi looked at it, and finally found out where the slot was. You don't understand this, Glasses are the essence of archery. Sasuke used a terrifying technique with high precision to hit the back of the bullseye in succession. Nonsense, be careful not to see clearly when you are old. Itachi took away the glasses involuntarily. Sasuke rubbed his eyes, and suddenly felt that using Ishida Uriah's ability was a lot more difficult, and the throwing sight also dropped accordingly, and at the same time he silently complained in his heart, "You don't have to grow old, you don't need to grow old anymore, I won't be able to see clearly for a few years." The throwing practice lost its meaning, and the two brothers went back to their rooms. One played the Pisces theory, and the other played the projection version of the Pisces theory. Inside the Naruto house, in front of the four consultants were two pieces of information. The first one is because the long-planned infiltration plan was thwarted by Shisui, and Ryujeo, who had serious internal worries, sought reconciliation. It seems that the main battle forces within Kirigakure have not completely compromised, especially the 4th Mizuke Gyakura, who seems to have a bitter hatred for Konoha for some reason. According to intelligence, the Kirigakure mission seems to intend to investigate the potential of Konoha's younger generation by the way, and then decide whether to reconcile. Therefore, they sent Kirigakure's strongest genius boy, the Ghost Full Moon, who can control all ninja knives. The second is that a serious explosion occurred in Konoha today, which was finally resolved by the 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi with an unheard-of amazing ability. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, knocked on the cigarette bag and pointed to the first news report. Let's discuss important diplomatic issues first. First, I agree with the peace talks. There have been many wars these days, and the casualties in the village are already too serious. Although Kirigakure's attitude is somewhat ambiguous, the three Hokages have experienced too many wars in their lives, and they desperately yearn for complete peace. I object. Danzo expressed his attitude directly. The 4 generations of Mizukage have gone against the grain in the past few years, and Kirigakure's losses will only be more serious than ours. Since they don't really want to ask for peace, then we will go straight in and let them know the surrender gesture that the defeated should have. The 3rd generation showed a wry smile. Although his old classmates were so shameless, he could understand Danzo's position. The compromise 3 years ago made the Hyuga clan and Konoha's high-level officials a little bit alienated, and he was also holding fire in his stomach. Now, as Danzo said, Kirigakure's strength is not comparable to that of the powerful Union, and the behavior of the 4 generations of Mizukage is unpredictable. On the one hand, he persecutes the blood in his own village, and on the other hand, he is aggressive and does not want to seek peace. It was like an undercover agent sent by God to harm Kirigakure. The opponent is so stupid, even the 3rd generation who are becoming more and more dovish in their later years, if it is not for the overall situation, they would like to attack Kirigakure once. Besides, it's better for my old classmate to use his scheming schemes on foreign enemies than to torment his own people. The 3rd generation was thinking this way, and Danzo saw that he had no objection, so he continued, "It is true that the village has suffered serious damage in recent years, but according to the previous 2 reports, it can be seen that the Uchiha clan still has infinite potential. I propose to refuse sue for peace, use the Uchiha clan as the main force to attack Wien village." Puff. The 3rd generation found that he still underestimated Danzo. What kind of genius idea is it to let the Uchiha clan, which are basically all Hokan ninjas, attack Kirigakure? Maybe it won't kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Danzo's eyes are very firm. Uchiha Shisui is enough to make him afraid, and because of the existence of Sasuke, the Traverser, the strength shown by the 2 brothers, Itachi and him, also surpassed the original plot. The more I read the second report, Itachi Uchiha eliminated the record of the explosion method, the more weird Danzo felt. The potential of this family is too great, but it is difficult to control, so the harm will be greater. Therefore, Danzo's mood to eradicate the Uchiha family is even more urgent. But Sasuke doesn't intend to take this pot. The contradiction between Danzo and Uchiha cannot be eliminated. Even if he recites the will of fire to Konoha's monitoring every day, he still can't get rid of the situation where people are swords and I am fish. And Danzo's saying is right. After the death of the 4th Hokage, Konoha was repeatedly harassed because of the green and yellow, and the major ninja clans suffered serious losses. Only the Uchiha clan, once the high-level officials were worried about letting them gather and act. Secondly, as Konoha's security brigade, they need to stay in the village to maintain daily order. Therefore, the way they participate in the battle is in the form of a mixed team, and the overall strength is relatively complete. However, even Hiruza Sarutobi, who has been a politician for many years and is well versed in the black art, is a little embarrassed to speak up about the devilish suggestion of letting the Uchiha clan attack Kirigakure. It feels like forcing a rebellion. 006, is it you who brought Shiren here? However, what Danzo said also reminded the 3rd generation, there are already signs of rebellion among the Uchiha clan. If the forces of the headquarters are mobilized and the troops are mobilized to go on an expedition to Kirigakure, I am afraid it is not to give these people an opportunity to take advantage of it. From this point of view, Danzo's strategy has merit. If the Uchiha clan agrees, no matter how weak Wien village is, it will be one of the 5 great ninja villages. It is especially good at assassination. The Uchiha clan will be abolished. If you don't agree, it's giving Konoha's high-level people something to talk about, and it's really a good plan to take the name of righteousness when you start a fight against the Uchiha clan. But in the bones of the three generations, they still mostly think of good people. Thinking of his old classmate Uchiha Kagami, he does not intend to push the Uchiha clan into a desperate situation. Then let's make peace. How about stabilizing the foreign enemies, and then deal with the Uchiha clan's problems? The three generations chose to take a step back to avoid war, but the implication is that Danzo also gave Danzo the authority to toss the Uchiha clan. It's not impossible. Danzo nodded. Although he did not achieve his ultimate ambition, forcing the Uchiha clan to fight Kirigakure, he also achieved the expected results. This was within his normal expectations. He knows the character of his old classmate Sarutobi Hiruzen too well. He always likes to reconcile and compromise. For example, Danzo said that this room is too dark, and a window must be opened here, and the third generation will definitely not allow it. But if he advocated tearing down the roof, the three generations would come to reconcile and be willing to open the windows. If there were no more drastic proposals, the three generations would not even carry out peaceful reforms. And Sarutobi misses the old love. Orochimaru and himself conducted experiments to kill so many people, and even assassinated him, but he was just let go or cut power. After finding out his style, he can open a window to the left and a window to the right. The window will slowly toss the Uchiha clan to death. Humph. Danzo seems to have seen himself incarnated as the king of torture, dividing the Uchiha clan into 17. Correct. The third generation suddenly mentioned, since Kirigakure intends to examine Konoha's strength, then treat this genius boy from the Ghost Lamp clan well, and don't weaken Konoha's power. The other three nodded, and on this point, the three were able to reach a consensus. The next day, under Itaka's escort, Suzuki went to school as usual. The dignified Konoha and Uchiha clan are not so frightened by Kirigakure that they dare not even go to school. In the classroom, teacher Irika wrote a few lines on the blackboard, turned to look at the students, and asked with a smile, "If tomorrow is the end of the world, who would you most want to be with?" "How could it be the end of the world?" Naruto held his head and raised the bar. Irika thought about it casually. For example, aliens invaded and the moon fell. Another member of the class skipping class F4 little fatty Dingy made a more confused speech. "If the world is ending, I hope it's a barbecue instead of the moon falling." Suddenly the whole class laughed. Suzuki didn't smile, not because he was aloof, but because he was staring at Irika and sighed. "It's your brat's broken mouth that attracted the caster." About 13 years later, the descendants of Itsutsuki Hamura on the moon Itsutsuki Tonaro really fulfilled all the flags set by Irika. Irika then asked the students to write on the paper the people who want to be together in the end of the world. Suzuki felt that this was probably a way for the ninja school to build empathy and a sense of belonging. Through various psychological hints, let students understand the people who are important to them and the people they want to protect. This is not Suzuki's ideological transformation. Konoha's ninja school system was created by a talented person like the second Hokage. Although his current status and position are somewhat in contrast to those of the second Hokage, Suzuki still has to admire his talent. Although Konoha was founded by his elder brothers Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the various systems created by the second Hokage are unique. It has laid the foundation for Konoha's long-term prosperity. From Naruto's point of view, you may not be able to see what the ninja school teaches. This guy has graduated from school for 6 years, even Kakashi taught him everything about chakra, and the 7th class has to learn from climbing trees and treading water when facing the enemy. Since then, the ninjas of Kirigakure and Sand Grenade have also laughed at Konoha students for being too naive. But from the perspective of Sakura, a top student, it can be seen that, in addition to the lack of actual combat experience, code language gestures, poison recognition and delusion techniques, and various theoretical knowledge are readily available, and it also includes a lot of ideological indoctrination and education. The vision of the second Hokage is not wrong, including his prejudice against Uchiha. In fact, he is not completely wrong. Konoha's education method may start slowly, but after laying a solid foundation and doing a good job in ideological education, and then handing over the specific training responsibilities to the various directors, it is not only full of stamina, but also enough to ensure loyalty. And Kirigakure taught the students all the fighting skills during the ninja school, and the method was too cruel, and others defected when they patted their buttocks. This is like some newly established junior high schools in Suzuki's previous life. In order to increase the enrollment rate, the students were forced too hard and their potential was squeezed out too much. The students they taught often had good grades in the senior high school entrance examination, but they were easily suspended by the same level after entering high school. Fighting, and there is no sense of belonging to his alma mater. Of course, the only shortcoming of the Konoha inheritance system is that since the task of improving actual combat is handed over to the instructor Jonin, if the Jonin is biased and irresponsible, or the style of the student is not in line with the student, it will delay the student's important development period. Therefore, Konoha's division of classes is still very particular. Taijutsu Ninja Akai leads 3 physics departments every day is unlucky. Does Akai's style of painting seem to be playing with hidden weapons? Ace Madai has been friends with the Sarutobi clan for generations. Phantom Ninja UI Red Belt 3 Investigation Department, and Kakashi, an all-rounder who has copied thousands of ninjutsu and is proficient in the 7 lines of chakra, can bring any student. It's just that Kakashi is more eccentric, probably because of his debt to Obito. He obviously has the most heart for Sasuke, and the two have the most correct style, both Sharingan and Raiden. As for Naruto, the master's son, he taught relatively few things. After 100 years, Kushina will probably repair him. Sasuke didn't write any words on the note. In his opinion, it's a big deal if the moon falls, but at worst, I will pinch another one for you with the eyes of reincarnation in the future. And Naruto next to him mischievously folded the note into an airplane and threw it out of the window, causing Iruka to scold. Sasuke couldn't help laughing wryly. Naruto, the hot-blooded hero, was not very inspirational during the ninja school, so he didn't do anything, skipping class and talking back. Number 1, maybe it's not Kakashi's fault. The boys are naughty, and most of them are writing some strange words. The girls, on the other hand, are relatively precocious, and already know how to write the names of some of their favorite young ladies. Sasuke felt several fiery gazes, while he was thinking about how to use his abilities. 007 Ino's idea of synchronization in the past. In order not to disrupt the balance of Konoha, Sasuke did not use his abilities casually on those around him. But the gears of genocide have already started to turn, and he has to consider starting the synchronization from the closest people around him. Sasuke's standard is very simple. First of all, the allies who synchronize must become stronger, either in ability or in character. For example, Mr. Akai, a Konoha elite Jonin who almost kicked the finale in the future. You can synchronize the personality of Dr. Tsuchiya in 4 Driver's Brothers for him. Although he is indeed a positive person, maybe in the future he will not be able to fully devote himself to physical training, but will divert his attention to study 4-wheel drive vehicles. At that time, Konoha Whirlwind will become Konoha Victory Charge Tornado. The counterexample is Danzo, who holds the strongest illusion, Byakugan, and uses it to brainwash Mifune to recommend himself as the commander of the Ninja Alliance, which is simply blind. With Sharingan and Zujian cells all over, such a powerful configuration did not show a strong oppressive power. It seems that there are 11 sharing eyes that can cast as Izanaga, but the setting of 12 lives can't help but remind people of the mad-level Hercules who has been reduced to a damage counter no matter how many lives, as long as with a progress bar, damn or die. Even, it's a bit funny to say that Danzo was killed by himself with a shuriken in the original plot. Another example is Hunkin Yaitai in JoJo, who has the terrifying space elimination ability in his hand. This ability can be used by early people, but he often forgets that he is a stand-in messenger. However, the configuration of the protagonist lineup in the 4th film is too strong, and the output control milk is all-top configuration. Yaitai usually paddles, and a wave of output at critical moments is enough, so there is no motivation to become stronger. Therefore, the correct use method and the determination to gain power are also very important. It is useless for you to give him a gift for a salted fish player who is retired from Buddhism. Maya thinks that people can't fly, so she can't fly even if she becomes a magical girl. On the other hand, the self in the original plot not only has the goal of becoming stronger, but also feels like he can do it anytime, anywhere, just like Brother Pingtu. Fight physical skills with Xiao Li, illusion with Itachi, swordsmanship and thunder dung with Kiribi, highlighting a burst of confidence. As soon as you get a new skill, you can implement it. In addition, in order to master the abilities as soon as possible, it is best to synchronize the character abilities, and I have something in common with myself. For example, the 3 personalities in Sasuke's body are all archers, and Itachi is not against harmony when using a sword. Finally, and most importantly, the character of the original character cannot be guided in an evil direction. Among the people around Sasuke, there are many people who can become stronger through synchronization, and there are even 3 otherworldly life forms. They are Kaz, who is the same voice actor as Kakashi, the man-eating ghost with the same voice actor as Iruka has a tragic origin, the vampire primogenitor Princess Elkite with the same voice as Yamanaka Ino. The synchronization of the first 2 is afraid that the world will be in chaos, but the last one seems to be a bit messed up. The true ancestor is one of the top fighting forces in the Xingya world, and as long as he doesn't suck blood randomly and run amok out of control, his personality can be said to be harmless to humans and animals. And Sasuke in the previous life liked by G very much. Except for a certain Dio, the blonde-haired and red-eyed vampire is too cute. In the absence of official animation, he was able to rank 5th in the character voting for the -th anniversary of the month. Personal charm can be imagined and no. Her 2 main abilities are Magic Eye of Enchantment and Realization of Fantasy. According to Hokage World, the former is equivalent to the top illusion. As long as the other party sees his own eyes, he can achieve operations such as confinement, brainwashing, and memory manipulation. The latter is the top-level yin-yang escape, which can materialize the things one imagines. And the Yamanaka clan that Ino belongs to is just good at mental ninjutsu and yin escape. Sasuke glanced at Ino, and the girl with blonde hair and ponytail was also looking at him at the same time. The two eyes converged, the latter blushed involuntarily, and shifted his vision away. Although they are still in class, everyone is discussing who has written on their notes with great interest. Needless to say the name on Ino's note. Taking advantage of the noise, Sasuke asked Ino, "I heard that your mountain clan is very good at spiritual ninjutsu. Children in the world of Naruto are very precocious. The cells in their body are 2 to 3 times that of Sasuke's previous life, and the development speed is naturally faster." Not long after entering school, Ino has become a little fan of Sasuke. The male god took the initiative to talk to her, and the topic also involved the friendly communication between the families. Although Ino wanted to make a generous reply in line with the style of the family in the mountains, her brain was shaking at the moment, and she only replied, "It's okay bar." The voice also has a light tremolo. "Damn, what am I talking about, it's so useless." Ino wished to wake up a personality to wake himself up. Sasuke's expression was very kind. He nodded and said, "Spiritual ninjutsu is also the use of yin-dun, and it is the same type as my family's blood succession limit boundary. I am quite interested." This sentence fell to Ino's ears, and it was more pleasing to the ear than the fairy palace's music. She couldn't help but thank her parents for not only giving her good family conditions, but also becoming the topic of the male god's initiative to talk. Sasuke's affirmation gave her confidence, and Ino's thoughts immediately became clearer. Her heart was not flustered, her mouth was not confused, and her clever IQ once again occupied the high ground. She replied frankly and humbly, "My clan is indeed good at this. It is said that my father is also the idol of many intelligence ninjas in the ninja world. Although I am not enough to learn his fur, I have determined to inherit his mantle since I was a child." The more she talked, the more she felt that the Uchiha clan was a Taizi family, and the Yamanaka clan was in charge of intelligence and torture, which was a perfect match, and she must practice the family secrets well. On the other side, Lori Ying lost her eyesight and silently bemoaned why she didn't have an awesome dad. This is exactly Sasuke's purpose, to plant the seeds of ambition for Ino to improve Yin-Dun's level, and only after she is given the ability to synchronize Alkut can she exert the ability of Magic Eye of Charm. However, the synchronization ability requires close contact, and it is not easy for Sasuke to get started directly for the time being. Moreover, Alkut is a vampire after all, and his ability is too dangerous. He must grasp the scale carefully and try a few more times before he can transform Ino. The act of Sasuke taking the initiative to talk to Ino, besides Sakura, caused many other girls in the class to grieve, with resentful eyes one after another. As for the adult soul in Sasuke himself, for this long-term treatment surrounded by elementary school girls, he couldn't help but think of a man who had the same hobbies as Ino's future teammate Nara Shikamaru, Lord Bai. Cough cough. Sasuke couldn't help telling himself, "It's just for fun right now, the fire escape of the Uchiha clan is not for refining copper." 008 Time management and multiplayer sports. During the break time, the students chatted in 2s and 3s about some elementary school topics, but Sasuke had no interest in joining. If you were another traveler, you might be suffocated to death in a world where there are no mobile phones, no computers, and you have to go to elementary school, but Sasuke has his own fun analyzing ninja tools. Sasuke was an only child in his previous life, and he didn't have many friends. When he was alone in childhood, he once unlocked a hobby, breaking all disassembled items into parts, and then trying to repair and reassemble them. Suffering this bad luck includes but is not limited to alarm clocks, toys, calculators, electronic watches, four-wheel drive vehicles. If you are lucky, you can survive the catastrophe, and if you are unlucky, you will buy another one. However, he still enjoys it and has exercised his hands-on ability and logical thinking. There is no way. Boys' hobbies are sometimes so simple and boring, and Shiro's analysis ability is to give Sasuke a reason to practice his hobbies more deeply. By understanding all the attributes of an object, he can have a sense of pleasure of touching the truth, and by the way, he can also exercise his proficiency in using projection magic. There is no such thing as becoming famous overnight, it is all a matter of course. The original Shiro, who was only taught the most basic strengthening magic and wrong magic training methods by his father, risked his life to repeatedly open the magic circuit every day. Under the shadow of the genocide crisis, Sasuke naturally understood the importance of time management. He not only studied hard in class, but also did not relax in his spare time. For example, at this moment, he was secretly analyzing the composition of a detonating talisman. It is said that the real killer in the previous life would practice the process of assembling and filling firearms repeatedly to achieve coherence with his eating eye. Sasuke is doing the same thing. He is trying to decipher the formula, ingredients, and chakra of the detonator. Although if Irika-sensei saw what he was secretly doing in the desk drawer, he might be pissed off. But Sasuke has been working hard since he was a child, and he is like an old driver in terms of hand speed and precision. Even if he really plays something different, he can throw it out of the window in time. As for the movement caused, let's take it as a manifestation of the will of fire. In addition to his active out of gregariousness, good friend Uzumaki Naruto is passive out of gregarious. The only classmates who do not reject him in the class are Shikamaru and Koji, except for himself and Hinata, who dare not talk to him, and the former is not easy to talk to, and the latter seizes every moment of extracurricular time to eat snacks. And Naruto is originally a lively character who can't be idle, but he has a hot face and a cold but too many times, so he can only have fun. Sasuke had already dismantled the detonating talisman, and after the spell on it was destroyed by him, it seemed that there was no way to repair it, so another glorious addition was added to the prodigal record. The power of the detonating talisman is said to be equivalent to that of a Jonin-level fire escape, and the cost is naturally high, but the Uchiha family has a big business for the time being, and they can afford it. Sasuke put away the fragments of the detonating talisman, glanced at Naruto, who was not far from him, and found that he was playing boxing games with his left and right hands. "Hey, don't do such a pitiful thing, I'm afraid I can't help crying." Sasuke couldn't stand it for a while, and was about to chat with Naruto, when Irika walked into the classroom and announced that the next session would be multiplayer sports actual combat drills. Many active students cheered, just like the students in Sasuke's previous life looking forward to the physical education class. With Naruto's stunned personality who wants to challenge the strong when he sees it, he naturally became interested and challenged the top student in his class. "By the way, Sasuke, show your true skills to a duel with me. When you were assigned with me before, you must have let go." No matter how bad Naruto's brain is, he could see that in the past actual combat drills, Sasuke was clean and neat when fighting others, but when he was drawn, he would be extra merciful and slow down the battle process. And based on Naruto's foundation, unless he encounters ordinary students who have not been trained since childhood and can win with a solid body, other ninja children will beat him like playing, and there are not many students with no background in ninja school. A crane tail that can't beat most people, but can go back and forth with number one. This is not fighting beast chess. One thing drops one thing, and a fool can see the water. There is no way. Naruto's life experience is too pitiful, and secondly, according to the relationship between Azura and Indra, he is still Sasuke's younger brother. For the Uchiha clan, it is not natural for the elder brother to release water for the younger brother. Moreover, Sasuke prolongs and slows down the battle process to inspire and improve Naruto, but with Naruto's character, it is easy to see it as a shame. "Okay, I will use all my strength to face you," Sasuke nodded. Since the younger brother wants to be beaten wholeheartedly, it can only satisfy him. But if you want to beat him, you can only beat him yourself. You still have to give him some hang-ups, so that others can't beat him, and you can feel a sense of accomplishment when you beat him yourself. Sasuke remembered that in yesterday's actual combat exercise, Naruto was punched heavily in the lower abdomen by an opponent, and he almost vomited out at that time. Then he reached out and pressed Naruto's stomach, and asked with concern, "Are you okay here?" "It's fine." Naruto patted his chest vigorously and said, "Although I don't know why, I recovered from my injuries very quickly since I was a child." At least one more person will care about whether he is hurt or not, which makes him feel very warm and doesn't want Sasuke to worry. "Well, I think you are really brave." Of course Sasuke knew why. The Uzumaki clan's physique plus the Nine Tails chakra, the blood recovery speed was comparable to that of Mundo in the previous game. He smoothly injected his superpower into Naruto's body, and at the same time communicated silently with the system. "Choose a personality role, J. Fulishi." After the binding was successful, he removed his palm from Naruto's lower abdomen, and said, "By the way, he has a good figure, quite strong." With his care, Naruto in this life does not need to drink expired milk and convenience food to grow up, and his physique is much stronger than the original plot. But ninja duels are not just based on physical fitness. Naruto, who lacked proper guidance since he was a child, obviously has a terrifying amount of chakra, but he doesn't know how to use it. Does it feel different? Seeing that it was almost time, Sasuke asked Naruto. Jay Fulis is the protagonist of Hunter full-time, and the voice actor of Naruto is Junko Takeuchi, and the two animations themselves are somewhat similar. Because Naruto is a famous novel by newcomer manga artist Masashi Kishimoto, and his editor is a well-known old editor in the industry, and his words carry a lot of weight. The editor in charge has participated in Hunter full-time. For commercial considerations, he would naturally suggest Kishimoto to refer to the model of Hunter. Therefore, the first climax of the two comics is the exam chapter. One of Zayaja's two friends is to use a member of the Leiden family, one is a pupil technique user who was exterminated. The two protagonists naturally have many similarities in personality, so Sasuke doesn't have to worry too much, and slightly strengthens the synchronization rate. "Feel." Naruto's expression suddenly became firm. "I suddenly felt that my father might not be dead yet, I'm going to find him." Puff. Sasuke was a little worried about whether he would synchronize too much. 009, this is a telekinetic attack. Sasuke pestered Naruto and asked for a long time. Fortunately, Naruto is still Naruto, and he still wants to be Hokage instead of a hunter. He doesn't know any Kira, and he doesn't know who Kurapika is. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the degree of synchronization is high, and it will not greatly affect the temperament of the original owner. This is a successful experiment, and it will be more free to play in the future. At this time, under the leadership of Irika, everyone came to the wide practice field. At the beginning, they were free to warm up. Naruto, try refining chakra. Sasuke began to care about Naruto's strength changes. I'm not very good at it. Zyuja can be beaten for half an hour because he refuses to admit defeat and force the opponent to surrender. Naruto probably can use his physique to make the opponent tired and surrender. Naruto's rampage is a tail burst, and Zyuja's rampage is a hair burst. The combination of the two paranoid personalities is twice the perseverance, and Naruto was also surprised to find that the process of condensing his chakra was extremely smooth. You must know that they are only 6 years old now, and many ninja children may not be proficient in the chakra refining method, but as the tail of the crane, I can easily do what others cannot. Feeling the chakra slowly gathering in the palm, Naruto couldn't help but have a thought in his heart: am I a genius? In fact, this is a telekinetic attack. Although the ability to synchronize will more or less do as the Romans do, it can allow the synchronized person to master the same law of power. Psychic ability is the power system of Hunter x Hunter. Users can control the life energy in the body to make various changes, and it is similar to chakra. Mind ability is divided into 6 systems. Zyuja belongs to the strengthening system. He can inject different objects with mind ability to maximize his attack, defense, and healing abilities. However, extracting chakra is only the first step. Only the specific application method and the mastery of higher-level nature changes can reflect the talent and understanding of a ninja. What should I do next? It was the first time Naruto fought such a rich battle, and some didn't know how to use the power in his hands. Don't you like guessing fists? Just use the gesture of rock paper scissors to condense the different forces you have mastered into your fists. Sasuke reminded at the right time. This is Zyuja's unique technique of rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors. It has 3 changes. Rock paper scissors is the Neon Quan of the strengthening system, fist scissors is the mind blade of the transformation system, and fist scissors paper is the release system. Neon Cannon. Zyuja itself is a strengthening system, so Neon Quan is the most powerful, and Naruto currently cannot master the difficult operation of changing and releasing chakra. But apart from the fact that Neon Quan has been stored for a long time, its power is already quite impressive. The most important thing is that the mastery of mind ability can finally guide and use the chakra that Naruto has so much that there is nowhere to put it. Naruto is not a genius like Itachi who can master the fireball technique at a glance. He needs proper guidance to exert his synchronized power. But judging from the speed at which he mastered the shadow clone technique, created lion combos and spiral shurikens, and practiced the immortal mode, he is actually a relatively slow genius. Inspired by Sasuke, he quickly and smoothly condensed chakra on his fist, and his momentum became more and more amazing. It started with punches, rock paper scissors. Naruto didn't know where he learned the lines, but Fukuki yelled them out of his heart. Hey, don't face people, face the clearing. Sasuke reminded Naruto, who was so preoccupied that he got carried away. Sorry, too involved. Naruto smiled apologetically. This is the first time he has mastered such a powerful power. He is so excited now that he almost wants to sing a song. Under Sasuke's reminder, Naruto, who was fully charged, swung all the chakra condensed on his fist. This punch seemed to blow out the depression he had been excluded for many years, and the huge savings of the Uzumaki clan, and even alarmed the 9 tails in his body. I don't know what this kid has opened up today, but he has mastered the correct use of power way. With one punch, the dust flew up, and there was a dull thud on the sandy ground of the training ground. Irika was setting up the venue, and the other students were also gathered together, but at the moment they were all attracted by the loud noise, and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Naruto maintaining his punching posture with an unbelievable expression on his face. On the ground where the smoke and dust gradually dispersed in front of him, there was a huge earth pit that could hold Yamcha. Is this really my power? Naruto muttered to himself. He experienced too many hardships in his childhood, and he also complained, since God wants to make himself different from others, he should make up for himself in other places. But he has not yet reached the age of cheating, and he is slower than others in learning things. Only by relying on innate optimism can he continue to maintain his mentality. Now, God finally opened a window for himself. According to the plot in the story, Naruto couldn't help YY being recognized by his teacher and regarded as a genius by his classmates. But Irika poured cold water on him with one sentence. Naruto, who allowed you to bring firecrackers to school? Although the pit doesn't look like it was blown out by firecrackers, Irika is more willing to believe the former than Naruto's punch. That kid Naruto is playing a prank again. The students also laughed. It's not a prank this time, really not. Naruto wanted to explain, but there were too many black histories, like a wolf coming. No one believed it. Don't waste time, come and participate in the drill. Irika didn't want to delay the progress of the class, and his tone was somewhat impatient. According to the plot, Irika slowly cleared up the misunderstanding of Naruto. When we first met, because of the death of his parents, Irika had some resistance to Naruto, which is actually human. He is very popular in the class, and many students who love him have the idea of venting their anger and want to fix Naruto. Naruto couldn't help gnashing his teeth a little bit after being wronged in vain, but Sasuke patted him on the shoulder and said, "Be careful when you fight later, the more powerful you are, the more cautious you need to be." This sentence immediately made Naruto realize he is now a master, and he doesn't need to care about ordinary people. Coupled with his consistent kind nature, he secretly warned himself, "Never accidentally hurt your classmates." 010 Naruto's glorious era. Although in the original timeline, Uzumaki Naruto would become a hero many times in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, the Battle of Pain, and the Fourth Ninja World War, but now he is just a 6-year-old crane tail. The actual combat drills have been conducted for many sessions, so the impression of the tail of the crane is still relatively deep-rooted, and such things as suddenly becoming stronger will only happen after the holiday. Therefore, so far in Naruto's life, the most glorious time is now. He who was beaten violently in the actual combat class yesterday, suddenly looked like a bald devil, punching a child, and no one could stop his fist. In Sasuke's view, this is a very normal thing. Except for himself, none of these classmates can use chakra proficiently, but he gave Naruto such a big hook. That is to say, he had told Naruto to leave 7 points of force in his shots. Otherwise, if he really wanted to attack with all his strength, Irika, who was in charge of supervision, might not be able to stop him. It is always easy for people to be unconvinced when a crane tail that is not very popular suddenly explodes. People continue to take the initiative to challenge Naruto, and the latecomers have discovered that Naruto's guessing boxing requires a long time to accumulate energy. Therefore, they chose to fight Naruto close to each other, but this fell into Naruto's hands. In the past, the reason why he was the tail of the crane was because he had a good body and didn't have the corresponding fighting skills. If you want to wrestle male, sign up close. Naruto, as the descendant of the Uzumaki clan and Azura Chakra, who was afraid of him. And because Sasuke adjusted the synchronization between him and Zyuja very high, Naruto can not only use guessing and guessing, but also master some skills of the strengthening system. The challengers came one after another, but they couldn't last 2 or 3 rounds under Naruto's hands. Gradually, everyone looked at him differently. Children don't know many things, and they only reject Naruto under the precepts and deeds of adults. They have no real strong hatred, but ninjas respect the strong most, and Naruto has gradually won respect through practical performance. And Hinata, who has been paying attention to him for a long time, has a pair of white eyes that shine, and she gets great encouragement from the person she admires. Speaking of which, Hinata began to pay attention to the origin of Naruto, and Sasuke also participated. Around the time of a white album, a little girl is being bullied by 3 kids in the snow. "I heard that you are the daughter of the Hyuga family, why don't you just roll your eyes and see? If you can't do it, don't look this way. Disgusting eyes, are you actually a monster? You white-eyed monster." The girl has lavender hair with short ears and pure white eyes. She looks cute, but she has a weak personality. After being scolded, she only dares to cry. Although it is nonsense to say that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was bullied by a bear child, considering the widespread phenomenon of bullying in Japanese culture, the royal princess can also be bullied by the school to the point that she does not want to go to school, so it is somewhat understandable. At this moment, Sasuke and Naruto, who have been together for a long time, just passed by. Naruto rolled up his sleeves to protect the girl when he saw the injustice on the road, but according to the normal development of the plot, he would be beaten up because he was outnumbered. But the fight was worth it. He lost the fight, won the future, and booked himself a daughter-in-law with an angel personality and a devil figure. Just as his partner, Sasuke, felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, the last promising young man who was beaten up by gangsters in order to save the girl seemed to be named Joestar. According to the plot, as Naruto's lifelong enemy, I should accept the hooligans as younger brothers, and then find an opportunity to block Hinata on the road and kiss him forcefully, and then declare loudly, "Your first kiss was not Naruto, but me." 2 pillars. Then the little brothers exclaimed, as expected of Sasuke, "He can easily do what we can't do." This unfolding was so magical that Sasuke couldn't help but lose his mind for a while, until the 3 bear children were already attacking Naruto, causing the latter to scream. Only then did Sasuke come back to his senses, shook his head and said, "Fuck you Torin, I'm a pure love party." Erased this thought from his mind. So, he joined the battle group and then projected a few control knives, which immediately scared the little hooligans and fled. Although it was Sasuke who saved people, Naruto who stood up first attracted Hinata's attention. People always look forward to what they lack the most. At the same time, he lacks talent and suffers from blind eyes, but Naruto has the courage that Hinata lacks the most, and Sasuke is too perfect among his peers. To compare it is Shiro's character, plus Shaniyar's conditions as an ordinary person, plus Tosaka Rin's fighting ability. Hinata, who has some inferiority complex, dare not look forward to him. And now Naruto is finally proud, which also ignited Hinata's fighting spirit to change herself. Sasuke in the distance nodded, thinking that her eyes were very good. No matter how good Naruto's physique was, he was a little out of breath after the Battle of the Wheels. There were those who were not convinced, and wanted to persuade the strongest Dingy to challenge him. I can't beat him, and I don't like fighting. Koji, who has nothing to do with the world, was about to refuse, but Naruto swelled up and laughed at him. Koji, you are so fat, why don't you exercise more to lose weight? As soon as these words were uttered, Sasuke, Ino, and Shikamaru's eyes shot out as if they saw the black coffin bearers committing death. But it was too late. Koji had turned into an angry beast, shouting, I'm not fat, just plump, and rushed towards Naruto. Under the extreme anger, his attacking figure even vaguely has a sense of power of the famous ninjutsu meatball chariot of the Akimichi clan. Sasuke even made up the empty-eared move named Your Crotch Smells So Good in his mind. In the case of a low level of ninjutsu, Koji's weight has a huge advantage. Coupled with his terrifying fighting momentum, everyone is looking forward to a wonderful duel. Children usually don't have any deep hatred. Naruto, who proved his talent, soon gained the respect of most people, and many people began to applaud him. It even includes Ino, who is good friends with Ding-ji, but the way she cheers is, don't die, Naruto. She quite understands how terrible Koji's anger is, and the aura of pigs rushing forward makes people unable to help but suspect that after being hit, Naruto will lie on the ground and leave a blood-stained road, and a song Flower of Hope will be played by the way. Sasuke was also a little worried, but he was worried about Koji. He was afraid that Naruto would not be able to control the release of water, and he would try his best to guess what would happen to Koji, so he planned to save people at any time. Sure enough, because Koji was too angry, although his aura was astonishing, but his moves lacked changes in tactics, and Naruto's combat IQ was actually quite high when his strength did not hold him back. I saw that he had predicted Ding Ci's impact route, and he didn't care about his face. He rolled on the ground, circled behind Ding Ci and began to accumulate energy. Sasuke's mind tightened, and he was about to save someone, but seeing the direction of Naruto's fist, he breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of Ding-ji's turning around and rushing towards him, Naruto slammed the impact of the knee and fist on the ground between the two of them, and another big pit rose on the ground. Under his precise calculation, Ding-ji, who lost his mind, fell go in. 011 Master Zo, try cutting him in the middle. Suddenly there was a hole under his feet, and Ding Ci was thrown into disgrace, and the pain also made him wake up a little bit. The onlookers finally understood, the big hole just now was indeed punched out by Naruto, and he had been showing mercy just now. Or be bold, maybe he was merciful in the previous rehearsal. Naruto's nin fist is so powerful, one is that Sasuke gave him a high degree of synchronization, and the other is that through the skill of mastering Nin ability, Naruto can understand by analogy and turn on the switch to mobilize the huge chakra in his body, and Naruto's everyone knows how terrifying the amount of chakra is. Although Naruto's handling method not only determined the outcome, but also did not allow Ding Ci to be directly punched and seriously injured, it can be said to be quite graceful. But seeing Koji being thrown badly, the kind-hearted Naruto still stretched out his hand to lift him up, and apologized for what he said just now. I'm sorry, I know you don't like being called fat. No matter how nervous he is, he can still guess why the usually kind Koji is so violent. Everyone has their own backlash. Naruto, who has been verbally attacked the most times, can naturally feel the pain of others. There was spontaneous applause from the sidelines. This battle made the students understand that Naruto Uzumaki, who was excluded in the past, is not only not a crane tail, but also has a kind heart. Recalling his calculation of Koji's travel path just now, maybe Naruto is usually simple, but his IQ is very high in battle. The many shining points made most people change their impression of him. Even Sasuke felt that Naruto's experience today was a bit too much like a cool text template of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He could simply shout, "Don't bully the young and poor." Naruto's character naturally looks forward to fighting against a powerful opponent. The two stand opposite each other, and the battle of fate is staged in advance. Not to mention ordinary students, even Irika was looking forward to what the fight between the two strongest students this year would be like. It is said that Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is a generation of cheating, but in fact, if you look at the time background, you will know that they happened to be born after the Third Ninja World War. During the Ninja World War, the outstanding ninja youths were busy fighting and had no time to create humans. After the war, the population was dying, which prompted them to get together and have children, and the next generation they cultivated just reached the age of ninja school. Therefore, this generation of students is originally a collection of major ninja clans, and the quality is very high. Sasuke is the most conspicuous one among them, and now Naruto is added. Both of them have a strong fighting spirit, and they don't talk nonsense, they just do it. Sasuke has good skills, many moves, and is responsible for attacking. Naruto is in good health and full of energy, responsible for guarding. Sasuke's taijutsu was cultivated by the big family since he was a child, and it was quite solid. Naruto knew that he was definitely not an opponent in fighting skills, so he gathered all the chakras on his two fists, and punched him indiscriminately. It looks stupid, but it's also very real, because he has too much chakra, and the two small fists attached to the chakra with reinforcement skills are opened, like two meteor hammers. The girls in Sasuke's support team couldn't help but said, "Master Zo, don't fight him, try to cut him in the middle." There are also boys who can't understand Sasuke's good relationship with women, and instead cheer for Naruto. In fact, Sasuke is very happy to see someone accept Naruto, but today, he will let these people down. The idea of cutting the middle lane is good, but Naruto's chakra is too large, and it is not good for him to fight head-on, and it is not honorable to win with bare hands with a projected sword. So Sasuke's feet swayed, and he circled behind Naruto at a speed that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. This way is much more handsome, in line with Sasuke's aesthetics. The visual effect of the sudden change of shape and shadow made everyone exclaim in admiration, and Irika was surprised. This is the instant body technique that does not require seals? In fact, this is Ishida Uraya's unique footwork as a Quincy master, flying scythe feet, and the speed is even faster than Shinigami's Shunpo. In Naruto's previous battles, he was actually a ninja with the style of hunter, so Sasuke moved out of the style of reaper. No matter how indifferent a man is, XX is also warm. No matter how tough a man is, his back is also soft. The position of the two of them at the moment, Sasuke could hardly bear to resort to Konoha Taijutsu Millennium Killing, but he's a guy with a lot of idle baggage, and instead kicks Naruto's ass. Good and evil will be rewarded, and Naruto, like the previous Koji, fell down and looked very embarrassed. Someone couldn't help laughing, but stopped after laughing a few times. Ninja fighting is still a serious matter, and they knew very well that they would not be able to avoid this kick. The blinking technique is actually just a D-level ninjutsu that can be mastered during the ninja school, but Konoha has already appeared a man who can play the blinking technique well during this period. Shisui's blinking technique can be used by Kweju's speed, creating several afterimages that confuse the opponent. Such a terrifying attainment is known as the instant body in water. Sasuke's flying sickle kick, in Irika's view, is also a kind of instant body technique that does not require seals, so it is faster, and this move is only mastered by a 6-year-old child. That is to say, there were too many young geniuses in Konoha during this period. Kakashi, Shisui, and Itachi all had the strength to cross the battlefield when they were under 10 years old, and Sasuke's performance seemed a little acceptable. Naruto stood up again, patted the ashes on his body, and gestured to express his dissatisfaction. In fact, there is a perception skill called circle in the hunter world, which can expand the ability of thinking to within 2 meters of yourself as the center of the circle. But this trick belongs to the application of high-level mind ability. At least Zyuja has never used it in the original plot. However, Zyuja himself has a beast-like perception instinct, and is very good at concentrating thoughts on a certain part to enhance the condensation of perception. The Uzumaki family also has the potential to perceive ninjas, and the synchronization of the two has activated the potential in Naruto's blood. He stood in place silently, stretched the chakra, and made a reaction the moment the next flying scythe kick was hit. Although he was still kicked in the end, while enduring the force, Naruto also made a grappling movement, but still couldn't keep up with Sasuke's speed. Naruto stood up again, patted the dust, gritted his teeth and said, "A few more times, I will definitely be able to grab your leg." Sasuke felt his progress with great interest. "Naruto, you really have interesting potential, but only in this way can you have the fun of defeating." But he didn't intend to give Naruto the chance to hug his thigh, so he took out a kunai from the ninja bag. 012, the scars on the back are a ninja's disgrace. The kunai shuriken in the Naruto world, like the Ghost Flash and Ghost Way in the Death world, and the bullets in the Pirate world, have basically never killed people. In Sasuke's impression, he also killed the lives of Joe-dun Yakang and Danzo. There is also Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, who also has an indissoluble bond with kunai and shuriken. The reason why Konoha was established is because he used a kunai to pretend to commit suicide in front of Uchiha Madara, and after becoming Hokage, he was also assassinated by a shuriken. But theoretically speaking, ninja is a profession with high dodge and low defense. As long as the hidden weapon can hit, the damage caused is still considerable. It's just that it is difficult for ordinary people to hit a ninja moving at high speed with a hidden weapon. In terms of using hidden weapons, the Uchiha clan with the dynamic vision of Sharingan does have a unique advantage. People of the clan will practice the ancestral shuriken technique since childhood, although Sasuke thinks this name is very heavy, second only to the name of the current head of the Hyuga clan. Although Sasuke hadn't awakened Sharingan yet, with a shake of his hand, he took out another pair of glasses from his ninja bag, put one on the bridge of his nose, and suddenly Ishida Uriah possessed him. Not to mention, wearing glasses still looks a bit like the future Uchiha Ziurana. Taking advantage of Sasuke wearing glasses, Naruto gathered a Ninken fist and blasted towards Sasuke's direction. Irika couldn't help shaking his head at the movement of chakra gathering. He was sure that the strength of this attack was far greater than that of himself as a Chunin. What the hell is this class of students? Too slow, too slow. Sasuke easily dodged it with his scythe, and said casually, "You're wise not to hold back against me, but using all your strength to attack will open your hole wide." Since he imitated Dio's tone, throwing the throwing knife was indispensable. While moving at high speed with flying sides, Sasuke also threw 4 kunai continuously from different angles with terrifying precision. Although the motion capture of Sharingan is not yet available, this skill is not only the result of the Uchiha clan's training since childhood, but also relies on Ishida Uraya's signature shooting skills. Although Naruto has gradually mastered the skill of perception with thoughts, 2 of them flew away with his fist, and he avoided one, but the remaining one still stuck in his thigh. Kunao didn't penetrate too deep, not because Sasuke kept his strength. Once the throwing object was released, the flying speed could not be guaranteed, but because Sasuke blunted the tip. But even so, it is enough for Sasuke to penetrate through the clothes and into the flesh. Although it caused a lot of exclamation, the injured part was on the fleshy thigh, and with Naruto's physique, there was no problem. However, the pain from the foreign body piercing into the flesh still made Naruto grin his teeth, but he was too hot-headed. Even so, he didn't want to admit defeat, and wanted to punch Sasuke, who was moving at high speed. Sasuke felt that this guy's temperament had to be changed. Due to his own intervention, the original timeline is changed, that is to say, Naruto may not be able to rely on the protagonist's aura to survive all the way to the end, so he wants Naruto to learn to surrender appropriately. And his guiding principle for Naruto is to find confidence when he is weak, and find shortcomings when he is strong. In order to prevent Naruto from being too inflated after gaining strength, proper repairs are necessary. Naruto's chakra level is still on the rise, and he finally understands that he is a bit addicted to refining chakra in this way, so Sasuke can't help but think, why does it seem that you are the one who came from the set of Reaper? Can it continue to increase spiritual pressure? Those with the ability to strengthen the mind can cover any part of the body with the mind, and the most representative Wojin can use the body to carry the rocket launcher. At this moment, if someone uses white eyes, they will find that Naruto has covered the surface of the body with terrifying chakras, forming a layer of defense, which is somewhat similar to Union's lightning armor. The only Kyuubi who realized this was stunned in the prison cell. This brat, who has not even started as a Jinchuriki, has mastered a move similar to the tailed beast's coat? Sasuke threw a few more kunao that were equivalent to uncut blades, but they were blocked by Naruto's chakra coat. The visual effect was like opening a transparent stand, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. Interesting. Sasuke felt more and more that Naruto was actually a genius. After all, he was the guy who learned the Sage Mode in 15 days. He fumbled into the ninja bag, and all the kunao in it had their blades removed, but Sasuke picked one out at random, and started the strengthening magic. Synchronization, start. In addition to mastering the composition, strengthening magic can also specialize the meaning of the object's existence. According to the official statement, if it is a knife, it will increase its sharpness, food will increase its nutrition, and a maid will increase its cuteness. However, Shiro's enhanced magic is actually a deterioration of the projection magic, and the success rate is quite low, which is about the same as the enhanced 12 to 13 in DNF. Sasuke secretly vowed that if he didn't succeed, he would cut Naruto with Pisces. Chakra was injected into kunao instead of magic power, and the result was quite obvious. The originally blunted edge suddenly became extremely sharp, and Sasuke's chakra also increased the destructive power. Sasuke didn't know what to say, whether it was his luck to strengthen successfully, or Naruto's luck to escape the catastrophe. In short, he once again used the flying scythe kick that Naruto could not keep up with at the moment, went around Naruto's back, and used a righteous backstab. After being strengthened, kunao pierced Naruto's unskilled chakra coat, but this stubborn boy turned around and wanted to resist. In this situation, Sasuke couldn't help thinking of a sentence: the scar on the back is the swordsman, no, it is the shame of the ninja. He continued to cut through Naruto's defense without hesitation, and finally turned kunao softly, and hit Naruto's kidney heavily with the end of the handle. The internal pain caused Naruto to lie on the ground for a while, unable to get up. He finally realized that his strength was too far behind. Sasuke took off his glasses and wiped his hair. He only regretted that he didn't bring hair gel, so he couldn't perfectly restore the famous scene of "From now on, I will stand on the sky." However, it is easy to feel compelled. With the partial strength he showed today, there is no need to pretend to be forceful. He helped Naruto up in a friendly manner, patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, "The future is yours," invisibly made his image tall again. Naruto is also quite satisfied. He has learned a lot of new things today, and when he goes back to digest and absorb, maybe the next time he fights, he will be able to force Sasuke to use projection. And he also felt that other people gradually looked at him differently, which made him very excited. Although Iruka has not completely changed his attitude toward Naruto, his sense of responsibility as a teacher still allows him to take Naruto to the infirmary to treat his wounds. However, when the dressing started, the wound had already begun to heal. The physique of this child is indeed a bit unusual. Iruka thought of his parents who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, but looking at Naruto's bright smile because of satisfaction, he felt that it was difficult for him to generate hatred. 013, the second prince with high hopes. Naruto is a person who does not hold grudges, and he still talks and laughs with Sasuke on the way home. After all, he can forgive even soil, so Sasuke's focus is nothing, not to mention that he also attributed his sudden improvement in strength to the Kenjutsu ninja taught by Sasuke. Children always like to show off when they have a new toy. Naruto is still trying to spread his mind ability and exercise his perception on the way home. "Hey, Sasuke, why does it feel like someone is following us all the time?" His words startled Umbu, who was following behind him. In the past few days, when the Kirigakure envoys visited, Konoha has strengthened the protection of Naruto. Today, it may be that the Umbu on duty felt that the two children who were watching were only letting down their vigilance. The roof is not enough anymore. As a result, Naruto, who had a lot of chakra and casually unfolded his perception, noticed it, and strengthened the breath blocking in place. Sasuke couldn't help but shook his head. "You guys are the worst Umbu class I've ever seen." Although he has no perception attribute, he obtained a clairvoyance skill from Emiya Shiro's synchronization, which is equivalent to the white eyes that cannot see through, and can occasionally detect some careless Umbu. This feeling of being watched is uncomfortable, especially since he also knows that Konoha's high-level officials have set up cameras in many corners of the Uchiha clan, and let Itachi also monitor his clansmen. To be honest, in the original plot, it is understandable for me to want to destroy Konoha, who would not be disgusted by Konoha's actions to the Uchiha clan. According to the rumors from the ninja school, the two of them seem to have had a ninja-level duel today. Another Umbu replied. With Kakashi and Itachi Zutama in front, the others were not too shocked. It's just that both of them have special identities, and the specific strengths they have shown must be investigated and collected, and then reported to their respective superiors. This is also within Sasuke's calculations. He needs to show his strength properly, so that he can gain more authority, and let Konoha's senior management understand Naruto is not a fool who is easy to fool, but the talented fourth Hokage's son. Don't regard him as a character that can be manipulated casually. There are many witnesses who witnessed the battle between Sasuke and Naruto. The classmates all talked about this high-level battle, and some even described it vividly to their parents, and received the general teaching from their parents: look at other people's children. Umbu also learned about the situation from Mr. Irika. For a while, many people knew that Konoha's freshmen had two geniuses. The impact was that, not long after, Sasuke found that other relatives in the clan gradually cared for him. In the past, with the two geniuses Itachi and Shisui standing in front of him, Sasuke didn't receive much extra attention, but the enthusiasm of his relatives recently was more than that of his brother. As long as Sasuke goes out, he will soon be surrounded by a group of strange uncles and aunts, giving him a bunch of things that children like, and his words are all intended to please. "Master Sasuke, my uncle hugged you when I was a child. Auntie has always felt that you are more promising than your elder brother in the future." These people almost wrote their evil intentions on their faces. Sasuke, who had an adult soul in his body, would naturally not be confused by them, but just pretended to deal with it. Just when Sasuke was getting bored, a familiar voice came from behind. "He's still young." As soon as Sasuke turned his head, his always stern-faced father appeared behind him, standing opposite the other peers in the clan, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. "You go home first." He patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "Fuyu." A Uchiha clansman of the grandfather generation couldn't bear it anymore and said, "He is also a Uchiha. Do you want your son to stay out of the matter?" Although the other party's attitude was considered presumptuous, Fuyu was very upset, but he didn't have any excuses to refute. He just breathed out and said, "Shisui will be back soon." However, the name of the strongest person in the clan did not satisfy the other clan members, and some people continued to complain. Recently, life is getting more and more difficult. Shisui has made such great contributions to the village, but we are still being excluded. I don't know what the top management is thinking. When Sasuke heard this, he naturally understood the reason why these people were so attentive to him, because Itachi joined Umbu in his usual words and deeds. In their eyes, he was a rebellious boy, so he decided to win over himself, who was starting to show off, and instilled ideas from a baby. Fuyu's frown deepened. He didn't want Sasuke, who was only 6 years old, to be exposed to the helpless world of adults, but as the patriarch himself, he must also consider the interests of the clan. The eldest son has become a rebellious boy, and since the second son has shown amazing talent, it is indeed difficult to stay out of it. Sasuke actually understood these tribesmen quite well. There is such a scene in the original plot, when the Uchiha clan, as police officers, went to perform their duties and prevent drunks from fighting. They were scolded, "Go away, hide behind," like the Kyuubi rebellion. The Uchiha clan has a strong love and hatred, and it is difficult to bear this kind of anger, and it develops according to the original track. After the Konoha truce, the clan will be severely persecuted. Uchiha Shisui, a war hero who relieved Kirigakure's attack, was told by Danzo to do it, and he himself ended his life with the idea of maintaining peace. Useless, too useless. Sasuke absolutely could not accept what Shisui and Itachi called taking care of the overall situation. But there is no way. If you don't resist, you will die, but if you choose to resist, you will lose both sides in the fight with Konoha, and you will still be picked up by other ninja villages. This is a contradiction that is difficult to reconcile, except to change Konoha's high-level thinking from the source. An idea suddenly popped into Sasuke's mind. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Taking advantage of his young age and cute appearance, he asked innocently. This milky voice not only made Fuya sigh in despair, but the other clansmen also lowered their heads one after another, feeling that it was a bit unbearable to use such a cute child. But for the future of the family, someone still said to Suzuki, Master Suzuki, as the son of the patriarch, you will be exposed to these problems sooner or later. Is it something to do with the family? Suzuki continued to pretend to be innocent and lead the conversation in the direction he wanted. Everyone nodded. Family is really a heavy word. I heard that Kirigakure's envoys will visit Konoha in a few days. Can I attend the banquet as a family representative? He naturally showed the nature of children who love to watch the excitement, but this proposal is also very reliable for the clansmen. If the Uchiha clan is compared to a kingdom, since the first prince has been abolished, let the second prince contact diplomacy. The occasion is not a bad thing either. 014, the three most vicious generations in history. The last time Konoha signed the armistice agreement, all major ninja clans were present except for the Hyuga clan, who celebrated Hineda's birthday. From Suzuki's point of view, the Hyuga clan's manipulation is quite inflated. On such a diplomatic occasion as the truce with Union, you don't come alone. Isn't this putting eye drops on the high-level people? In the Union accountability incident, Konoha's senior management did not choose the Hineda clan, but sat back and watched them hand over the Japanese messengers as scapegoats, which led to the split between the main family and the branch family. If analyzed from the perspective of conspiracy theory, it may not be a kind of beating. You see how honest the Hyuga clan has been since then. Do the members of the Hyuga clan dare to take a random look at Danzo's research and the Sharingan behind the bandages? Therefore, for this grand truce with Kirigakure, all the major ninja tribes wisely sent sufficient representatives to come. The Uchiha clan is particularly eye-catching. The patriarch Fuyu has always been serious, but this time he went out of his way and brought his youngest son Suzuki, who was only 6 years old, to the meeting. However, the young Suzuki was very likable. He was handsome and talented, and he spoke nicely. He had an expression that he liked this kind of occasion very much, as if he was a born politician and celebrity. Even if the popularity of the Uchiha clan is mediocre, no one will have trouble with a child. Plus today is a happy day for the alliance contract. No one can't help teasing him, not even the third Hokage Hiruza Sarutobi. Exception. In fact, the Uchiha clan has been reduced to this level, and none of the top four can escape the relationship, and the role of Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually a bug that is unavoidable in long serials. At the beginning, Naruto was just a short story. Naruto was the demon fox, and the third generation was the big boss. But the popularity is getting higher and higher, and the text is getting longer and longer, and from the moment the third Hokage died protecting the village, this character is destined to be a positive character. But the two settings that appeared in the later period, one is to wash the ferret, and the other is that Naruto is the son of the fourth generation, and it is inevitable that the third generation has a lot of blame. In order to maintain the image of Wei Guangzheng of the three generations, the role of Danzo appeared, and after all, he alone took all the blame. It's just that there are too many blames on Danzo. He is not Hokage after all, and it is impossible to cover the sky with one hand, so Hiruza Sarutobi is not strict, and he can't even get rid of the blame for conniving evil. It's just that compared with Danzo, who uses everything for the village to brainwash himself as the source of all evil, Hiruza Sarutobi was also known as ninja when he was young. Suzuki plans to gamble once to see the pride and ambition in his body. Whether the sense of justice has not been completely worn away by the years. Grandpa Hokage, are you tired from sitting all this time? I'll rub your back for you. Suzuki acted cute in a tone that made him feel sick in his heart, and put his palm on Hiruza Sarutobi's shoulder calmly. He took advantage of his age, and there was nothing wrong with it in the eyes of others. Moreover, in order to display his abilities, Suzuki specially practiced massage techniques, and he was quite professional when he made a move. Hiruza Sarutobi is not young anymore. In order to show his majesty sitting upright all the time, his back is sore and his back hurts, and it's really good to be rubbed by Suzuki. While rubbing, Suzuki secretly said in his heart, "Old man, it's best if you still have a little conscience. If you don't get it, I'll have your ashes thrown away sooner or later in a few years." At the same time, he also injected his own ability into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Choose a synchronous personality character, Monkey D. Dragon. Speaking of which, apart from Kakashi, the voice actors of past Hokage all ran past the set of One Piece next door. Naruto world seems to have many modern inventions, but due to the existence of chakra, an alien invasion civilization, the feudal class has too much power. The daimyo and nobles provide material security to the ninja, and the ninja act as thugs to maintain the regime for the powerful class. However, the ninjas who have mastered chakra are too powerful, and this gap cannot be bridged by relying on numbers and technology, resulting in delays in social change. Moreover, ninjas are originally a tool for killing. Once evil thoughts arise, ordinary people cannot resist them at all. Rich people hire more powerful ninjas to eliminate disasters, while those without money can only let them be eaten. The world of Naruto is originally a relatively dark world. A relatively lawful and kind ninja village like Konoha hides a lot of darkness, and other places are even more lifeless. Otherwise, the view that only unlimited monthly reading can save the world would not be supported by so many people. Looking at the history of the ninja world, starting from Asura and Indra killing each other, for 1000 years, the word cannibalism is written in the cracks of every page. Hashirama wanted to change the cannibalism of the world, and divided the tailed beasts to establish a ninja village, but it didn't solve the problem fundamentally. It only achieved a short-term peace by relying on super-personal strength to deter. Sure enough, after his death, there were military organizations with a perfect ninja village system, and they fought more happily in wars, including peace in Boruto. It is also based on Naruto's strength and character. If the exploiting class is not eliminated and the mind is liberated, as long as Naruto dies, the world will be in chaos again sooner or later. If it is said that Sasuke made Itachi and Yukatakeshi's hero synchronized, it was to change his stupid loyalty and cultivate his spirit of resistance. Then what he is injecting into the 3 generations now is the most progressive ideological character in the pirate world. Sasuke left quietly, but Hiruzuru Sarutobi frowned suddenly, with some different emotions in his heart, as if he had returned to the age of youth and frivolity, with radical thoughts constantly surging in his chest. At this time, Kirigakure's mission finally arrived late. The Kirigakure ninjas in the Bleeding Mist were originally a group of lunatics, and Obito's perverse behavior during the period of manipulating Mizukage made it even worse. When they came up, their attitudes were not very good, and the conditions they raised were even more open. The leaders of the major ninja clans present were faintly suffocating their anger. But the envoys of Kirigakure are not all fools. Although Mizukage means that they don't want to make a deal, since they have come to Konoha, it shows that the power of peace in the village still dominates. It's just that I'm used to being arrogant, and I heard that the third Hokage is becoming more and more conservative in his later years. The practice of abandoning the car to protect the handsome man in the peace talks with Union last time showed a weak side, so he wanted to test whether he could win more in the terms of the contract. Multiple benefits. In fact, this approach is quite normal at the negotiating table. And while they kept talking nonsense, the third Hokage was rubbing his forehead all the time, as if he was remembering something. Danzo on the side was getting more and more worried. What are you doing? Monkey, you don't even shoot the table. If you can't be Hokage, let me do it. Although he was very anxious, he also knew that with the character of the third generation, even if he was fighting for the interests of the village, he would adopt a gentle way. Master Hokage, are you listening? Do you need me to reiterate the conditions? Kirigakure envoy also found that the third Hokage seemed to be distracted. Hiruzuru Sarutobi finally raised his head, revealing a ferocious smile that seemed different from usual. Sorry, I was just thinking about the mistakes I made over the past few years. Just as Kirigakure envoy was about to repeat it patiently, the next sentence of the third Hokage made everyone's eyes drop. But it doesn't matter, anyway, I'm not going to listen to your conditions. Do you want war? The envoy Wien was furious. I have long wanted to plant the banner of freedom on the sinful land in the blood mist, Sarutobi Hiruza said calmly. 015, small paper treaty frame. As we all know, the male protagonists of Jump basically have an awesome dad. And Monkey D. Dragon, as the father of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, although his abilities are still mysterious, the most terrifying thing about him is actually his thoughts. The world government in One Piece is a behemoth with 170 allies. Although it is in the era of great pirates, only the GM army led by the dragon shakes their foundation. This is the power of Red. The dragon's dream is to overthrow the world government and establish a harmonious, free, equal, and dream-filled world, which is in line with the core development concept of Sasuke's previous life. Moreover, he is not a dreamer talking about utopia, but overthrew the unjust rule of dozens of kingdoms with practical actions, so he naturally possesses the skills of a hero. Based on the concept of the dragon, his subordinates are mixed with fish and dragons, and everyone is equal. There are many controversial groups such as human monsters and murlocs. Speaking of which, the current base of the Revolutionary Army is the human monster island. Tien suspects that Uchiha manipulated Kyuubi. Believe it or not, Sasuke really played the magic eye of charm, brainwashing Shisui to control Naruto's rampage? The thought of the dragon is indeed terrifying, and it suddenly activates the memory of 3 generations of berating Fang Chiu when they were young. When he was young, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a hero of his generation. First of all, he relied on courage to become Hokage. During the first period of his tenure, he created Konoha's heyday and taught disciples like Sunan. It's just that the older I get, the more my thinking becomes solidified. I just want to maintain the status quo, and I'm too conniving with Danzo and Orochimaru, and I made a lot of stupid decisions. He was not distracted just now, but was introspecting, feeling deeply saddened by the many decisions made over the years. Coincidentally, as an elderly person, many thoughts are actually difficult to change. In order not to attract his attention, Sasuke did not synchronize to a high degree. It's just that after the 3 generations started at the same time, Kirigakure's envoys have been talking nonsense, which aroused the depression of the 3 generations, activated the fierceness in the dragon's character, and accelerated the fusion process. The irritable version of the third generation almost wanted to say to him, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" The envoys of Wien were at a loss for words, and they had to put on a disguise when it was time for diplomatic occasions, but if they really wanted to start a war, they would definitely be the party with the least confidence. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Kirigakure has always competed with Sagashi for the second to last level. In recent years, the talents have withered, and the 7 ninja swordsmen can't make up, so there is a faint tendency to be at the bottom. However, they also have their own reliance, which is the complex terrain and humid weather of the country of water. Even CAO's hundreds of thousands of troops will be defeated in Suchao Watertown, not to mention that Kirigakure ninjas are also good at driving dense fog to fight. Does Hokage-sama want to fight each other on the battlefield of the land of water? His response made Konoha's chiefs couldn't help curling their lips. This is the same thing again, it's really nothing new. But even not long ago, Konoha ninjas headed by Uchiha Shisui repelled Kirigakure's invasion on the land of the Fire Country. But if they are in a different place, they do not have absolute confidence that they can guarantee victory in the terrain of the country of water, so everyone feels that they will enter into a long wrangling and benefit concession next. At this time, the 3 generations seemed to suddenly become decades younger, and they laughed confidently and boldly. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have once defeated an opponent who was good at using smoke, and said a word. It's easy to forget things when you get older, but this sentence is quite appropriate. So Sandei took a sip of his pipe, stared at Envoy Kirigakure calmly and said, "Why do you want to stop a man from running to the sea?" He has been feeling since just now that he suddenly has a lot of experience in wind-type ninjutsu. He didn't know how to form a seal, so he used his strong ninjutsu foundation to use this power. When the 3rd generation waved his hand, a whirlwind rose from the ground. This move is not unusual. But soon, the 2 sides originally chose a peaceful and beautiful day for peace talks, but soon, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder in the sky, and a large black cloud swept in. Masaka. Everyone in Wien felt an ominous premonition. In front of the old man who can control the weather, do you think you have a chance of winning? 3 generations shook the soot. Not only his character, but his sudden improvement in ninjutsu also ignited his former pride and ambition. For ninjas who can walk on water, a large part of the terrain advantages of the land of water is actually the changeable climate of the seaside and the silent killing technique performed in the dense fog environment. But at this moment, the wind outside the window was getting stronger and stronger, enough to dispel all the dense fog. If this is Feng done, it is even more exaggerated than previous Kaze cages. The Kirigakure envoys all understand the current comparison of strength and weakness. Now they are asking Konoha to cease fighting. Seeing that the leader is so stubborn, everyone in Konoha couldn't help but look bright. The old subordinates of the 3rd Hokage looked at each other, and they all felt the long-lost vitality and vigor from the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that his clan might have underestimated Konoha's hidden strength, thinking that relying on the strength of his clan could shake the sky. Suzuki didn't expect the synchronization effect to be so good. On the one hand, although Dragon's strength is very mysterious, as the leader of the revolutionary army, he is naturally not too weak. On the other hand, Hiruza Sarutobi, as a doctor of ninjutsu, is the pinnacle of ordinary blood in the Naruto world, and his comprehension is too high. And while everyone was concentrating on finalizing the terms of the negotiation, he secretly went to put on his glasses, and accurately flicked a ball of paper to a white-haired boy in the Wien mission. Naturally, someone noticed his small movements, but Nien didn't pay much attention to him given his age and occasion. The white-haired young man named Kidang Mainjutsu is the most outstanding young man of Kirigakure's generation. Apart from the envoys who are in charge of negotiations, his task is to come to observe the future potential of Konoha. One of the Ghost Lamp clan's secret techniques is the water iron cannon technique similar to hidden weapons. He accurately caught Suzuki's paper ball, and he frowned at first, thinking it was just a child's prank. But he opened the ball of paper reflexively, and the words inside made him unable to take his eyes off. Want to experience the ultimate swordsmanship? See you at XXX tonight. 016, your sword is my sword. The Ghost Lamp clan is the leader of the 7 ninja swords that have always been in charge. They are responsible for keeping the ninja sword scrolls, which can store and channel the 7 ninja swords. The Ghost Lamp Full Moon is not only the second master of the double swords flounder, but also a genius who can skillfully use the 7 ninja swords. The official book of formation evaluates him as a child prodigy loved by ninja swords, and he himself is naturally a knife lover. What a big breath. Due to Suzuki's age, Ghost Lantern Moon originally thought it was a child's prank, but thinking that since the other party could attend this kind of occasion, there must be something extraordinary, so he silently wrote down the time and place. Negotiations continued, culminating in Kirigakure's major concessions. Although the thought of being synchronized with the dragon made Hiruza Sarutobi somewhat dislike the brutal rule of Kirigakure, just like the dragon could not understand the dirty nobles of the kingdom of Goa, but his degree of synchronization is not that high after all. After the initial fever, rational inertial thinking still takes the lead. After all, the revolution is methodical, even if it is long himself, it is impossible to fight with one of the 5 great ninja villages on a whim. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly decided to take the safe path of encircling a big country by a small country and overthrowing the regime by force. But if you want to make achievements externally, you must first stabilize your internal forces. After re-establishing his prestige as Hokage with tough external means, Hiruzuru Sarutobi bowed uncharacteristically to all the clan chiefs and said, "You have worked hard all these years." Although the various patriarchs were also very flattered, most of the people present were not fools. Knowing that courtesy requires others, Hokage-sama still hadn't completely given up on his previous radical ideas. It's just that everyone thinks it's not bad. Especially the patriarchs of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, their brains are not bad, and they have pondered over the taste for so many years. The high-level people of this generation will easily torment their own people if they live in peace for a long time, so it is better to fight properly. There is a reason why the military raises bandits to respect themselves. In Suzuki's previous life, every time internal conflicts intensified in the Eagle Country, it would launch foreign wars to divert attention. Although the patriarchs of the 2 clans may not be able to fully understand this truth, Suzuki is quite happy to continue to let the 3 generations and the dragon synchronize, and insert the red flag of Konoha all over the ninja world. Soldiers, murder weapons, saints have to use them. War will indeed bring disaster and pain, but instead of allowing Kato of Wave Country, Shedding of Kongren Village, Chixing of Zingren Village and others to steal high positions, it is better to ask the sun and the moon to change the sky. Ghost Moon didn't listen carefully. He is young, you can't expect every kid to understand the open and dark arrows in diplomatic situations. Only know that the 3rd Hokage was forced to show the wonderful ninjutsu of controlling the weather, so Kirigakure suffered. Unfortunately, there is no way to change this. Anyway, due to the perverse behavior of the 4th generation of Mizukage in the past few years, especially the persecution of the blood successor boundary family, Ghost Lantern Menu does not have a strong sense of belonging to the village. He is destined to only love ninjutsu in his life. Therefore, after the Kirigakure envoys returned to the hotel in disgrace, Ghost Lantern Moon began to wait for the time agreed by Suzuki. The hotel where Konoha stayed at Kirigakure naturally has eyes and ears, but the ghost lamp full moon can turn into a puddle of water and slip out quietly in the dark. And Suzuki has been fighting wits and courage with Umbu's eyeliner all year round, and the place he chooses is also sufficiently concealed. On the other side, the atmosphere at Suzuki's house was good today. Fuyu smelled a hint of optimism from this meeting. He was happy today and even drank some wine as an exception. The second son gave full play to his talent of persuading wine as a flower grower in his previous life, and kept encouraging Fuyu until he was a little drunk, fell asleep after eating, and his mother went back to the room early to take care of him. Suzuki's mother's name is Uchiha Mikato. Maybe it's because of this name that Suzuki's Thunder Tunnel talent is so outstanding. As a mother, she is happy right now. Both sons are excellent. Although the eldest son has been a little worried recently, the younger son has always been very well behaved. She is also very relieved of Suzuki. And Itachi was probably still squatting on the electric pole near Naruto's house, so Suzuki waited until about the same time, and silently touched it with his flying scythe. I opened Shiro's clairvoyance all the time, bypassing the cameras that Konoha had installed for the Uchiha clan, and several hidden places where Umbu might be ambushing and waiting, which is better than the jungler in the high-end game. While circling around Suzuki, he was still thinking, I am not very free in what to do with my identity, and I have to find a chance to get rid of these constraints sooner or later. However, his walking route was coquettish enough, and he arrived at the place agreed with Ghost Lantern Moon, which was the firefighting scene of Itachi Uchiha a few days ago. Although the rescue was timely, the factory was completely abandoned, and the surrounding area was very quiet. However, from the point of view of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, after all, it is inside Konoha, and it is easy to alarm the defense as a place where ninjas are fighting. After all, when ninja fights, they either destroy the world or destroy the pots and pans, which are very noisy. But Suzuki didn't worry about this at all. If he really used his full strength, he would be very covered instead. Only you. The full moon of the ghost lamp is facing the moonlight, and seeing only a little ghost standing in front of him, I feel like being fooled. Suzuki started to project directly, and the normal form of Pisces appeared in his hand. Although Suzuki is only 1.2 meters tall now, which is equivalent to a Pandora, holding a samurai sword of about 1 meter is a bit funny, but when he holds the sword and puts it in a stance, the ghost lamp full moon can't help but secretly said, it looks like an old Jiangyu. It's my arrogance. It seems that you are a person who knows how to use a knife. He immediately put away his contempt. Suzuki nodded and said, a true master always has the heart of an apprentice. Makes sense. Gai Dangmenu felt more and more interesting about this Konoha boy. Thinking of Suzuki's projection magic, he couldn't help but smile and said, so you can also psychic ninja swords, but unfortunately, my reserve is higher than yours. Ninjas generally can't stand others showing off their housekeeping skills in front of them. In addition, Suzuki was young after all, and he was sure that no one was around, so he directly took out the scroll handed down from generation to generation and unfolded it, on which were written the representative characters of the 7 ninja swords in turn. In addition to the broken knife, beheading broadsword, thunder knife, teeth, and big knife shark in the hands of rebel, explosive knife, spray, double knife, flounder, blunt knife, knife, and long knife, sewing needle have been summoned by him one after another. Out. Sasuke stared intently at these ninja swords with extraordinary characteristics, nodded and said, "Very well, your sword is my sword. What do you want to say in the end?" Ghost Lantern Moon frowned. He originally thought that Sasuke, as a colleague, would be bluffed by his hand, but the other party's expression gradually became excited. Sasuke took a step forward and spit out a mantra in response, "I am the bone of my sword. I am the bone of the sword I hold." 017. This expression of jealousy, steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Sasuke is still chanting, but the ghost moon is getting more and more strange. It is true that some large-scale ninjutsu require complicated seals and preparations, but I have also heard of someone who seals by mouth. It can only be said that it is a pity that Ghost Lantern Menu has not read Western fantasy novels, and did not understand the reason for interrupting spellcasting and singing. And having said that, with his name as a child prodigy, it is impossible for him to make the first move in a duel with a 6-year-old child. Not to mention that Sasuke has already projected Pisces self-defense in advance. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke had finished singing the last line. "So as I pray, unlimited blade works." In an instant, with his body as the center of the circle, the dazzling light continued to spread and stretch around, accompanied by unprecedented energy fluctuations. What happened? Facing the air current and light aroused in front of her eyes, Ghost Lantern Menu could not help but subconsciously cover her eyes with her palms, and tightly held the most convenient pair of knives, flounder. The field of vision quickly recovered, and the completely changed surrounding scene made Ghost Lantern Full Moon stunned. But the common point is that they are all filled with various swords and swords that have been projected and recorded over the years, and Sasuke is no exception. And his world of infinite swords is a warm beach, with all kinds of swords stuck in the sand. Is it an illusion? Solution. After trying to dispel the illusion to no avail, Ghost Lantern Moon remembered what Sasuke had conveyed to him on a note. "Is this what you said, the ultimate way of the sword?" He quickly went through the common sense of ninjutsu in the past in his mind, and found that he had never seen this operation before. So why the beach? He couldn't help complaining. The third Hokage had already shown a wind escape that far surpassed that of Kaze Cage during the day. Don't you Konoha ninjas even plan to leave the sand for Sakai? Sasuke showed a devilish smile and said, "Because I've always wanted to see, you're jealous of my expression." Ghost Lantern Moon was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help laughing wildly. "I'm jealous of you. Funny. The keeper of the 7 ninja knives will be jealous of your scrap copper and iron. Stop joking." This is his pride as a descendant of the Ghost Lamp family. Even though the weird space ninjutsu displayed by Sasuke is indeed amazing, he still believes that the ninja knife in Wien village is the #1 in the world. But Sasuke's expression gradually brightened. "Your ninja sword is really good." The sword in Sasuke's infinity sword system is the result of him recording the autumn wind around Konoha for so many years, relying on the face of the Uchiha clan and his own cute appearance. Compared with the knife, it is still inferior. It's good to know. Ghost Lantern Menu was just about to use his sword skills to try to break through this space, but the next moment, something unbelievable happened to him. The 4 sets of ninja swords that he regarded as treasures appeared in Sasuke's hands one by one under the continuous reading of the notes, and were inserted on the beach one by one, the same as the treatment of many swords before. "It's a pity that the next second will be mine." Sasuke said the second half of the sentence, and then calmly admired the shocked expression of Ghost Lantern Moon. Although it is beyond common sense, bizarre things happen one after another, and Ghost Lantern Full Moon's ability to accept an imagination also diverges accordingly. Just at this time, the name of the copy Ninja Kakashi has already started in the ninja world. I am ashamed to say that Sharingan is clearly the Uchiha clan's blood successor limit, but only Heide Kakashi, the #1 technician in Konoha who is proficient in 7 chakras, can copy thousands of ninjutsu records. Get this title. I understand, your ability is to copy swords. Ghost Lantern Full Moon guessed right, but he was still a little puzzled. This guy didn't even open Sharingan. How did he copy my ninja sword away? Sasuke was non-committal. Unlike some villains, he had a hobby of explaining his abilities. He just thought of another way to pretend, and shouted sword. As a result, many swords on the beach flew up in the air according to his will, covering the sky and the sun. Fantasy collapsed. With a loud shout, explosive knife droplet exploded in a double sense. This is one of Emiya Shiro's abilities. By destroying the noble phantasm, it detonates the magic power in it and inflicts heavy damage on the opponent. The detonating talisman on the knife detonated at the same time as the magic power in the whole knife. On this day, Sasuke entered the realm of the nuclear bomb sword fairy again. Ghost Lantern Moon didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his wrist, the bandage covering Flounder's body quickly fell off, revealing a liberated form that could shake Susanoo away. If the shark muscle is a fish that looks like a knife, then the flounder is a knife that looks like a fish, and it will form a chakra aggregate after liberation. Shark muscle can continuously absorb chakra to become stronger, and the liberated flounder can also strengthen its own chakra by continuously killing enemies, all of which are weapons that become stronger as they fight. After all, the explosive knife is biased towards the physics department, and the energy it contains is not enough, and the damage caused by Fantasia Honkai is also limited. But Suzuki's application of explosive swords made him unable to bear the surprise. Could it be that you can even completely copy the characteristics and sword skills of ninja swords? Suzuki picked up the projection flounder, released it and said, "That's right, your ninja sword is already in my shape." Emiya Shiro can not only project noble phantasms, but can also read the history of weapons, and can even project sword skills such as shooting and killing hundreds of heads. Damn it, it's just a fake. Gaidang Menu was furious, and pointed at the explosion marks caused by the droplets. "And you fight by destroying ninja swords, you are not a sword lover at all. Are you worthy to talk about swords with me?" His belief in the way of the sword is quite devout. "What do you say?" Suzuki projected the droplets again, and looked at the ghost lamp full moon like a fool. The ability to project again is Emiya Shiro's confidence in being able to display the illusion of collapse. This Ghost Lantern Moon had to admit that he did feel a little bit of jealousy. Even though he was called a child prodigy, he didn't know how much training time he had spent in order to master the usage of different ninja swords, but Suzuki was able to steal it just by looking at it. "And every knife can be reborn like a beheading sword, damn it, so sour. Is this what Cha Lemon feels like?" Ghost Lantern Full Moon lost his will to fight. 018, there is only one answer. There is a reason to accept it as soon as it is good. Having already obtained the record of 4 ninja knives, Suzuki is actually unnecessary, and there is no need to fight with the Ghost Full Moon. It's just that the play still needs to be sufficient, and the force must also be pretended. He manipulated the sword. Ling Kajayao pointed at the Ghost Lamp Full Moon and said, "Everyone has their own gains tonight. Considering the contract that Kanaha and Kirigakure just signed today, let's stop for now. And how about keeping tonight's matter a secret?" Ghost Lantern Moon thought about it carefully, and the so-called gain of each is, "I have gained knowledge, and Suzuki copied his ninja sword, so why do I feel like I am at a loss? But there is no way. I followed him out of curiosity and absolute confidence in my own strength. Curiosity kills people. And the opponent's terrifying ability, and the situation in the hinterland of Kanaha, made him have to suffer from this dumb loss. Is it Uchiha Suzuki? I have written down this grudge." He had asked the envoys about Suzuki's name, and he remembered it deeply in his heart. Although Suzuki's ability seems to restrain his ninjutsu, according to the records of the Ghost Lamp family, the ancestors seem to have developed an infinite blast ninjutsu. Legend has it that when it reaches its maximum power, a giant will appear. Ghost Lantern Full Moon decided not to rely solely on ninja swords in the future, but to carry forward the family's secret arts. Even if pulled into no matter how dangerous the environment, he can still explode into the sky. If Suzuki knew what he was thinking, he might be disdainful and said, "When you develop the power of steam and danger, I will drive the real giant Susanoo long ago." In short, Ghost Lantern Menu decided to give up for the time being. He pulled back enough distance and said, "I will take back the ninja sword, and you will also undo this ninjutsu." Suzuki nodded, and then began to lift the infinite sword restriction. In fact, Shiro Emiya said long ago when he fought against Gilgamesh that no matter how many weapons he copied with his own infinite sword system, it would be difficult to win against a heroic spirit who specializes in a certain treasure. It's just that Jin Bingshen is too careless, has countless treasures in the harem, and usually doesn't use them well. He insists on shooting them out as if showing off his wealth, which leads to low proficiency, and the strongest EA has a particularly long front swing. Although Ghost Lantern Moon is also very hardworking, he only uses 4 sets of ninja swords, and all of them are proficient. The sword projected by Suzuki is already a level lower than the original version, and it is impossible to win by fighting with swordsmanship, unless you continue to use Phantasm Honkai, but Suzuki is still young, and the amount of chakra is already in a hurry. If the ghost lamp is full of moons and heads are determined to fight recklessly, Suzuki has no choice but to resort to a move called Chaotic Sky Puppet, which is specially used by Quincy to fight to the death. As long as this move is used, the body can continue to fight before the body turns into dust, enough for him to leapfrog to kill Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Ghost Lantern Moon was in a bad mood, and left quietly under the night, while Suzuki was a little faint. Every world has different rules for each world. In the Naruto world, his synchronized moves are naturally completed by consuming chakra. "It feels like my body has been hollowed out, I really want to grab a Uzumaki tribe and bite." Suzuki returned the same way as he was talking to himself. In fact, Takashi Kondo, the voice actor of Ghost Lantern Moon, has played many famous roles, such as Highberry Kyoya in The Tutor, Toray in Black Cat, and Hayama Hayato in Spring Things. In Hokage, he is even more of a model worker, and he is responsible for multiple roles such as the Ghost Lamp brothers, the first generation of Mizukage Balion, and Sai's brother Shin. The most outrageous thing is that Indra, the eldest son of Lyudeo, is also matched by him. That is to say, if Suzuki has the opportunity to use his ability on him, he can awaken the oldest human uchiha. But first, it's dangerous to get close to him. Secondly, he is not like the Ghost Lantern Water Moon in the future, he is his subordinate. Why should he cheat on outsiders? Even if it is a ghost, it is only intimidated by the strength of the future self and Orochimaru, and it is not considered 100% reliable as its own person, so it is not eligible to enjoy the treatment of giving away. Sasuke could still figure it out in his heart. Only a brother like Itachi who will think about himself at any time, and a good brother like Naruto who will never leave even if he becomes a traitor, are worthy of his simultaneous strengthening. But the kind of partners who are only related to interests, and who may turn against each other at any time, it would be good not to synchronize some strange personalities for you. The next day, the frustrated Kirigakure envoys didn't want to stay any longer and left Konoha quickly, and Sasuke also returned to a peaceful daily life. It's just that there is unrest in the calmness. The battle between him and Naruto is getting louder and louder day by day. After using the method of using thoughts to fully master the chakra, Naruto's massive chakra finally has a place to use. Sasuke's synchronization ability is originally a method of imparting the ability to use it. As for the specific application effect, it depends on the individual's understanding and chakra level, or the number of spiritual pressure, or the number of magic circuits. And Naruto's chakra is enough to make Kakashi sad, and the middle-aged Sasuke shed tears. The talent is not bad. What kind of entanglement, absolute, refining, hair, making it perhaps better than the aborigines in the hunter world. Sasuke often had to project his sword to defeat him, and such a high-quality battle also allowed them to grow rapidly. Sasuke rarely got injured by relying on his flying scythe, while Naruto relied on his beast-like physique to recover quickly from injuries. Gradually, Naruto, with his nerves as big as Naruto, discovered something unusual about himself. Sasuke, why do you say that my physical strength and resilience are so good? Occasionally, he would ask his best friend a question. Whenever at this time, Sasuke would quietly change the subject. Hey, Abo, the ramen is a thief. Let's go eat ramen. And Naruto would often take the bait smoothly, forgetting his question just now. He was just asking casually, and didn't expect to get an accurate answer. After all, even teachers and adults cannot answer this question. But Sasuke really knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. It's hard to keep secrets. Sasuke sometimes can't help but imagine a scene. I yelled at Naruto, Uzumaki upright arrow vortex down right arrow Naruto upright arrow. Why is your resilience so strong? Why do you have so much chakra? Why are you rejected by most people? All the Umbu in the background stopped talking and quickly ran towards themselves. But he still laughed wildly and said, there is only one answer, and you are Nine Tails Jinchuriki, ahahaha. Not to mention, this picture is quite emotional when you think about it. Even if you really say that, Naruto will probably say, what is Renzuriki? And he had to explain so many words, and Umbu had already taken them away. The life of being under surveillance is still difficult, and now he can only continue to improve his personal strength. In addition to the daily sparring with Naruto, after hearing the rumors about the ninja school, his father and elder brother gradually began to value their own potential and wanted to teach them the advanced fire escape. However, Sasuke is very clear that the main direction of his future development is laid done. 019, no one understands illusion better than me. Although the Uchiha family is known for being good at using fire escape, the family symbol emblem Uchiha also represents the manipulation of flames. The advantage of Sharingan is dynamic vision. Although Sasuke has not opened his eyes yet, he guesses that under the visual effect of Sharingan, the changes and movements of other things will mostly slow down like reading frames in slow motion. This is a great advantage in battle, but the disadvantage is that sometimes even if the eyes can catch the opponent's movements, it is useless if the reaction nerves cannot keep up. Therefore, Sharingan and Lei Dun are a match made in heaven, a perfect match, just like Lao Ba's stinky tofu, fermented bean curd and Laoganma. And it has to be said that Indra was originally the legendary god of thunder, and it was only natural for Sasuke to take thunder escape as the main development direction. However, except for Kakashi and the deceased 4 of the Guardian 12 ninjutsu, the strongest inheritance of thunder escape ninjutsu is basically in Union Village. After all, other people's villages are located on high mountains with humid climate and shrouded in clouds and mist, and there are more frequent lightning strikes on the terrain, so they can also get insights from the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Union's style of school seems to rely on physical talent. Most of the Thunder Dun powerhouses in the village are muscular black brothers. If they don't become ninjas, they may be able to carry the coffin. Sasuke couldn't help thinking about his abilities. In fact, among the Konoha ninjas, there are quite a few who can synchronize the ability of the Thunder system. Shikamaru alone can synchronize 2 Amano Jinji in the Shining Duo and Zinhong Pepper in JoJo. Another example is that Zishui can synchronize Li Shunshang, who has the ability to discharge his sister in Black Contractor. Naruto can also synchronize with Rambo, the Guardian of Thunder and Family Teacher. Hinata can synchronize with Feet, who uses the Thunder Battle Axe, and Magical Girl Nanaha. The most magical thing is that the young Saratobi Konohamaru can synchronize with the most famous Thunder character, Pikachu by God. It's just that these messy abilities can't be learned by themselves even if they are synchronized. Sasuke thought for a long time, but he still has to start with himself. After recalling the many characters played by Sugiyama Noriaki, Suzuki suddenly had an inspiration, and communicated with the system, choose to synchronize the ability of Abe Sime and Onmyoji. After a while, he felt a firm belief in protecting Heian-kyo ignited in his body. Suzuki shook his head, dismissing the thought. A person's energy and wallet have limits. In his previous life, he already had no money to protect Konoha, Arad, Rhodes Island, and the Honkai world. Where can he find Heian-jing after crossing? In fact, Sime, who was set in the mobile game Onmyoji, has lost the memory and power of being the most powerful Onmyoji, and most of his skills are support and control, but Suzuki has taken a fancy to his passive skills. When Thunder Emperor summons, after being attacked, there is a certain chance to summon Heavenly Thunder to counterattack the opponent, and there is a chance to cause dizziness. Suzuki had tried the mastery of Lightning Chakra very early, and he probably felt this ability, and then excitedly went to Naruto to challenge him one-on-one. This time, Suzuki specifically suggested that both sides should not use too strong chakra, and just compete head-to-head. Naruto was delighted when he heard it. Isn't his strong body the advantage? Even if the moves and speed are not dominant, it can exhaust your stamina to death. The most important thing is that in previous fights, due to Suzuki's fast-moving movement after using the flying scythe, he was often beaten passively, and he couldn't even play with the shadow of his opponent. This kind of duel really lacks gaming experience. Shouldn't real men be head-to-head? Today finally got the chance. Naruto couldn't wait. It was the first time to inflict a scar on Suzuki. If it's a brother, come and cut me. Under the setting sun, the two quickly started to fight each other with bastard fists. This scene looks very youthful at first glance. Although Naruto's martial arts foundation is far from that of Naruto, he was able to resist the beating. After Suzuki's physical strength declined, he finally hit Suzuki with his fist for the first time, and then gradually fought back and forth. Just when Naruto was excited to avenge so many beatings before, suddenly as he punched Suzuki again, a thunder fell from the sky. Even though Suzuki's lightning chakra wasn't strong enough, Naruto scalded his head and fell to the ground with smoke all over his body. Didn't you say you don't need ninjutsu? Naruto got up and said aggrieved. Suzuki shook his head with a smile. You may not believe it, this is a passive skill. There are gains and losses. Although Suzuki successfully experimented with the effect of the new skill, the price was that the angry Naruto decided not to compete with him for the time being, mainly because Naruto was afraid of being struck by lightning. But Suzuki is not idle. Although due to the changes of the 3 generations of Hokage, the Uchiha clan has not considered a coup for the time being, and the crisis of Shisui should not come so soon. But Suzuki is very clear that with the age and experience of the 3 generations of Hokage, it is difficult for him to completely change his thinking, not to mention that the other 3 high-level leaders are very hostile to Uchiha, and he must quickly become stronger. First of all, as a Uchiha, it is natural to open Sharingan. However, the opening of Sharingan requires strong emotional stimulation, and although Suzuki has inherited the physique of the Uchiha clan, he likes to pretend to be aggressive and has clear love and hatred. But he is a time traveler after all, and he has also synchronized some of the personalities of the 2 warm men, Ishida Uryu and Emiya Shiro, and his temperament is relatively mature. In addition, the small life is still relatively moist, lacking the conditions to open the eyes. So, he remembered his conjecture not long ago, and found his classmate, Ino Yamanaka. For the sake of the male god, Ino has been asking his father about family secrets for a while, and Hiki Yamanaka is very pleased. My daughter is really sensible, and the family inheritance is hopeful. However, Yindun itself is relatively complicated and mysterious. Although the young Ino already had a certain understanding of its concept, he still couldn't understand it thoroughly. The little girl was worrying about whether she was innately dull, and it might be difficult to stand on the same stage with a genius like Suzuki in the future. Suzuki personally found her. Ino was overjoyed. Maybe for a gentle boy like Suzuki-kun, asking for help is also a way to get closer. She poured out all her troubles to Suzuki, and the latter also thoughtfully asked her about her situation, and patted her Ino and said, according to my guess, you actually have the talent to learn illusion. Illusion? Me? Ino blinked, a little in disbelief. Of course, trust my eyes. Suzuki quickly changed several exaggerated and confident gestures with his hands and said, no one knows illusion better than the Uchiha clan. 020, the ahead is hell. The Kurama clan has weakened, and Uchiha Shisui is in the limelight. Suzuki is indeed qualified to say so. You try to gather the chakras on your eyes, and then you have a strong thought. Suzuki continued to guide. He just seemed to inadvertently pat the shoulder, infusing Ino with the personality of Urquhart Brunstadt, and now he is guiding her to try to master this power. No matter how strong the ability is, it also needs to have a suitable user. Most people will die suddenly after transplanting Zujian cells. Even if it is a rare qualified person like Yamato, the wooden escape that he can display is far from that of Senshou Zujian. However, the world of Naruto is about blood, and the family in the mountains has studied spiritual mysteries for generations, just like a magician can pass on magic circuits to future generations, and her DNA is also engraved with a special affinity for Yindun. and the two abilities of the true ancestor are similar to those of Yindun. Following Suzuki's step-by-step guidance, Ino's pupils finally gradually turned into a dazzling golden color, which was the sign of the activation of the demon eye of charm. Very well, now you experiment with me, imagining the most tragic thing you can think of, and moving it into my mind. Suzuki has a face that I will not go to hell, who will go to hell, and volunteers to become a test product. He tried many ways to stimulate himself to open his eyes, but once he had a deliberate idea, the effect was often unsatisfactory. And the magic eye of charm, which can modify memory to achieve a perfect illusion, can just meet this need. He wants to create a hell in his mind. How is this possible? Ino volunteered to be afraid of accidentally hurting Suzuki. Fine. Suzuki repeated the gesture just now. No one knows illusion better than me, and naturally knows how to defend. It's normal for us to discuss ninjutsu, just like the usual actual combat drills. Don't be merciful. Just let it go. Illusion, the solution is up to me. At the same time, he also took out a water-based pen, and wrote on the palm of his hand, if you see this line of words, if you have not opened Sharingan, let Ino remove the charm effect. It is necessary to be defensive. Although Ino is not a bad girl, she still needs to be on guard against the outbreak of her sickly personality and inadvertently tampering with the situation of, you only belong to me. With his firm tone, Ino finally strengthened his confidence and focused his golden pupils on Suzuki. Why do you think so much? How could Suzuki be affected by the illusion of a beginner like me? Her mind turned, and she had conveyed the most tragic and terrifying thing she could think of into Suzuki's mind. Suzuki, who has already made up his mind, is constantly stuffed with strange thoughts and memories in his mind, but these memories seem a little strange. I have acne, I'm so fat that I can't fit all the clothes, Suzuki-kun fell in love with another girl. This kind of messy memory mixed with sad emotions was perfectly integrated into Suzuki's consciousness under the effect of the magic eye of charm, but his logical thinking quickly found something wrong. Why am I afraid that I will fall in love with others? Girl? He rubbed his head, and then saw the words on his palm. After all, the effect of Ino's magic eye was limited by his own strength, and it was not so thorough. After Suzuki saw this line of words, he immediately realized that it was just a false memory. Then, he couldn't help but smiled bitterly and said, Ino, are you going to use this enlightened illusion to become a ninja? Ah, did you really receive them all? Ino's face instantly flushed red. After all, she is the eldest lady of a famous family, with a harmonious family and a happy life. Suzuki asked her to imagine tragic things, and only thought of some troubles of girls' families. It's just that he didn't expect that these silly thoughts of his would actually be conveyed to Suzuki as illusions, and it's too shameful. But amidst the embarrassment, she also realized, could it be that she is really an illusion genius? Listen to me, Ino, it's shameful to waste talent. You know the experience of the Kurama clan, right? Suzuki continued to follow the lead. Ino nodded. They are all big ninja clan. I have heard about it. The Kurama clan is an illusion family with the same reputation as the Uchiha clan. They have the blood succession limit, which can control people's 5 senses through illusion. If they are deeply involved in illusion, you will also suffer real damage. In the animation plot, Kurama Yakumo, the most outstanding descendant of the Kurama family, can even turn illusion into reality through painting, which is very close to the realization of the true ancestor's fantasy. It's just that there are very few people in the Pommel Horse clan who can inherit the ability of blood inheritance, so they are gradually weakening. Now when this family is mentioned, people will sigh. Ino's family's sense of honor is still relatively strong. In the Chunin exam of Sanhedrin, after being mastered by the opponent's puppet imitation technique, he once said shamelessly, I have completely embarrassed the Mountain family. I will work hard to practice this ability. She made up her mind that the next time she made a move, she must create a truly terrifying illusion. Take me as an experiment, or show you a few stories as inspiration. Suzuki took out several handwritten versions of the text. He had also prepared for this by copying a few particularly tragic fairy tales from his previous life. Considering Ino's age and ability to accept, it is not suitable to read works that are too depressing, so Lao Su will not be allowed to take over the writing for the time being. However, in the fairy tales that Suzuki showed to children in his previous life, there were a lot of depressing content, especially the original Grimm's fairy tales, which can be called the Dark Bible. Suzuki once suspected in his previous life that many of the stories in it were intended to scare disobedient children to sleep. Many normal fairy tales are also tragic and depressing, such as The Little Match Girl, The Happy Prince, and so on. Ino turned a few pages, either trembling from fright or moistening his eyes from being healed, but finally he had inspiration. Come on, Yin-Yang Dun is a ninjutsu that creates all things. It can be said to be the way of heaven. It controls all abilities. As long as you wish, fate will be on your side. Suzuki continued to give inspirational speeches, and he also worked hard to open Sharingan. These handsome-sounding words inspired Ino's confidence. So, under the gaze of her strong hope and golden pupils, various tragic memories appeared in Suzuki's mind. It's hell ahead. Ordinary illusions, even if he was hit, he could still react, but the principle of the magic eye of charm is to operate memory, and the interweaving of countless dark fairy tales finally made the negative energy in Suzuki's heart reach a critical point. He let out a low growl like a beast, and Ino felt a little scared, and was about to get up and ask the adults for help, but Suzuki stretched out his hand to hold her. All the dynamic scenes in front of me, the flying birds in the sky and the circling fallen leaves seem to be in slow motion, and I can clearly see the decomposition of every step. What an advantage this will be in battle. Suzuki sighed. If he had such eyes in his previous life, he would have been the king of games long ago. This thing is indeed very good, but the chakra consumption is a bit high. Suzuki had to turn it off after opening it for a while, and he understood Kakashi a little bit. He took out the mirror and took a look. Both eyes are single-hook jade, but as long as you have it, it is dash times better than not having it. He couldn't help but think of what a senior uchiha who looked very similar to himself said: curse yourself for not having the fate of writing Sharingan. Having Sharingan does make it easy for people to feel superior. Although the senior was hacked to death by Fei Lishan after saying this sentence. But it's not wrong to lose. After all, his opponent Senjutomona has super perception and water escape, flying thunder god and dark walking technique, so many configurations to restrain the Uchiha clan. In the era when Fei Lei Shenjian was lost, there were not many natural enemies of Sharingan. If you activate this Hyba kaleidoscope in the future, and cooperate with the activation of the Flying Scythe Kick and Thunder Dun cells, you may become the #1 speed in the ninja world of the new generation. Suzuki, your eyes. Ino was fortunate to be the first viewer to witness Suzuki's Sharingan. My Sharingan, not many people know about it. Ninjas must hide their killer moves. Although he didn't quite understand the situation, Suzuki's words warmed Ino's heart. Suzuki-kun was willing to share secrets with him. She also agrees with this sentence: ability information is very important for ninjas, and it is best to make a fortune silently. I will also hide the ability of my eyes so that others will not know. Ino's heart is very sweet, and there is another commonality of pupil skills, which makes them more and more suitable. Suzuki nodded and said, okay, let's treat it as a secret between us. It's best not to mention it even to family members. Ino was slightly taken aback. Does that include parents? Yes. Suzuki couldn't help but think of a certain young man, and said deeply, the top-level illusion that can control others will easily attract the covetousness of a villain in the village, but don't worry, that villain won't live long. Although she didn't know who the villain Suzuki was talking about, Ino still understood the reason why she was guilty of the crime, and she nodded obediently. Suzuki couldn't help sighing, looked at a crow not far away, and thought in his heart, even children understand the truth. Uchiha Shisui, why don't you understand? The crow turned and flew away. Half an hour later, Uchiha Shisui was sitting with Suzuki's brother Itaki talking about the future of the Uchiha clan. It was obviously a very serious topic, but Shisui found that Itaka seemed to be struggling to hold back his laughter. What's wrong with you today, so happy? Although Shisui has a gentle personality, he still felt that Itaka's expression was a little rude on this topic. Sorry, I think of happy things. Itake controlled his expression. What's so exciting about it? Shisui was a little curious. After all, Itaka's image has always been rather serious. My younger brother has started Sharingan. Itake quietly shared the result of peeping with the psychic beast crow. This is also Suzuki's troubles all the time. Life in Konoha has no right to privacy at all. There are cameras at home, a bunch of people follow him on the road, and his brother is still playing tailgating when he has nothing to do. Opening his eyes at the age of 6, he has already surpassed Itaki, who is a genius, which is indeed something to be happy about. But what Shisui envied Suzuki even more was his slick performance at the Kirigakure negotiating meeting last time. The Uchiha clan is not very good at communication, and it is their ninja way to say something badly. Although Shisui eagerly hopes to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the high-level Konoha, he doesn't know how to express and execute it. This obsession led him to produce a terrifying kaleidoscope pupil technique, Bitian. This technique is known as the strongest illusion technique, which can manipulate others at will without knowing it, and permanently and completely change people's thoughts and will. Your brother will be the future of the Uchiha clan. Zishui made a firm judgment. It's ridiculous, he's far worse than you. Itake thought it was a high hat, so he casually made a guest appearance. Do not. But Shisui's expression is very serious. Suzuki is very good at throwing swords and ninja tools, and he also has the communication attributes that people in the tribe have lacked since the death of ancestor Uchiha Mirror. This is indeed the truth. The Uchiha clan has always been aloof. Originally a teacher of the second Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, who was a classmate with the current Konoha executives, can be used as a bond between the family and the village. Unfortunately, this person died young, and Suzuki, who gets along well with everyone in the class and has struck up a friendship with Kyuubi Jinchuriki, can indeed rebuild this bond. Now, he has also mastered Sharingan. It can be said that he has gathered all the power of the Uchiha clan into one body. Let us celebrate him. Shisui took Itaka to his favorite shop of 3-color meatballs, preparing to celebrate with a big meal. A few hundred meters away from the meatball shop, Suzuki bypassed the crow guard's attack he used to guard, and watched the two of them with clairvoyance. This is not his revenge for his brother's voyeurism, but that the Uchiha family's family sacrifice is getting closer, and Suzuki is following Shisui. In the original plot, the Uchiha clan decided on the coup d'état at the ancestor sacrifice of this year, and Shisui decided to use other gods to control the patriarch Fuya during the sacrifice, thus strangling the rebellion. Although the changes in the third generation have somewhat eased the conflict between the two parties, Suzuki is still not at ease. It is too dangerous for such a fearsome ability of Byakugan Shin to be in the hands of a kind-hearted person like Shisui who is almost naive. In the original plot, he was so stupid that he directly confessed his abilities with the third Hokage. The passing Danzo heard it, and decisively took his eyes away, causing him to commit suicide. Of course, Suzuki can change Shisui's fate through his own ability, but blindly passive and patient is not justice in his eyes. What he wants to do is to lead the snake out of the hole and cut off the source of the evil in one go. The day of the ancestor's sacrifice is getting closer. During this time, the House of Hokage was very dynamic. The style of the supreme leader can affect the entire team, and Hiruzen Sarutobi has suddenly become particularly energetic recently. The original radical Danzo was very excited at the beginning, thinking that he finally had a common language with his old classmates, but soon he discovered that the specific ideas of the two could be said to run counter to each other. The essence of Danzo is to maintain Konoha's old system, but some of Sarutobi's recent ideas are a bit too subversive. He actually wanted to eliminate some unequal class contradictions, and the reason for launching the war was to save the suffering people in other countries. Are you kidding? Konoha was originally established by various big families, and the high-level people also represent the interests of the family they belong to, and kill themselves? Danzo quickly joined the other two elders to oppose Sarutobi, and repeatedly emphasized to him the Uchiha clan's family sacrifice is the top problem that needs to be solved right now. 022, Danzo, I'm ready. Hiruzuru Sarutobi was very helpless. Although he is Hokage, he is not an emperor, and he can enforce his own ideas and will. According to the experience of Suzuki's previous life, it is impossible for a real emperor to completely ignore the interests of the nobles and officials. Although Hiruzuru Sarutobi vaguely comprehended many things, he only synchronized the thinking and character of the dragon, and did not inherit his fighting experience. At this moment, he was extremely hopeful that there would be a like-minded partner who understood his ideas, but although there were many Konoha ninjas that fit his ideas, he couldn't think of one for a while. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has a much stronger personality, also developed a bit of disgust for Danzo's actions over the years. However, the remnants of softness and compromise in the protagonist's personality still made Hiruzuru Sarutobi remember his old feelings, and he only gave a few verbal warnings, and did not take specific measures to cut power for the time being. Sarutobi, I still say the same thing. War is a business that burns money. Once it is launched, it must be profitable. It must either plunder resources from other countries, or weaken the Uchiha clan's conspiracy. This principle, I think you should understand. Danzo's face was sullen. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the strength of the special envoy of the Water Kingdom, he secretly delighted, thinking that this old classmate had changed his sex. Unexpectedly, Danzo frowned and thought to himself, this guy just invested his weakness in other directions, sympathized with ordinary people, sympathized with suppressed rebels. After all, he was still soft-hearted, and came up with a bunch of ideas for reforming the system. How can the patriarchal clan left by our ancestors be changed? It is the daimyo who gives us money, not the people. He continued, if you want to fight against the outside world or reform the system, our opinion is that we only accept the Uchiha clan first, either tie them all to the battlefield, or weaken their privileges first. The other two advisors also nodded. Given their age and position, they were both stubborn conservatives. Hiruzuru Sarutobi's face was full of displeasure. He was originally influenced by the personality of the dragon, and he wanted to reform the New Deal starting from the Sarutobi clan first, and narrow the distance with the common people. Monkey D. Long, as a revolutionary, was more righteous in killing his relatives. His father was a naval hero, which did not delay him from fighting against the world government. Including the elimination of land mergers, as the vast land occupied by nobles, it is rented out to ordinary people to farm and make a living, reduce the redundant aristocratic system, let those idlers who hide under the blessing of the family to eat dry food, etc. put into production, etc., to build and serve public institutions such as education, employment and medical care for ordinary people with their own money and efforts. These measures will inevitably affect the interests of the big family. But Hiruzuru Sarutobi is very clear that the difference between the real virgin and the false virgin is, the real virgin sacrifices her own interests to help the poor, while the false virgin asks others to sacrifice their interests to help the poor. He originally wanted to imitate the noble character of the Thousand Hands clan. It was the founding family of Konoha, but it did not firmly hold power, and the descendants were distributed in many ordinary positions in Konoha, silently shining. And if the Sarutobi clan first implemented the New Deal by themselves, it would definitely be more persuasive. But these days, even if you want to suffer yourself, If according to the ideas of the three elders, starting from the Uchiha clan, others will only think that the so-called New Deal by the high level is to exclude dissidents, and it will naturally be difficult to carry out. Unable to reach a consensus for a long time, Hiruza Sarutobi could only smoke a stuffy cigarette. When he was in the worst mood, he couldn't help thinking how wonderful it would be if he could use his new ability to scrape away three old guys who were obtrusive to the eyes. However, Konoha is not without support for Hiruza Sarutobi's new proposition. There was a knock on the door outside the chamber, and Uchiha Shisui asked for an audience. Zishui is also a real saint, but the saint has gone too far, and she does not hesitate to brainwash the patriarch to protect Konoha, referred to as Ryuze for short. As a hero who repelled Kirigakure's conspiracy, he has a high status in Konoha and the right to know. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's new idea by chance, he can't wait to raise his hands and feet in favor. He asked to see Hokage today to report the situation of the Uchiha clan to the senior management on the eve of the clan festival. The unrest in the family is still very serious. Although Master Fuyu assured them that the village's future focus will be on foreign warfare, and it will inevitably rely heavily on the Uchiha clan, many of them are still worried that they will become cannon fodder. With a sincere heart, Shisui told the truth about the whole situation. Sarutobi Hiruza blushed when he said it. But the other three elders with thick faces and dark hearts didn't blush, and Danzo became even more excited. The matter of fighting for Konoha glory, how can it be called cannon fodder? During the peace talks with Kirigakure last time, Hokage-sama has shown enough goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. Shisui, shouldn't your clan do the same? How about making a concession? His old god is there. But any normal person can tell that this old guy is not speaking human words. After all, Kei Zishui is the holy mother of depth. After thinking about it carefully, he began to look for problems in himself. Without a trace of hesitation, he said naturally, I will attend the rally. If Fuyu intends to set off a coup, I will use other gods to change his mind and make him accept certain concessions. Don't be a god. Danzo raised his eyes, quite interested. Hiruza Sarutobi coughed and said, it's just a newly developed illusion, Shisui, you should step back first, and think about the solution. According to the original plot, it was because he explained the abilities of other gods to Danzo in detail that the latter coveted this pupil technique and forced Shisui to death. What a terrifying ability this is. Among the known types of illusions, such effects have never been heard. It's not wrong, it must be the kaleidoscope pupil technique. Danzo in this period has already started to use Orochimaru's research to transplant Sharingan to himself. Now that he heard about such an interesting ability, he greedily wants to take it for himself. The day of the family festival. Uchiha Shisui walked out of the house with a heavy heart, and suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away. Suzuki Uchiha. He smiled at Zishui, and asked in a non-children's tone, Brother Zishui, many people in the clan regard you as an idol. That was in the past. Zishui passed with a wry smile. In the past, his super strength and easygoing personality did attract many fanboys and girls, but since he decided to side with Konoha, he was called a white-eyed wolf and a traitor by many clansmen. Suzuki sighed and said, originally, I have already made a plan, but now, I still want you to choose for yourself, whether to stay at home today or insist on attending the rally. Zishui put away his smile. He sensed something deep in Suzuki's tone. I won't run away, he said with a firm face. Even if there is hell in front of you, Suzuki shrugged and asked. Even if there is hell in front of me, I will not hesitate. Shisui also thought that Suzuki was aware of his betrayal, and there was indeed a saying in the ninja world that 2 or 5 sons would go to hell. Okay, idol, this is your pick. Suzuki turned and left, and said silently in his heart, it's just that I will go to hell, Danzo I'm sure. 023, Hokage can't keep him. The original time for the sacrifice has not yet started, and Uchiha Shisui is on standby outside the Nanga shrine. He has an idealist heart and wants to prevent any party from being damaged. In the empty shrine, Suzuki was hiding in an attic, observing his every move from a distance with clairvoyance. With the adult Shiro personality, he knows that there is no peace without any sacrifices. He can give Shisui the personality of ruthless agent Li Shunsheng to avoid today's conflict, but as long as Danzo and the other 2 advisors are still in high positions, the rift between the top management and Uchiha cannot be eliminated. Instead of holding on to the crippled, it is better to tear open the wound and expose the hidden ugliness to others. Assistant is holding a video camera in his arms, and there is a spare beside him. Although the equipment is not as advanced as his previous life, Naruto World does have it. When Ninja graduated, there was a tradition of taking pictures very early, and the art form of film also appeared, not to mention that the Uchiha land was full of cameras. He had waited a long time for this day, and improved it a lot with strengthening magic. However, with the ninja's keen 5 senses, only after a fight can I wait for the opportunity to secretly take pictures. Suzuki doesn't know whether Danzo will come in the world where the plot has changed slightly, but as long as he arrives as scheduled, his plan will also start. He has had enough of the oppressive atmosphere in the clan and the life without privacy, and has even made a lot of preparations for becoming a rebel in exile. The time for the party was getting closer and closer, and a black-clothed Danzo finally appeared in the sight of Shisui and Suzuki. Sure enough, he couldn't resist the temptation of other gods. The following conversation was just like the plot in Suzuki's memory. What's the matter? Danzo-sama, the rally is about to start. Shisui saluted Danzo very politely. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said, what would you do if you used an illusion on Fugaku and persuaded Uchiha, but the village still hasn't changed? This sentence seems to be considered from Shisui's corner, but Suzuki guessed that it is very likely that this old guy wants to draw negative words from Shisui's mouth to find an excuse for his next behavior. It's like the joke that Suzuki heard in his previous life. The leader was captain the company's ball game, but he was fired the next day because he advanced to the company with his left foot. Danzo also brought his subordinates with him in this operation, so he still had to make a name for killing his own people. But Shisui is so natural. With a firm face, he said, Master Hokage promised me, and he will definitely change. Danzo frowned slightly. The superficial skills are so good, how can I kill you? So, he asked again, even if there are 3 generations of lobbying, the villagers' suspicion of you will not disappear, so what will you do then? Danzo's tone is very annoying, and most people will think, how can there be so many ifs? But he just wanted to arouse Shisui's anger. As long as there is a signal, Danzo can kill people openly and catch the eyes. But naturally suppressing the black stomach, Ji Shui still said calmly, I understand, just need to spend more time. Damn, with such a deep defense, don't you show any flaws? Danzo gritted his teeth. He thought Shisui was on the 5th floor, but in fact Shisui didn't move at all. Danzo was just making up his mind. Therefore, his question was more straightforward. Besides, a suspicious person like me will not change his mind easily. What will you do then? This question is already very embarrassing, but Shisui's tone is still unhurried. But, Danzo-sama. Danzo couldn't bear it anymore, opened his right eye and said, at that time, will you use your other gods against me? Shishui's expression remained unchanged, and he only said one word. And Danzo finally didn't want to pretend anymore, so he took Shisui's acquiescence to this sentence, raised his hand and grabbed it. Your Sharingan, I accept it. Although Shisui never expected that an elder Konoha would attack him frantically, his fighting instinct quickly released an illusion to Danzo with Sharingan. Feel sorry. Seeing Danzo fell into confusion, Shisui turned and walked away, and said softly, it's just an ordinary illusion, and I will wake up soon. Until now, he has not realized the seriousness of the problem. Moreover, he believed too much in his own eyes, thinking that even if his level was not high, he could subdue his opponent with the illusion of Sharingan. It's a pity that Danzo has already done sufficient research on Sharingan, and he also has a high-level Sharingan. While Shisui was still turning around, he received a heavy punch in the abdomen, and Danzo, who used the substitute technique to bypass, made consecutive shots cleanly, and finally took away his left eye. The movements are very skilled, and it looks like a habitual offender. Danzo, who successfully succeeded, also untied the bandage that had been wrapped around his face. He was wounded on the battlefield in his early years, and then the left half of his face and half of his body were wrapped in bandages, and in the later stage, it was to cover up the Sharingan and Zujian cells. Writing wheel eye. Shisui lost his left eye. No matter how stupid and sweet he is, he understands his situation. It will be a substitute for my eye. Give me the other one too. Holding the kaleidoscope Sharingan in hand, Danzo feels very happy. The Sharingan and Hashirama cells of the Uchiha clan are really suitable, the body full of vitality, the immortal Izanagi, and the power of other gods. He really wants to sing a song now, he's so excited. But Danzo is a villain who knows how to make up swords. With a signal, several ninjas from Umbu quickly appeared behind him, ready to completely deal with the aftermath. And Suzuki also felt that the timing was about the same, and while the two were concentrating on the battle, the camera in his hand kept shooting. After being under the surveillance of Umbu for so many years, Suzuki also felt a little revenge. And Suzuki, who had known the location of the battle long ago, made more than one-handed preparations in advance. He puts down the camera and takes one of the handles of his knife. This sword is one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, named Sewing Needle. This is a long knife connected with a steel wire. Naturally, this steel wire is not the kind used by rich women, but a sharp weapon that can cut off the opponent's hands and feet from a long distance. You must have sufficient skills to use sewing needles, otherwise you will hurt yourself. And Suzuki has already projected the sword technique of the long sword, who, although Suzuki's 2 movements were very subtle, they still attracted the attention of the root ninja. Who is there? Suzuki didn't answer, but silently said, Long sword ninja, ground spider seam. This is a cruel knife technique that hides multiple steel wires in the ground in advance, and is driven by the knife technique to cut off the enemy's legs and feet. The user of the long sword was originally one of the ruthless duo among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Once it was used, except for Danzo, who was proficient in air and escape, several root members became crippled amidst screams. This is Suzuki's awareness. When the number and experience are not dominant, no mercy can be tolerated. Since they were able to attack Shisui, who is also a Konoha ninja, they should have this awareness. Sasuke. Shisui's tone was full of surprise and bewilderment. Sasuke is dead, what idol did you choose? I'm sure Danzo, Hokage can't keep him, I said it. Sasuke finally appeared and raised the camera in his hand. Master Danzo, if you want to destroy the evidence, come closer to me. Danzo, who was still cautious just now, showed a trace of anger on his face. 024 Race with Izanaga. Danzo is a conspirator. And a creature like a conspirator is like the traitor in Three Kingdoms, killing the most life-saving. Danzo's traditional performing arts is to go along in the face of the deadly battle of Hokage in the past dynasties, and sometimes it will be a bit of a disservice. For example, in the Kyuubi rebellion, preventing the Uchiha clan from supporting the 4th Hokage. For example, in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, the old classmate Saname Hokage desperately resisted Orochimaru, but he didn't see him make a move. Another example is that Pain not only did not help in the battle to destroy Konoha, but also cut off the intelligence contact of Mount Miyagi. To a conspirator, outliving all his opponents is a victory. Therefore, when faced with the sudden change of his plot being revealed, his first thought was to run away. Anyway, Zishui's eyes are already in hand, so we need to escape from the scene first and then go to the roots to mobilize people. But the camera in Zo's assistant aroused his fear. Danzo didn't know why this guy happened to witness all this and filmed it, but he was sure that it was difficult for him to explain the video inside. And Sasuke's words just now aroused his anger. A mere kid from the Uchiha clan who is inherently evil dares to say that he will kill me? This old man is the darkness of the ninja world. I will execute you with my own hands. Danzo is just like Diablo, who spent his whole life chasing him, but ended up being reckless when he should admit he should be the most cowardly. Like the ghost lamp full moon, when he was sucked into Danzo of the infinite sword system, his first reaction was to use a seal to dispel the illusion. But the time wasted by this seal was enough for Sasuke to attack first. One-on-one with Danzo is the most risky move since his rebirth. The opponent has decades of combat experience and at least one Izanaga, and his body is only 6 years old. Combat is also bad for him. Once Danzo is allowed to use Izanaga continuously, the result will be very pessimistic even if he understands Izanaga's ability. His chakra volume cannot support a few minutes of high-intensity attacks. But as Emiya Shiro's synchro personality, Sasuke unconsciously moved closer to him in character. After a few years of wretched development, sacrificing Shisui's life to open attack his eyes, and then attack Danzo, it may be much safer. But as a partner of justice, the tragic fate is that, knowing the future development trajectory, he still can't help but draw his sword against evil. This is the true meaning of his letting Shisui make a choice. Today, in the inherent barrier, no one can keep Danzo unless he dies in battle. After so many years of surveillance, the anger of suspicion, and the anger at Danzo's various evil deeds, Sasuke didn't want to wait any longer. Speaking of which, the other two victims of Danzo, Yakushi Nanoyo and Yamato, respectively, have the same voice actors as Emiya Kuritsugu and Hisamiya. Just today, let's count down the evils of Danzo. Feel my anger and hatred. Sasuke opened Sharingan, and under his precise control, all the swords in the inherent barrier flew towards Danzo together. Are you using ninjutsu? The scenes I have seen on the battlefield are much bigger. Danzo sneered, and only regarded this move as a manipulative ninjutsu that Tiantian was good at. These swords were connected by invisible silk threads. The stitches that Sasuke used just now also confirmed his opinion. It's just that there are too many, but he still used his ninjutsu wind escape vacuum wave to save face. The head of the Danzo took a breath, and casually spit out countless sharp wind blades. This move can not only cut the opponent's body, but also cut off the connection of chakra, which is the best ninjutsu to restrain the puppet silk thread. The airflow passed through the sword, and directly aimed at Sasuke himself, but he didn't hide at all, but projected a pair of double knives connected to the chain. All the waves turned into my shield, all the thunder turned into my blade, Pisces. The knife in his left hand absorbed the airflow almost completely, but Danzo was also a cage-level character after all, and Sasuke's right half of his body was still cut open several times by the aftermath. Just a braggart brat. This move can cut off the opponent's chakra. Sasuke immediately showed a powerless posture, and the swords also fell to the ground one after another, lying powerlessly at Danzo's feet. He no longer regards Sasuke as a threat, and with a random seal, he is ready to kill him completely. The pain in his body constantly stimulated Sasuke, but he still showed a difficult smile. If you use the flying scythe, you can indeed avoid all attacks, but the protracted battle is not good for him. If you don't show off your acting skills, how can you make Danzo lower his vigilance and have no time to use his Izanaga? His whole body was burning with a dazzling blue light, which was the most powerful combat spirit technique of the Quincy master, pretending to be a sky puppet. After using this trick, as long as the body is not completely destroyed, he will continue to fight. The few wounds that Sasuke received were also within his control. They didn't hurt the vitals, and the ordinary pain didn't affect his next move at all. Danzo was in the middle of making seals, and suddenly felt huge energy fluctuations burst out from the scattered swords at his feet. Could it be that these ninja tools are not pulled by silk threads? Danzo widened his eyes. And Sasuke no longer pretended to be weak, and stood up vigorously. His eyes were bloodshot. Originally, with his character, he wanted to say a few coquettish words. For example, when did you have the illusion that I was controlling the sword with a silk thread? For example, take the trick, Danzo, this is the fantasy Honkai splash with a radius of XX meters. But Sasuke is very clear that the key to victory right now is whether he can blow up Danzo to death before Danzo cancels ordinary ninjutsu and bears Izanaga's 3 seals of Uchiha. Itaki, a ninja with a full seal ability set by the government, can form 6 seals in 1 second. Danzo is old and slow. Even if he cancels and releases it, it will take more than a second. 1 second is not too long, not too short. It is enough time for Platinum Star to kill a Dio, but Sasuke does not have absolute confidence. Just detonated the sword with the fastest speed, and there was a loud noise in the inherent barrier. Today's Konoha is another day of nuclear peace. Unlike Zion and 6,000 billion rings, not every sword in Sasuke's collection can be regarded as a treasure level like the 7 ninja swords, with extraordinary magic power. Even if his magic power is enough, it cannot be blown for a few minutes. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Sasuke stood up, wanting to confirm Danzo's life and death. Suddenly there was a stabbing pain from behind, and a kunai pierced his body. This is the kunai that Danzo dared to use to assassinate Susanoo. Do you still want to resist? You don't have chakra anymore, do you? Danzo's old voice came from not far behind. Sasuke sighed and let him drive Izanagi after all. But, what made you? I no longer have the illusion of chakra. He raised the Pisces principle in his right hand. 025, the most embarrassing sealing technique in history. Sasuke found himself still underestimating Danzo. If you only look at the original plot, this character does have a lot of embarrassing records. For example, stabbing Susanoo with kunai, killing a life by a shuriken, killing a psychic beast by a fireball of mercy, sealing half a bridge with life. But after all, he is a disciple of the 2nd generation of Hokage. The ninja who came from the war years. Even if he had the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the original plot, he would have killed him long ago if he hadn't relied on Karen and Obito. Between life and death, he still used his Izanagi, which could offset the fatal damage. However, the reason why Danzo only throws a kunai is because of the strong side effects of using Izanaga by the blood of the non-Uchiha family. Sharingan and Hashirama cells are too domineering, as can be seen from the after effects of Kakashi's use of Kamui and the survival rate of Yamato's batch of experiments. If the non-Uchiha family wants to control Sharingan, the best way is to reach a balance with the same strength of the column cells. Just like a strong acid neutralizes a strong base, a weak acid neutralizes a weak base. In the battle against Sasuke at the 5 Cages conference, Danzo was able to use Izanaga so many times in a row because he occupied the Sharingan of the entire Uchiha clan. The power of yin is strong enough. As a balance, it also can accommodate enough intercolumnar cells, and these intercolumnar cells can support him to use Izanaga many times. But the night of genocide has not yet happened, and Shisui's kaleidoscope has not even been transplanted. The Sharingan on him is obtained by searching for some Uchiha family dead, and it is not the strongest Sharingan. Therefore, Danzo cannot bear too many intercolumnar cells at this time, and cannot completely overcome the side effects of Izanagi. If you can control Sharingan casually, then Orochimaru has already installed it for yourself. At this moment, Danzo was out of breath, his whole body was in pain, and it was difficult to even move. But he still had a winner's smile on his face, because he knew that Sasuke's situation must be worse than his own. Before the pain spread to his whole body, he used his last strength to escape from the range of the explosion with a blinking technique, and threw a kunai thorn to hit Sasuke. How many chakras would a child have left to create such a terrifying explosion that forced him to sacrifice his Sharingan? Not to mention that Sasuke was hit by his own vacuum wave. The inherent barrier that is gradually dissipating at the moment is the best proof. Losing chakra and being stabbed by kunai, he must not be able to move, right? Danzo was thinking that, but Sasuke quickly turned around and raised his sword towards him. Why? Did I stab him in the vitals with a shuriken? Danzo's eyes widened. He had never heard of a kind of spiritual art called chaos pretending to be a sky puppet. It is true that Sasuke has difficulty maintaining the infinite sword system, and his body is already pineapple, but he can still move and fight. It doesn't matter, I can still use ninjutsu, and I have another Sharingan on my arm. He can't kill me. As long as I wait a little longer, I can get rid of the after effect. Holding the last chance, Danzo endured the pain all over his body and squeezed out chakra for defense. If Sasuke ran out of chakra and only swung his sword, he would not be able to hurt him at all. And the Sharingan on his arm provided him with the final guarantee. But Sasuke still had the last sword. Pisces burst out the wave of vacuum absorbed just now. Danzo's eyes widened. This is his own ninjutsu, naturally he can recognize it at a glance. Move. My body. Vacuum wave is a B-level ninjutsu, and the temporary defense cannot resist it at all. Danzo desperately began to seal Izanaga's seal, But how could Suzuki give him this time, and even if he had preset his Inaga to be activated when he was about to die, Suzuki, who knew this ninjutsu, could still control his strength, just enough not to hurt the trigger condition of life. One of the settings of Pisces-Lee is the 5 metal plates on the chain, which can change the speed and strength of the absorbed energy, so that the right sword can release different forms of energy. Suzuki broke through Danzo's temporary defense with a sword, and cut off his right hand in its entirety. At this time, his chakra can no longer maintain the infinite sword control, and the surroundings of the two have returned to the previous scene. Shisui had subdued the other Umbu, and was looking at the two who reappeared in astonishment. Danzo, let's count your crimes. Suzuki tore off the bandage on the severed arm, revealing a shocking handwriting sharing eyes. No matter how silly and sweet Shisui was, he couldn't help showing a shocked and unbearable expression on his face. He had just experienced what Danzo did to him not long ago, and he knew that for every extra eye, a clansman died without a whole body. Wait for me to announce all your deeds, and see how you explain it. Suzuki gradually moved away from Danzo, and picked up his video camera. It's not that he is soft-hearted, but that he is worried about whether Danzo has an S-level ninjutsu, the seal of the 4 elephants. Although it is said that in the original plot, Danzo released this move in order to defend the eye of Shisui, but it does not mean that he must not have planted this ultimate self-explosive bomb for himself at this time. Sure enough, stimulated by Suzuki's words, and thinking about the end of ruin, Danzo gritted his teeth and said, I have to admit that you are the stronger now, but in order to protect Kanaha's future, you will be with me. Die here. I saw his clothes peeled off, revealing the horizontal stripes of the seal texture, and then he seemed to transform into an octopus, continuously spraying out thick black ink. But Suzuki had predicted Danzo's movements long ago, and started to distance himself very early. From the moment he stretched out his hand, he activated the flying scythe, and by the way threw the camera in his hand in the opposite direction. Danzo, who still had a sliver of consciousness, saw that it was difficult to kill Suzuki with this move, so he retreated to the next best thing. Just as his body recovered some strength, he strode hard and ran towards the camera. As long as the evidence is destroyed, you will still be executed for killing Elder Kanaha, and you don't want to live alone even if I die. Danzo ran hard, dragging out a black avenue of hope. Suzuki was a little embarrassed to tell him this camera is a backup, and the one that actually recorded the evidence is still automatically recorded in the shrine. He had prepared for this battle for a long time, and decided that since Danzo was introduced into the Infinity Sword system with a camera, he would naturally predict that Danzo wanted to destroy the evidence, and it would not be a big deal to bring in extra camera. But Suzuki didn't have any sympathy for Danzo. In order to anger him before he died, he still shouted, "Idiot, that's fake, you can't lie to me." Seeing Danzo turning into black mud in front of his eyes, Uchiha Shisui's mood was very complicated. Speaking of which, thinking about Danzo's Sharingan, Shisui's claim that he didn't want him to die is a lie, but Danzo is Elder Kana anyway, and there are several Umbu members with broken legs at the scene, how should this matter be end? But Suzuki's expression is very enjoyable, and he also feels that this image of the evil in this world fits him very well. At the moment before he died, Danzo was still using all for the village to cover up his evil deeds, but it can be seen from the killing of the contact frog that he wanted to protect Kanaha rather than protect Kanaha. Guard Kanaha led by him. And it would be good for him to make a few bosses for Kanaha, and he has a share of the blame for the blackening of Kabuki and Nagito. It can be said that death is not a pity. Because of Danzo's death, all the original members of the root team were automatically dispelled of the tongue curse technique, but those who can be brought out by Danzo to participate in the secret mission of killing Shisui are all his loyalists. Although the root organization has been disbanded at this time, it can be seen from side that most of these people have been trained by Danzo's usual brainwashing education to become robots that can only execute his will, without emotion or humanity. Therefore, even though it was broken up by the third Hokage, it still obeyed Danzo's orders. Among the remaining Ambi members present, the team leader who still retained a little bit of thinking ability pointed at Suzuki and said in an official tone, "Uchiha Suzuki, you are suspected of murdering Kanaha Elder Danzo, and seriously injured several Ambi members. Go back and take the investigation." Suzuki couldn't help but sneered and said, "Master Ambi, you are such a powerful official, why don't you first punish yourself for attacking Shisui?" But these tool people who have been brainwashed by Danzo don't know what it means to be ashamed, and they are going to come up to arrest Suzuki. In a way, these people are also pathetic, nothing more than a bunch of walking dead. Suzuki didn't have any chakra at the moment, and it was difficult to use the flying sickle kick and projection. He pointed to Kunao who was still stuck in his back, and said to Shisui, "Take me to heal the injury first." People like Danzo are naturally aiming at the vital points, and the damage and fatigue in Suzuki's body are all covered by pretending to be puppet. Although leaving the scene like this felt like a fugitive, Shisui gritted his teeth when he thought that Suzuki was the most beloved younger brother of his best friend Itake, and said to the rest of Umbu, "I'm sorry." Then he hugged Suzuki and left with the instant body technique. Suzuki shrugged his shoulders, guessing that if Itake faced this situation, would he silence all these Umbu, and then take all the blame himself? "Hold on first, I'll take you to the hospital." Although the half-inserted kunai looked scary, Shisui saw that Suzuki could still speak and breathe as usual, so he thought it was not too serious. Suzuki shook his head and said, "No, go find a medical ninja who can use palm fairy art. Right now, my injuries are all suppressed by ninjutsu. Once the art is lifted, I may die." Danzo, who dared to stab Susanooku's kunai, was not joking. His current injury can only be cured by the palm fairy technique that can be used for quick first aid. Suzuki was also very helpless. He had already tried so hard to set up Danzo. The old guy was still able to react and use his inage. As expected, none of the cage-level powerhouses in the Naruto world were parallel importers. It also corresponds to the saying, the more scheming a person is, the easier it is to fall into unexpected difficulties. But Suzuki has no regrets, because he is a partner of justice. Emiya Shiro and Ishida Uryu are both those who are willing to risk their lives to protect others. Those who others dare not kill are punished by him. If it deviates from the personality of drawing a sword to evil, perhaps Suzuki can no longer use these two people ability. Is it the palm immortal technique? Shisui was lost in thought. According to the setting, even in the medical class, due to the high requirements on chakra control, ninjas who can use this trick are extremely rare, or even almost extinct. For Konoha right now, because Tsunade has not returned for a long time, there has been a serious gap in medical technology. Even if there are still a few professional medical ninjas, they are far away from the remote Uchiha tribe. Suzuki also knows the difficulties, and it is difficult to maintain a chaotic sky puppet for too long. Even if his ability can make Hinata synchronize with Peach Blossom Demon, Konohamaru synchronize with Chopper, it will take time to master related skills, and Suzuki couldn't wait that long. Go to the orphanage. He explained to Zishui simply but firmly, and Zishui did as he wanted. The Konoha Orphanage, a facility built with high-level funding, is also relatively remote and relatively close in distance. The term orphanage director was generally used in Suzuki's previous life to describe a ruthless person in professional game competitions, because his teammates were all orphans. But in Konoha Village, this title belongs to the pharmacist Nanoyu, once the spy of Umbu. As one of Danzo's wage earners, she also felt the trace of the seal being lifted on her tongue. Is Danzo dead? Looking at the photo in her hand, she thought of the adoptive son who was sent by Danzo all the year round to carry out various spy missions. Since he could not see each other for a long time, he could only know the changes and place his thoughts on the photos. The boy in the photo wears glasses and his white hair, but he is not Yakushi-do, who was adopted by Yakushi Nanoyu. This pair of mother and son have grasped too many secrets. Danzo has long wanted to kill them, changed the photos very early, and planned to design the two to kill each other. The one who survives also breaks down when told the truth, and is dealt with by Orochimaru, who is still connected to Danzo. After working for Konoha all his life, and ended up in this kind of ending, Yaoshida did have a reason to destroy Konoha. But now, Danzo will never be able to issue this command. Yakushi Nanoya was still thinking about who was so talented and killed Ninja Darkness. Shisui and Suzuki broke in through the window. The time is urgent, the gentleness is as calm as water, and there is no time to walk through the main entrance. Suzuki even cut to the chase and said, "I killed Danzo, please heal me." These two sentences seem to have no causal relationship, but Yakushi no Neyu made a gesture of congratulation unconsciously. Anyone who has read the original work knows that Yakushido's medical ninjutsu talent may not even be inferior to Tsunade, and the one who taught him medical ninjutsu was the walking witch in front of him. Soon, she completed the treatment for Suzuki. Pharmacist no Neyu, as a veteran spy for many years, naturally has outstanding psychological quality, but she is still very puzzled seeing the calm expression of the boy in front of her. "You killed Konoha's elder, are you not afraid at all?" While taking care of the aftermath seriously, she asked. Suzuki shrugged, as Shisui Uchiha had just gone and returned, holding his video camera. "You know that there are a lot of black materials in Danzang, right? The more I expose, the higher my survival rate will be." Suzuki's expression was very relaxed. Once the tongue eradication technique was lifted, Danzo's past activities should be liquidated one by one. Is it useful? Even if he is dead, Root is still very powerful, and Hokage-sama is still partial to him. Pharmacist Nanoya showed a helpless expression. The connivance of Danzo by the third generation is indeed incomprehensible. Such serious crimes as the assassination of Hokage and human experiments can be forgiven. Probably Konoha needs someone to do the dirty work. But Suzuki still has some confidence in the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. 027 approached Danzo. Since the witnesses of Danzo's death were not silenced, the news was quickly passed to the top. At this time, the internal turmoil in the house of Hokage has become a pot of porridge. Turning to the bed, Xiaochun slapped the table loudly. "What a Uchiha Suzuki, it's completely upside down. Sarutobi, what are you waiting for? He dared to kill Danzo today, and he dared to assassinate you tomorrow. its not yet released order him to be arrested and imprisoned. Although in most of the scenes of the animation, she is just a slow-moving old woman, but in Danzo's memories, when she was chased and killed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, she was a pungent character who suggested a direct counterattack. Maida Manyan, who has a more gloomy personality, suggested, this may be a signal of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Sarutobi, the most urgent task now is to control the remaining clansmen. Hiruzuru Sarutobi was annoyed by their quarrel. He rekindled his ambition and wanted to change the world, but he really didn't want to start a civil war with the Uchiha clan unless he had to. But according to the results of Umbu's selective report, Suzuki did a bit too much this time. In Konoha, he assassinated a high-level elder. It is said that his arrogance was extremely arrogant, and he shouted, "I'm sure Danzo and Hokage can't keep him." Even if it incorporates the heroic personality of the dragon, it is difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to connect this image with the well-behaved and sensible little boy at the negotiation meeting not long ago. To be honest, when I first heard the news of Danzo's death, apart from the shock and sadness of being an old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a little bit of selfish joy in his heart. There is one less person who can hinder me the most. But when he thought of the subsequent impact of this matter, the joy disappeared without a trace. Danzo is a man who is good at management. His old subordinates are scattered in various departments of Konoha. These people are deeply prejudiced against the Uchiha clan under his influence. How could they accept such a way of death? Sitting still couldn't solve the problem. Hiruzuru Sarutobi put down his cigarette pouch, finally made up his mind, put on the hat and haori that symbolized Hokage, and strode out of the office. I'll go see him and find out what's going on. There is no trace of tangle in his expression. Whenever he matches this equipment, he can feel extra strength and vitality. The expressions of the two consultants changed. No, the Uchiha clan may rebel at any time. As Hokage, you have a great relationship. At least you have to control them before you can go out. Hiruzuru Sarutobi turned his head and gave them a cold look. Immediately, a howling wind blew up outside the door. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, within Konoha, who can hurt me. The more he uses the ability to change the weather, the more Monkey D. Long's personality affects him. After leaving this sentence, he opened the door and prepared to go, but as soon as the door was opened, an Umbu came up. Report Hokage-sama, Uchiha Suzuki is playing a small video in the downtown area, he reported eagerly. I see, tell me the location. Hiruzuru Sarutobi nodded calmly, but he felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. What's the matter with Umbu's quality now? Is the report not focused on the problem? What does it matter to us that he plays a small video? It's near Ramen, and there are many people gathered at the scene. The Umbu continued. A lot of people? Why? Hiruzuru Sarutobi frowned. There were too many people watching, it was somewhat inconvenient. Umbu replied, because Uchiha Suzuki and the ramen owner reached a consensus. As long as you watch a short video, you can eat ramen at half price. So what kind of short video is it? Turning to bed, Xiaochun finally couldn't bear it anymore. Although that Umbu was wearing a mask and couldn't see his face clearly, his tone still sounded a bit awkward. It was his battle with Danzo-sama. Snap dash. Turning to bed, Xiaochun angrily smashed her teacup. He is showing off his power and provoking the whole Konoha. She was shaking with anger. In any case, Danzang is also an old classmate. It is simply outrageous to allow his death to be watched by the noodle-eating crowd. How did the public respond? It is more realistic for Maida Manyan to consider the problem. They all seem to support Suzuki Uchiha. Brother Umbu's tone became even more embarrassing. In fact, he didn't dare to report truthfully at all. After watching the video and the evidence provided by the pharmacist Nanoyu, most people said that Danzo died well. In short, the more vague he was, the more curious the three senior officials became, and finally they went to the scene together. That is to say, Konoha does not have a decent means of media, otherwise this video can be randomly cut and uploaded on the internet, and the bottom will not all be left with emails and good landlords. According to incomplete statistics, hundreds of people have watched Danzo's death with a life-sealed camera, and also witnessed the fierceness of his attempt to snatch Shisui's Sharingan. Doing many injustices will lead to self-destruction. As long as a person with a high enough status jumps out and raises a banner against evil forces, ordinary people will hold the belief that the law does not punish the public and the sky will fall and there will be a tall man to support it. Psychology, one after another raised the poll. There are constantly victims, like the pharmacist Nanoyu, vying to reveal the black material of Danzo. In addition to the well-known human experiments and the killing of donkeys, because of such a coquettish operation of putting dead people's eyes on one's own arms, many people have pushed many old cases to Tuanzang's head. Why did the 80-year-old lady die on the street? Why are hundreds of sows screaming in the middle of the night? Why is Fatsai frequently stolen in the girls' dormitory? The door of the Uchiha clan is knocked every night. Is it a human or a ghost? What is hidden behind the accidental deaths of hundreds of little bitches? Behind all this, is the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? Let's meet in Approaching Danzo. Anyway, if there is any pot, throw it on Danzang's head. Watching this mass carnival, Uchiha Itaki, who came specially after receiving the notice of water stop, was full of worry on his face. Although judging from all aspects of information, it is true that Danzo is at fault, but in the world of adults, the ass determines the head. The matter is so big, and the introduction of public opinion supervision can indeed make the high-level officials dare not deal with it perfunctorily, but Suzuki will be responsible for all the retaliation behind it, offending the entire ruling class, and it is likely that he will struggle in Konoha in the future. At this time, the high-level trio finally arrived. Looking at the crowds at the scene, they frowned and subconsciously ordered their subordinates to disperse the crowd. But soon, gossip drilled into the ears of the three. I heard that the high-level four-member group is all old classmates. Are you planning to protect each other? Otherwise, Danzo has done so many bad things, how can he be able to dance for so long? It's really depraved. I miss the fourth Hokage a little bit. Young man, the world was better when the first Hokage was in power. Will you kill people to silence your mouth? The faces of the three of them suddenly became extremely ugly. A single chapter briefly introduces what is a CEO of stock. Some people mention that they don't know much about voice actors. Although most readers of this book should understand it, it is also a subculture after all. Let me just say a few words. A voice actor is also a voice actor, the voice provider of an animated character. When the characters dubbed by the same voice actor have some similarities, or when the contrast is so large that people can't help but associate the voice actor with the character, it can produce stocks. The former, such as Nagiya, is paired with another tsundere, Nagiya-sim. Zion also played a metamorphosis. In fact, there are many routes, but the metamorphosis is too famous. Kaji Yuki's hand is broken again. Alan, Sakura Manji, Arata Haruyuki, Daisuke Hirakawa was killed by the world again. Kakyoin, Ito Makoto. The latter is like Gintama. If you want to find a character with the most ruined CEO, then Gintama will generally not let you down. For example, the Hayami Award, who has played elegant and handsome characters such as Aizen and Tokiomi, is an uncle who is troubled by hair loss. For example, Noto Mamiko, who has an extremely gentle and healing voice, is an alien bug inside. For example, Fumiko Takaki, who has played tough guys such as Saragi Kenpeki, Akainu, and Commander Akari, is a depraved tramp in it. By the way, our main character also has a role in it, as an ideological killer. In addition, there are some stocks of old partners working together on different sets. For example, in the official Naruto game, the voice actors of Gaara and Yoshimaru are Aslan and Kira respectively. For example, Kujimaya and Hino Satoshi have cooperated many times. Gintama, Zero no Yuma, Shana, Kamiya Hiroshi and Ono Daisuke have collaborated many times. Headless, Seiki Kujuo, Misty Restaurant. PS1, for the viewing experience of most people, we will try our best to choose well-known characters. For example, the famous scene of JoJo as expected of being one of the little gangsters in Dio, played by the famous voice actor Matsuoka Gensheng, who knows this kind of thing except die-hard fans. The same character is also dubbed by the most popular version. For example, the voice actor of Asuma has been dubbed by Jotaro of the old version of OVA. Few people know this, and the writing is tasteless. Since the stocks are more complicated, you can leave a message if you don't understand. PS2, someone in the comment mentioned Zongman and Infinity Stream. The outline of this book is that the three worlds of Naruto, Reaper, and FSN travel through in turn, and there is no plan to merge the worlds. Other copies are not yet determined. In fact, I have been thinking about whether Shiro, who passed through FZ, did something wrong, but it feels difficult to write. The plots of the latter two worlds are all conceived, and the order has not yet been determined. Good night. 028 Feel my pain. Ninjas have always regarded the virtue of keeping secrets and enduring silently, and this is the first time that the three high-level officials have encountered such a difficult public opinion offensive. As a time traveler, Suzuki is very good at playing. After all, he comes from the era of information explosion and can rule the country with Twitter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the leaf under the sun in Danzo's mouth, has always had a relatively positive image, and it is difficult to ignore these gossips. Coincidentally, at this time, a middle-aged man with the family badge of table tennis arrived in a hurry. It was Suzuki's father, Fugaku Uchiha. Fuyu, like his eldest son, is also a peace faction. When he saw Sandei Hokage and his group from a distance, even though he was very anxious when he was notified by Ataka's psychic beast Crow, he still stopped and saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully. Hiruzuru Sarutobi felt as if he was looking forward to a savior, and he held Fuyu's hand affectionately, like an old friend who had been away for many years. Then he announced to the villagers, "I swear by the name of the third Hokage," and Uchiha Suzuki's father testifies, "I will definitely handle this matter fairly." What he said in these few words can be regarded as righteous and awe-inspiring, and in addition to his usual reputation, the villagers gave him this face, stopped talking, and voluntarily moved out of the way. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, he was still organizing a family sacrifice, and suddenly Ataka's psychic crow delivered a big surprise: Suzuki killed Danzo. Fuyu almost suspected that he was having auditory hallucinations, so he hurried to arrive, still worried along the way what kind of negative impact Suzuki's actions would have on the family. Unexpectedly, not only Hokage-sama was more polite to him, but also the villagers looked at him differently from the past. Uchiha Fugaku felt that the world was too crazy. In the past, he worked diligently to maintain Konoha law and order, but the high-level officials and the public treated them coldly. Today, my son killed an elder, but my salary has been increased. What's wrong with this world? A few people quickly entered the ramen shop, and Suzuki was waiting inside. Seeing his calm and playful expression, both Xiaoharu and Fugaku Uchiha subconsciously wanted to make their mouths fragrant. You bastard. But after all, the third Hokage was present, and they still hesitated to speak. The atmosphere was very dignified, and the customers and shop assistants also exited the venue tactfully. Only the videotape is still playing, and the recording process is not long, from Danzo preparing to grab the eyeballs, to Suzuki suddenly killing, and then both of them disappeared in the camera. This is the visual effect of him pulling Danzo into the inherent enchantment. When it reappeared, Suzuki deliberately showed Danzo's broken arm in the direction of the camera, and the writing sharing eyes embedded on it were amazing. Afterwards, everyone could see that Danzo actually sealed himself up in order to snatch the evidence, which is why the villagers overwhelmingly supported Suzuki. Ordinary noodle eaters' impressions of watching it are, you want to blow yourself up, what does it matter to me? But Danzo's old staff only look at the results because of their interests. The boss died because of Suzuki, and the reputation of the department was also ruined. After that, who will compensate for the damage to their official career and reputation? This is why a website called Xiu in Suzuki's previous life spread a slang phrase interests are related, because once his own interests are involved, it is difficult to look at the problem objectively. Moreover, the faces of the accompanying Umbu behind the 3 generations under the mask were a little bit bad. In their view, Suzuki's behavior violated some unspoken rules of the ninja world. He put a dispute that should have been resolved in private on the table. You are embarrassed and angry now, aren't you? Suzuki noticed the subtle movements of their limbs, and calmly sat on the seat and said. Fuyu didn't bother to correct his attitude anymore. He could see from the video that his second son was much more terrifying than the eldest son who had always been hailed as a genius. Ninjas should be creatures living in the shadows. You broke the rules. Turning to bed, Xiaochan angrily scolded. Suzuki pursed his lips, and spread out the handwritten paper information obtained from Yakushi Nanoya just now in front of him. Several people took a quick look at it. Even though there were already many strange things that happened today, they still couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Yakushi Nanoya is the spy of the Umbu, and she has done intelligence work to the point where Danzo must be silenced. Once she gets rid of the shackles of the tongue root killing technique, there will be a lot of shocking news. The above shows Danzo once consciously spread the scandal that the Uchiha clan stood by in the Night of Nine Tails, arousing public hostility towards them. What's even more astonishing is that he also spread the news that Naruto is the incarnation of the demon fox. Otherwise, why do ordinary people know these two things? Reminiscent of Danzo's Sharingan and Zujian cells, it is difficult to guarantee that he has no thoughts about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Suzuki stared at a few Umbu with the happy expression of an avenger, and said word by word, the pain you are surrounded by public opinion is what the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki Naruto have been experiencing for the past 6 years. Feel this pain, understand this pain. People who don't know pain are not qualified to talk about rules with me. He no longer suppressed his long-standing resentment, and his aura was not weaker than that of the experienced high-level in Umbu, and Xiaochun was speechless for a while. She still wanted to question the authenticity of the information, so the pharmacist Nanoya came out quietly, and saluted everyone, my lords. At first I just wanted to be an ordinary director of an orphanage. So when she turned to bed, Xiaochun was speechless, and she naturally knew this former trump card of Umbu. Suzuki continued, my father is a real ninja. I only know it through others. 6 years ago, Danzo suspected him and ordered the Uchiha clan not to support the suppression of Kyuubi. He has been wrong for 6 years, but there was never an explanation. Everyone is still silent. They all know what kind of person Fuyu is and what he has experienced in the past 6 years. If this is the fate of the ninja, then I choose to resist. Suzuki spoke his own conclusions. If the future Naruto was present, maybe he would give him a positive word of mouth. But apart from Fuyu, no one present dared to say to Suzuki, my pain is above yours. It was also the first time they knew that Danzo had done so many outrageous things, although he was still very unwilling, but he didn't have any words to preach to Suzuki. In the end, Fuyu was the first to speak. Suzuki, you still don't understand. The reason why I have endured for so many years is for the sake of the overall situation. Once the conflict between the village and Uchiha breaks out, it will only benefit other villages. Of course I understand, Suzuki sneered. It was because everyone took care of the overall situation that Uchiha ended up exterminating the clan. He said loudly to everyone, my decision is that one person does the work and one person is responsible. The surveillance video of the Uchiha clan can testify that my behavior has not been discussed with anyone, and I will personally vouch for the crime of Danzo. It's just that he did it alone, and has nothing to do with other high-level officials. As an explanation, I will plead guilty to the tribe and villagers on my own, and leave Konoha. but the village must rehabilitate the Uchiha clan. Danzo and I will bear all the charges and absorb all disputes to maintain balance and exchange for peace. 029. Walking the same road is just a traveling companion. The core idea of his remarks is nothing more than taking the blame. This word is familiar to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it was him 3 years ago, in order to maintain the stability of the village, it would be an understandable decision to let a certain individual take the blame and transfer the group conflicts to a single person. But now, there is a voice that keeps asking in the depths of my heart, can you really enjoy the stability gained by sacrificing the innocent? He gritted his teeth, developed a sense of arrogance for no reason, and said to Suzuki, wrong is wrong, and right is right. I said we must deal with this matter fairly. Suzuki's determination was stronger than his. He shook his head and said, Master Hokage, politics is a game of balance, and one side cannot be too strong. In the past, it was a mistake for high-level officials to completely suppress the Uchiha clan. He continued, but if no one in the Uchiha clan is responsible for this matter this time, it will be reversed at 2 levels, leading to another mistake. There are many old divisions in Danzo, and these people are also an indispensable force for Konoha. It is not a wise decision to completely knock them down in public opinion. It is precisely because of the dam balance, and the pressure that Konoha has been coveted by neighboring countries for a long time, that he has been forced from a former ninja hero to a peace mud faction in his later years. No! Uchiha Itaki, who had been silent before, finally couldn't help but objected. After all, he is a hardcore younger brother. Even if he kills the whole family, he will save Suzuki. How old are you? Without the protection of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, how do you survive outside? If there must be someone responsible for this matter, Naruto-sama, then I will bear it. He directly opened Sharingan emotionally, and the 3 Guya gleamed with black light in their pupils, and knelt down on one knee in front of the 3rd Hokage. No one answered him, and everyone understood that Suzuki's style of disseminating the videotape openly was to take all the hatred of Danzo's former department onto himself. At this stage, no one can take the pot away from him. Suzuki, you kid. Fuya naturally loves his son very much, but as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he knows that Suzuki's approach is the most beneficial to the clan, sacrificing one person in exchange for the whole clan's reputation. The world of adults is so helpless. The patriarch has the responsibility of the patriarch, and Hokage has the responsibility of Hokage. For the sake of the collective, they can't stick to the fragile principle. Hateful. Itake thumped the floor in a gaffe, with strong remorse engraved all over his face. Suzuki lightly patted his shoulder and comforted him. Look aside, those who walk the same road are just traveling companions, and those who share joys and sorrows on different roads are true friends. If one day, Konoha can be so strong that he doesn't need internal balance to shock in other countries, then I can return naturally. For this goal, you should keep in mind this regret and keep getting stronger. The calmness and maturity in his tone moved everyone once again, as if he was telling something about someone else. Not long ago, they still suspected that Suzuki didn't understand the ninja's patience and sacrifice, but now it seems that he understands it too much. Hiruzuru Sarutobi couldn't help turning his head and asked Fuyu, how old is this child? Almost 7 years old. Fuyu's expression was also a little unnatural. You call this 6 years old? Hiruzuru Sarutobi smiled wryly. This is called Hokage-level thinking. Thinking of Suzuki's past growth experience, Fuya spread his hands and said, no one believes it, even I don't believe it. At the age of 3, his mouth is better than his mother. At the age of 5, I can't beat him. He likes to study things since he was a child, and he is like this at the age of 6. On the other side, Itaka finally accepted all this, raised his head, and the 3-gold jade in his pupils kept turning, showing faint signs of breaking through. He took out a bunch of scrolls from his arms, handed them to Suzuki and said, this is a scroll for cultivating psychic crows. Be careful when you sleep alone outside. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku understood what he meant, and exchanged a look in tacit understanding. Itaki is obviously worried that Danzo's old department will retaliate against Suzuki. Although Suzuki has the strength to kill Danzo, it is difficult to keep on guard at all times. Suzuki nodded, and after accepting the scroll, he said to Hiru Sarutobi, Master Hokage, I want to take a guilty person as my partner on the journey. In fact, he has long wanted to break away from the shackles of the village and test his abilities to the fullest, but if he is walking alone, he needs to improve his defense and logistics capabilities. It is best to have a companion who can make small inventions. Oh? After seeing Uchiha Suzuki's eyes that didn't match his age, Hiruzuru Sarutobi was quite curious about the candidates he asked for. However, the name was beyond his expectation. In a corner of Konoha, a young white-haired male ninja is working hard to practice his skills. If it is said that Meikai and Xiaoli, the master and apprentice, are practicing with youthful vigor, the distorted expression that appears on this person's face from time to time can explain he is practicing with hatred. This person is named Mizuki, and he is a small character who has only appeared in a few episodes, but he plays a vital role in promoting the whole plot. Without him, the protagonist Naruto would not be able to learn the iconic multiple shadow clone technique so quickly. Damn it, they're all a group of blind people who can't recognize me. Mizuki gritted his teeth and insisted on exercising. In fact, he can be regarded as a talent with a high mission completion rate, but because he privately killed his injured companion in an escort intelligence mission a few years ago, he left a dark history in Konoha's senior management and affected his career development. Just as he was sweating profusely, several Umbu came unexpectedly and announced coldly, "Shun and Mizuki, please come with us." Naturally, it would not be a good thing for Umbu to invite him to drink tea. Mizuki, who had a ghost in his heart, subconsciously wanted to run away. But these Umbu are all masters specially sent by the third generation of Hokage, and the rabbits easily captured them away. "Why did you arrest me?" Mizuki roared unwillingly. An Umbu sneered and said, "A certain important person testified against you for murdering your companion, so I will investigate you first." Mizuki's heart was a little cold. If the identity of this important person is loud enough, if you invite a torture expert like Ibiki Marino, or even a ninja like Kiki Yamanaka who can search for memories, your suspicion will be fully confirmed. However, you are very lucky. This big man has appointed you to carry out a long-term mission with him. Umbu's next words made him hope again. Sure enough, there are still people who understand and appreciate my talent. Just now, Mizuki was going to greet the whole family of this great man, but now he became interested in him again. Mizuki soon saw this big man, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be just a kid. Beside him stood another blonde girl of similar age. Just when Mizuki wanted to ask a question, the other party quickly grabbed his arm. Binding successful, the voice actor of this character is Shinichiro Miki. Please select the character personality to be synchronized. The system sent a reminder to Suzuki. Choose the character Urahara Kisuk and sync as many as you can. Suzuki couldn't help but smile. From now on, he can finally do whatever he wants. 030, the god of war returns home and finds his daughter living in a kennel in the past. Mizuki was a very pure person. He wanted to become stronger, he wanted to gain power and recognition, and he would use any means to do so. The three poisons of greed, hatred and ignorance that Buddhists often say, he can be said to have taken them all. It is precisely because of this character that he was favored by Orochimaru, and he left him a clue of the cursed seal potion. But after sorting out the timeline a bit, it can be seen that Mizuki met Orochimaru before Irika became a teacher at the ninja school. And it was after the 12 little strong Chunin exams that he gained power according to the clues of Orochimaru, and there was an interval of at least 6 years. Suzuki couldn't help guessing that the reason why the medicine he drank had such a side effect and drained everyone was because it was seriously expired. It can also be deduced from this, Mizuki doesn't trust the potion of Orochimaru, and would rather choose the more difficult book of stealing the seal as a vote. He only remembered this when he was desperate after escaping from prison. Because as a ninja, Mizuki only believes in ninjutsu, and is not interested in the science of Orochimaru, and feels that relying on external forces is going astray. But after being touched by that boy, as Suzuki started to synchronize with all his strength for the first time, 2 words popped out of Mizuki's mind: "It smells so good." It can be seen from the questions of the Zongnin exam that in addition to ninjutsu, the ninja school will also teach a lot of common sense, even including mathematics, physics, and chemistry. For example, in the class of 12 Xiaoqiang, they took the parabola test. In the past, Mizuki felt that such things were meaningless. As a ninja, he only needed to master the power. But Suzuki gave him a synchronized personality, the #1 inventor and reaper, and the director of the first-generation technology development bureau of the Soul World, Kisuk Urahara. As a supporting role with limited appearances, store manager Urahara has shown more than inventions and creations in the original plot, which can be called Tinker Bell and Reaper. Another great inventor, Nirvana Mayuri, was his former deputy. At the same time, he was also the only one who forced Wang Lanran to admit that his intelligence was higher than his own. From his Zanpakuto Red Princess, we can see his style as a scientist to some extent. He has 5 liberation languages and different abilities, and the swastika is to superimpose and transform the substances touched. Interesting, so interesting. I want to know more. Kisuk Urahara's thirst for knowledge, combined with Mizuki's original greed and madness, made him very interested in all the knowledge he had received in the past. Suzuki frowned, feeling that this guy was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Fortunately, he took Ino with him. "Ino, please, let this guy not disobey my will. It has been a while since I synchronized with Alkeet, and Ino is quite proficient in mastering the magic eye of enchantment. Moreover, influenced by Alkeet's personality, her personality has also become much simpler, and she doesn't feel that there is anything wrong with this instruction." Facing the excited Mizuki, Ino opened his golden pupils. Urahara Kisuk is a top powerhouse, one of the 5 super combat powers handpicked by the big boss friend Halbach. But Mizuki's aptitude is not enough to quickly grasp the power of the store manager, so he was successfully brainwashed without any suspense and became Suzuki's loyal boy. If he shows enough value in the follow-up, Suzuki also considers to give double insurance to the god of farewell. It's not that Suzuki is too black-hearted, it's that the original version of Mizuki is too bad-hearted, and he needs to be extra cautious in the future. "I asked you to help the second time," Suzuki thanked Ino very politely. Although Ino's ability was bestowed by him, Suzuki believes that the way of justice is to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. He has no sense of belonging to the Konoha group. Although it is much better than most places in the ninja world, it may be that there are too many geniuses, so they don't know how to cherish talents and heroes. Not to mention the messy accounts of Sandei and Danzo, but in the original plot alone, Suzuki felt that his future wife, Sakura, hadn't paid off the mortgage for more than 10 years, which was nonsense. Although Sakura's fists are also the source of prodigal, but both husband and wife have contributed to saving the world. The husband has been on business trips to investigate Kagaya's space for more than 10 years, and the daughter ended up in such a miserable situation. Can't help but remind Suzuki of the famous headline in his previous life, God of War came home and found his daughter living in a kennel. With one order, 100,000 Uchiha soldiers came back. All in all, except for a few relatives and friends, Suzuki has nothing he can't let go of in Konoha, but as long as someone has helped him, he will take it to heart. Suzuki secretly vowed in his heart he will try his best to save the tragic death of Ino-sensei and his father in the original plot. As we all know, Niji had the worst ending among the top 12, followed by Ino and Shikamaru. It's not enough for the teacher to worship the sky, and the father also worships the sky. Compared with Shikamaru, who originally only wanted to marry a woman who was neither beautiful nor ugly, but ended up marrying Princess Sandhidden, Ino is still emotionally defeated, so he can almost row the second worst. But now Ino, with the power to control his own destiny and manage everything, must have a different life. Leading the obedient version of Mizuki, Suzuki started to pack his things and left Konoha. Say goodbye to everyone who should say goodbye, but didn't inform Naruto. Suzuki was worried that the two stubborn personalities would overlap, which would make him unacceptable. It's just that someone handed over a note to Naruto, come to me when you can defeat an elder Konoha like me. As for whether this note will cause any trouble to Zuanja Xiaoharu and Maitamonian, that is not a question for Suzuki. Konoha's official explanation for this matter is to throw all the blame on herself and Danzo. Due to Suzuki's young age, he couldn't share too much blame, and coupled with the influence of the videotape, most of the blame was still thrown to Danzo. But Konoha's spokesperson also angrily denounced his actions that did not conform to procedural justice, and exaggerated his atrocities of injuring and crippling DG Umbu. The fair verdict of being expelled from the village is also an explanation for Umbu. The 3 generations of Hokage, who were affected by the synchronization, learned from it after reading all the evidence of Danzo. At the same time, in order to commemorate the general behavior of Suzuki, they restored the reputation rights of the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki Naruto. Everything seemed to be on the right track, but Suzuki turned and left with infamy, just like Jiang Meizi in the ending of Let the Bullets Fly, leaving Konoha with a young and tall figure. Finally, he doesn't have to be followed by Umbu and cameras, which makes him feel extremely happy. By the way, don't you still have a girlfriend? He suddenly remembered that Mizuki was not single. Mizuki waved his hands and said, women will influence me to explore the truth. I decided to just keep a cat in the future. Don't be too heartless. Suzuki couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of the girl. Mizuki thought for a while and said, okay. After completing this task, I will go back to my hometown and get married. Suzuki kicked him flying. Who are you setting the flag for? 031, Suzuki-kun. In the toilet, the eternal commonality of human beings is that they miss the company of their families after wandering for a long time, and miss the freedom of going outside after staying at home for a long time. Leaving Konoha's ubiquitous eyeliner and restraint, I was indeed very comfortable at first, but life is not only about poetry and distant places, but also Kami Yuyanjianjiang Cha. Although Suzuki was not short of money, his mother was crying when he was leaving, wishing he could bring all the savings of the whole family with him. But he spent a lot of money on building a research institute for Mizuki. Science and technology are the primary productive forces, and all kinds of equipment and medicines are purchased with the highest standards. In addition, Suzuki is used to the life of a young master, and the cost of living for the two is not low. The quality of life wandering outside has somewhat declined, and sometimes there will be missing relatives and friends, but as a partner of justice, Suzuki is very clear about what he has done, so that both the Uchiha clan and Uzumaki Naruto have a better life, which is enough up. However, sitting and eating is not a problem. In order to solve the problem of eating, Suzuki walked into a toilet. In the past, when mentioning toilets, Suzuki would usually think of it, this is the place where Hisoka fought. But later, a new star in the toilet world was born, and he did it 3 times in a row, completely imprinting his brand on this place. Of course, Suzuki didn't come to the place to call Ollie. In fact, this public toilet is an underground reward exchange place in the Land of Fire. Kakuto, the financial director of Akatsuki organization, is here to exchange the head of Master Jilu for money. In order to earn extra money, Suzuki also started the same bounty hunter business as Kakuzu, but as a partner of justice, he killed those who deserved it. After more than a year, Suzuki, who is already 8 years old, has rapidly increased his proficiency in projection, hidden weapons, and Sharingan under such practical training. Even, because of a dangerous experience of being outnumbered, he opened his eyes and eyes. Of course, the result was a safe and smooth completion of the task. Although it was more or less based on the calculations of familiar plots, being able to kill Danzo already shows Suzuki's strength. In addition, before leaving, Uchiha Mikato went to the medical class and the Nara clan with red eyes to ask for a lot of medical supplies. While lamenting the pity of the world's parents, it also relieved Suzuki's worries. During this period of time, Mizuki has also developed a lot of supplementary potions, coupled with the random costume of the sky puppet. As long as he does not provoke too troublesome opponents, Suzuki can fight to his heart's content without any worries, and can be on a whim anytime, anywhere. If another medical ninja is deployed, Suzuki even feels that when facing weaker opponents, he can use the passive of Thunder Emperor called as an anti-armor. A shot is a life-changing style of play. You come and hit me, I passively hack you to death. These valuable practical experiences were beyond his reach in Konoha. According to the original plot, when he was 12 years old, he was still running around for boring tasks such as finding cats, delivering letters, and milking cows. Although it is said that ninjas should be down to earth, starting from low-level tasks, there is no distinction between high and low labor. But when he thought of the scene in the original plot, where he was burdened with blood, and Naruto, who had no brains, was entrusted to milk the cow, Suzuki felt like laughing. Especially the latter. Isn't Kakashi afraid of him squeezing the bull? Suzuki quickly finished exchanging the head for the bounty. The head of the gold exchange nodded in satisfaction, and specially entrusted him with a few tasks of exorcising evil spirits. There are souls in the Naruto world, and there are many things that are evil and crooked. For example, the ghosts and monsters in the kingdom of ghosts. In the past, monks and witches were responsible for such things. But Suzuki is not only a ninja, but also an onmyoji and Quincy master. There are many people who can afford assassination, but few who can subjugate demons. According to the relationship between supply and demand, this aspect of business is very profitable. Of course, it is a ninja world after all, and there are no powerful demons and ghosts. At most, some unjustly dead souls cannot rest in peace. Suzuki doesn't need to use Shikigami, let alone Dewei Tianlong, just shoot a few arrows to get it done. It's just too easy. After receiving a few more tasks and completing the purchases according to Mizuki's list, Suzuki returned to the research institute. Mizuki was influenced by him and had the highest degree of synchronization. Although due to his personal qualifications, he couldn't grasp the full strength of Kisuke Urahara, the most terrifying thing about the store manager was his mind. If the original version of Kisuke Urahara has a somewhat negative and Buddhist personality, after merging with Mizuki's original greedy and extreme personality, he will create a scientific madman. After entering the door, Suzuki first stroked the little black cat they raised together. Mizuki has a special kindness towards it, and it happens that the Uchiha clan is also a cat slave. This cat named Yeji can be said to have a high status. Boss. Mizuki, who is obsessed with research, has forgotten his identity as a ninja, and regards Suzuki as his investor, and is obviously ready to show him new inventions. Try punching me, he exclaimed excitedly. I've never heard such a strange request. Suzuki swung his fist and hit, and Mizuki fell to the ground, his body collapsed. But Suzuki felt that the punch was not quite right. Sure enough, another Mizuki appeared soon, and laughed triumphantly. This is a portable prosthetic skeleton, which can be used as a stand-in during a battle. It's very realistic, right? Amazing, isn't it? Suzuki frowned and asked, how much did you spend on researching this thing? Not much, maybe a few million taels. Mizuki spread his hands easily, since it wasn't his money that was spent anyway. Suzuki flew over directly. A problem that can be solved by a substitute technique. You spent several million taels on me. You are really not in charge of the family recently, and you don't know that chai migi is expensive. But he didn't use much force on this kick. After all, this thing is not completely useless, at least there is no chakra reaction, right? But doing scientific research is really too expensive. Suzuki knew a master student in a scientific research institute in his previous life. In fact, his life was quite depressing. Most of the projects ended in failure, which tested people's will. After all, most inventions and creations in human history were hard-won. For example, the civilian transformation of light bulbs failed more than 8,000 times. Even if many projects are successfully researched, they may not necessarily guarantee their practicality. To do scientific research, you have to be patient. The reason why scientists like Kisuke Urahara and Orochimaru have created so many creations is not only super talent, but also to a certain extent because of their longevity. Moreover, after Mizuto synchronized the way of thinking of the store manager, he also invented a lot of useful things. For example, after mastering Hunji, he has been researching the transformation that can speed up the cultivation of the swastika by exploring the essence of Zanpakuto, divine body. It is not impossible to create a collapsed jade in the future. It's just that right now, for the sake of financial planning, Suzuki decided to synchronize a little bit with him a personality that would make money. Shinichiro Miki played two Kojiro, one is Assassin, the heroic spirit, and the other is Kojiro, Team Rocket. The latter was born in the top rich second generation and has a strong business acumen. 032, Mizuki, you still say you don't know how to do business? Group 4887499799. If you want to list the most famous Reborn IP, different people may have different answers, but if it is the most valuable IP whose data can be quantified, then Pokemon will do my part, because it is the most valuable IP in the world, surpassing the entire Jump or the entire Marvel. And Kojiro, the villain Team Rocket, is the business expert in this money-absorbing masterpiece. He has a wealth of money, received elite education since he was a child, and inherited the business acumen of his ancestors. In the animation, he has shown almost all talents except catching Pikachu, especially good at business routines and women's clothing. In fact, the number of female costumes of Kojiro far exceeds the heroines of most animations. Suzuki glanced at the various inventions and creations of various Mizuki in the base. His main personality is a ninja. Although the first deputy Urahara Kisuke is known as the store manager, in addition to researching first-hand projection computers, he also manages items related to Shinigami. Therefore, Mizuki's creations are basically some combat and combat auxiliary props, such as super recovery potions, black cloaks that block breath, and powerful detonating charms. Sounds all practical, right? Do you think that if it can be mass-produced, selling it to Ninja Village will make a lot of money? But unfortunately, what they all have in common is that the cost is too high to form an assembly line. For example, the so-called enhanced detonating talisman, the cost can probably train several fire escape ninjas, and at most it can be used as consumables for Suzuki. This has always been a problem in the scientific research community. It may take dozens or even hundreds of years for many technologies to be proposed, continuously improved, and finally widely used. But if you focus on the civilian field, Suzuki, as a time traveler, can come in handy with his strategic vision of an era ahead. He only needs to provide the general direction, then ask Mizuki to provide the technology, and finally commercialize it. Suzuki patted Mizuki on the shoulder and asked, "Have you ever thought about doing some profitable business? Such as crude oil, futures, Bitcoin, bah. He found himself talking about micro-business, so he gave a few real examples such as commercial design, entertainment industry, and improvement of daily necessities. Design is the area where Kojiro of the Rockets is good at. The entertainment industry is the only area that Suzuki can directly copy as a time traveler. Daily necessities are better because of their large size. The idea is very good, but Mizuki frowned and said, I am not good at business. He really had no experience in this field, but for some reason, as Suzuki patted himself on the shoulder, countless ideas for making a fortune kept popping up in his mind. Strange lore added again. What did I miss before? Mizuki once again experienced sublimation of thinking, but Suzuki sneered and said, Mizuki, you still say you don't know how to do business? Ah, my head hurts. Mizuki suddenly covered his head. Suzuki quickly stopped synchronizing, and he still can't play too much. If there are too many personalities and conflicts, it will be bad to become schizophrenic. But after the initial discomfort, Mizuki's eyes showed a greedy light again, and then he suddenly laughed like a uchiha tribe. I've decided. I want to make a lot of money, and then collect the rare psychic beasts in the ninja world. A white tomorrow is waiting for me. This guy is also a ghost. I have found a treasure. He laughed so much that Suzuki felt ashamed, and concluded that because of the biggest characteristic of the main personality, greed, he seems to be able to quickly transform all synchronized personalities into powerful obsessions. Although it sounds hopeless, it is also very suitable as a tool for Suzuki's experimental ability. Just as the two began to discuss how to dominate the business world and become the strongest psychic beast trainer, a black psychic beast quack flew in. Is this the Dark Crow? Mizuki didn't know where the instinct came from, and subconsciously wanted to take the pokeball in his pocket. But Suzuki recognized that this was the psychic beast of his elder brother Uchiha Itaki. The psychic crow landed on the table, and first yelled at Yair who was about to move. The meaning was obvious, I am a psychic beast, and the mutual generation and restraint in nature doesn't work for me. Who are you? Then he showed Suzuki the note tied to his paw. Suzuki left Konoha with a lot of scapegoats. In order to avoid suspicion, his family will not have too many contacts with him. In this case, the submission must be more important information. He opened the note and glanced at it, and quickly understood what happened. Because he exposed Danzo's black material, Yakushi Nanoya made a contribution and was commended for his past contributions. She used all her personal income to repair and expand the orphanage, and hired more staff, and the orphanage no longer completely relied on her as the dean. It's just that she was still worried about her adopted son, Medicine Shido, who was lost outside. Logically speaking, once Danzang died, Yao Shidu's undercover status should also be rehabilitated, and reward should be given for meritorious service. On the rooftop, he scolded Danzo. Obviously it was 3 years, but 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years, almost 10 years, boss. I'm going to become a Jonin of Iway Gakur. but Danzo said helplessly, "Can you treat me better? Now I am the only one in Konoha who knows your identity. I will delete your information when I go back. You will be a rock ninja for the rest of your life, and even marry a black soil. I don't bother anymore." Do continued, "Then what do you think of me? Remind yourself every day that you are a Konoha ninja, and even recite the will of fire in your dreams?" Danzo returned to the topic, "When will Onoki buy?" It is precisely because of Do's contributions over the years, and Suzuki and Yakushi Nanoyo are also considered old friends, so Itaki wants Suzuki to follow her to find the ace spy. Suzuki began to think, Big Brother must be doing everything for his own sake. In his opinion, he was wandering around outside, so it would be safer to follow the experienced spy, pharmacist no Neiyu, and a medical ninja. If you find the pharmacist's pocket, you can also record a great achievement and pave the way for returning to Konoha. But Itaki has made countless calculations, but he can't figure out who the medicine master's pocket may have fallen into. Suzuki even wanted to reply to the pharmacist Nanoyo, "Don't go, they have a lot of snakes." 033, Suzuki is going to become an archer. Suzuki's current strength configuration is not weak. Shuanguya Sharinan can project 4 ninja swords, and the 2 Zanpakuto of Pisces Ri and Honghai, as well as the 2 major backhands of Chaos pretending to be Heavenly Puppet and Fantasy Honkai. Coupled with the advantage of poor intelligence, if you really want to fight a wave of outbreaks, you can kill most of the Jonin, and even some cage-level powerhouses. But Orochimaru was the last opponent he wanted to face. Because Suzuki is restricted by his age, his physical strength and chakra volume are both weak points, and his own style of play is relatively explosive, and he takes the way of fast seconds. But Orochimaru may be the hardest ninja in the Naruto world, and there is nothing wrong with a set of outbreaks that meet Tsunade's face and hands to lift the in-seal. But Suzuki thought for a while, and Orochimaru is not without weaknesses, at least twice by uchiha Itaki in the original plot. It's not wrong to fall under the sword of 10 fists the second time, but it's more funny the first time, being given a second by a Nanuedo illusion. So much so that most people guessed that Orochimaru was reincarnated twice, and the curse seal split too many soul fragments, so there was a loophole in the soul, resulting in relatively low illusion resistance. According to this idea, as long as you bring Uchiha Shisui, who may be even more accomplished in illusion than Itaki, you may be able to shout at Orochimaru with confidence, "Bold snake demon, I want you to show your true colors, read my Dai's writing. Wheel eyes." The idea is indeed very good, but Orochimaru abducts children all over the world, and his whereabouts are erratic, and Shisui is the strongest combat power of the Uchiha clan. Although Shisui would definitely give him this face, Suzuki was a little embarrassed to fool him into following him all over the world to find someone. He sent a letter back to Itaki, only saying that he was doing a very important practice right now, and asked Nanoyo, the pharmacist, to wait for him for a while. After the psychic crow flew away, Suzuki stretched his muscles. He has been active in the Land of Fire for more than a year, and it is time to see the outside world, but Suzuki is still waiting for an opportunity in Konoha village. Suzuki is still underage at the moment, so he is somewhat at a disadvantage in melee combat. Coupled with the shooting skills of Sharinan, Clairvoyance, and Ishida Uryu, it is a waste not to develop long-range attack methods. Among the 4 ninja knives, Suzuki's favorite is also Stitches, because it has the largest attack range. In next year's Chunin exam, 2 rebels will be born. One is the younger brother of torture expert Marino Ibiki, Marino Ida, and the other is his instructor, Green Aoi. From the latter, Suzuki was able to hunt 2 weapons that were extremely suitable for him, one with thunder attributes, and the other with a super long attack distance, and it was very suitable for multiplayer battlefields. At the same time, Suzuki also gave Mizuki a goal to create a bow and arrow that can directly attack the soul. This requirement sounds difficult. In the world of Naruto, all the secret arts that can directly attack the soul are the secret arts of some big families, such as the spiritual ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan, the spiritualization technique of Kato Dan, and the high-level sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. But cutting the soul with a sword can be said to be the basic requirement of the world of Reaper, and Zanpakuto itself is also built based on the soul of Reaper himself. In the next period of time, Suzuki began to guide his qualifications as a Quincy master, and asked Mizuki to tailor a spiritual bow for himself. Since it was prepared to deal with Orochimaru, Suzuki naturally did not hesitate to invest in capital. Just after Mizuki synchronized with Kojiro, the ghost ideas for making money were one after another, without considering the cost and budget at all. Although there are some rare materials that have money and no place to buy them, Suzuki also has many friends in the underworld. With his spare no effort to spend money, Mizuki can satisfy all the strange materials that Mizuki needs. Even without Suzuki's knowledge, because the price he paid was too high, one of the rare materials also attracted the famous bounty hunter Jiaodu, and passed it to him through a middleman. At this time, he and Orochimaru are already members of the Akatsuki organization, and Kakuto will never know that the materials that made him a lot of money will be used against his own people. It can be said that they love the Akatsuki organization. Under Suzuki's crazy Krypton Gold, the spiritual bout Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow finally came out successfully a few months later. According to the setting of Reaper, except for the specially made silver thrombus arrow, Ishida Uriah usually shoots spiritual power directly. But this is the world of Hokage. Suzuki is not confident that his chakra can still maintain a strong lethality after shooting tens of meters. Fortunately, he has Chien Dun, relying on his connections in the black market world and Mizuki's technology. He specially made 17 arrows that can exert the power of Quincy, specially prepared for Orochimaru. Suzuki couldn't help but start to brainstorm. Orochimaru looked disdainfully at himself, who bent the bow and set the arrow. Can you kill me with 17 arrows? If you can kill me with 17 arrows, I will eat this Yamada no Orokai on the spot. Holding the Zanpakuto in one hand and the arrow of Quincy in the other, looking at the sunny sky outside the institute, Suzuki couldn't help laughing out loud 3 times, remembering an old song. What kind of sword is it? What kind of arrow is the arrow? At this time, another year's Chunin exam was already in full swing, and Suzuki also learned through various intelligence means that Marino Itaten would take this exam. Konoha's Chunin exam has always been known for its strictness. There are probably 2 reasons for this. First, according to the Konoha tradition, the third exam is to be held in front of dignitaries and secrets of various countries. It is a stage to show the strength and demeanor of Ninja Village, and the quality of the contestants must be guaranteed. Secondly, Konoha, as the ninja village with the most wealthy ninja clans, is not taking the path of explosive soldiers like Uegakur. Uegakushi was able to use one people to surround and kill the 3 generations of Raikage. In the 4th Ninja World War, the entire Ninja World Allied forces managed to gather ninjas. But from Suzuki's report card, it can be seen that there are only 90 students in Konoha's ninja school. If we analyze the reason, it is probably because although there are not many official ninja establishments, each ninja of Konoha has its own family armed, and can be mobilized at any time during a war. Therefore, Konoha does not need to lower the threshold of the Chunin exam method to forcibly increase the number of ninjas. This makes the Konoha Chunin exam extremely difficult, stronger than Class who will save the world in the future, and every round of the exam is also dangerous. In the second and third rounds of exams, it is easy to accept defeat in this tough competition. Like the rules of the first round of exams, it often depends on the examiner's mouth, so it is most likely to make people unconvinced. To be honest, Ibuxi's set of theories, the section that tested intelligence ability was okay, and the last 10th question, Suzuki was out of the game because he didn't dare to challenge that year, but if he stayed, he could pass the blank paper. And this time, if you choose to compete with your peers, you will be out, and you can only pass by voluntarily giving up. In Suzuki's previous life, he felt that this question had a taste of chicken soup and publicity, just like the spiritual stories full of slots in magazines in the past. He was accepted by Fujian Brun before the interview, because the small things showed a person's heart. Although chicken soup for the soul works sometimes, but Morinoi Tuoshin obviously didn't understand the big brother's intentions, and was completely dissatisfied with the result of being out. And at this moment, a bewitching figure appeared in front of him. 034, Coach Angzi, I want to play. Itaten, it's really a pity. A young ninja wearing a Konoha forward guard walked slowly towards Morinaida, who was squatting in the corner because of loss. He has a head of fair-colored hair, and the shape of his hairstyle is very similar to that of aquatic products. He is very good at playing cards at first glance. It was Morinoi Itaten's instructor, Konoha Chunin Green Aoi. Being eliminated in such an aggrieved way, Itaten didn't even want to pay attention to his teacher, and turned his head depressed. Lu Kinkui knelt down and pretended to comfort her. Don't be so disappointed, there are other ways to become a Chunin besides passing the exam. The naive Itaten suddenly raised his head and asked, Hondanai? Lu Kinkui smiled and said, of course it's true, you just need to follow my instructions, such and such, such and such. That night, Itaten took advantage of his knowledge of Konoha's defense as a member of the Jonin family, and secretly stole the Forbidden Scroll and the Raijin sword used by the second Hokage. When he arrived at the place, agreed with his teacher excitedly, hoping that these 2 things would help him become a Chunin as Lu Kinkui said, but he was mercilessly attacked by the other party. Of course, it's just becoming the Chunin of Rain Ninja Village. These 2 things are our nomination certificates. After taking these 2 objects, Lu Kinkui, who had achieved her goal, showed a ruthless smile. You stole Konoha's treasure, and there is no way the village will let you go. Are you lying to me? Itaten finally reacted. But Lu Kinkui continued to scare, no matter what you say, you are already a traitor. If you are lucky, you will spend a lifetime in prison. After speaking, he turned around and dived into the night, and set foot on the road leading to Yuin village. Thinking of elder brother Marino Ibuki's harsh punishments and stern and selfless style, Itaten was startled and frightened, and finally had no choice but to follow Aoi Aoi away. In fact, he was also intimidated by Lu Kinkui. If Itaten was only bewitched because of his youth and ignorance, even though his identity cannot be compared with Jinchuriki, but if Naruto can be forgiven for the same mistake, but he will spend his whole life in prison, then Konoha is 2 double standard up. However, if he knew he was guilty, but chose to abscond in fear of guilt like now, the nature would be completely different. According to the original plot, because of his habitual avoidance, he would trap a wave of elder brothers who came to support him later, which would be completely unacceptable. Yukanaha can only be a long-distance runner in the country of tea. But tonight, the development of the plot has a completely different turning point. Sasuke Uchiha is waiting on the only way from Konoha to Yuin village. Liu Kinkui is obviously a character who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Just as he was thinking about becoming a jounin in Yuin, suddenly his eyes blurred, and a handsome young man stood in front of him. He couldn't help being surprised. At any rate, he is also the strongest ninja in Konoha in Ninja Village, and he can be a top ninja in Zionin Village in terms of strength, which is why Liu Kinkui wants to leave Konoha. Who are you? The change from the age of 6 to 9 was not small. For a while, Liu Kinkui didn't recognize the former second young master of the Uchiha clan. Out of vigilance, he immediately took out the Thunder God sword in his arms. The design of this thing is also strange. It is just a hilt in normal state, but as long as a little chakra is injected, it will show the blade like a lightsaber. At first glance, it looks like the style of a sci-fi world, but it is somewhat understandable when you think that it originated from the second generation of Hokage. Seeing the scorching lightning flashed by the green sunflower, Sasuke couldn't help but let out a cheer. This thing is destined for me. In addition to being in line with your own attributes, holding this thing can also yell, "The Force is with me." Ask again, who are you? Do you want to define me who owns the sword of Thor? With the sword in hand, Liu Kinkui became confident in speaking. Me? Sasuke sneered, thinking of a new way to pretend. He stared, opened the bright red Sharingan and said, "I am the undead of the Uchiha clan. I care who you are." Liu Kinkui couldn't bear his pretentious aura, so she swung the Thunder God sword and attacked him. Although the sword in his hand is sharp, his strength is limited, and he is not a professional swordsman either. Sasuke, who has projected many sword skills, shook his head in the way of his moves, and said with a cold snort, "Do you want to dance too?" He projected a cane, split in half, but not for allegiance. It turns out that there is a sharp blade hidden in the handle of the stick, connected to the head of the cane, which is the normal form of Urahara Kisuk Zanpakuto Hongji. Can this kind of poor and weak sword suitable for the elderly be able to stop my Thunder God sword? Liu Kinkui waved a thunderbolt in his hand, confidently waving towards Sasuke. For a treasure of this level, it is better to hold it in your hand and analyze it, so that it can be projected more accurately. His purpose is not just a simple projection, but also to copy the user's combat experience. Qin Shaoban has cheated the Uchiha clan so many times, it is not too much to ask you for a set of genuine Thor swordsmanship, right? Liu Kinkui was still struggling to get back the sword, but Sasuke kicked him over, holding Hongji in his hand and chanting, "Bind, Hongji." This is one of Hongji's 5 liberated forms, similar to the Bound Way and the Ghost Way. The sword body turns into countless thick black lines, binding the green and green sunflowers. After subduing him, Sasuke pressed his palm on Liu Kinkui based on the principle of waste utilization, and activated his own ability. Successful binding. The voice actor of this character is Taro Oki. Please select a synchronized character personality. Oki Yuria Taro is the voice actor of Kukiki Byakuya in Grim Reaper, and his Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura is another weapon that Sasuke wants to obtain this trip. It has the 2 attributes he needs, long range and group attack. It's just that the compatibility between Aoi Aoi and Byakuya Kukiki is too bad. One is arrogant and powerful, the other is despicable and distorted. In order to neutralize the dark side of his personality, Sasuke decided to let him change his mind and start a new life. Choose the character personality as Mitsui Shao. Sasuke confirmed the choice. Green Kinkui's eyes full of hostility immediately projected the righteous light, and looked not far away, because the disciple who was involved in him, Yi Tuoshin, who was scared by the battle between the two at the moment, did not dare to approach. A bond called master and apprentice suddenly brewed in his chest. Coach Angzi. No, it seems that I am the coach. 035, who is singing Mitsui Shao, can be said to be a legend in the world of supporting roles. In the comic Slam Dunk, Sakuragi Flower Road and Rukawa Kaed can be said to be similar to Naruto and Sasuke in the protagonist configuration, and the depiction is also the strongest. Take Nori Akagi as the soul of the team, and Ryota Miyagi's height resonates most with ordinary people. And Mitsui, the latest member to join, was still a villain when he first appeared. As the saying goes, blackening is 3 times stronger, whitewashing is half weaker, plus the debuff of 2 years of neglect. According to the general rules, it should be honestly a green leaf. But this character can reflect the core spirit of competitive sports, never give up, and the most talked about story, The Prodigal Son Turns Back. Coach Angzi, I want to play basketball, is also the most famous scene in the entire cartoon. In the 2 big reversals against Xiang Yang and Shan Wang, he was the one who blew the horn of counterattack first, and he was not inferior to the protagonist in the limelight, and he also played the only 3+1 in the whole story. Some people have counted that Mitsui made 9 of 8 3-pointers against Suno, the strongest team in the comics. Anyone who knows a little bit about basketball should understand how terrifying this concept is. As a result, how strong Mitsui would be without the 2-year blank period is also used as an overhead hypothesis in daily life, just like the three-dimensional world's full-force Jean, peak Mai, hard-working shark, rational science and individual trainees, they have become basketball myth. The most important thing is that Slam Dunk was once voted by the mothers in District 11 as the comics they want their sons to read the most. There are no complicated plots or unnecessary pretense, and the whole story is almost full of vitality. The pursuit of dreams by young people. Even Tetsuo, a character with a childhood shadow level, said the moving line of "Goodbye, sports boy." And Mitsui Shao is one of the characters that best represents the theme of youth. Lu Kinkui looked at the figure of Itada, and recalled the details of the two of them getting along as a master and apprentice, and the moving BGM seemed to ring in her ears. Wandering alone in the metropolis is like an empty beer can that has been discarded. The soul-touching lyrics and melody made his eyes moist. Wait, shouldn't this song be just a small theater in his head? Why so realistic, almost as if it had substance? He looked up and saw that Suzuki was holding a radio, and the singing was coming from it, and he was even shaking his legs along with it, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees with a sad face, missing his lost youth. It can be seen from Kiribi that Naruto World has a radio, and this song was recorded by Suzuki with money. Although his voice actor has a number 2 single on the Oricon rankings, none of his personalities seem to have much musicality, and the little boy's voice can't sing this kind of rock song. How can there be a ninja with a radio on the battlefield? Lu Kinkui secretly wiped away her tears, when suddenly the sound of approaching footsteps came from her ears. According to the original plot, the pursuers led by Marino Ibiki immediately attacked after discovering the theft, and caught up with Aoi Aoi and Itada near Yukage village. Influenced by Mitsui Shao's personality, he really wanted to reform himself, and shouted at his former comrades, "I want to be a Konoha ninja." However, his proud personality made him unable to hold back his face, so he gritted his teeth, put the scroll of forbidden art back into Itadan's hand, and said fiercely, "Take the things and go back quickly. Don't be so naive next time." This tone finally reminded Yi Tuoshin of the daily life between the two of them, and he couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" Lu Kinkui showed a resolute smile and said, "When you go back, put all the responsibility on me, and say that I threatened you with my life and relatives, so that you can avoid punishment and ridicule." He knew very well that even if Itadan honestly confessed that he was deceived, it would lower his evaluation in Konoha. Naruto was cheated, and there are 2 excuses of not graduating and lack of family education, but Itada has already taken the Chunin exam, and still believes such low-level nonsense, and the path of ninjas in the future will be narrowed. And this decision to aggravate her own stigma also means that Lu Kinkui does not intend to return to Konoha. Only Coach Anzai can let Mitsui get rid of all the arrogance, and Lu Kinkui cannot accept the crying pursuit of Konoha. Bing asked for forgiveness. "Since you have decided to go to other places to prove yourself, then follow the path you have chosen. But don't worry, I will not make enemies with Konoha, go back to the place you should go back to." He clenched his fist and said. Suzuki withdrew his eyes from looking at the sky at 45 degrees with great interest, looked at Lu Kinkui at 45 degrees from the new house and said, "It's the same type of road as me." He had almost finished analyzing it, and threw the Thunder God sword back to Itada in a cool manner. To be honest, although it has the ability to project, it consumes chakra firstly, and secondly, projecting creations will reduce attributes. It is definitely better to use the genuine version. But who wants Suzuki to be a partner of justice? He patted Itada on the shoulder, and cut another song on the radio to meet the occasion. "The light of the righteous way shines on the earth." Although the other two couldn't understand the Chinese song, they still felt a sense of righteousness. At this moment, the pursuers finally arrived. There were 3 of them in total. The leader, Mori Ibiki, frowned. Who was singing in such a serious scene? If Suzuki knew what he was thinking, he would probably reply, "It warms the loneliness." And Lu Kinkui had already disappeared into the night in order to avoid running into them. Suzuki didn't chase him for the time being, but pushed Itada to his elder brother, while thinking in his heart whether he should give Ibixi a song "Tears Behind the Bar" back for work in the future. Although Ubixi really wants to slap her ineffective younger brother, but the 2 treasures are more important right now. After confirming that they were genuine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the figure holding the radio not far away and asked, "Your Excellency? It's Master Suzuki. You helped to take back the treasure, right?" There was also a member of the Uchiha family who was in charge of security among the chasing soldiers. Even though Suzuki's face changed slightly, he still recognized him, and his tone was full of excitement and relief. Although Suzuki left Konoha with a scapegoat on his back, due to his public opinion war back then, many Uchiha people knew that he sacrificed himself in exchange for the improvement of the whole family's treatment. Uchiha Suzuki? Ubixi could also sense that before they arrived, there was another breath fleeing in a hurry, but as long as the object was kept, it would not be a big deal to lose a traitor. Suzuki didn't have much to say to them, and after nodding to the Uchiha tribe, he planned to chase after Green Aoi. But the other pursuer also seemed to know him. "Master Suzuki, I am a ninja who came out of the orphanage. Although I may be a little rude, I still want to remind you that Mr. Dean has been waiting for your reply for a long time." Suzuki turned and left, leaving a sentence, "Tell the Dean, I will leave soon." 036, the Konoha Snake Squad, let's go. Although Liu Kinkui was allowed to run first for a long time, Suzuki walked like flying with his flying scythe kick, and quickly caught up with him, breathing still calmly. Liu Kinkui even suspects that he is not human, he is so young, but his skills are so superb. He didn't know at this time that the young man in front of him single-handedly killed an elder Konoha more than 2 years ago. "The Thunder God's sword and the scroll have been returned, what do you want?" Liu Kinkui knew that she couldn't run, and couldn't beat, so she threw up her hands helplessly, slamming her hands. Suzuki curled his lips as a tool man appointed by him. "You want to run away before you have realized your value? Where are you going?" Senbon Sakura may not be the strongest Zanpakuto, but it must be the most gorgeous. Although the title of the most beautiful Zanpakuto was snatched away by his sister-in-law's Sode Shirayuki, the liberating gesture of the cherry blossoms flying all over the sky has always made Suzuki unforgettable. Perhaps in a certain world line, he will declare righteously, "I want to be the righteous partner of Senbon Sakura." Therefore, even if Liu Kinkui wanted to return to Konoha, Suzuki would use various reasons to tie him to his base first, not to mention that he is now a lonely family member. He tried his best to put on an amiable expression and said, "I will often help some ninjas who rebel in the village practice ninjutsu. My research institute is quite big. I can play basketball directly when I am tired from training. It doesn't matter." Liu Kinkui frowned, because there were too many slots in these words, so he chose to say the strangest one first. "What is basketball?" Suzuki made a few trainee-level dribbling and shooting moves casually and said, "A multiplayer sport that can exercise your body and precision. It's quite fun. It doesn't matter if you are tired from playing and you can go to sleep directly." These few actions quickly aroused the passion of another personality in Liu Kinkui, and he suddenly felt itchy. Just in time, since he didn't want to be an enemy of Konoha, and it was hard to join Yurnen village, he followed Suzuki back to his research institute. By the way, Suzuki actually built a basketball court in the research institute. One is that he himself likes to play, and the other is that sports can make people positive. Only then can it be synchronized with Kukiki Byakuya. Anyway, the current Mizuki can be called an all-round inventor, and it is not a problem to create a basketball that can withstand the strength of a ninja. Just hitting, the ninja's instinct will still make Suzuki make some unscientific moves. For example, I can't help but turn on Sharingan and shoot three-pointers directly from the backcourt, or use chakra when excited, jump higher than the basket, and directly crush the basketball. This style of painting is not a sporty boy, okay? No way. Why do you think that most of Xiao Li's training is running, and there is a sports meeting in the OVA, but the event is also a marathon? Because with the physical fitness of this group of ninjas, sports involving equipment are easy to cost money. However, Mizuki's technological creativity after synchronizing Urahara Kisuk and Kojiro is endless. Perhaps the research on ninjutsu is not as good as Orochimaru, but in terms of the degree of strangeness, it is even worse. He discovered an energy-saving ring that can slightly suppress the burst of chakra in unconscious situations. After wearing it, the ninja is just an ordinary person whose physical fitness is more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary people. After using this prop, Liu Kinkui used a miraculous three-pointer to let the two know what cruelty is. Although he was miserably abused, this method allowed him to integrate into the research institute and cultivate a sense of arrogance. Like Mizuki, Liu Kinkui is also a person who is eager to prove himself, but Konoha has too many geniuses, and he can't beat Naruto with the sword of Thor in his hand, so naturally he can't reach the top in any aspect. This sense of gap made him gradually distorted, and he thought of going to be the leader of a small ninja village, but he might have misunderstood the Rain Ninja Village in this period. But now, in the joy of playing basketball and torturing others, he has rebuilt his long-lost confidence and feels that he can do it again. First of all, he proved his skill, and then through Mizuki's research, coupled with the willpower of Mitsui's personality, his ninjutsu attainments are also constantly improving. Suzuki is usually polite to him, and even fools him. According to Mizuki's research on you, maybe there is also some bloodline from an ancient famous family. All this is to increase his compatibility with Kukiki Byakuya, a proud nobleman. Finally, without making Yakushi Nanoya wait too long, Aoi successfully synchronized with Byakuya Kukiki's personality, and Suzuki also successfully projected Senbon Sakura. This experiment is of considerable historical significance. It marks that Suzuki has successfully completed the synchronization with such a disparity in personality, and he himself has gained a lot of experience in using this ability from it, providing valuable experience for future troubles. On this day, in order to apologize to the pharmacist Nanoya who had been waiting for him for half a year, Suzuki personally cooked for her. It's embarrassing to say, although he is the boss of this research institute, but because of Emiya Shiro's mother nature, he has always been in charge of doing chores in the institute. Although no one in the institute knows how to cook better than him, even if professional ninja chefs are invited, it is not as delicious as his own cooking, but Suzuki sometimes feels that he is a bit embarrassing as the leader. He once thought about synchronizing the personality of Alu in The Captive of Gourmet with Liu Qingkui, and let him replace him as the crown cook. But when he thought of the setting that Aru must consume hundreds of thousands of calories every day, Suzuki still gave up this idea. Fortunately, the person they are looking for this time can also synchronize the personality of a moderate chef. Coincidentally, Mizuki, Qingkui and Yaeshido, the voice actors of the four people all span the three works of Hokage, Bleach, and Fate. The voice actor of Yaeshido, Shen Naiyanyan, not only played the role of Gouge in Xingyu World, but also played the role of Ren in Little Master. Yes, it's the one who still sticks a talisman after killing the animals. Isn't that gentle enough? In addition, he is also Shenzong Ichiro in Slam Dunk. Finally, someone can compete with Liu Qingkui for a three-pointer. Green Qingkui, her hair color is green, her ability is Kan Benzakura and a three-pointer splash with a radius of 10 meters. Suzuki took a step forward and shouted, "Okay, let's go." 037, all the way north in the original Star Crusaders, although the stand-in who likes to tease old things is the most useless, but if you think about it carefully, if you don't have the reading and writing ability of Hermit Purple, the group may not even be able to find Dio anywhere. The Konoha Snake Squad now has to face the same problem, where to find the trace of Yaeshido. Before losing contact, Yao Shidu was working as an undercover agent in the Land of Earth. In the past 2 years, Yao Shinanoyo also mobilized his network as an ace spy in the past to inquire around in Iwanan village. Speaking of which, Konoha has developed rapidly in terms of espionage in the past 2 years. Suzuki blew himself up and took away Danzo's divine operation, allowing the Uchiha clan to restore their relationship with high-level officials for the first time since the Uchiha Mirror period. Konoha, who has no internal friction, is invincible in the ninja world. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has regained the ambition that was called ninja back then. In the past, Konoha was Sarutobi Hiruzen who maintained a positive image and united people's hearts. Shimura Danzo was responsible for playing shady conspiracies and tricks. Although he did a lot of things to deceive his own people, the village is also inseparable from the tiredness of dirty work live character. And today's Sarutobi Hiruzen, stimulated by Suzuki's awakening that day, also began to reflect on whether his connivance with Danzo subconsciously included the reason for cherishing feathers. It is said that the king of Hades is easy to see, but the little devil is difficult to deal with. But under normal circumstances, the subordinates take the blame for their bosses. A lot of bad things happened in an organization, and in the end, the second leader was responsible for all the blame, and the first leader was just a white lotus who was deceived. Would anyone believe this statement? Especially Hiruzuru. Sarutobi also holds a ninja tool like a peeping crystal ball. In the original plot, after the reincarnation of the dirt, Hiruzuru Sarutobi admitted that it was because he was too simple to inherit the way of governance of his teacher Senshou Kaijian. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to get his hands dirty. Therefore, Shimura Danzo was forced to bear the dark side of the village, but Danzo was too extreme and radical, which led to many tragedies. Just like the Uchiha coup in the original plot, Sarutobi's attitude throughout the whole process is, we want to solve the problem through peaceful means, but I haven't thought about how to do it. In fact, such a good old man is quite a hole. Since the top leader has no assertiveness, Danzo uses his own way to deal with the problem, but he only inherited Senshou Fijian's decisiveness, but not his talent. No matter how much Senshou Fijian hates the Uchiha clan, he accepts Uchiha Mirror as a disciple. This is the bearing of being a leader. To use an analogy, Senju Tobaima is like Emiya Kuritsugu, whose origin is cutting and combining. It is capable of killing and decisive, but also has a heart that wants to protect. The official evaluation of Kuritsugu is cutting off and discarding many things, and struggling to connect more things. You can say that Senju Tobaima played a disgraceful role in dealing with Uchiha Madara's problem, but it can be seen from the method of death for the disciples that he also has the same will as the big brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen only knows how to connect and wants to weld everything like a skunk, while Shimura Danzo only knows how to let go, but he doesn't understand people's hearts. It's just that, no matter how smart Danzo is, the heir chosen by Senshou Fijian is also Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the setting of Linzishu, he is the same as Shikamaru and Yakushido, and he is the brain of Sien Ten. He obviously possesses talent, but is limited by his good-natured personality, which makes his talent inferior to his own Danzo's misbehavior. It can be said that every pot of Danzo's pot is his responsibility for his inaction. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was affected by the synchronization, finally decided not to find someone to take the blame and put an end to the abuse of power. I took over the responsibility of the darkness of the ninja world, spent a lot of thought, recruited all the cold-blooded agents at the root, raised the salary and entrusted them with important tasks. Anyway, if he wants to launch the Red War to liberate the ninja world in the future, he cannot do without these professional ninjas who are only born to complete tasks. Suzuki, who understands this situation, appreciates Sarutobi's change. You can't care too much about your image. Justice sometimes needs to be achieved by getting your hands dirty. A killer who doesn't recognize his relatives may be the partner of justice who most wants to save the world. A delinquent boy who eats bully meals, beats teachers, and calls his mother a wife may have a golden spirit, and a priest who is sanctimonious and shouts pleasure or enlightenment may be the scum of human beings. In any case, at least now, Konoha's intelligence personnel are treated much better. Danzo's management philosophy is to kill donkeys and throw them away after use. Just like Hikari in the Blood Mist period, the effect is remarkable in the short term, but it cannot become a big climate. After all, after the Orochimaru research incident was exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen still deprived Danzo of a lot of real power. He had no power or money in his hands, so he could only exploit the remaining value of his subordinates. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took over, he completely expanded his team, and everyone fought bravely to be the first. Coupled with the talent of pharmacist no Neiyu, he quickly integrated the intelligence network within the 5 major countries. It was really found out not long ago Yaeshido once haunted TNZ country. After confirming the news from Yakushi Nanoyu, Suzuki also understood that he would have to face one of the legendary Sunin after all. Thinking about it, there is still a little excitement. To use an internet buzzword more than 10 years ago, I don't know whether Yuan will be GG or millimeter. Tonokuni was just north of Konoha, and Suzuki started singing as he walked. I'm heading north all the way, leaving the season with you. The singing was melodious and beautiful, and Yaeshi Nunaya couldn't help showing a wry smile, but seeing the normal expressions on the faces of the other two, he displayed the basic qualities of a senior spy, just pretend nothing happened. Suzuki is very confident. As a Uchiha tribe, his ancestors are rich in Shamit, and the origin is likely to be the family that buried love. What's wrong with me bringing my own stereo? It's as natural as a repairman to carry a wrench with him. It's not bad to gather at the entrance of the village without taking cement. As for Lu Kinkui, it was probably because she was a little too used to Suzuki. She coughed and said, "Boss, we're going on a mission, won't it be too bad for you?" Suzuki immediately raised his leg like he usually did with Mizuki, blocking the rest of his sentence. It was only then that Lu Kinkui remembered that since she mastered Chien Bennying, the boss's attitude towards her seemed to have changed. This is a matter of course. In the past, he was polite to him because of Senbon Sakura's face, in order for him to complete the synchronization with Kukiki Byakuya. Now that Suzuki has completed the projection, of course he turns his face and refuses to recognize anyone. Mizuki enjoyed it quite a bit and said, "This song is good, very nice." Not to flatter, but really to his appetite. Suzuki nodded. After all, this song is Fujiwara Takumai's theme song, and he is also a voice actor. "Mizuki, don't you think it's tiring to walk alone? Next time we have time, let's build a car for fun." What is a car? The kind that can drift around corners, and then you can open a tofu shop and have a daughter named Kinhua. Sounds like fun. The two began chatting with high spirits, making sounds like catching shrimps from time to time. 038 The Yinin village infiltration plan. Suzuki smashed into the historical stream of the Naruto world like an earth-shattering star, which has already caused waves and caused many butterfly effects invisibly. For example, since Uchiha Ataka did not defect, Orochimaru is also doing well in the Akatsuki organization. Although Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization also have their own ghosts and have little interest in the future described by Pain, the management of the Akatsuki organization is still relatively loose. The organization has the ultra-remote corporate communication method, Magic Lantern Body Technique, which does not require members to go to the headquarters Urin village to check in every day, and has a high degree of freedom. When the work of catching tailed beasts has not yet started, the daily tasks are relatively leisurely. Orochimaru has a code name of Akatsuki Sora-chan on the surface, which does not delay his secret research on science and the establishment of Ninja Village. It's just that Xiao's organization has always been in 2 teams, and how they get along with their partners will also affect their work experience. In the original plot, the direct reason why he left the Akatsuki organization was naturally because he was counterkilled after attacking Itaki Uchiha. The fundamental reason was that it was different from the purpose of the organization. There was also an indirect reason, probably with his partner Akatsuki Jade Girl not the right way. There is no way, one department of biology, one department of mechanics, one who believes in science, and one who is engaged in art, if they can chat, there will be ghosts. Moreover, Sunin was as famous as Konoha back then, and the Red Sand Scorpion was also unhappy watching Orochimaru. That is to say, both of them are more difficult to die, so the behavior of killing their partners like Kakuzu did not happen. However, their talents are very important to the organization. After reconciliation failed, Pain replaced each of them with a partner. Although Itaki Uchiha did not join the Akatsuki organization, the organization still valued the ability of Daidara, the third-generation Tsuchikage rebel, and earned him a top spot. It just so happens that this person is also an artist, although the Red Sand Scorpion's first comment on him is, "This person looks like an early death." However, it was more pleasing to his eyes than Orochimaru, so the two formed a new partner in accordance with the law of world line convergence. In addition to the same development as the original plot, the butterfly effect triggered by Suzuki is Orochimaru, led by his new partner, is going to the country of water to perform the task of assassinating nobles. This is the early fund reserve work of the Akatsuki organization. Except for the most enthusiastic Jiaodu, other members must also implement it. So when Zionin was prodigal, every member of the Xiao organization was responsible. Loquat Juzo, the first owner of the beheading sword, was supposed to be Uchiha Itaka's partner. Under Pain's regrouping, he came together with Orochimaru. Like the Red Sand Scorpion, he also had relatives and friends who died at the hands of Konoha ninja, 4 of them. It's just according to the ninja thinking that came out of the blood mist, there is no need to resent if you are not as good as a human being. And that green watermelon-headed ninja shocked Loquat Juzang too deeply. No, a ninja named Matt died? On the way to the country of water, Loquat Juzang asked Konoha Renran Orochimaru about the truth. It's just a 10,000-year patience. Orochimaru replied casually. The name of Konoha Shinobi has not yet been announced at this time, although Matt Dai broke out against the 7 ninja swordsmen of all elite Jonin and took away 4 of them. The record is amazing. The art of door armor. But this technique requires a lot of devotion to repeated training, and it is at odds with Orochimaru, who is determined to master all ninjutsu. His goal is the entire forest, and it is impossible to waste time on the most difficult bone. Just like Shenning of Cornin Village, using secret techniques to save the training process is the method that suits him. So he didn't have much interest in betting on Matt Day. Orochimaru pursues eternal life and attaches great importance to medicine. He will play Shenning's idea, and he will go all out to deal with Tsunade. He also attaches great importance to the medical ninjutsu wizard he met in the orphanage when he was still in Konoha Yakushadu. Koto is very talented. There are only 3 virtuous 10 geniuses in Lin's issue. When he fought back and forth with Tsunade, who was unable to exert his full strength due to hemophobia, he was only 19 years old, and he became Orochimaru in the later stage. Ryaji cave immortal mode that I can't master. And what Orochimaru valued the most was his ability to recover. Taking a round of Helix pill head-on could resolve it with yin healing. Although according to the original plot, the pharmacist went black and joined Dashuin because he killed pharmacist no Neiyu himself. But for Orochimaru, an expert in teenage abduction, such a highly valued talent has to be obtained by trickery and abduction. In particular, multiple spies like Yaoshidu, who have extremely strong mental trauma, are easy to fall for the snake spirit. It's just that Umbu has been frantically searching for the whereabouts of Yakushadu in the past few years. Of course, Orochimaru can't ask him to go undercover in Konoha like the original plot, but to keep him with him for control. Loquat Juzang has no objection to Dashimaru's way of bringing his younger brother, especially after he knows that Yaoshidu is a medical ninja. Kirigakure's handling of rebellious ninja was very harsh. If it wasn't for the task requirements, Pipa Juzang would not want to return to this country. Of course it would be a good thing to bring a nanny. Just as the 3 of them were heading towards the land of water, Suzuki and his party traveled a long distance and finally arrived at Orochimaru's base in Otanin village. Along the way, Suzuki was still talking about driving with Mizuki. For Mizuki's current mind, as long as Suzuki came up with an advanced concept, he could work hard in this direction. It's a pity that no matter how fast the 86 is, it can't catch up with Xiaoshu and the Mercedes. Suzuki sighed and said with emotion, "By the way, Mizuki, is it okay for your girlfriend to leave Konoha all the time? What can I do when I finish this task?" Sigh, don't kick it lightly. When my work of researching the truth is over, I will get married when I have free time. Tin Ziguo is full of green trees and gardens, and Mizuki walking through it is full of confidence. The breeze was blowing slowly, and a few leaves inadvertently fell on the tip of his hair, making Suzuki's eyelids twitch. Soon they arrived at the gate of Yinin village. Unlike Konoha's military-civilian integration, this ninja village established by Orochimaru is a military base with almost no residents and guard posts everywhere. Suzuki took a few glances from a distance, and then made a battle plan for sneaking in and searching. Do you also know how to lurk? Although pharmacist no Neiyu knew that he had killed Danzo, lurking was a skill. Suzuki projected a stitch that could cut his throat soundlessly and said, "No living person will see me." 039, Scatter, Senbonzakura. Many heroic spirits are actually capable of more than one job title. Like Hercules, being assigned to a job class with a poor compatibility is equivalent to a weakening. Although Emiya Shiro participated in the Holy Grail War with the rank of archer after he became a hero, but he was actually a magician before his death, and his origin was a sword. After working for Alea, most of them were assassins. Although the talent of archery is also very good, it seems to be just an interest in studying. Therefore, Suzuki is a little confident in the stealth skills he can synchronize. It's just a pity that he ignored the fact that most of the ninjas in Yinin village play with sound waves. Just as Suzuki was chanting "everything is false and everything is allowed" while jumping on various buildings in Otishi village, he found himself surrounded by a small team unknowingly. "Look, I hear some bugs," the leader sneered. As expected of Mr. Gecko, even a small bug can't hide from you, today's research object has been found. There's another girl. Don't compete with me, I think that boy looks better. Although they were all covering their faces, their tone of voice was malicious. Especially the last speaker. Suzuki gave him a definition of "your road is narrow" in his heart. Roughly counting, there are a total of 10 people. The miscellaneous fish in Yin'an village are all wearing Counter-Strike style uniforms, and Suzuki can't judge the opponent's level from the details. However, according to the original plot, Asuma killed 9 Otogakure Jamanin in a few seconds, and she had to do a big job herself, trying to surpass him in the bounty as soon as possible. While thinking about it, he urged the already proficient long knife technique, and the silk thread, which was difficult to identify with the naked eye, began to spread silently under the urging of chakra. After the lurkers were discovered, it was only natural for Kai Wushuan to mow the grass. The last 2 Otanin who spoke badly were the fastest to be affected, and their hands and feet were cut off evenly. The sharpness of the long knife and silk thread made them unaware of the trick, but the pain that came soon made them unable to help screaming, "Humph, ah, ah." Pharmacist no Neyu quickly threw 2 kunao sticks at their throats, precisely disrupting their vocalizations, so as not to cause too much noise. Suzuki sighed. Although he broke in with the consciousness of killing all witnesses, his own creed of justice was conditioned reflex, and he avoided killing until he was found guilty. Now in the enemy's lair, sticking to principles is easy to drown in your own justice. Uzumaki Naruto episode 720 didn't kill a single person. That's because his vitality was as strong as an Evelyn installed, and he didn't worry about being counter-killed if he didn't make up the knife. If he was killed, he would die. And to be honest, in the base camp of human experiments in captivity like Yin'an village, apart from the coerced ones, there is not a single snowflake that is innocent. So he didn't hold back his hand anymore, and the long knife went straight to the throat, cutting a headless corpse, which was considered a kind of kindness. However, the Otanin called Gecko, who was the first to hear his movement, was exceptionally agile and repeatedly evaded his own attacks. According to Suzuki's guess, this guy, as the elite leader of Oto Ninja, probably has an extraordinary sense of hearing, and can hear even the slightest movement of silk threads, so it's no wonder he can see through his stealth. The frequency of repeated horizontal jumps is also the same as the frequency of music games such as Taiko Master. He couldn't help sighing in J-Chu's tone, "It's not bad." Humph. The Gecko gave a sneer. Although the remaining teammates were all dead, there were still more voices of sound ninja gathering not far away. No matter how skilled the intruder is, can he still defeat a village? Just as the Gecko was thinking about how to torture the 2 and avenge his companion, Suzuki projected another knife. Then, let's see if you can dodge this knife. As he whispered softly, the blade first erupted with dazzling white light, and then dispersed into countless tiny fragments, which looked like beautiful flower petals under the sunlight. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura. This is Kukiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura's Hajime posture, which can break the blade into 1,000 sharp blades and cut the enemy from all directions. The blade refracts light as it dances, looking like 1,000 withered cherry blossoms. By the way, Swastika Kanben Sakura Jinjian will be like a nesting doll. First drop the knife vertically, and the whole knife will disappear as if it fell into the water. First it will transform into thousands of knives rising from the feet, and then each knife then decompose and produce countless sharp blades, increasing the number exponentially, launching an all-round attack without dead ends, and taking into account both offense and defense. But even if it is Shija, 1,000 blades that move at will are enough to cause headaches for most opponents except the Ghost Lamp family. Moreover, Suzuki is very good at controlling the form of chakra. It can be seen from the use of Chidoryu and the kaleidoscope ability of Kagato life that countless small blades can move freely under his control. No matter how good a gecko's hearing is, it cannot hear the trajectory of 1,000 blades flying at the same time. Suzuki doesn't have many chakras, so he can't control all the sharp blades to attack at the same time. But at the same time, he turned on the Sherinan to ensure the accuracy. During the seemingly random waving, the elite Otanin had been stabbed by 7 blades and lost his ability to move. He could only hope that other rescuers could kill this terrible guy. After all, it is the hinterland of Otanin village, and enemies dressed as Counter-Strike elites are constantly gathering. The fallen gecko also uses the eyes on the mask to stare at Suzuki covertly. It's a pity that Sherinan perfectly captured his micro-expression. Suzuki shook his head, and said to the gecko, "Let me tell you a secret, my Senbenzakura has a total of 1,000 blades, and I used 7 blades to deal with you just now. Now make one simple question, what is 7 equal to?" He widened his eyes, but the sound ninjas were still gathering towards Suzuki. Orochimaru likes to do research on the human body, and they are also used to catching people alive, and they don't use hidden weapons. They want to force Suzuki with the tactics of men on men. Give up. Fool, get out. The gecko warned loudly, but it was too late. Suzuki was wearing a limited edition chakra recovery potion developed by Mizuki Shigekin, and he didn't hold back his strength. Many Tone ninjas fell into a pool of blood, and a few of the best ones escaped far away with the stand-in technique, and the gecko shouted at the fleeing companions, "Go and invite Master Junmalu." Suzuki nodded slightly, the element noticed. Junmalu is full of bones and can indeed restrain the physics department's attack, but the priority of notifying him instead of Orochimaru shows a problem. Orochimaru is probably not in the base. Although he had prepared weapons against Orochimaru in advance, knowing that he was not at home gave Sasuke a sense of confidence that the weather had cleared and the rain had stopped, and I would be able to do it in this base. He threw out a signal flare, notifying Mizuki and Liu Kinkui to enter the village head-on. Today, we will demolish the house for Dashimara first. 040 Arcanaha is really amazing. Yakushi Nana knew that Sasuke was very strong, and he could single-handedly kill Dark Danzo of Ninja World 3 years ago, but he was still taken aback by Senbon Sakura's movement. It's not that there are large-scale long-range attack methods in the ninja world, such as Tianatian Xuanshenglong and Yurin Village's Ryulu Qianben, but due to the high agility of the ninja, it is difficult to guarantee the hit rate. The advantage of Qianbening is that each blade is controlled by her own will, coupled with the observation power of Sharingan. As long as there is enough chakra, it can be said to be directed like an arm, and the speed and strength are also extremely amazing. It seemed that he still had the demeanor of the king's treasure house, and Sasuke was even more convinced that he was indeed a Bao soldier. Although in the initial solution state, it has the weakness of not being able to take into account its own defense, but it can be said to be a tactical killer in terms of abuse and group attacks. Obviously, at the same time as the superpowers such as the third Hokage, the third Raikage, and the third Tsuchikage, why is only Sancho Hanzo considered to be a ninja demigod? On the one hand, it is because he has one person, one city, guarding the Kingdom of Rain, a small country where the land of the 4 world wars is still majestic, and his feelings are extra points. According to Sasuke's speculation, on the other hand, it is because he has his own poisonous gas, which is too deterrent to ordinary people on the battlefield. Maybe Heads Up and Lanning is not necessarily the best in the world, but it is a big killer in team battles. Qianbening also has this effect on the battlefield, just like the Sky Dragon among the 3 Phantom Gods. Although there is no such terrifying big move as Shenquan Smash in Phoenix, it can stably summon thunderbolts by one person and kill the weak directly. The only problem is that Hanzo's poisoning is a passive skill, while Senbenzakura consumes chakra, and Sasuke doesn't have much chakra. He took advantage of the fact that the Otonin ninjas were all bluffed by him, and quickly took a sip of the magic replenishing potion prepared by Mizuki with the speed of practicing shuriken for many years, and then continued the concave shape as if nothing had happened. This potion is in line with Mizuki's usual style. The effect is good, but the cost is extremely expensive, and it is difficult to mass-produce. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Kongo, who was born with a celestial body, was still hidden in the Orochimaru base, and many researches on cell transplantation might be able to solve his mana deficiency problem. Even though Sasuke Ikaiken Megatron Ninja Village looks pretty, but thinking that there might be a top powerhouse like Orochimaru hidden in this ninja village, Yakushi Nanoya proposed to retreat with some confidence. In fact, she has arranged all the affairs of the orphanage, and the only thing she can't let go of is Yakashitu. This time, she has the consciousness of not caring about life and death, but she is afraid of hurting young people like Sasuke. But Sasuke is not in vain at all. There is a big gap in the strength of the ninja world. Orochimaru, Scorpion, and Ninja Sword have the strength to destroy a small country with one person. With 4 ninja knives in hand, how difficult is it to pick a ninja village where Orochimaru is not at home? At least before the appearance of the Curse Seal 5-member group, Sasuke was not in vain. And with Orochimaru's pissing properties, there are several research bases outside Ninja Village, and the economy itself is not good enough. If you want to open more mines, you deserve to be stolen. Liu Kinkui and Mizuki also saw the flare, and exchanged a look. There is no ghost, step up the intensity. So one copied the original Qianben Sakura, the other copied Hongji, and through a spherical ninja that stored psychic spells, they summoned a batch of psychic beasts captured in the past half a year. As for why there is a psychic contract, but also to study the spherical ninja, Mizuki himself can't explain it. In short, he thinks it is more handsome to throw it out like this. And with his super research ability, this kind of ninja can also save the chakra needed for psychic ninjutsu. After all, Mizuki's talent is only at the level of ordinary chunin, and it is made up by synchronous thinking. Like Sasuke, chakra should be used sparingly. Not every psychic beast has the advanced intelligence of the residents of the 3 holy places, and many of them are from the chaotic camp. The relationship between the contractor and them is probably to give them benefits like Sasuke gave the ninja cat Mushin Polygonum, Orochimaru gave the 10,000 snake sacrifices, and then let them vent their innate desire to destroy as beasts. The simple thing is act wildly. Although Mizuki has bad luck when catching psychic beasts, even if he is scheming, he will fall into unexpected difficulties and fail, but he has 2 strong teammates Sasuke and Aoi Aoi, plus his inexplicable understanding of psychic beasts. Longing, I have collected a lot in the past half a year. And I'm not very picky eater, I collect all kinds of mess. In fact, Mizuki also wants to collect powerful and rare psychic beasts, but such psychic beasts look down on him, and he is unwilling to establish a psychic relationship with them, so he has to win by numbers. Right now, these animals of varying quality are running wild in Yinrin village. Some destroyed buildings, some destroyed sports fields like a tornado, some directly attacked humans, and some defecated everywhere. Because the main force of Oto Ninja was busy fighting Suzuki, the scene was in chaos. On the other side, Suzuki has already cleared all the weak with Senbon Sakura, and for the remaining Otonin elites, Suzuki projected the Thunder God Sword to fight. He analyzed and recorded the battle experience of the second generation of Hokage from the genuine Thunder God Sword, and it is also projected at this time. This is an actual combat swordsmanship honed in the extremely intensive battles of the Warring States period. This kind of swordsmanship is not too fancy, and does not make redundant movements, so as to save energy in complex battlefields. With rich combat experience, he can always kill the enemy with one blow. Coupled with the observation skills of Sharingan, and the 3 years of bounty hunter experience, even Otonin Jonin would not last long in his hands. Such tyrannical strength, coupled with the fact that Mizuki and Okinkui also killed all the way to the position where the signal flare rose, the snake fighting group completed their convergence like a rainbow, and the morale of the Yinin gradually began to waver. Suzuki saw their laxity, and began to ask loudly if anyone knew where Yakushido was. Yakushido is a person that Dashuin values, and they all know the fate of betraying Dashuin, and they all act like iron bones. Suzuki slashed all the way, grabbed a person and asked, stabbed a sword in the kidney after a little hesitation, and then turned to the next one. Thunder God's sword is extremely sharp and electrified all over the body, and one strike of the sword will basically make one's life empty. Finally, someone was scared out of their wits, but the fear of Orochimaru went deep into the bone marrow, so they directly begged Suzuki for mercy. Master Konoha, don't kill me. I love Konoha, and I have wanted to be a real Konoha ninja since I was a child. He took out the ninja bag and said, I have always used Konoha's kunao, our Konoha is really amazing. Konoha rebelled against Lu Kinkui frowned, is there something wrong with this guy? Medical ninja pharmacist Nanoya thought the words were literal, and glanced at the face of this Otonin. Although many of Otonin wear masks, it can still be seen that his eyes are obviously protruding. So she said, this person may have hyperthyroidism, or hyperthyroidism for short. Suzuki shook his head and said, no, he probably thought he had the survival code. 041, strange synchronization added when Suzuki was in the Uchiha clan and the black market, he had been exposed to cold knowledge about torture. He made the most sensible choice, he didn't expect to avoid it completely, and he didn't expect to block it with his sword. It's just that in the superimposed state of my clairvoyance and Sharingan, the moment I can see the fast shadow, I only move my upper body and make a slight deviation. Thanks to this action, a yellow arrow that was supposed to pierce his heart was only pierced in his shoulder, but it still shot straight through. Suzuki grinned in pain, and quickly turned on the random puppet, promising that he would not injury effects combat ability. It has to be said that Suzuki was a little unlucky, with a luxurious outfit, only lacking in defense. But he ran into an opponent who was close to the law of causality. Kidomaru, a guy who looks like an archer, is more like an assassin, and his weapon is like a spear that pierces the deaththorn. Born with 6 hands, he is considered a freak. Both he and Naruto can explain the truth, the prejudice in the human heart is like a mountain. It's just that Naruto met Iruka, and he met Orochimaru. Therefore, he devoted allegiance to Orochimaru. Although his frontal combat ability is very good, the level of being taken away by the dying Ninkai, but as long as there is a suitable opportunity to hide, he can shoot the gold-sticking arrow with a hit rate of 100%. The so-called 100% hit rate means that even if Niji knows that he will only shoot arrows at the dead corner of his white eyes, he can only avoid the vital points and reduce the damage, because this arrow cannot be avoided. Probably only the speed of Namikaze Minato level, or the perception of the elite level of the Uzumaki clan, can it be possible to reverse this causality. But Suzuki was a little lucky. As a traverser, he predicted the abilities of the 5 Otonin in advance, and this battlefield has fewer bunkers than the forest where Kidomaru and Niji fought. Although Kidomaru shot the arrow secretly in a blind corner of a building, the shadow of the arrow coming through the air was captured by the Sharingan. After all, the setting of Kidomaru's shooting technique is only a must-hit, but it is not like the gun that pierces the dead thorn, which is forced to hit the heart. After understanding this ability and knowing that Kidomaru prefers to shoot the heart, it is still possible to avoid the vital point of. If there is a chance, if you want to move your whole body, or block with a weapon, Suzuki is probably already cold. In the corner of an attic, Gui Tongwan, who had many arms like a Neza, frowned. There are curved patterns on his face, and he has already opened the curse seal state 1. The red-haired woman Taya was also a little surprised. Kidomaru's sneak attack failed to kill the target when he was in state 1. The 5 Otonin have a lot of work experience, and Orochimaru usually entrusts them with the task of arresting research bodies. On this day, Jirobo and Zyuwajin happened to be out. It was Junmaro who was originally asked for help, but he was receiving treatment on a hospital bed. Although Kidomaru is a playful person, but his own base has been destroyed like this, he still dare not take it too seriously, and is about to enter the second state, and Suzuki's luck value once again played a role. A bolt of lightning struck his head with an inescapable nature that belonged to the law of causality. This is the horror of game skills. The only thing that can prevent Thunder Emperor called from hitting is probability. Kidomaru's luck was very bad. The last time this passive trigger was triggered, Sasuke fought with Naruto for a long time, and he was struck by lightning when he shot an arrow. Sasuke's eyes were red, holding Senbon Sakura in one hand and Thunder God's sword in the other. He took off the scythe and went to kill the thunder. He and Danzo were not so dangerous when they were desperate. It can only be said that he really lacks the means to deal with this kind of assassin role. But since this guy was so unlucky that he was struck by lightning, he wouldn't be given the chance to shoot a second arrow. Kidomaru and Teiuya, an archer and an illusionist, were a little flustered when they saw the assistant approaching with two swords, because they raised their flutes, ready to release illusions. You handed over your flute to me. Sasuke also understood her ability. Senbon Sakura flicked, and countless petals flew towards her together. Although I don't expect to be able to directly kill Teiuya, who is also in state 1, but at least it can prevent her from blowing the dick. Kidomaru also spit out a few spider threads to trap Sasuke. The setting of this thing is that the two elephants can't stop pulling, which can restrain taijutsu ninjas other than the soft fist style. But Sasuke said silently, "The source force is with me." With a flash of the Thunder God's sword in his hand, he simply cut it off. Kidomaru frowned, and used the sweat glands of his body to secrete sticky gold, metallizing his skin to form a layer of armor. In his previous concepts, the steel-like defense was enough to withstand most physical attacks. However, a guy with 1,200 times the steel defense has been defeated repeatedly, not to mention that Sasuke's sword also has a thunder attribute chakra. Although the Thunder God's sword only made a dull knocking sound on his body, the lightning chakra still caused him a paralyzing effect. Sasuke didn't have a soft fist, so it wasn't easy to break his defense for the time being, but he slapped him with the palm of his hand, giving him a fortune. So far, Sasuke has been synchronizing characters with a more positive image. Even the villain Kojiro is full of cute and charming temperament. But if this ability is used on the enemy, it can cause mental pollution. For example, for a dual personality patient like Diablo, in a critical battle, Tobio's upper body suddenly made a dululu sound, which can only cut off this embarrassing time. The voice actor of this character is Chiba Progress. This is a seiyuu with most of the characters being elegant and serious, but there are also ghostly characters, such as an exhibitionist. Choose the synchronous personality as Isao Kondo, and the synchronous power is fully activated. Sasuke quickly made a choice in his mind, and Teo had already turned on the second kill and came back. But on the other side, Sasuke's three teammates also rushed to help out. Teo also felt a little pressure, and after Kidomaru was lightly slapped by Sasuke, he did not turn on the second state to join the battle. She turned her head angrily, but was shocked to find that Kidomaru had returned to the primitive form. "What are you guys doing?" Although she is a ninja, Teiuya is still a girl after all, and she feels ashamed of her companion's embarrassing behavior. And Kidomaru also felt very ashamed, not because of his revealing behavior, but because of the righteous personality of the Shinsengamai leader in his body. He couldn't believe that he actually helped Orochimaru do so many things to help the evildoers. 042. I killed me to be honest. It was also the first time that Sasuke met an opponent who was so suitable for him to display his abilities. The first is the enemy, the second is high defense and difficult to solve with conventional means, and the third is just enough to synchronize a particularly perverted personality. The characters in Gintama have more or less brain problems. Kondo Isao is an exhibitionist and stalker. Maybe a quarter of the whole drama is in the primitive state, which can be seen anytime and anywhere, sometimes without need reason. Although there is no image to speak of, he is a qualified chief and leader of the Taiazi, and the other two giants of the Shinsengamai are convinced by him. At every critical moment, Director Kondo's sense of justice is still quite strong. At this moment, Kidomaru was tormented by the sense of justice in his heart. He is only 12 years old now, and he was led astray by Orochimaru before he formed a normal three views. With Sasuke's full synchronization, he was injected with the righteous thinking of an adult director. Although the main personality is still Kidomaru, the resulting confusion caused him to take off his clothes unconsciously, and under the battle between heaven and man in his heart, the curse seal state that could stimulate negative emotions was lifted. Take it as revenge for Niji. Sasuke also felt a little indecent, but when he thought that according to the original plot, Xiao Qiangning would be beaten to the brink of death by him for the worst time, and his shoulder was also in pain, he still couldn't help but feel a little bit of satisfaction. Although the reason why Ning Ci fought against him, in the final analysis, it was because of his willful defection in the original plot. And there are rumors that Kishimoto originally wanted to draw Niji to death in this battle, but was stopped by an editor who liked Niji. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling, "Kishimoto, you are really cruel to the protagonist." The heroine, Sakura, called the male number 1 Naruto an orphan when she first appeared on the stage, and she has been hacked for so many years. If Niji dies because of chasing her, the image of the male number 2 will not be seen. Although Kishimoto is also very malicious towards himself, he always asks himself to be the touchstone for new characters to appear on the stage. Many ninjas have special abilities. In the absence of understanding, people who fight for the first time are often unlucky, which is the so-called first-time ninja. See Kill. However, usually in the original plot, it seems that many viewers, even his fans, enjoy watching him suffer. Kidomaru struggled for a long time, finally put on his pants, and finally figured it out. I still want to be loyal to that lord. It has to be said that Orochimaru's brainwashing skills are still superb, but in Suzuki's view, he is as fragile as Spider-Man who has been sprayed with insecticide, and he has no time to arm the gold stick armor after the curse is lifted. He touched it quietly, intending to knock Kidomaru unconscious with a sap. But when the distance got a little closer, Kidomaru reacted instinctively and vigilantly, spit out a handful of sticky gold from his mouth as a weapon, and waved it towards Suzuki. The moves are quite organized, and there is no shadow of the weak melee chicken just now. Suzuki frowned. I won't cheat myself, will I? Kondo Isao was a master of swordsmanship in the original plot. In the toilet battle, he killed Tojo Ayumi, the leader of Yajaya's 4 heavenly kings, in a single blow. Among human beings, he is steadily stronger than him. Probably only the protagonist Jintoki and Shinzengamai's recognized swordsmanship no. Ichida Sugo. Although Gintama is a funny manga without too many superpowers, it is still a bit tricky to combine Kondo Isao's swordsmanship skills with Kidomaru's chakra and physical fitness as a ninja. It is roughly equivalent to the first-class samurai in the Country of Iron, and Mifune, the top samurai in the Country of Iron, can fight with Hanzo. However, through the observation ability of Sharingan, Suzuki also saw that Kidomaru's eyes were still full of entanglement, and his mental state was very unstable, and he just drew his sword out of vigilance. His two personalities, one righteous and the other evil, have a serious sense of separation. Due to his loyalty to Orochimaru's resistance, the confusion in his mind is aggravated. Instinctively, he still said with a ferocious face, I'll kill you. Suzuki was still suppressing the wound with a random puppet, and he didn't want to fight him desperately, so he tried to open his mouth to this lost lamb who was suffering from schizophrenia. Wait a minute, you can kill me, but I have to explain first, what am I going to do? At whose hands did he die? According to Kidomaru's character in the past, he wouldn't pick up such boring nonsense during a fight, but there was another personality in him that belonged to the samurai and he couldn't help answering, nonsense, I am. Suzuki saw that there was something going on, and continued to talk. The question is, who am I? This question is more boring, but it hits Kidomaru's mind at the moment. There are a lot of messy things in my mind, so who am I now? Thinking about it, he couldn't help murmuring. Suzuki continued, this has to start with the relationship between man and the universe. You have always been haunted by a question, who am I? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Want to appear in this world? What does my appearance mean to this world? Did the world choose me, or did I choose the world? Kidomaru shook his head and said, I don't even know where the end of the universe is, so why would I care about this? My uncle is Kidomaru. Seeing that he was about to draw his sword again, Suzuki coughed and said, no, Kidomaru is just a code name. Anyone can call it Kidomaru. The person who gave you this name abandoned you. Your current thinking has been using you to do bad things. They have all denied your value as a self, but in the awakened memory right now, there is a happy and fulfilling path, and that is to become the leader of the Shinzengamai. This familiar word caused further splitting of Kidomaru's personality, and a feeling of warmth and longing emerged in his heart. Masensengamai, why is this name so familiar? His expression became more and more confused. Suzuki secretly took out the spirit bow, and while stepping back, he continued to flicker. That is the memory of your previous life. It can be said to be your origin, and it is also the destination where you can best display your true self-value. You know the future path in advance. It is a kind of great happiness, that is to say, those who are enlightened will always be happy. I want to be my future self? Kidomaru came up with a philosophical concept as awkward as I killed me, and his mind was even more confused, and Suzuki had already finished bowing, and an arrow that acted on the soul shot into his body. With his soul damaged, he passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. Suzuki didn't kill the poor man. Like Naruto, he was a problem child who was excluded because he was different. Let's see if he can recognize the future path after waking up. Although the 6 hands are really different, there are too many strange-looking guys in the world of Naruto. Does anyone dare to laugh at the fangs of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Oniki's red nose, and the horns on the head of the sage of the 6 paths? The strong have the ability to formulate rules. For example, the Kingdom of Shadows has a rule of survival. Regardless of age, you must call any woman you meet. Thinking about it this way, Suzuki really has some expectations that Hiruzuru Sarutobi's ideas can spread and establish an equal and free world without prejudice. 043, encrypted call. Suzuki didn't spend much time on this side, but on the other side, the other 3 were still fighting hard with Teiwa, who had entered state 2. As the only female among the 5 Otanin, she also has a unique glamorous appearance, which may be a bit obscene to say the least, and Suzuki had read her book in her previous life. Teiwa in state 1, but his body is covered with line-like curse marks. To use the words in various chat groups in his previous life, it's worth a shot. Maybe some people still love tattoos. But in the second state, he turned into an evil spirit, with bursts of horns growing all over his head. At first glance, he thought it was a runaway Uganda Ichigo. She also realizes that a protracted battle is not good for her, so she plays the flute and uses the ace ninjutsu chapter 9 Chaos of the Magic Mirror at the risk of being cut by Senbon Sakura. The sound of the flute gradually became strange and rapid, and the three psychic ghosts gradually became excited as if they were fed computer accessories, and picked up their respective weapons. One held a mace, one held a bone claw, and one directly hit it with the shoulder. This method of controlling psychic beasts is worth learning. While Mizuki showed an expression eager for new knowledge, he planned to use Hongheim to continue to resist. But Suzuki knew that this move was not a purely physical attack, but would use the sound of the flute to drive the three ghosts to spit out substances composed purely of spiritual energy. They would frantically search for physical energy and would be absorbed when bitten. Chakra. That is, the yin escape chakra who was frantically looking for the yang escape chakra, just like a skunk looking for a new body. He yelled back off, brandishing Senbonzakura himself and rushing towards Teiwaya and Sanki. Teiwaya is good at illusion, Sangui uses pure yin dun, and no one knows illusion and yin dun better than the Uchiha family. The most important thing is that Sharinan actually has a setting that many people ignore, like Bien. It can also see the direction of chakra flow, but it does not have the penetrating power and sight distance of Bien. During the Zongnin exam, Kakashi once used Sharinan to observe the flow of chakra when Xiaoli opened the 8-gate Dunjia. When Obito opened Sharinan, he could also see the opponent's chakra clearly. Therefore, combined with the high-level mobility of the flying sickle legs, Suzuki can easily see and avoid the spiritual energy spewing out of their mouths, and then recite the liberation language of Senbon Sakura. Duo Yui was cut all over with cuts and bruises. She could no longer maintain the consumption of state 2, fell to the ground and returned to her normal appearance. Suzuki removed the projection of Senbon Sakura, and then asked the pharmacist Nanoya to heal himself, and taunted Lu Kinkui, by the way, your Senbon Sakura is not easy to use. My Senbon Sakura is easy to use. Lu Kinkui was very depressed. He knew very well that although Suzuki's projected ninjutsu was magical, the projected sword would be less powerful than the original version. And this knife was condensed by him according to the guidance of Suzuki and Mizuki. It was a part of his soul, and then was projected away by Suzuki. Here comes the question, obviously he came first, and he is still bound to his soul. Why is it easier for Suzuki to use it? Green Aoi scratched her dark green hair, and guessed it was because Suzuki had Sharinan and was better at micro-controlling chakra. I can only make a depressed decision, and I have to work harder. After returning to the research institute, I will practice three-pointers every day to improve my accuracy. Otonin, who was defeated before, didn't leave. Teiwaya and Kidomaru were fighting at the door of the house. If someone escaped, what kind of ninja would they be? With my own understanding of sound waves, I can debut as an idol group. Not long ago, they had hoped that the two confidants of Orochimaru would be able to repel the invaders, but they were easily defeated, and Kumaro hadn't arrived yet, so they finally felt desperate at this moment. Ask again, where is the pharmacist pocket? Suzuki pressed the Otonin who thought he had the survival code again, and finally got the answer he wanted. Have you followed Orochimaru to the country of water? Suzuki and Yakushi Nanoya exchanged a look, and they both decided to chase them all the way to the end. However, there are still a lot of good things in the Orochimaru base. Suzuki was planning to ask Mizuki to collect them together, but found that he sneaked up to Teiwaya, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and picked up her flute. In addition to the psychic cancelling the psychic, if the psychic beast is seriously injured, it will turn into a puff of smoke and return to the original location. The three ghosts who are psychic are obviously very low in IQ, and they are driven purely by the flute. On the spot, maintaining a coquettish posture similar to Jojo standing, and Mizuki wiped his flute and began to imitate Teiwaya and started playing. Teiwaya once mentioned that her tunes are difficult to master, but Mizuki has the all-round personality of Kojiro, who was educated by the aristocrats. He is full of artistic bacteria, and he can play well. The three ghosts immediately transformed into Ryuza, followed behind him. It's a fighting psychic beast. Mizuki excitedly took out 3 psychic balls, tried to communicate with them in his own way, and established a new psychic contract. But Teiwaya controlled them by relying on a complete set of music scores. How could Mizuki imitate them in a short time? One person and 3 ghosts struggled to communicate as if they did not understand the language. Although his enthusiasm is worth encouraging, Suzuki doesn't have the time to wait for his encrypted call right now. After continuing to torture to find out the location of Orochimaru's laboratory, he pulled Mizuki and a group of people broke in. According to Orochimaru's usual style, there are many traps along the way in the dark passage of the laboratory, but they are all resolved by Suzuki, who is Sharinan and professional spy pharmacist Nanoyu. Walking back for dozens of steps, there were lights, and Suzuki could clearly see some living people who had been imprisoned or even tortured by human experiments. The smell of blood and screams stimulated everyone's nerves. Although Orochimaru was finally washed in the original plot, the anti-humanity in the early stage cannot be washed away. Going deeper, you can also see some like-minded Otanin village researchers who are like-minded with Ashimaru. They are obsessed with research and don't know the whole picture of what happened outside. They just received the alarm from Suzuki's trigger mechanism, frowning and want to fight with Suzuki. Suzuki directly projected the double knife flounder. Whenever he uses this pair of weapons that become more bloody and stronger, it means that he is going to kill someone. If scientific research is not bound by ethics and morality, it is likely to become a disaster for mankind. Orochimaru has been successfully portrayed as a character. He has mastered core technology and has extraordinary charm, but it doesn't conflict with him being a scumbag at all. As the most talented person in the Sunnin period, he might have become the fourth Hokage, but fortunately, Namikaze Minato has suddenly emerged. Otherwise, based on his urinating nature of experimenting with local ninjas, the following dialogue is likely to occur. The subordinates reported to the fourth Hokage Orochimaru, Master Hokage, recently there have been Genin, Shinin, and even Andy missing in the village. As of today, the number has reached 141. Orochimaru, who was studying his personal hobbies in the office, said without raising his eyes, "It's just a normal population flow." The subordinate continued to report, "Their family members are very sad. Do they need to come forward to appease them?" Orochimaru sighed and said, "It's a pity, but maybe this is life." The subordinate finally gritted his teeth and said, "But there are rumors in the village that they were all captured by their own people." Orochimaru interrupted displeasedly, "Fake news, next one." Such a Konoha, no matter how high the technological tree is climbed, as long as it cannot brainwash all human beings, it will be overthrown by the bitter snake in the world for a long time. At this moment, Suzuki, as a modern person, after witnessing the crimes in this laboratory, has the righteous personality of Emiya Shiro in his body, and the sympathy with Ishida Urayu, who learned that his most beloved grandfather was tortured to death by Nirvana Mayuri. They broke out together. "Don't do it, our great minds cannot disappear from this world." Seeing his expression, the researchers all begged for mercy. But the liberated flounder exudes bloodthirsty chakra, telling Suzuki it's time to go. Although this pair of ninja swords looks like a salted fish in appearance, the blade is bloated and somewhat like a fat-headed fish, but it is the most murderous ninja sword, with the same unlimited growth as shark muscles. It's just that it fell into the hands of Kojuro, who was not serious about killing, and there was no chance to show his growth limit. In fact, Suzuki in the original plot seems to have a murderous spirit, and he didn't kill many people. Only by Ze's body and a few samurai from the Iron Kingdom, such as Itachi, Daidala, and Danzo, were actually suicides. And from many small details, it can be seen that the second young master is actually a kind boy with a cold face and a warm heart, but he was gradually distorted by a series of coquettish manipulations by Itachi, Orochimaru, Obito, and others. But sometimes, being merciful to the wicked is cruelty to the innocent. Suzuki brandished the flounder, and driven by his anger, he slashed extremely sharply, and quickly knocked down all the researchers. After drinking blood, the blue light on flounder became more and more intense. Suzuki did not stop the projection for the time being, but prepared to use it for the next possible battle. Mizuki began to look through all the materials in the research room, and with his now incomparably knowledgeable eyesight, he quickly collected all the useful knowledge: Curse Seal Research Report Manual, Blood Succession Boundary Research Report Summary, Magic Flute Music Score. Suzuki started to use the fully charged flounder to rescue the prisoners. Some of them suffered from severe physical failure, and their lives were already tortured, but they were hanged by researchers with drugs because they still had research value, and they begged Suzuki to kill themselves as soon as they came out. Suzuki is not a mother-in-law, so he ended their suffering simply with flounder. Those who still have strength, even if they are crawling, have to crawl to the vicinity of the researchers' corpses and spit at them. Such a picture made the group feel that killing these researchers so simply was not cheap for them, and the Tone ninjas who maintain this evil cause are far from innocent. Suzuki's previous kidney-cutting behavior was simply too kind. Mizuki felt the deepest. If he hadn't been taken away by Suzuki, he who was bewitched by Orochimaru at the beginning might have become one of these people. And the curse seal potion left by Orochimaru was also taken away by him for research very early, and he finally found out that it has great disadvantages, and it will quickly overdraw the vitality of the user. But the curse seal itself is derived from the Kongyu cells of the natural immortal body. It is not an evil force in itself, but the original power law of this planet absorbing natural energy to strengthen itself. It's just that the cultivation conditions are too harsh, and it's difficult for ordinary people to master. Even if I absorb too much natural energy, I will be occupied by another violent personality. Coupled with the rough transformation of Orochimaru, it became a tool for him to lure ignorant teenagers. However, Urahara Kisote's research thinking on the use of power is no less inferior to Orochimaru. The collapsed jade and the shadow invading potion he researched can give the god of death the power of the void. Mizuki, who has obtained this research thinking, has also been committed to using the power in the curse seal potion for a long time, but due to lack of enough samples, he has been unable to can't make it. Right now, in Orochimaru's base, Mizuki flipped through a large amount of information, and soon entered the working state. and Suzuki is looking for familiar faces in every corner of the base. There is no ghost lamp and water moon. This guy will not be killed if he knows him. Obviously he was abducted by Orochimaru after the death of Loquat Juzang. There is no Uzumaki Karen either, she was abducted after the Chunin exam. Instead, he saw a familiar face, Yugameru. This boy has the ability to control the three tails, but he only controls wild-tailed beasts. Suzuki doesn't expect to take him to the country of water, where he can compete with the perfect man Kuriki Yagura. Let him develop according to the original plot, and live a shameless life of driving a big car with the crystal escape ninja Hong Lian. After all, he is a future truck driver. Yugameru is very handsome in appearance, and has a soft and well-behaved temperament. Yakushi Nanoya couldn't help showing maternal love, and sighed, it's because there are guys like Orochimaru who use innocent children for power that I wanted to build an orphanage. But not every orphan can rely on his face to eat. Suzuki went all the way to liberate the prisoners, and suddenly found a bald head in the crowd. This guy is bald and ugly, but there are blood-red sharinans embedded in his eye sockets. Suzuki saw at a glance that he was the provider of Danzo's arm Uchiha Shin. Oh, no, his surname should not be Uchiha, but he became a spiritual Uchiha only because he worships Itaki. With a special physique, he will not reject any tissue transplanted on his body, and Danzo's arm inlaid with sharinan is obtained from this. At this moment, the night of the genocide has not yet happened, and his sharinan reserves are not as large as the whole body's long eyes, but his appearance is also ugly and has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. However, this guy's physique can be used. Suzuki slashed through the fence holding him, and asked, by the way, what's your name? Despite knowing his name is Shin, Suzuki just wanted to make a normal communication move. However, the answer he got was beyond his expectation. Nobushi Uchiha, I won't go with you. Suzuki frowned. Itaka didn't exterminate the clan, and didn't join Akatsuki. Why is your surname Uchiha? You also deserve the surname Uchiha. He couldn't help humming. The other party raised his head and said disdainfully, why don't you deserve it? I followed Uchiha Suzuki's surname because I worshipped Suzuki Uchiha who could kill Elder Konoha at the age of 6. I voluntarily became the research body of Master Orochimaru, and I don't need you kid worry. Suzuki. 045, Senior XIN, have you betrayed us? There is a famous saying called, longing is the feeling farthest from understanding. The Itaki worshipped by Uchiha Shin in the original plot is just a cold and powerful cadre of the Akatsuki organization who almost killed the entire Uchiha clan in one night. In other words, it's just a superficial illusion. It can also be seen from Uchiha Shin's star-chasing behavior. He is trying to revive the Akatsuki organization, and make the people of the ninja world feel pain again in peacetime, and wants to kill the middle-aged Suzuki if the real Uchiha Itaki knows. I'm afraid I don't want to cut him to death. Suzuki was very familiar with this phenomenon in his previous life. Fans were deceived by the false aura of stars, and then cheated idols with fanatical star-chasing behaviors. Does this understanding sound much familiar? Therefore, what Shin Uchiha admires is not Itaka, but the image of a strong man who is ruthless and good at making trouble. If someone else does something similar to Uchiha Itaka, he will also change his worship object. It's like star-chasing fans changing husbands and wives every now and then. Another important point is that Shin Uchiha takes the Orochimaru base as his home, and Orochimaru is keen on writing sharing eyes. Naturally, he often praises Uchiha Itaki in front of XIN. If he listens too much, he will become Itaka's fanboy. As for Orochimaru today, although in Konoha's memories, it can be seen that he is eager to write sharing eyes, but there is a more dazzling new star attracting him. These descriptions are very much in line with Uchiha Shin's appetite, and Suzuki has been working as a bounty hunter for the past few years, and has been investigated by Orochimaru from time to time for a record. In Uchiha Shin's view, it is also a symbol of strength and ambition. He has figured out in his brain that Suzuki is taking every step of the way to play a game of chess that will subvert the entire ninja world. Although I have never seen Uchiha Suzuki's appearance, Uchiha Nobuo has admired him for a long time, not only gave himself Uchiha's surname, but also often imagined the real Suzuki will be how the eagle sees the wolf, Gu, a scheming image. As for whether this image will be different from my own, that is no longer a question for Uchiha Shin to consider. The days of being researched in Yinrin village were very boring, and various transplant experiments were also very painful. He needed to create a perfect idol to anesthetize and hypnotize himself. Tell yourself that all the pain and loneliness are worthwhile, and the dark image of Suzuki-sama will guide you in the right direction. From time to time, he and Orochimaru launched a wave of praise for Uchiha Suzuki in the base, and the words were extremely nasty. The difference is that Orochimaru was just greedy for the body, while Uchiha Shin made himself a god who was good at conspiracy and full of ambition. Orochimaru also promised him that when the research at hand and the tasks of Akatsuki's organization are a little free, he will definitely invite Suzuki to come to his house as a guest. It's just that Orochimaru has been busy studying the reincarnation of the dirty soil in the past few years in order to plan a bigger conspiracy to collapse Konoha, and has never had time to implement it. And Uchiha Nobu, with the same love for scientific research and the hope for Sasuke, has been staying in the Orochimaru base. The prison for him is just a symbolic defense of Orochimaru, and Nobuo Uchiha has already decided even if the brat in front of him beats him to death, he will not leave the base even if he dies. The expressions of Ieyashi Nanoyu and the other three were very funny. You look at me, I look at you, you want to laugh, but you feel that you shouldn't laugh on such a serious occasion in the enemy's base right now. Boss, you already have fans. Mizuki pretended to be serious and teased that he still learned this word from Sasuke. Sasuke had no expression on his face. He wanted to expel Nobuo Uchiha's fan membership, but felt that this guy still had some use value. He might as well follow himself instead of letting him toss about the business of cloning people at will, which violates human ethics. So, he calmly said, "I am Sasuke Uchiha," and opened a pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Nobu was stunned for a moment, and then he began to think about Sasuke's words and deeds since he appeared on the stage. Breaking into Orochimaru's lair so forcefully is indeed in line with the image of Uchiha Sasuke in his mind. But if he is a qualified conspirator, he will definitely win over the experienced scientific research assistants under Dashuin, and take over the more precious research body. But he chopped down all the researchers like trash, and released all the detainees. Will he be the boss? Do you know how to integrate resources? Such an innocent behavior is not Sasuke in Uchiha's confidence eyes at all. He said angrily, "Do you think you can pretend to be Sasuke-sama with a pair of sharing eyes? You don't deserve to mention his name." Uchiha Nobu's expression and tone were very excited. Mizuki and Green Aoi finally couldn't help it, and both laughed out loud. Sasuke coughed slightly, and their expressions returned to their incomparably serious expressions. The second young master is also very depressed. There is no ID card in the ninja world, and I don't have a well-known unique ninjutsu at present. How can I prove that I am me? Is this karma? I just fooled Kidomaru with the philosophical proposition of who am I not long ago, now it's my turn to prove it? Just as Sasuke was stunned for a moment, a sound of breaking through the air came from a distance, and the sound sounded like some kind of hidden weapon. Sasuke has 3 years of actual combat experience. Although he does not have special perception enhancement and cannot avoid Kidomaru's 100% hit rate sticky gold arrows, he is still not afraid of ordinary sneak attacks. He turned his head and waved the flounder, and the incoming hidden weapon flew away, but it was a white spike. Sasuke knew that there was another fanatical fan, and with his belief in Orochimaru, he dragged his long sick body and killed him. There were not only the Snake Four, but also the many research bodies liberated by Sasuke, who basically hated Orochimaru. But Jun Mala stood so resolutely at the door of the research room, holding a handful of bone spurs, quite a bit of the courage of Jongyai to be the only one in charge. Because he is the most loyal person under Orochimaru, and because he has one of the scariest AoE abilities in the early stage, being buried 200 meters underground by Gaara, he can use Zawara dance to create a forest of bone spurs and rush up. But he also knew that this laboratory was very important to Orochimaru, and his own abilities were not suitable for full development here. "Uchiha Sasuke, let's go outside and fight." He calmly declared war to Sasuke, and many more. Nobuyuki reacted first, and asked in disbelief, "What did you call him just now?" "Konoha Rebel Ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, who attacked Yinin village." "I have already understood the situation. With such strength at this age, the owner of Sharingan who is still running around outside, if the Otanin outside can't guess his identity, then don't do it." Junmalu frowned after answering and said, "Senior Xin, Sasuke has caused so much damage, why are you just watching? Did you betray us?" 046 Sasuke's justice speech compared with the 4 Otanin who have bad personalities. Junmaro is more polite even though he is from a fighting nation. Uchiha Shin is older than him and joined the Orochimaru base earlier, so he is honored as a senior. But with his crazy worship of Orochimaru, if Uchiha Shin didn't give a clear answer, he would still do it. But Shin Uchiha was caught in a tangle. "Although I saw Sasuke who I have always admired, it seems that it does not conform to the image I imagined. However, the relationship between Uchiha Shinobu and Otanin village is based on what they need, and they are even more dismissive of Kumaro's betrayal." So, he confirmed to Sasuke loudly, "Uchiha Sasuke, what is your goal?" He wants to choose his own path based on Sasuke's answer. Assistant replied naturally, "A partner of justice." No matter how many times he asks, no matter whether it is more beneficial for him to choose other answers, Sasuke will always answer this way. This is his last stubbornness. As a result, Uchiha Shin's expression began to distort, and he shouted out his own ideas angrily, "You let me down, Uchiha Sasuke, actually superstitious about the so-called justice. Only the Akatsuki organization continues to bring chaos and struggle, only in this way can we promote the evolution of mankind. Advanced ninjutsu or technology are all produced in the flames of war." Star chasers who are too involved in the drama always like to add some self-righteous persona to their idols. If the persona is disillusioned, it will arouse their extra anger. At this moment, Shin Uchiha felt a kind of disillusionment, and stared at Sasuke fiercely. Although his theory is stupid and absurd, at least in name it is considered from the perspective of all mankind, and it is not outright anti-human. So Suzuki laughed at him. Why are you laughing? Uchiha Shin was even more angry, he was hurt so badly, and the instigator still laughed heartlessly. Suzuki pointed at him with a flounder and said, I laugh at you as a fool. All the members of the Xiao organization have little wisdom, and all their efforts were wasted, but they didn't know that there was an enemy army ambushed outside the sky. Enemy. Uchiha Shin was attracted by his exaggerated words, and unknowingly entered the topic of Suzuki. Suzuki continued to point out, your goal is to keep human beings constantly fighting while maintaining progress. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is to make the world feel pain so that peace can be cherished. But both ideas have a huge flaw, that is, it thinks that the ninja world is the only civilization in the universe. No matter how hard it is, it will not allow foreign enemies to take advantage of it. His logic is complete, but the hypothesis put forward is a bit absurd to everyone's ears. Aliens? But Suzuki understands the core essence of the speech very well. The best persuasive effect must be achieved by throwing out waves of eye-catching topics so that the audience has no time to think about arguments. He swiped his fingers across everyone present and said, Yakushi na noyu. Have you ever wondered why I knew you had mastered medical ninjutsu the day you killed Danzo? Mizuki. Are you curious why I took you away from Konoha alone? Green Quay. Are you curious why I guessed your defection that day? And Nobu Uchiha, why am I so clear about Akatsuki's philosophy? Questions and questions did exist in the minds of everyone, but because of the ninja's principle of doing things, they would not ask them easily. After being brought up one by him, it was indeed very unusual, as if he had predicted the future long ago. Let me reveal the answer. Suzuki showed a magic stick smile and said, I am the first human being in the world who can know the past and the future. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand to grab it in the air, and then said with firm eyes, I have grasped the past and the future in my hands. Is that true? Although everyone has vaguely guessed, this result is still a bit unbelievable. You can prove it as many times as you want. The white-haired man over there, your name is Junmuro, you are the heir of the Kagaya clan, and when Orikimura met you, he said a word, there is no point in living. But as long as you are alive, you can find interesting things. Just like you found flowers, I found you. Suzuki continued to use the big spoiler technique, and this sentence that changed Junma Lu's life also made him face a shock. Do you even know such details? And Junma Lu is not his subordinate, so there is no need to play tricks with him. But the expressions of the audience gradually changed from shock at the beginning to fear. This ability is even more disturbing in the ninja world where both Jinchuriki and blood successors are excluded. Everyone has secrets, and no one likes others to be able to pry into their past at will. But Suzuki had already thought up his rhetoric. He sighed and said, but peeking into the future also comes at a price. Every time I predict, I will overdraw my pupil power and vitality. If I tell this secret today, I have already made up my mind. He came up with a fantasy explanation, which immediately made the motherly pharmacist Nanoya frown and said, it's okay, Suzuki, for your own sake, stop talking. Uchiha Shin was also a little worried. He faintly felt that the image of Suzuki was gradually approaching his idol. But Suzuki said firmly with one finger, but even if I am nailed in a coffin, I will use my decayed vocal cords to utter a cry from my heart, just to wake up a few people. In the future I see, in space there is an invisible empire that has harvested and plundered countless planets, and has been eyeing the human world 1,000 years ago. This millennium bloody battle is still going on, and will completely break out in more than 10 years. His previous foreshadowing provided enough credibility for this passage, and everyone looked sideways at it. The entire planet has sounded the countdown to life and death, no one can stay out of it, and Uchiha Shin, you and the Akatsuki organization are still busy with internal friction. Is it ridiculous? Suzuki pointed casually, and Uchiha Nobuo lowered his head in fear as if struck by lightning. The prisoners who were liberated by him originally had the mentality of having nothing to do with themselves and running away separately. After hearing Suzuki's words, they seemed to be involved in a certain atmosphere called the human community. The justice I pursue is not for a certain person or a certain group, but for all mankind. If we don't take up arms against fate, aliens will point to our corpses in the future and say, look, those are slaves. So, whether you want to perish in silence, or fight for the justice of all mankind, it's up to you to decide. Suzuki ended his justice speech with a motivating proclamation. If the ninja world also has a Leia consciousness, these words will definitely be very appetizing to him. Uchiha Shin was already moved to tears, and roared with fists, I would like to follow Suzuki-sama. Many blood successors of the Orikimura Research Institute are from the Land of Water, because they are excluded from their hometown and are more likely to be manipulated by him. They had nowhere to go anyway, and they raised their arms and shouted, willing to join Suzuki's path of justice. This scene made Suzuki's second soul blaze, ready to give his growing team a famous name, Star-Crossed Ninja Corps. As the leader, he symbolizes omniscience and omnipotence. 047, Dechuxing, King Chen Sheng. For a small organization without a foundation, if it wants to grow rapidly and develop cohesion, the most reliable way is to artificially create gods and engage in personality cults. For example, the mudlegs at the end of Qin, in order to fight against such a behemoth as the Great Qin Empire, came up with a slogan of Great Chu Xing, King Chen Sheng. Speaking of it, Sasuke unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the future, and he could also control the most famous fox in the ninja world to promote himself. As far as the native land, Pain of Urin Village also calls himself a god by relying on the legendary Eye of Reincarnation and the powerful power that killed Hanzo. Compared with Nagato's pretending to be mysterious, Sasuke's ability to know the past and future is more convincing. What's more, his goal is extremely noble and just, and he also proposed aliens, a common enemy of mankind. After so many years of war in the ninja world, there is inextricable hatred and misunderstanding between each other. Only when the foreign enemies are strong enough to a certain extent can they abandon their previous suspicions and unite, such as the Fourth Ninja War. He has long wanted to complain about these four names. I don't know if it's because Ikemoto, the author of Bo Ren biography, is a loyal fan of Kamen Rider Den-O, or if the two works just happen to use legendary stories such as Momotaro and Urashima Taro. In order not to appear too frightening, Sasuke added a setting that consumes vitality to his ability description. Otherwise, if the ability to infinitely know the past and future is spread, Sasuke is worried that he will be chased and killed by groups of major forces. And this is also a step that can be buffered. After all, the development track of this world can no longer be seen through. And this kind of rhetoric, in the eyes of everyone, is a kind of trust in themselves. Sasuke-sama would rather lose his vitality to tell himself the truth. With such a high moral character, why should he not follow him? Needless to say, Shin Uchiha has become Sasuke's diehard loyalist, with an expression on his face that he would go through fire and water for him at any time. Mizuki said sincerely, "Boss, to be honest, I followed you in the past because you could give me money, and from now on, it's because of your sincere admiration and loyalty." Lu Kinkui also nodded and said, "In the past, I followed the boss because the basketball court in the institute was so fun. From now on, what your Sharingan means is that I shoot three-pointers." No, it's waving the direction of Senbon Sekura. Other blood successors to limit the boundary also pledged their allegiance one after another. Although most of them were very young, they were born in troubled times and knew how precious a reliable home was. Pharmacist Nanoya said with a slight smile on his face, "Sasuke Uchiha, I wanted to find a bag and go back to Konoha at first, but now it seems that these children need an educator, and you also need a medical ninja." Sasuke nodded calmly and reservedly. To be honest, as a partner of justice, he actually didn't want to use his identity as a time traveler to bluff and deceive, pretending to be a prophet. But real justice is to help as many people as possible. After witnessing the darkness of the Orochimaru Institute, Sasuke naturally wanted to help these poor people. But just by breaking the shackles of these people, they will still struggle in the troubled times after they go out, and even take evil paths in order to make a living. Sasuke didn't intend to pin all his ideas on Hiruzen Sarutobi, and seized this opportunity. He planned to let these people control their own destiny and gradually change the entire ninja world. This process may be very hard, but it is the most righteous path in Sasuke's mind. For this, he needs an identity that is enough to unite people's hearts, and that is omniscient and omnipotent. Moreover, the extraordinary status is also convenient to explain his ability to be a CEO in the future. The quick-wit Mizuki had already seen it. It's no wonder that after I mixed with the boss, my brain became better and better, and I also mastered Hongji's ability. The boss is really not an ordinary person, no. Maybe I should call you the leader in the future. Mizuki stroked Hongji and said with emotion, "As the elder, you don't have to use this title." Sasuke coughed. Mainly, he was worried that with Mizuki's ability to set a flag, and that he had already mentioned the idea of developing a car to him, if one day he suddenly said to himself, "Commander, the car is ready." Using this phrase, he also started talking nonsense without changing his face. "That's right, another ability of mine is that I can bestow holy words on others." This is the setting he stole from Habicha, the final boss friend of Reaper, the ancestor of all Quincy masters, who has the ability to share power by giving his subordinates holy words, was just copied by Sasuke as a footnote for explanation. Both Mizuki and Lu Kinkui want to join the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps, so naturally they have a strong interest in this sense of ritual. "Boss, give us a letter as a code name too." Naruto world has English. Perhaps Naruto, a scumbag like Naruto, doesn't understand it very well, but Mizuki and Green Aoi have both been involved in the education industry. They think that using code names is not only cool, but also increases their sense of belonging. "Which letter do you want?" Sasuke is more refined and easygoing towards his subordinates. Mizuki scratched his head, and suddenly remembered that Sasuke once mentioned a special name for psychic beasts, Pokemon. For some reason, this word made him very friendly, so he smiled and said, "I want P." P. Sasuke frowned. This letter always reminded him of a certain esports professional player. Mizuki was his right-hand man. It always felt weird to call him often, or save that letter for a more appropriate person, Pain. So he suggested, "I have other arrangements for the letter P. You can replace the I, which represents the inventor, and it suits your style better." The inventor's summary is naturally more prepared. and Mizuki is also very satisfied. Liu Kingkui suggested, "I'll just take the S from Sakura." His choice made Suzuki feel even more awkward. The name Sakura had a deep relationship with him, so he suggested again, "It's too sissy for a man to use Cherry Blossom as a code name, you can take Senbon Sakura's S." This reason is also very reasonable, and the letter S is a symbol of a fat man who wears clothes outside. Suzuki felt that he was kind enough to him. Uchiha Shinobu also walked over respectfully, making a gesture to kneel directly. Suzuki didn't like to engage in feudal class stuff, so he pulled it up, knowing that he also asked for a letter. Shin Uchiha can synchronize quite a few strongmen, Hiei and Yu Yu Hakusho, Madarame Keikaku and Reaper, Kigoku Makoto and Conan, and a bunch of fighter characters. But what is more precious about him is the special physique that can fuse with the blood succession limit, which reminds Suzuki of the most famous magic card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion. The initials of the word are so malicious that, listed alone, they can represent swear words. Listen well, I will give you F, Fusion, as your code name. Suzuki suppressed a smile, pretending to be serious. 048 Junmaro, have you betrayed humanity? Although the sacred text given by Suzuki is very malicious, and adding a Q can form the flower Q combination, but Uchiha Shin's face is only moved and honored. Suzuki can even observe through Sharingan that his chakra is constantly converging toward his eyes due to his emotional overexcitement. Speaking of which, when Uchiha Shin appeared in Bo-Ren biography, he had the ability to remotely control objects with a kaleidoscope. Many people have speculated that this pair of kaleidoscopes came from Uchiha Fuyu, because according to Senshou Fuyama, the evolutionary condition of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is the special chakra that the brain will secrete after the Uchiha family is stimulated. Theoretically, non-Uchiha people cannot open their eyes through stimulation, and can only transplant ready-made ones. However, Kakashi's eye-opening proves that the research conclusions of Senju Tomona may not be completely correct. Coupled with Uchiha Shin's special physique, the pair of kaleidoscopes is likely to be the result of his own evolution. At present, Uchiha Shin's Sharingan is only Sanguyu, but he has also transplanted interstitial cells. And this person's mood fluctuates greatly. Suzuki can feel that, in terms of pupil power, he may be far above him. And since he decided to follow him, Uchiha Shin has been in a state of excitement. Maybe, this guy will open his eyes much earlier than me. Suzuki found this guy more and more interesting. However, the kaleidoscope ability to remotely control tangible objects is still not fancy enough, which is equivalent to a greatly weakened version of Tenseikan. If he could remotely control the invisible energy direction, coupled with his physique compatible with intercolumn cells, it would be much more terrifying. It's a pity that this guy's voice actor is not Akamoto Nobuhiko, otherwise Suzuki would have wanted to synchronize him with a vector operation driven by pupil power, and then clone Beija Brothers to make him an absolute capable person. However, due to his heroic voice, Hayama Shiyuki also has quite a few fierce men, like Hiei who also fights with his eyes, and the Golden Saint fighter Suomyu. And according to the law of synchronization ability, the stronger the body is, the more it can exert the full power of the synchronized character, and Uchiha Shin can continuously increase the chakra by continuously fusing the intercolumn cells, and even directional fusion of specific cells to adapt to the strength of the synchronized character. Suzuki couldn't help guessing that he would fuse the cells of the 6 paths of Senshou, Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Kagaya into this guy, then install a pair of white eyes, and open a hole in his forehead to insert a reincarnation eye. In the end, let Yuan complete the sex reassignment surgery and hair transplant surgery. Will Heiju call her mother directly when she sees it? Of course, although his physique is like a universal suture monster, he still has to choose the ability that suits his personal characteristics. The rules of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil technique, in addition to reflecting the owner's mind and wishes, will also conform to the user's field of expertise. It can be seen that Uchiha Shin is good at long-range precision operations. If you can open Susanoo in the future, and then synchronize the many fighter characters dubbed by Hayama Shiyuki, you may be able to see a Susanoo Gundam whose movement precision is comparable to that of a stand-in. Although there are many ideas in his mind, the most urgent task right now is to go to the country of water to catch up with Orochimaru. Uchiha Nobu is a close partner of Orochimaru, and his betrayal lets Suzuki know a lot of information. Orochimaru's departure time is not too long, and if he chases at full speed, he can still meet in the land of water. From the information provided by Nobuo Uchiha, Suzuki vaguely guessed that this was the task that Itaki and Loquat Juzo should have taken on in the original plot, to assassinate a certain figure of the great master of the country of water. In this way, the location is also known. Suzuki called a few blood successors who were familiar with the terrain of the country of water, and was about to set off, but found that Kimomaro was still blocking him. Uchiha Shin frowned, turned his offensive and said, "Kumaro, are you going to betray the entire human race?" Jun Mala shook his head and said, "I can't stop you so many people, so I can't talk about betraying human beings. It's just because of the kindness of that lord, you can just step over my corpse." This choice is stupid, but it also fits the character of this character. With his current obsession, Suzuki estimated that with his own synchronization ability, he would not be able to reverse his stupid loyalty to Orochimaru. So, he took out his spiritual bow and said to Junma-Lu, I will give you a fair chance to fight. If you win, I will not kill Orochimaru. If I win, you can survive. It can be regarded as the utmost righteousness to Orochimaru, so you join my command, then I may look at your face and not kill Orochimaru. How about it? Sasuke's conditions are extremely chicken thief. Killing Orochimaru is a false proposition, but Junma-Lu doesn't understand how difficult it is for Orochimaru to die, and he was bluffed by Sasuke's all-knowing and omnipotent gimmick. I really started to worry, Orochimaru the grown UPS will die at his hands. So, he accepted the condition. And Sasuke also has a reason to fight Junmaro. The next step is to fight Dashimaru. In order to ensure that he can hit the opponent, he has to use a strong enough reference object to practice. And Junmalu, as a player with a middle body of 10 and a speed of 9 in the Book of Fighting, if he can shoot him, there is a high probability that he will be able to shoot Orochimaru. The two found an open space at random, and began to fight. Junmalu's Super 9 was not given blindly. Xiao Li in the normal state said that he couldn't kick him at all. Only the drunken fist mode could hit him, but the Shijimai also has the effect of restraining all close ninjas. Facing Sasuke with countless halos and most importantly, who is often praised by Master Orochimaru, Junmaro did not gradually improve his status like the original plot, but turned on status dash from the beginning, and took the initiative with extremely fast actions. Attack! At the same time, there are terrifying bone spurs protruding from his arms and chest. A flexible assassin with anti-armor, are you afraid? But Sasuke is not very empty, because he is a part-time archer. He flew into the air with his flying scythe, and fired a special arrow at Junma-Lu with his fastest shooting skills. Junmalu did not hide, but prepared to forcefully carry it down with the bone veins, and directly attack Sasuke to win. He can freely change the calcium concentration in the bones to achieve a stronger defense than steel. That's right, it's steel again, and Junmalu is already fully fired, unstoppable. But even though the arrow was bounced off by the hard bones, Junmalu felt a tremor that penetrated deep into his soul, and he barely suppressed it by relying on the tyrannical emotions constantly induced by the curse seal. Sasuke shook his head and said to him, my arrow is very special, you'd better dodge it with all your strength. Just kidding, he just experimented with Junmalu, but you just carried it hard, how embarrassing I am. Since the arrow didn't break the skin and the contact time was too short, it didn't cause too much damage to Junmalu, and he could continue to be used as a test subject. After Junmalu adjusted his breath for a while, the two continued to fight. As the developer of the Spirit Bow, Mizuki Kazu, who was watching, had already guessed Sasuke's intentions, and couldn't help sighing, the leader is too bad. 049, we discuss each other, I call your father brother. Under Sasuke's guidance, Junmaro used all his skills to avoid his arrows. The two fought again, and they circled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, and it was difficult for Sasuke to easily shoot Kimomaru again. It's not that he is not good at shooting. As a synchronizer of Ishida Urayo and Emiya Shiro, coupled with a pair of Sharingan, he may not be as good at sneak attacks as Kidomaru, but no one is better at mobile shooting than him. The 3-year career as a bounty hunter has repeatedly enriched his combat experience, but because Sasuke has been operating near the base, and the law and order in the Country of Fire is relatively good, Sasuke lacks enough combat experience with opponents of sufficient weight. Often it can be solved in 2 or 3 strokes, just like opening a trumpet to fry fish in a fish pond. After a long time of abuse, you will not adapt to the master. Before facing Orochimaru, Junma-Lu was an excellent partner. Although the 12-year-old is still not perfect, his condition did not worsen due to the battle with Luosha, and he can go all out to accompany Sasuke in leveling. I'm gradually able to keep up with your speed. Sasuke got more and more excited. Junmalu's strength is likely to belong to the elite level of Jonin. According to the setting of Book of Fighting, the comprehensive score even surpasses the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and the veteran Jonin Yuiko. Only such an opponent can fully stimulate his potential come out. The bows and arrows used for murder are extremely exhausting. In ancient times, stones were used as the unit of measurement of bow strength, such as 5 stone bows, 1 stone bows, etc., and 1 stone is roughly equal to 59.2 kilograms in modern times. Those who can open a 3-stone bow are first-class fierce generals, but 5-stone bows can basically only be found in martial arts novels. But ninjas are not ordinary people, and Sasuke has always believed in energy conservation in battle. Unnecessary strength and chakra will not be wasted. No matter how much he loves to be handsome and pretending by nature, he will not do unnecessary things in a battle of the same level. Therefore, Sasuke can guarantee the accuracy and speed of every arrow he shoots, without any loss of stamina. And Junma-Lu gradually became a little irritable because of the erosion of the curse seal. He still can't fully control the curse mark at the moment, and he is not suitable for continuous combat. In addition, Sasuke's arrows have become more and more difficult for him to dodge, so he gave up dodging and was hit by an arrow abruptly. There was another intense pain of soul damage, but Junmalu, who was determined to give it a go, forcibly supported him, and quickly formed seals with his hands, ready to use large-scale ninjutsu to decide the outcome. Dance of Early Death. Sensitive white bones gathered from the ground, and under the awareness of Komaro's final blow, they frantically flocked towards Suzuki. "Do you want to make a big move?" Suzuki was expressionless, and pulled out the projected flounder that had not been retracted. In the research institute, he killed all the researchers with flounder and also ended the suffering of many experimental subjects. At this moment, the energy stored in the pair of ninja knives is quite full. Although the general appearance of the fathead fish is relatively bloated, but under Suzuki's skillful shooting skills, it was still forced into the bowstring. Although the range of Jun Malu's ultimate move is terrifying, the reading time for accumulating chakra is not short. It's just that the bone spurs summoned by Zeijun no Mai are extremely hard, and I can attach myself to one of the bone spurs, waiting for an opportunity to attack with the strongest spear. It is a ninjutsu that combines offense and defense, so I don't worry about being interrupted. But maybe this is the luck of the gunman. This amount of time was enough for Suzuki to shoot out the energy-filled flounder before the dance of Zeiju had not yet formed a scale, hitting the dense bone spurs hidden by Junmaro, and sending out a terrifying energy burst. Fantasy collapsed. Convinced that the battle was over, Suzuki finally had the time to spit out the name of the move easily, and showed a satisfied smile. If he hadn't experienced this battle, he might not have the full confidence to hit Orochimaru, but with such an experience package, the success rate has increased by at least %. Although the bones resisted most of the damage, Jun Malu was still covered in bruises and fell to the ground. Under the treatment of pharmacist No Neiyu, he was able to speak gradually. "I lost." Although he was still very unwilling, Jun Malu had nothing to say about such a complete defeat. Seeing his awkward face, Suzuki couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't worry, as long as I successfully defeat Orochimaru and let him obediently listen to my proposition, he will obediently cooperate with me. I hope Master Orochimaru will be fine." Jun Malu silently kept blessing in his heart. Suzuki had already talked about this, and Junmaro's personality was relatively open, and when he regained his strength a little, he consciously pledged his loyalty to Suzuki. People like him who accept death are just like the proud generals in romance novels. It may be difficult to subdue him, but he absolutely keeps his promise. After surrendering, he doesn't have to worry about loyalty. Suzuki can also give him the ability to synchronize. Are you sorry that your speed is not fast enough? You also worry that someone like yourself who has been used as a killing tool will be a little uncomfortable doing a righteous cause? Suzuki patted him on the shoulder, and these two words entered Junmaro's heart. "You don't need to consider my feelings." Sure enough, he has a loyal dog personality, and Jun Malu knew that he was an old loyal minister as soon as he opened his mouth. But on the road of justice are all brothers and partners, and Suzuki will naturally not begrudge his ability for his trustworthy companions. "I will let you have a faster speed and a brighter heart." While encouraging him, Suzuki communicated with the system, choose the synchronized character as Namikaze Minato. The roles he synchronized before were all crosswork roles, but it is not uncommon for a CEO to play multiple roles in the same work. It would be a pity that such a convenient ninjutsu as Flying Thunder God can only be inherited by the cooperation of multiple people. Junmaro, a talented young man with an official setting of Speed 9, Taijutsu 10, and Chakra Volume 9, may also be able to inherit part of Minato's abilities. Soon, Jun Malu's expression gradually brightened, and he glanced at the south where Konoha was located from a distance, feeling an inexplicable concern for no reason. Suzuki originally wanted to give him the code name of G, which symbolizes gold, but in order to consider the feelings of his good brother Naruto, he decided to completely conceal the matter. Still, according to the original characteristics, he was given B, which symbolizes bones, and the two of them will be a new generation of a combination in the future. If they team up with Liu Kinkui, they can also form a famous SB combination. 050, I decided not to destroy the Sound Ninja Village. Jun Malu, the number one loyalist of Orochimaru, surrendered to Suzuki, sending a signal to everyone in Otanin village. In addition, Uchiha Nobu and other loyal believers spread Suzuki's justice concept of fighting for all mankind in Yinin village, and also attracted a group of people with lofty ideals. For example, after waking up, Kidomaru had already synchronized with Kondo Isao's sense of justice, and voluntarily joined Suzuki's command. Speaking of which, in the world of Gintama where Isao Kondo lives, human beings are also in a situation dominated by aliens, and he himself is a conservative force struggling to maintain the situation. If Isao Kondo had foreseen the invasion of aliens in advance, maybe he would join the fighters and fight for the Earth. After listening to Suzuki's prophecy, he felt a strong desire to make up for his regrets, unknowingly took off his shirt, and vowed to resist the aliens to the death. Suzuki also gave him the letter G that was intended for Komuro. However, if G is given to Kimamaru, it represents the golden glitter, and if it is given to Kidomaru, it represents gorilla. The addition of Kidomaru also has a great significance. Suzuki can communicate within the must-hit shooting technique suitable for sneak attacks. Although Mizuki also wanted to learn the music of the magic flute from Teiwaya, Suzuki always felt that it seemed too torn to steal someone else's psychic beast and ask others for training methods. Although Teo also has a few good synchronization targets, such as Mutsu, who belongs to the strongest fighting race in the universe in Gintama, and Yuuki Rito, who has the ability to fall like a god in The Queen of Bags. But Suzuki's top priority right now is to set off immediately to chase Orochimaru, so he only brought a few key figures such as Kadumaru, Uchiha Nobu and Kimomaru, and the blood successor boundary who was familiar with the terrain of the country of water. Others who surrendered stayed behind to take care of Yinin village. That's right, Orochimaru's die-hard loyalists either died among the assistants or fled separately. Suzuki didn't force them to join him either. Since he is determined to fight in the name of justice, he must pay attention to the quality of the team composition, and there must be no black sheep who can ruin their reputation. The Akatsuki organization was also a just organization when it was first established, but due to various reasons, it gradually degenerated into a hotbed of terrorism. Now that he has also become the leader of the organization, Suzuki decided that he must learn the lessons of a certain black organization and strictly check the quality and details of the members who joined the group. Only comrades who are equally righteous and trustworthy can receive the treatment of conferring holy letters. If they violate their original intention and mission, Suzuki will mercilessly deprive them of their letters. He also planned that when he had time in the future, he would wear a ring like Akatsuki's organization, and use a prop to enhance his sense of identity as a status symbol. Therefore, although there are quite a few Otanin who are willing to abandon their dark side and join Suzuki, he only asks these people to temporarily maintain the construction of Otanin village and integrate the team after he returns. There are not a few of these people. After all, Suzuki's slogan is for all mankind, and there are two important figures in Otanin village, Uchiha Nobu and Junmaro, as a reference. Suzuki also solemnly assured them, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is justice." Inspired by his awe-inspiring righteousness, the Tone ninjas are willing to change their appearance and join the righteous partners. There is no absolute goodness in human nature, and there is no absolute evil in human nature. These people may still be doing evil before today, but for the noble goal of the survival of all mankind, they are all closely united. Suzuki couldn't help expressing emotion about human nature, so human beings are really interesting. I decided not to destroy Yinin village. When the snake fighting group set off again, the number of people had doubled. The native guide of the country of water, together with the pharmacist Nanoyu who has traveled to various countries, plans the route. As for Suzuki, intentionally or unintentionally, he said to Junmaru, "After all, it's too late to start. It would be great if I could master the space-time ninjutsu of large-scale teleportation. Although the ability is synchronized, it also needs to be consciously researched and mastered by the person." Itachi liberated Pisces in order to fight the fire, Naruto mastered the ability of telekinesis in order to defeat him, and the synchronization ability of Ino and others was slowly developed under his crazy hints. Not to mention Junmaru, who has a loyal dog personality, has always wholeheartedly solved problems for loyalists. So, he couldn't help but began to think about whether he had the talent in this area and could help Lord Suzuki. In fact, Uchiha Shin also developed a pupil technique that can be teleported by multiple people during the period of Bo-Ren biography. But right now, he has not opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, with the blessing of interpillar cells, coupled with his extreme emotional personality, his Sanguya Sharingan also has terrifying pupil power. The purpose of Suzuki bringing him is because the battlefield is in the land of water. According to the original plot, Akatsuki's assassination team will alarm the fourth generation of Mizukage, and Shin's pupil power may come in handy. The stolen white eyes can dispel Obito's illusion, so it doesn't make sense that my two pairs of Sharingan can't work here, right? Suzuki brought out a reference book on illusion from the Orochimaru base, and asked him to study it by himself during his break. Junmaru is also studying time and space ninjutsu, but the S-level ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God is still too complicated, and coupled with the need to travel at full speed, it is difficult to accomplish it overnight. Suzuki just planted a seed of longing in his heart, and when it blossoms and bears fruit, he can save the legwork of long-distance travel. Namikaze Minato's flying Raijin uses Kunao as the carrier of the spell, and Junmaru's bone veins can already produce a large number of bone spurs and bone bullets that contain his own chakra imprint. These bones are more compatible with his own chakra. Just imagine that he first puts out a big move full of bones, and then uses Flying Thunder God to change shape and change shadows around. It can't help but remind Suzuki of the Lord of Shadow Stream in games and Ghost and Animal videos. Once he's done, he's the white flash of his men. Moreover, Junmaru, who has a fine 9 speed and 9 speed, is also very suitable for using spiral pills. This move is a Muji ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato, but it is the existence of the protagonist in the original plot with a fresh move and eaten all over the world. Not only is it powerful, but it can also integrate various attributes and shape changes, and when things are indeterminate, a ball can fix it. There are also disadvantages. First of all, as an A-level ninjutsu, it is very difficult to learn and requires a very skilled chakra control ability. Then the killing distance is very short, and the best effect can only be achieved when combined with the dashing ninjutsu, so Flying Thunder God is the best match. Although Naruto can't fly Thor, he wins because he has a lot of chakra. If it doesn't work, I'll make a big enough one, or he can fly. In theory, with Sasuke's chakra control ability, coupled with the high mobility of the flying side, he can also teach himself a ball, and show off in front of Naruto before he meets Jiraiya. After all, the training process of this thing is clearly explained in the animation, and there is Junmaru, a ready-made learning object, beside him. However, he still needs to slowly accumulate the amount of chakra in order to make balls of a decent size. Before that, as an archer, Sasuke had to honestly communicate with Kidomaru about his archery skills. 051, 10,000 snakes receive explosions. I'm familiar with this trick, although electronic equipment such as radios and computers appeared in the ninja world during the Shippuden period. Due to the numerous countries and successive years of wars, it is impossible for anyone to spend money to lay out transnational base stations, so even a technological expert like Orochimaru is only use original communication methods. However, Otanin is a ninja village anyway, and there are still psychic beasts that can be sent over long distances. When Sasuke defeated the Gecko team, Otishin, who was in charge of the communication, notified Orochimaru. Since Sasuke was single-handed and young at the beginning, the tone of the letter was only a vague notification. Because I was afraid that Orochimaru would blame me, I let a child break in and cause damage. The messenger also emphasized that the other party is sharing on, and the remaining troops will take him down soon. As a result, this sentence became the courier's last words. Not long after the psychic beast left, Mizuki and LV Kinkui broke in from the front. They were holding Zanpakuto, and they were chopping melons and vegetables when facing ordinary Otanin. As soon as the messenger was about to write an article to ask for help from Master Ashimaru, he was followed by the experienced pharmacist Nanoyu, and ordered Lu Kinkui to hack him to death with 1,000 cherry blossoms. Therefore, Orochimaru only received the first letter from his subordinates, and the contents still made him very excited. Who else is there among the Uchiha people who wander around the world? However, Orochimaru didn't know at this time that Sasuke had also completed his own family at this time, or on the basis of tearing down his house. Ashimaru-kun, we are almost at our destination, so be serious. Loquat Shaizang was well aware of the harshness and horror of the blood mist, and was trembling along the way, but he heard Orochimaru's weird laughter, and couldn't help but remind him. Orochimaru didn't intend to turn against Akatsuki yet, nor did he refute, but the smile on his face was still uncontrollable. What's so exciting about it? Loquat Shaizang became curious instead. According to the dialogue with Itaki in the original plot, it can be seen that he is a more talkative type. Orochimaru was in a good mood, so he told the truth. The ninja village I built was invaded. Puff. Loquat Shaizang almost lost his beheading knife, and a bunch of question marks appeared in his mind. Orochimaru, on the other hand, has no interest in continuing to explain. He only received information that Sasuke challenged Yinin village single-handedly. From Orochimaru's point of view, no matter how talented Sasuke is, it is impossible for him to escape from the Otanin village he built. At this moment, most of them have already been tied up and waited for his own acceptance. He even picked up the pen and wrote a reply letter asking his subordinates to take good care of him and entertain Sasuke, and let the psychic beast bring it back to Yinin village. However, after returning from the long journey, the psychic beast handed over the letter to the reserve members of the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps who had surrendered to Sasuke. Those who were not firm in their will began to discuss who would win in the fight between the leader and Orochimaru, and whether they should bet on both sides. But most people still firmly believe that the evil Orochimaru will have nowhere to hide in front of the righteous partner who has the all-knowing and all-powerful holy text. At this time, Orochimaru and Pipa Juzang are already planning an assassination plan, and the daimyo's location has many eyes and ears, so naturally they have to wait until the dead of night to choose the best time to do it. Relying on the time difference they had to wait, Sasuke's team arrived at the daimyo mansion in the Land of Water before Orochimaru took action. Observe in situ. They still can't grasp the location of Orochimaru, but the daiming mansion is calm, and it is obvious that Orochimaru and Loquat Juzang have not done anything yet. Then the only way to act is to wait for the news of the assassination operation. And if you are lucky, you can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the middle of the night, the three of Orochimaru successfully completed the assassination mission, but they still made a little noise. No way, according to the control variable method, no matter whether the partner is Orochimaru or Itachi, there is Loquat Juzo who is good at silent assassination and fighting in the local area, and there is no guarantee of complete concealment. Inevitable result. Killing someone at a daimyo's house is a task that the Xiao organization dares to take on. Just like the admiral would be alarmed by the attack on the Tianlong people in the Shambord Islands, the movement of the daiming mansion also alarmed Mizukage. The daimyo controls the finances of Ninja Village. Although Kirigakur is already very embarrassing, if he can't even protect the daimyo mansion, then in the words of General Fan Daming, I don't even want face. Just like Sarutobi Hirazan's son once served as the guard of the Fire Country daimyo, the fourth Mizukage Yakura also has an eyeliner in the daimyo mansion. When Orochimaru and Loquat Juzo fled overnight, he himself led Umbu to catch up. And Sasuke, who has been hiding in the dark and has been focusing on observing, felt the traces of Orochimaru running away from the turmoil in the Daming Mansion, and followed behind at a distance. In order to achieve the perfect effect of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight, Sasuke did not bring all the members of the Snake Squad with him. In fact, they could not keep up with the running speed of Orochimaru and Pipa Juzo. Only Sasuke and Kumaro can guarantee to follow without being noticed. Sasuke relied on flying sides, and Junmaro was already fast, but after synchronizing with Namikaze Minato, he felt more and more light as a swallow. However, he still feels a little heavy when he thinks that he might meet Dashuan in battle. Don't worry, the script for a while may be that we rescue him from a turtle. Sasuke is well aware of Orochimaru's strength, but he is even more aware of the existence of perfect Jinchuriki Ki. In the Battle of Tiendai-Kiao, Naruto, who was completely irrational with 4 tails, was almost a tie with Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed. Although the 3 tails are much weaker than the 9 tails, and Orochimaru is not abolished at the moment, but Yakura is also much stronger than Naruto, and can independently control the power of the tailed beast, plus a team of elite Umbu. When the two sides played against each other, Sasuke really couldn't tell who would win. Afraid of being caught by Yagura and not being able to explain clearly, Sasuke slightly staggered his route, but he didn't chase too closely. Anyway, when the tail beast Jade opened later, he could hear it hundreds of meters away. Sure enough, no one knew the terrain around Damingku better than Mizukage, and Yagura arrived first, catching up with Orochimaru's team in a small forest. Although Sasuke was hundreds of meters away, he heard the explosion of the tailed beast Jade from a distance. At the same time, 3 huge gate walls rose up in sight. Sure enough, the Rashomon is used to resist the tailed beast Jade. Sasuke felt that this move was very familiar. Then, an extremely huge purple-striped snake also appeared in the field of vision. Okay? Facing the explosion summoning 10,000 snakes, Sasuke felt that this move was also very familiar. 052, the 3 ninjas must have women's clothing. If you want to find a more reckless operation in Hokage than Danzo using Kunao to stab Susanoo, then maybe you can only invite Loquat Juzang. He once tried to use a beheading sword like a baseball to meet the tailed beast Yahoo. But when you think about it carefully, Danzo is more coquettish. After all, Loquat Juzo was dragged down by Itaki, who was not yet proficient in Kaleidoscope, and Danzo clearly recognized Susanoo, and even used Kunao to make gestures. According to the original development of this battle, Itaki will use a shot of Amaterasu to repel Yakura under the emotional stimulation of sacrificing his teammates. But the experienced Orochimaru will not be as distraught as Itaki, who was not long after the night of the genocide, or take it lightly because of Yagura's handsome appearance. But he also doesn't have Amaterasu's powerful attack that can break through the tailed beast's coat, and he hasn't matured his research on the reincarnation of the dirt at the moment, so he can only channel the triple Rashomon to resist Yagura's tailed beast just like he did against Naruto. Jade. As expected of the legendary Sunin, leave the others to me. Loquat Juzo consciously fought with Kirigakur Umbu and the others, throwing the most difficult Yondame to Orochimaru. There is no way, as we all know, the 7 ninja swordsmen are generally more beautiful boys, such as Shiro or Ranmaru. Loquat Juzang is willing to put a knife in both sides of Itaka, but it doesn't mean that he will show his loyalty for Orochimaru, an old bacon who likes to talk half. And Yaeshido, who didn't kill his adoptive mother himself, couldn't possibly fight for Dashuan and Tailed Beast. Orochimaru also felt that he couldn't bear the anger of perfect Jinchuriki by himself. When Naruto faced the monster in the bliss box in the theatrical version of Blood Prison, he once said, "We must use monsters to deal with monsters." Then he channeled Toad Bunta in the third horror. When Tai, as the gold medalist of Mount Miyamu, is also a toad who can single out against Shao'er. At this moment, Orochimaru also bit his finger, and channeled another one of the 3 horrors, one snake. Although Shao'er has the least tail, his strength is not low among the 9-tailed beasts. In the 4th battle, he was able to resist for a while when faced with the capture of the outsider golem. Wan Shi, who is at the same level as Wenta, can naturally contend with Sanwei. And like Shukaku, his defense is also exaggerated. Although he was killed by Deidara's Pai Daxing in the original plot, the whole body can still be left behind in such an explosion. Wenta peeled it carefully, and it is estimated that he could get together the complete snake skin for a wallet. But Orochimaru didn't want to summon Wan Shi unless it was a last resort, because it had a bad temper and a bad mouth. If the psychic beast's work for the psychic is regarded as going to work, and the battle of the 3 ninjas in the original plot is regarded as a class reunion, then one snake is Sema Face at work and Sema Face at meeting. According to Yaeshido, Wan Shi would immediately betray once he felt that Orochimaru was weakening. Especially this time when it was psychically released, it felt the aftermath of energy from the tailed beast Jade's bombardment of Rashomon. "Ashimaru, why did you use this kind of troublesome thing to summon me again? Be careful that I eat you." One snake breathed out the fragrance with an unfriendly face. "Don't worry, after this battle, I will immediately find 100 living people to dedicate to you." Now in the territory of the country of water, Orochimaru casually agreed. This sentence made Kirigakur Anbi a little angry. Only Yakura, who was controlled by Obito illusion and disregarded human life, remained unmoved. But from his conversation with Loquat Shizang, it can be seen that the thinking mode of dealing with foreign enemies is still there, and he immediately fights with the 10,000 snakes who have been bought by sacrifices. At this moment, Suzuki is using clairvoyance to observe from a distance, and he doesn't like one snake. The 3 phantom gods only need 3 sacrifices, the blue-eyed white dragon only needs 2, and you actually need 100 for a stinky bug. Fortunately, even if I become the heir of Longdi Cave in the future, there will be a more gentle green snake who can be called young master to choose. Borin Psychic Beast Zinnia also has a gentle setting when the scales are pulled out well. Pineapple Head, before you were born, Uncle Suzuki, help you take care of the psychic beast, maybe when you grow up just pay it off at this time. The battle between Yagura and Wanshi has also heated up. Perfect Jinchuriki is still more difficult than wild-tailed beasts. Not only are their fighting skills stronger, but they can also use various ninjutsu. Yagura has a ninjutsu coral palm that can grow coral with one hit. Send secrets for fear of welfare. And Orochimaru naturally continued to release ninjutsu to support Wanshi. Orochimaru of Jing 7 has less chakra among the cage-level powerhouses, and he has continuously psychic Rashomon and Wanshi. After excessive consumption, his energy is not so concentrated. Although chakra can't compete with Jinzulai, he still has many ninjutsu tricks. He spits out a few snakes in one mouthful, and then spits out a sword in a variety of moves. In addition, 10,000 snakes are carried in front, which can be regarded as a blow to Yakura. No small damage. What Suzuki was waiting for was a situation where both sides would suffer. Uchiha Nobuo had already arrived, and Loquat Juzo and Yakushido also solved Kirigakurambu. As for Orochimaru and Yagura, one consumes a lot of chakra, and the other is covered in bruises. As a result, Suzuki's special spirit arrow arrived as scheduled. You can't dodge this arrow. Along the way, during the communication with Kidomaru, Suzuki's understanding of sneak attacks has risen to a higher level, and at this time Orochimaru's attention was on Yakura, and the arrow hit Orochimaru's chest. A moment ago, Orochimaru was still annoyed. This reincarnated body really has limits, if it's Suzuki. In the next instant, he was shot by an arrow that was too fast to guard against. Orochimaru has been fighting for so many years, such a powerful archery is rare. So he began to rejoice again. Although I don't know where the sneak attack came from, the damage to my body is meaningless to me. As long as my soul is intact, I can turn around infinitely. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and a trembling that went straight to his soul made him unable to help but cry out in pain. Junmalu showed a look of unbearable. I didn't even scratch my skin, and I already felt the pain of my soul being damaged, let alone Orochimaru was shot directly. With Mizuki synchronizing Urahara Kisuke's technology, this kind of arrow can be said to be a special attack on the soul. But Suzuki did not soften his heart in the slightest. He knew that as long as there was a gap for Orochimaru, he could escape by various means such as getting into the soil and turning into a small snake. At this time, Orochimaru was already relying on his own super will, trying to pull out the arrow. And Suzuki used the flying scythe to approach quickly, raised his hand and shot another arrow, and the Orochimaru he shot hurt his heart, and he could no longer maintain his disguise, and let out the scream of the original woman in this body. That's right, Orochimaru, who has long been eager to try reincarnation, relies on ninjutsu to maintain the appearance and voice of a man. But except for Suzuki, no one else knew this. At this moment, one of them was all stunned. Are 2 of the legendary Sunin both female? In fact, in Suzuki's view, Orochimaru has surpassed the boundaries of gender, so Sunin has 3 different genders. 053, use ninja swords to defeat ninja swords. Orochimaru longs for immortality. Over the years, he has worked hard and practiced life-saving kung fu. In the animation alone, there are Orikaya substitution technique, Heaven's Curse seal, undead reincarnation, and so on. But human beings always have limits. Excessive pursuit of immortality makes his soul severely damaged and dilapidated, like a standard man's foot of size 42 forced into a standard women's shoe of size 38. Mainly Orochimaru just used the current body as a temporary container. Before getting Suzuki's body, he didn't try his best to maintain the compatibility of soul and body. Otherwise, with Orochimaru illusion setting is also an attainment of 10, it won't be so easy by Itaki. Besides, there are not many ninjas who directly attack the soul, and ordinary moves can't get close to Orochimaru's body, but the power of these 2 arrows makes it difficult for even Orochimaru, who has experienced many battles, to parry. It's like in the city-state of Demacia, which persecutes mages, putting on armor and thinking that no one can impress you, and then meeting a Silas who likes to grow, or a 300-pound vein around the corner. Suzuki was afraid of being in danger, and quickly approached Orochimaru with his flying scythe. The blood-red Sharinon was facing Orochimaru's vertical pupils. Orochimaru, who was in the torment of his soul, saw a pair of eyes that he longed for most, subconsciously wanted to look a few more times, and had already fallen under Suzuki's illusion. Suzuki's illusion talent is not comparable to top geniuses, but in the original plot, he can also fool Danzo. In addition, he was precocious since he was a child, and he consulted a lot with the 2 illusion sealing players Itaki and Shisui. This stare immediately made Orochimaru feeling limp all over. The opponent is Orochimaru, so you can't be careless. Sasuke doesn't want to make the mistake in the original plot where the 4 Jonin and 2 Jinzuriki failed to defend Kisame. Under the circumstances that Sasuke had planned for a long time, this set of combos was extremely neat, and while the rabbit was up and down, Orochimaru was already under his control. Orochimaru's 3 teammates reacted differently. Panting with Yakura, Wanshi sneered, "What a disgrace, Orochimaru." Then he said that he would no longer accompany him, and returned to Ryokai Cave in the form of a light smoke. And being used to being an undercover agent and a rebellious boy, Yaoshida really ran away. It's not that he betrayed Orochimaru so simply, but he knew that Orochimaru could be reborn through the curse seal of the sky. But a figure with the same undercover instinct appeared on his escape route, and the 2 faces, both wearing glasses, stared at each other from a distance, and the lenses were soon wet with tears. The most loyal one is Loquat Shaizang, who spends the shortest time with each other. Although it is not a special deal with Orochimaru, the previous 2 users of the beheading sword were reputable tough guys, and they were by no means greedy for life and afraid of death who softened into liquid just because the opponent was strong. Facing the opponent who was Sharing On, he first performed a fog concealment technique very quickly. As the mist spread rapidly, he had already slashed at Sasuke with a big sword. In line with the principle of using ninja swords to defeat ninja swords, Sasuke projected the blunt sword among the 7 ninja swords. Although the beheading sword is very domineering in appearance, its special effects are quite hip. It can absorb the iron in the blood of the enemy, so as to repair itself, and it can be reborn when it is broken. Although the practicability is not bad, but if you taste it carefully, you will find that this Nima only adds durability, and does not add damage at all. That's right, this thing is like the famous bottom general in 3 Kingdoms killing, the old version of Wei Yan, except for passive blood-sucking, is a blank slate, and kills people by its own weight and sharpness as a ninja knife. So Sasuke projected that although it is called a blunt sword, the special effect is that as long as the hammer connected with the blade increases its strength, it can defeat all defensive knives to fight. Loquat Juzang, who was eager to save his teammates, came very quickly. Sasuke just took advantage of the fog before it completely spread, and greeted him with a knife in one hand and a hammer in the other. Loquat Shaizang looked at the weapon held by the assistant, but his head was big. Of course he understands the characteristics of Dukat. Back then, in a collective action, the 7 ninja swordsmen made a boring bet. Loquat Tenzang stood still with the sword raised, and the others could cut off the beheading sword within a few strokes. Anyway, this thing can be regenerated indefinitely, and Loquat Shaizang also agreed to the bet on the condition that he distributes the bulk of the bet to himself, the banker. In the end, only the bag was cut with a knife, and Li Shuangguan and Ziguishan Puffer Ghost lost the worst. They all said that they used shark muscle and sewing needles to join in the fun because they were drunk. No matter how confident he is in his own arm strength, he gave up the idea of fighting the knife head-on. Where can he find miscellaneous fish to make the beheaded sword come back to life now? Putting the big knife under the armpit, Loquat Tenzang began to seal, ready to release the water escape ninjutsu, and dragged it until the mist spread before launching the attack. But he still underestimated Sasuke's speed. Who is a decent person to seal? He stepped on the flying scythe, and chased after me with the posture of cutting off the head with a big sword today. Loquat Shaizang was enraged by his style of play. A brat with no hair at all. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? This will let you experience the useless parrying and the knife technique of directly cutting the flesh. Of course, Sasuke is not without brains. It is not that he has no teammates. If Kumaro is not convenient to deal with Orochimaru, then if he does not help Loquat Juzang, he is really the same as Namikaze Minato, obviously fast, very fast, but always a step behind at critical moments. Sure enough, Chimera's ninjutsu has already been completed, and when Loquat Juzo no longer dodges, but chooses to confront Sasuke head-on, it is even more convenient to find the target. Numerous bone spurs sprouted from the ground. Loquat Shaizang almost lost its foothold, and could only sweep across with a beheading sword in a circular shape. Junmaro's bone spurs were extremely hard, and after peeling off a few of them, Loquat Juzo felt his hands go numb. He had just fought against the elites of Kirigakure-Anbi, and his strength was a little weak. Feeling powerless, he finally made a difficult decision, dragging his sword and preparing to abandon Orochimaru. But Sasuke, as a patient with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, based on the idea that the 7 ninja knives should be neatly arranged, how could he let him go so easily? Lifting the pocket cut is a head-on chop, and silently recited 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small hammer. The other hand holds the hammer at the ready. Loquat Tenzang is an expert in swordsmanship, and his heart trembled when he heard the wind. Although this kid is young, he has mastered the correct blunt swordsmanship. It is estimated that some descendant of ninja swordsman installed Sharingan and defeated him. Under the hands of the old man, it is also the best home for me. So, he reluctantly raised his beheading sword to resist. Ding dash, a crisp sound. The invincible Sophie, no, the invincible beheading sword broke again. 054, awakening time severing the beheading sword with one blow. The stamina also smothered Loquat Shaizangjan's figure. Then Kamaro's bone spurs followed, scarring him all over his body, and he was powerless to fight. Sasuke carefully put a few chakra restraining devices on it. He felt a little bit of satisfaction in his heart. This is the duo organized by Akatsuki, with the goal of capturing Renzuriki alive. Although relying somewhat on Kirigakure's consumption and Junmala's assists, they can all be regarded as falling under his own hands. Thinking about it like this is a bit inflated. But right now is not the time to feel that he is doing it again. The huge chakra fluctuations behind him remind Sasuke that there is still one Nizu cage that has not been dealt with. The combined attack of Wanshi and Orochimaru was not so easy to bear, and Yagura's consumption was not low, so he had to temporarily release the tailed beast form. But the physique of perfect Renzhuli still makes him have the strength to fight. Who are you? Why are you holding a pocket cut? Like Loquat Juzo, Yagura was also attracted by the ninja sword and the assistant. But different from the beheading sword, Yakura clearly remembered that the blunt sword, Daoji, was well kept by the ghost lamp full moon. It's just my ninjutsu. Sasuke released the projection of Duori, and stared at Yagura with his own double Godama writing sharing eyes. In the original plot, Sasuke, who is in the state of Sanguyu's sharing eyes, can directly use his pupil power to talk to the 9 tails in Naruto's body. The current Sasuke can't do this, but he has another person who writes sharing eyes. According to the pre-arranged tactics, Uchiha Shin appeared and walked towards Yakura. Yakura immediately showed a vigilant look and raised his weapon. Naturally, the other members of the snake fighting group were also on guard, and Bonespur, Qian Benying, Hongji, and Nian Jingong all pointed at Yakura. Do you want to do it? Anyway, according to Kirigakure's rules, the unknown ninjas who appear near the Daming Mansion can only end in death or imprisonment. Although the subordinates brought by Yakura were all killed by Loquat Juzang, he was still the shadow of a village, with no fear on his face. As a Jinchuriki, sometimes I don't know how many chakras the tail beast has in my body unless I force myself. What's more, the battlefield is in the territory of Wuyin. The previous movement was so loud, and new footsteps have already been heard in the distance. Let's go together. Bet on Mizuki's name, I won't lose here. Yakura knew very well that this was the hinterland of the country of water, and the people who came must be his own people, so his tone became more bold. At this moment, Sasuke took a step forward. From the expressions of the others, Yagura could tell that this person was the leader of the team. At this time, Kirigakure's team had already appeared in sight, and Yagura thought that the other party would choose to give in and run away. After all, the whole Kirigakure village stood behind him. But Sasuke took a step forward, but took out a spiritual bow. He just aimed it for convenience. Is there something wrong with this person? Positively provoking one of the 5 great ninja villages. Before Yakura could react, Sasuke had already set up his bow and arrow. To be honest, Yakura's aura just now and Kirigakure's pursuers still made Sasuke's subordinates hesitate a bit, not knowing whether to be reckless or retreat. But when he took the lead and started to bend the bow and set the arrow, everyone realized the leader is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. As long as you follow his command, no matter how reckless your decision is, there must be a reason for it. As a result, a mess of ninjutsu greeted Yakura. Sasuke wasn't worried about actually killing Yagura either. It was the perfect Jinchuriki who could use the tailed beast's coat. And it's still a bastard. Even Amaterasu can't be burned to death, so with just a few of them, do they still need to keep their hands? Sure enough, even Kodomaru's sticky gold arrows couldn't penetrate Yakura's defense, but such intensive attacks still exhausted Yakura, who was already exhausted. It's now. Sasuke's confidence skyrocketed after a sparring with Kamuro, coupled with the experience of hitting Orochimaru. Anyone who has played basketball knows that confidence is a blessing to a shooter's shooting percentage. He held his bow like a full moon, looked northwest, shot at Jifu, and the arrow went like a shooting star, piercing Yagura's overwhelmed tailed beast coat. Although the arrow's momentum was slightly hindered, and the arrow's penetration into the flesh was not very deep, it still conveyed the special effect of attacking the soul. Although Yakura is not like Orochimaru, who has soul defects due to the number of reincarnations and the division of curse seals, he still loses consciousness for a short time because of the intense pain of soul tearing. Uchiha Shin, who had been waiting for a long time, opened his Sharingan in the face of Yakura, who was absent-minded. Illusion? Save me. Yakura, who came back to his senses, felt the chakra emanating from Uchiha Shin's writing wheel eyes, and offered assistance to his tailed beast partner. It can be seen from the Battle of Unlii Gorge that for a perfect Jinchuriki who can have a good relationship with the tailed beast, even if he is hit by an ordinary illusion, the tailed beast partner in the body as an independent spiritual body can also awaken Jinchuriki. This is why Yagura has been so perverted all these years, but no one suspected that he was controlled by illusion until Shippuden. The illusion that can control the perfect human strength is too unusual, causing this to become a blind spot in thinking. Just like in mystery novels, the most unsuspecting person is often the murderer, because he can't, so he can. This sentence is a philosophy. What Yagura and Isofu didn't expect was that what Uchiha Shin used was not an illusion technique, but a technique to remove the illusion. The phrase, serious people who make seals, may be just a joke to most ninjas, but Sharingan owners can do many things with just a glance. To be honest, Sasuke didn't have absolute confidence, although according to the original plot, the illusion on Yagura's body was dispelled by Aion's snatched white eye. Theoretically, Uchiha Shin's pair of sharing eyes with interpillar cell blessing should also have enough pupil power. But Ao in the Shippuden era was Kirigakure's top combat power. Coupled with the experience of losing to Shisui, I don't know how many years of research on the method of cracking illusions, and Uchiha Nobu's experience as a ninja is a bit worse after all. Therefore, he has to attack Yakura's soul first, so that there will be a gap in Yakura's mind, so that Uchiha Shin can complete the task. But fortunately, for this technique, Uchiha Shin has made a firmer awareness than experienced ninjas. Betting on the F title bestowed by Master Sasuke, I must not insult my mission. The fanatical admiration for Sasuke made him seize all the gaps along the way, frantically studying the books related to illusion at the Orochimaru base, and at this moment, his pupil power was fully opened, and he finally cracked the illusion pupil power left by Uchiha Obito. Yakura's eyes widened, and thousands of thoughts rushed into his mind. Everything yesterday was like a fantasy dream, but the piles of blood caused by myself were extremely real. But the reputation in the blood mist cannot be formed in a day or two. The graduation tradition of killing each other has been carried out for many generations before graduation. As a Mizukage who grew up in this environment, Yakura looks like a harmless gentleman, but he is used to cold-blooded and ruthless things. Even if I make a mistake, I can only make the mistake and make the mistake, otherwise the victim will swallow me to the bone. Just as Yakura made up his mind, Sasuke had already walked around to his side while he was out of his wits. 055, why is it Sakura again? From the perspective of Yakushi Nanoyu, a professional spy, Sasuke's approach is not wise. The target of this operation is Yaeshido, and the task has been completed now, and the unexpected joy of winning the Orochimaru, it stands to reason that he should retreat immediately, not on the territory of Kirigakure and the Mizukage bar. But Sasuke as the leader of the team, coupled with the title of omniscient and omnipotent, no one will question Sasuke's decision. Even if there is something unreasonable, the subordinates will think that Sasuke has seen a longer-term perspective, and what he made must be the most reasonable arrangement. In fact, Sasuke's actions are indeed irrational, but they are in line with the justice in his heart. And with his heroic image in Uchiha Shin's eyes, those who should become big things will do anything by hook or by crook. But Sasuke has always believed that if he only relies on lofty goals and habitually decides the life and death of others at will, over time, righteous partners will easily degenerate into evil accomplices because of obsession. Lord Chong was once a partner of justice. Danzo's parents are still martyrs who are rooted in Gen Miaowon, and he has always talked about Konoha. Even Emiya Kuritsugu made sacrifices only when he had to choose between the two. Although it is a bit risky, if he can save more innocent people in Kirigakure, then Sasuke doesn't mind giving it a try. After all, judging from Bai's experience, Kirigakure's persecution of the blood successor boundary family was so serious that the husband and wife could kill each other. As long as it is found that there is a blood succession limit, even children will be obliterated. It is so ugly that both humans and gods are angry, and Sasuke will settle this account with Obito himself sooner or later. But he would not bet the lives of his followers either. Facing the approaching Kirigakure troops, he decisively restrained Yagura, who was distracted by his agitated mood. The Wien pursuers immediately threw their hands at the mouse and did not dare to attack rashly. Mizukage-sama, I know many secrets about you, Sasuke whispered in Yakura's ear. This sentence made Yagura's heart tremble, thinking of a night many years ago. A man wearing an orange swirl mask suddenly appeared in front of him very strangely, and he was also Sharingan like the boy behind him. If it wasn't for the fact that the age and the level of Sharingan were not matched, Yakura would almost suspect that it was Sasuke who cast the illusion on him back then. What do you want? Naturally, it is not stupid to become Mizukage. Yakura sorted out his clues a bit, and guessed that Sasuke sent someone to undo his illusion. The premise is, he knew in advance that he had been hit by an illusion. As Mizukage, Yakura naturally has feelings for the village, and feels somewhat guilty about all the viciousness he committed due to being controlled by illusion. But as a ninja who grew up under the blood mist policy, his self-interested thoughts are also very serious. It is absolutely impossible for him to shoulder these responsibilities at the risk of being torn to shreds by his political enemies and enemies. After all, no one understands the cruelty of the internal struggle in Wien village better than him. After carefully analyzing the original plot, Yagura died soon after being dispelled from the illusion. Then Sanwei was reborn in the wild, and was finally captured by Daidara and Afei. As for how Yakura died, there is no specific explanation. There is one thing that is hard to explain. Kirigakure is already weak, so why doesn't the new Mizukage Terumaime hold such an important resource as Tailed Beast tightly in his hands? Even if everyone wants Yakura to die, at least they have found another Jinchuriki, right? The only reasonable explanation is Yakura, who woke up, fled voluntarily because he was afraid of Kirigakure's usual cruel methods. Although everyone couldn't keep this perfect Jinchuriki, they also seriously injured him. Yakura, who was seriously injured and unable to recover, finally died alone in the wilderness. Then, according to the law that the tailed beast would be reborn in a random place after Jinchuriki's death, Sanwei became a free wild bastard. According to the hypothetical analysis of this extremely high possibility, Suzuki is very clear that Yakura does not want to expose the fact that he is controlled by illusion. You step back 100 meters first, don't worry about me. Sure enough, Yakura asked his subordinates to back off so that they would not hear the secret. He also has his own calculations in his heart. In Kirigakure's territory, Suzuki will definitely not dare to tear up the ticket. The most important thing right now is to stabilize him first, so as to keep the secret, and then wait for the opportunity to silence him. Yakura's past rule was very brutal, and the Mist Ninjas did not dare to defy him. Many people still hoped for his death in their hearts, and retreated quickly. You take Orochimaru and Pekei Shizang and leave. Suzuki also turned his head and gave instructions to his followers. Yakura's heart moved, and he said secretly, sure enough, this guy just wants to leave safely. For my secret, I will tell you to eradicate them all after chasing them to the ends of the earth. I won't go. I want to stay and live with Suzuki-sama, Uchiha Shin said impassionedly. Then Mizuki gave him a kick and said, don't talk nonsense, the leader is omniscient, so you need to worry about it. After speaking, he picked up Orochimaru and sprinted for 100 meters. Everyone also left. Omniscient and omnipotent. Orochimaru has awakened from the illusion, but is still tortured by the soul arrow and chakra limiter inserted in his body. He said with difficulty to Junmaro and Kidomaru, who were dodging their eyes, is this why you betrayed me? Both Junmaro and Kidomaru have received the favor of Orochimaru, and they dare not look at each other. And Uchiha Shin not only did not owe him, but also provided a lot of help to Orochimaru's research. He pointed to Orochimaru's nose confidently and scolded him, feeling that he was fortunate to be able to abandon the dark and turn to the light under the guidance of Suzuki, and made Orochimaru angry enough. Suzuki, who stayed alone, was also happy and relaxed. If there are no allies, even if he turns his face in a while, he can use Phantasm to his heart's content. But his real whole card is the synchronous force that Yakura has already used. Since you don't want to take responsibility, I'll give you a role with a sense of responsibility and sense of justice. The voice actor of this character is free to enter the wild, and the synchronization object is Li Xiaolang. Speaking of which, Li Xiaolang, who is freely dubbed by Irino, is not the hero in the childhood memories of Cardcaptor Sakura. It is the story of the original characters in parallel time and space, the hero in the Wing Chronicles. Unlike the warm reunion of Cardcaptor Sakura, Sabasa Chronicle may be a little bit sad, especially the ending of the manga. After all, the famous work Holy Biography by the Clampants basically ended in group destruction. One of Li Xiaolang's tragedies is, as a character with a strong sense of justice, in order to save his lover, he directly or indirectly trampled on the happiness of many innocent people. In the end, he had to leave Sakura and embark on the journey of paying the price in self-blame. Journey. Atonement is also the most suitable ending for Yakura. But Suzuki still wanted to complain, yes, that's right, it's another Sakura, why is it always Sakura? 056, ashamed of my ancestors. Humans are complex creatures, good and evil are often in a single thought. Uchiha Itaku once said, it's not that you become a movie to be recognized by everyone, but only those who are recognized can become a movie. Back then, Yakura was able to become a shadow as a Renzuriki, and naturally passed the test in terms of character, heart, and determination to protect the village. Although not long ago, due to the influence of the bloody memories of the past 10 years, he forgot his original intention and planned to temporarily cover up his mistakes. This is actually human nature. What can be done if one is controlled by illusion? It's all the fault of the Sharingan mask. But what Suzuki is worried about is that Yakura will do everything possible to silence and continue his mistakes because he is afraid of the secret being exposed and the enemy's backlash. In this case, not only will he be troubled, but he will continue to make life in the land of water miserable. Therefore, he synchronized Li Xiaolang's personality to Yakura. Li Xiaolang is also a passive criminal character. He was dumped by his father-in-law and had to choose between saving his loved ones and trampling on other people's wishes and bearing endless crimes. He chose to save Sakura and paid the corresponding price. Suzuki also agrees with this value. The partners of justice are first and foremost human beings. He will do everything in his power to save irrelevant people. But if Suzuki is faced with the same problem as Itaku, the family and the collective must choose one or the other, he will first try to kill the person who made the question, such as Danzo. If he can't kill the questioner and has to make a choice, as long as he doesn't violate the absolute righteousness, he will still choose his family even if the group has more people. I don't care about this kind of justice that can't even protect the people closest to me. As for the sins caused by the choice itself, I will bear it alone. Therefore, Li Xiaolang faced the price calmly. Suzuki will leave Konoha. But now, this will is transmitted to the depths of Yagura's heart, awakening his sense of responsibility when he first became Mizukage. His eyes showed sadness, remorse, determination and other emotions, all of which were caught by Suzuki's sharing eyes. He knew that he had done his duty. Perhaps no one will know that he has saved many lives in the land of water, but the righteous partners do not need to be praised. As he was about to leave, Yagura suddenly pressed his head and said a name with difficulty, Sakura. Even if I go back in time and space, I will. According to Suzuki's previous synchronization experience, although the memory of the synchronization character will not be inherited, a certain obsession will be firmly engraved in the personality. So Suzuki almost fainted. Brother, stop reading. Even if the cherry blossoms in your hometown are in bloom, you can't go back. After a long time, your sadness just now is because of this. And the most amazing thing is, Naruto World also has the power to travel through time and space. Once opened, it will also interfere with the lives of ordinary people. So, he turned around and said decisively, Master Mizukage, it is impossible to go back in time and space, you should be sober. However, Yakura's obsession seems to be a bit deep, and it may also be because of the influence of the soul arrow that the second personality has dominated. With a firm gaze, he said, no, as long as we find the dimensional witch, who's here, helping Li Xiaolang to go back in time is Yuko Ichihara, who has the title of Dimensional Witch. Since Yakura has no obsession with her, after Yakura realizes that this memory is illusory, the protagonist finally takes the dominant position again. You are right, I am the fourth Mizukage who is guilty. No, I am not worthy to be Mizukage anymore. After the fusion of personalities, Yakura finally pleaded guilty and had a good attitude. So, Suzuki can now communicate with him normally. Pure confession is meaningless. What you should do now is to set things right in Mizukage's position and train successors. He continued, I will cooperate with you to find out the identity of the masked man back then, and after making up for the mistakes completely, you will abdicate and make way for the virtuous. This is the responsible approach. Suzuki was very thoughtful, and Yagura suddenly became enlightened when he heard it, and asked the topic he was most concerned about, do you know who that masked man is? Of course Suzuki knew who it was, the unfortunate Kenji Malu from the Uchiha family. But right now it's not easy to scare the snake away, so Yakura can only concentrate on accumulating strength and wait for the results of his own investigation. I really don't know how to thank you. Yakura, who just woke up from a dream and only wanted to seek revenge from the masked man, was full of gratitude to the boy in front of him. Suzuki also said politely, give me a token first, so that I can leave the country of water smoothly. This is what it should be, and Yagura quickly threw out a special token with a turtle pattern, and promised that one ninja would see him as if seeing him. And then, there is another request, because I am good at using swords, so please ask Mizukage-sama to promise that as long as the ninja swords that I personally snatched from the hands of the rebellious ninja will be mine. How about it? Yakura frowned at Suzuki's other condition. The 7 ninja swords are the heirlooms of Kirigakure. According to the original plot, the thunder katana that Medi Team took from Leia was redeemed by diplomatic means. After all, this involves the dignity of Ninja Village. With such a promise to go out, words such as loss of power and humiliation of the country and ashamed of Mizukage and ancestors of all dynasties floated in Yagura's mind. But he is not a pedantic person, just like a famous internet saying, pull it down, my Kirigakure almost died, what's the use of keeping a few ninja swords? Besides, Suzuki's premise is that he can recover these ninja swords. Except for beheading the big sword to fall into his hands, the whereabouts of Raitoya have not been found by the entire Kirigakure. The big sword shark muscle and its users were personally given to a secret organization when they were under control. Go back and work hard, and it is very likely that these 2 national treasures will be recovered before this person. So Yakura gritted his teeth and agreed to the condition. After discussing the contact information with Yakura, Suzuki took the token and chased after his subordinates in a good mood. But there is a kind of psychology called hoarding obsessive-compulsive disorder, just like the games in Steam. Even if I don't play it, it's fine to eat ashes at home. As for Loquat Ten Kang, Suzuki didn't consider instigating rebellion. Although he is loyal to his companions, according to the setting, he is a cruel and bloodthirsty person. And in Suzuki's impression, his own ability doesn't seem to be able to synchronize him with any famous decent characters. Moreover, Suzuki didn't want to have a complete confrontation with Akatsuki for the time being, so he planned to ask him to give Nagato a message for him. Treat him first. Loquat Tenzang was hit by several bone spurs from Junmalu, bleeding all over his body. Suzuki gestured to the pharmacist Nanoyu. I'll help with a search. Seeing the leader issue the order, Mizuki stripped Pipa Tenzang's black and red robe very attentively, wanting to see if there was anything worthy of study on this master of the Akatsuki organization. Don't. You can't take off this suit, and he might not be able to hold on once you take it off. Suzuki frowned. This kid really has an indissoluble bond with Flag 057. Where can I buy it? The group quickly returned to Yinin village. Along the way, in order to guard against Orochimaru, Suzuki would stab him with a spiritual arrow every once in a while. When he returned to the village, Uncle Snake was almost a useless snake. Suzuki didn't soften his heart at all. Orochimaru's various anti-human experiment crimes were enough to be shot dozens of times, but he had promised Junmaro to let him live. And Orochimaru is not so easy to kill, instead of allowing him to be reborn through a curse seal that is buried somewhere, it is better to hold it firmly in his hands and control his harmfulness. By the way, taking advantage of Orochimaru's soul being seriously damaged and easy to synchronize, Suzuki injected him with the personality of the boss lady in Gintama. Don't look at Denshi, who is usually a ghost-like, aggressive-talking charterer, and was also a kind-hearted proprietress when she was young. Although he has a grumpy temper when he is older, he is still full of kindness in his heart, and he helps the homeless Chiao family everywhere. Since Uncle Snake likes to be a woman and likes to adopt orphans everywhere, it will make you a woman both physically and mentally. Is it my illusion? Why do you feel that Ashimaru-sama looks at us so resentfully? After feeling a creepy resentment, Kidomaru secretly said to Komuro. That's right, the look in Orochimaru's eyes at the moment is not resentment, it is better to say that there is some resentment. If it is the real Orochimaru, even if the subordinate who has been with him for many years betrays him, he will not take it too seriously. The death of Nikoki and the cruelty of the Second Ninja World War changed his mind very early on, and he only had the pursuit of eternal life in his mind, and no extra emotion could be tolerated. But the character of Denshi's subordinates can be seen from the episode where the cat-eared girl Catherine is in love. Catherine, who said she would take the initiative to leave her, scolded her like a dog, but gave her a bottle of famous wine as a dowry. At this moment, Orochimaru also had mixed feelings of hatred and regret for Anai Dumaru and Junmaro, who betrayed him. Damn it, why do I have such weak thoughts? All I pursue is eternal life. But Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all, relying on obsession to suppress the personality of the proprietress, and began to plan, waiting for Suzuki to relax his vigilance and regain power. Even if Suzuki chooses to kill himself, he has already arranged another confidant to resurrect himself with the curse seal. Although Orochimaru has not yet conceded defeat, seeing him captured by Suzuki has strengthened the determination of everyone in Otanin village to follow Suzuki. During Suzuki's departure, someone had already compiled the records in the Ashimaru laboratory into a book. Suzuki roughly flipped through the catalog, but he really couldn't find the truly top-notch forbidden techniques such as reincarnation of unholy earth, art of 8-chi and reincarnation of undead. I also want to know that Orochimaru will not put these mysteries on paper. Orochimaru only took away the filthy soil reincarnation and the art of 8-chi in Kanaha's forbidden surgery room. From God's point of view, this choice is wise. After all, at least half of Kanaha's forbidden art room must be the invention of Senshou Fijian, and the dirty soil reincarnated can summon Senshou Fijian himself. In fact, from the perspective of Suzuki, a modern person who doesn't like to rely on force to solve problems, the greatest significance of reincarnation is to pass on knowledge. Including the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan and the human ability of the reincarnation eye, it is also very suitable for passing on knowledge. When Suzuki was a student in his previous life, he was extremely eager to have this ability to share wisdom. For example, I have a lot of pictures and game-playing skills in my mind, and Sueba has a lot of exam-making skills in his mind. Neither Sueba nor I have perfect knowledge, but if you share with each other with the eyes of reincarnation, then everyone will get what they need and have a bright future. Therefore, Suzuki naturally became interested in the reincarnation of the dirt. He turned around and said to Orochimaru, who was full of ghosts, "How about we make a deal?" Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then sneered and said, "I am defeated by Suzuki-kun now. What capital do I have for trading?" At this moment, all he could think about was how to lower Suzuki's vigilance towards him. Suzuki didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly threw out his own conditions. "Do you want the perfect soul reincarnation technology?" Orochimaru's expression suddenly froze. At the same time, doubts constantly arise in my heart. Why does this little brat know what I most desire? This is an area that is difficult to overcome even with my talent. How dare he boast so much? Although he didn't really believe it, due to his excessive thirst, Orochimaru still showed an expectant expression. Suzuki waved at Mizuki, who was taking over the research records, and said, "Come on, Mizuki, give him the whole job." Mizuki trotted over immediately, and Orochimaru frowned when he saw this face. Isn't this the Konoha Chunin who was fooled by him back then? Orochimaru saw Mizuki's behavior of abandoning his companions back then, and found it interesting, so he gave him the clue of the curse seal. But after he went back and learned a little about Mizuki's resume, he found that this person had limited potential and was not worth cultivating except for his ambition. But that was in the past. After Mizuki Kazuo synchronized the personalities of Kisuke Urahara and Kojiro, although these two people have a funny image most of the time, when it comes to the professional field, they reveal a confident and wise temperament. Orochimaru couldn't help squinting his snake pupils. He smelled the same kind of breath from the current Mizuki. Under Suzuki's order, Mizuki formed a psychic seal extremely skillfully. After he aspired to become a psychic beast trainer, he became proficient in making seals in this area. But what was summoned was not a psychic beast, but a broken doll in the shape of a golden lion. As soon as the doll fell to the ground, it wailed and howled, "Uncle Suzuki, Uncle Mizuki, I beg you to accept your supernatural powers." It was clearly the rough voice of a man. This is. Orochimaru's eyes gradually became excited. A villainous flower picker, the kind who would be cheap to kill him, so I used the technique of Yuan to inject his soul into the doll, let my pet cat tear and play every day, and let him try it too. The taste of being ravaged. Mizuki explained proudly. Every day? So this kind of soul boarding is permanent. Orochimaru stuck out his excited tongue. Yin escaped secret arts such as the art of spiritualization and the art of turning the heart can also achieve the same short-term effect. But breaking the time limit, and it's still on dead objects, is beyond Orochimaru's cognition. And listening to this statement, just relying on the body of the doll, you can feel the pain of being torn apart. What kind of technical power this is. In fact, this rare technique in the Naruto world is only a basic operation in the Shinigami world. With Urahara Kisuke's thinking and Suzuki's generous investment, Mizuki has overcome this difficulty after 3 years of research. Then, can you show me this Yuhun pill? Orochimaru's expression, from stunned to eagerly looking forward, even reminded Suzuki of the famous expression pack from his previous life. So where can I buy it? 058, I'm not Akatsuki's organization. Although the soul level is Orochimaru's weakness, this weakness is also based on his success in the research of undead reincarnation and curse seal. Transferring the soul with the reincarnation of the corpse, and storing the soul fragments in other people with the curse seal, plus the reincarnation of the dirty soil that has not been fully studied yet, are all the research results of the soul. And taking into account the usual need to establish Yin in village, complete the tasks of the Akatsuki organization, and abduct people all over the world. With so many research results, Orochimaru can be described as a master of time management, and even dare to boast, no one knows the research of the soul better than me. But there is a saying, don't use your interests to challenge other people's jobs. Almost all abilities in the world of Reaper are based on the soul, and even the houses and buildings in the soul world are composed of spirits. In the original plot of Bleach, the props such as Yuan are used to store artificially produced modified souls, and then store them in dead bodies as combat units. They can create souls artificially, and the transfer of souls that Orochimaru desires is a piece of cake. And Mizuki's thinking comes from the top 2 research talents in the entire soul world. Relying on the business talent obtained by synchronizing Kojiro, Mizuki held the begging doll and assured Orochimaru in the confident tone of a gold medal salesman. First, absolutely retain all memories. Second, never damage the soul. Third, it can even be targeted to strengthen the transformation. As long as the money is enough, the service is guaranteed to be satisfactory. Although Suzuki felt that his tone was more like Captain Dragonfly, Orochimaru's eyes are about to shine. Under Mizuki's continuous explanation, he finally understood what is professional. Just like Shiro Emiya, a cook who is good at cooking in ordinary shows, has traveled to the world of Little Master or Spirit of the Halberd, and only then did he know that there are people beyond people and others beyond. It turns out that cooking can also emit a soaring light, or make the eater make strange noises. In fact, Suzuki even doubted that if he threw the original Technology Development Bureau into the Holy Grail War, would he be able to completely complete the third method of soul materialization by himself. Moreover, Suzuki also used the theoretical knowledge in his previous biology textbook to introduce the cloning technology to Orochimaru. In fact, this kind of high-tech project, as a traveler, even if he knows the principle, he can't do it, but Orochimaru can do it. In the plot of Bo-Ren biography, he created the artificial man Mitsuki, and Uchiha Shin also used his technology to produce a batch of clones. But right now, Orochimaru, who is still busy researching various forbidden techniques, did not expect that this layer can perfectly resolve the rejection reaction, and being reminded by Suzuki is also awakening the dreamer. I said that there is such a good thing, we can cooperate without doing it. After simultaneously ascending to the position of the proprietress, the violent arrogance in Orochimaru's character is slowly weakening. Attracted by Suzuki's conditions, he can't help but think to himself. But Suzuki pointed out a long time ago, this is a deal, since he proposed so many conditions to attract him, he must also want to get the same bargaining chip from himself. What do you want? Orochimaru asked bluntly. Suzuki originally wanted to answer reincarnation from the dirty soil, but after thinking about it, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, so he changed his words and replied, I want your brain. Orochimaru frowned, is this going to change the door by myself? After all, he is not a character who is willing to live under others for a long time. The reason why he joined the Akatsuki organization was because pain was so strong that Snake despaired. Except for Kisame who volunteered to join, most members of the Akatsuki organization were overwhelmed by pain's force. Other ninjas who are in their prime are getting stronger and stronger, while Nagato, who represents pain, is getting weaker and weaker due to the consumption of the eyes of reincarnation. Nagato, who is less than 30 years old, is likely to be stronger than when he attacked Konoha. Horrible. What was Pain's level when attacking Konoha? First, attack the entire ninja village head-on, and then first blast the entire Konoha with a shot of Super God Luo Tianzheng, and then seal Kyuubi with a shot of Earth Explosion Star. After being defeated by Naruto, the remaining chakras can still come. A group of reincarnation is born. What kind of combat power is this? What amount of chakra? Many of Suzuki's actions are indeed like Uchiha Shin's bragging, being able to know the past and the future. Following such a leader seems to be more promising than the Akatsuki organization. But Orochimaru's character is still cautious. He continued to ask, "Then can you tell me what the future of the Akatsuki organization is like?" Before Suzuki opened his mouth, Uchiha Shin begged, "Master Suzuki, don't you need to use up your pupil power to predict the future for this kind of person?" No matter how many times he looked at Yuan, his forehead would get angry. Suzuki waved his hand and said, "The future is a concept that is constantly changing. The world line may change due to my disclosure, but I can predict a certain trend, that is, most of the money you have accumulated through hard work will be lost. Take it to buy a detonator." Detonator? What is it for? Orochimaru frowned as expected. When he joined the organization, the image spokesperson Xiao Nan told him that the activity funds were all used to transform the world. "It's for bombing people," Suzuki answered bluntly. How many people were bombed? Orochimaru frowned more and more. A group of S-level traitorous ninjas added up a lot of mission commissions. From his perspective as a worker, the money must at least be used wisely, right? 1. Suzuki's answer made Orochimaru gasp, feeling a deep sense of being fooled. "Did it explode?" Orochimaru asked with a bit of black humor. "No." Suzuki's answer finally made him explode, and he asked Suzuki with his veins exposed, "Really? Swear on the name of the Uchiha clan." For members of a large family who value honor, this sentence carries a lot of weight. So, Deshimaru angrily took off the empty Chen ring on his finger, threw it on the ground and said, "I won't wait for this broken organization." Suzuki looked at him with interest, enjoying the spoiler. "What about my future?" You just need to tell me a trend." Orochimaru's expression shows that this may be the last condition for him to join Suzuki's command. "I live very well, and I have a son." Suzuki summed it up succinctly. Son. Due to Denchi's maternal personality, Orochimaru was slightly interested in it. "What kind of child is it?" "He has white hair and has mastered fairy arts." Suzuki replied in a wicked way. Orochimaru pondered for a while, then said with a weird expression, "Are you sure that's my son?" 059. Be careful. After listening to Suzuki's words, Orochimaru has every reason to leave Akatsuki's organization. Akatsuki members usually perform dangerous and troublesome tasks, such as going to the daimyo's mansion in the land of water to kill people, and serving as mercenaries in the war. For so many years, Orochimaru sacrificed his efforts in studying ninjutsu and doing experiments, and worked hard for the great cause that Pain said. As a result, Suzuki said that the reward for their hard work was to buy explosive symbols to blow people up? And the most absurd thing is that it hasn't been killed yet. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his IQ was insulted. He originally thought that Pain, as the reincarnation eye-bearer, would have high opinions in the face of all the S-level traders, but he didn't expect to use the commission of his brothers for such a vulgar purpose, and he kept calling himself a god. He had never seen such a thing. Brazen. Bastard Pain, you pay me back my hard-earned money. Cough cough. Although Suzuki is not sure whether Nanji's 6,000 billion detonating charms were bought with money, or conjured by his own ninjutsu, but Akatsuki is indeed like Jian Nintanari, an organization with no future, and there are three major black hands behind it, Obito, Madara, and Heiju. It is king to leave Beoping as soon as possible. And Suzuki's second prophecy made Orochimaru feel a bit of vigilance and chill. Why does my future son sound so much like an acquaintance of mine? Coincidentally, that guy also happens to be a womanizer. Although that guy named Jiraiya is an upright person, this kind of thing is still alarming. Orochimaru at this moment is not the good parent in Bo-Ren biography who will attend the parents' meeting for Siyu and be both a father and a mother. But every normal man has a very low tolerance for this kind of thing. Even if I don't like children, I can't bear to help someone else raise a son. Orochimaru pestered Suzuki to ask questions, wanting to know the details of the matter, but Suzuki prevaricated them all with the sentence, "Don't reveal too much secret. The future is not unchangeable, but certain futures are controlled by the will of the universe. Even if you know it in advance and try to change it, it may still happen. All mortals can do is accept it silently." Suzuki fooled him with some very mysterious words. This phenomenon is called the principle of world-line convergence. Just like Doraemon and his party have traveled through time and space many times, but the impact will either be reversed by coincidence, or be targeted by the Time and Space Administration. In the end, the flow of history cannot be changed, but countless same as the legend. With the wisdom of Orochimaru, I can naturally understand this theory, that is to say, no matter how hard I try, I am still very likely to be cuckolded by Gillet. What a big deal, of course, is to choose the original. It's your size. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the angrier he became, and he wished he could fight Jiraiya immediately. Look at it, maybe you are not necessarily the father of the child. Suzuki proposes a path that was not envisioned. Immediately aroused the eagerness of the character in Dashawan's body. Denchi's husband, Terada Tatsugoro, died on the battlefield when he was young. Since then, she has never remarried, and has no children under her knees, so she is full of maternal instinct and treats many people around her as relatives. if I can use my current body to be a good mother. Mother, you are tall. Orochimaru threw the messy development out of his mind again. Moreover, Orochimaru understands a truth: knowing the future is not necessarily a good thing, and sometimes it will only increase troubles. He is no longer interested in Suzuki's prophecy, but starts to study new topics with Mizuki. Mizuki's thinking is indeed unique, but Orochimaru's experience in ninjutsu and biological engineering is still more sophisticated. The two just complement each other, and can learn from each other in many fields. Although Suzuki's other followers have a lot of shadows on Dashimaru, but due to the synchronous character of Denchi's enthusiastic proprietress, Dashimaru unknowingly gets along with these people with kindness, which is simply untouchable by everyone in Otoshi Village brand new version. Even many times, most of the Otanin who are orphans feel a kind of mother-like feeling from him, which makes the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, feel ashamed. A die-hard loyalist like Junmaro still enjoys the current Orochimaru. However, Suzuki did not completely relax his vigilance against Orochimaru. He collected all kinds of rare ninja materials that Otanin Village usually organizes, and Mizuki strengthened the function of the chakra limiter. Moreover, his soul seems to have been permanently damaged due to the ruthless stabbing of Orochimaru on the Echo Ninja Village Road. Chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy, which means that the chakra refining of Orochimaru has encountered obstacles. But Orochimaru didn't care. The communication with Mizuki opened up a new world for him, which contains infinite fun. It not only illuminates the path of eternal life, but also shows him many unknown possibilities. So the research is really interesting. He decided not to destroy Muye village for the time being. But Orochimaru still has a worry whether he can leave the Akatsuki organization so smoothly. The current dark nature of the Akatsuki organization is destined not to allow the core members to leave easily. In the original plot, Orochimaru betrayed the Akatsuki organization because of attacking Uchiha Itaki, and was hunted down by the art duo. With Suzuki's current strength, he is not afraid of the art duo, but Pain is not yet an opponent he can whip up on a whim. Therefore, he let Loquat Shizang go, and asked him to pass a word to Zionin. That's right, sending a message to Konan is equivalent to sending a message to Nagato. Suzuki and Yagura confessed that he should conceal the battle with Orochimaru, and also reminded him to be careful of the Shurinan with soil. In a closed and authoritarian place like Kirigakure, it is naturally easy to block news. But there are not many secrets in the ninja world that can be hidden from Heiju. The combination of Orochimaru and Loquat Juzang suffered such a serious failure, and Yakura lost control of the chess piece, which attracted the attention of Atsutsuki Chenxiang. Although Suzuki ordered to conceal his predictive ability, Heize, who can sneak into most corners freely, is the only true god in the intelligence world. After a little investigation, he had the idea of obliterating this variable that might destroy his plan. However, Heiju and most of Beiju have no combat effectiveness, and the only Afei who can fight is probably a bit reluctant to fight against the current Yinin village. So he found Obito. After understanding the strength of Suzuki and his party, Obito decided to throw the trouble to Nagato. After possessing Kamui's virtualization ability, for a while, Obito felt that no one in the ninja world could do anything to him. Then he was slapped on the ground by a ball from Namikaze Minato. If it weren't for the intercolumn cells, the grass on his grave might already be 10 feet high. So Obito has been keeping a low profile for the past few years. Anyway, the Akatsuki organization is supported by Pain's super strength. Before Obito came to Nagato, Nagato received a letter from Loquat Juzang through Konan. The first sentence of the letter was the concept "Son of Prophecy" that Jiraiya had also mentioned. 060, Hello Son of Prophecy, I am Prophecy. In fact, Suzuki understands Pain's behavior of selling rice. When attacking Konoha, in the part where he confronted Tsunade, Pain was simply a great philosopher, and he uttered golden sentences frequently. Those who kill themselves will also be killed, and those who don't know what pain is will never understand true peace. In contrast, Tsunade's counterattack was pale. Our big country has also suffered the same pain. Don't use this kind of thing as an excuse for provocation. As Naoki's older sister and Kato's lover, she is qualified to say this. But as Konoha's Hokage, her words sound ridiculous to Nagato. It is equivalent to the leader of the invaders saying to the descendants of refugees, although we launched the war of aggression, we also died. Why can't you let go of your hatred? The geographical location of the country of rain determines that it is a battlefield for great powers to contend for. Nagato's home was destroyed in the war launched by the big country, and his parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Although Yahiko died because of Hanzo, it can be seen from Nagato's memories he knew that there was also the Konoha elders behind this incident. Tibetan fueled the flames. With so many bloody feuds, do you call this a provocation? It's no wonder that after hearing Tsunade's words, he did not hesitate to overdraw his body to launch the Super Shenluo Tianzen. Who can bear this tone? Although Pain Tiendeo is just a puppet, the close-ups in the comics are enough to show Nagato's anger at the moment. In fact, the reason why Naruto was able to escape from Nagato was not necessarily his reasoning, but Jiraiya's novels. Because Nagato's destruction of Konoha can be said to be revenge, but in the matter of killing his teacher, he has a guilty conscience. Gillet is also a true hero. From his memories, it can be seen that when he left Nagato and the other three, the Third Ninja World War had not yet ended. As a high-ranking Konoha ninja, he left the team privately during the war to teach 3 youths from the enemy country. The time was not short. Jiraiya's behavior put Sasuke in his previous life and he would have to go to a military court. If it weren't for the fact that his disciple had made the greatest military exploit in this war, he would have been impeached by the Konoha elders for this matter. Jiraiya was absolutely indebted to Nagato, but his mistake was that he believed the false information that the 3 were dead, and failed to stop Yahiko's tragedy. In the end, Jiraiya died in the hands of pain. In terms of their identities, Konoha ninja secretly sneaked into the hinterland of the Rain Country, and Nagato, as the leader of the Rain Ninja, is of course qualified to kill him. But in terms of affection, Nagato definitely has a guilty conscience. Or relying on Naruto's promise of when I become Hokage, I will bring peace to Yurinen village can make Nagato die? He also promised Neji that he would change the Hyuga clan after becoming Hokage, but after becoming Hokage, it was worse than social animals, and it was the old man who took the initiative to change the family system. Of course, Neji couldn't live to see all this. What really made Nagato decide to use the innate technique of reincarnation was the sentence in Jiraiya's novel, which was the path he once firmly believed in. If peace really exists, it is up to me to achieve it, and I will not give up. Again, I understand that it is just a personal conflict to say that my rebellion against Orochimaru is just a personal conflict, and I have no hostility towards the Akatsuki organization for the time being. I am also a Konoha traitor, and I even helped you kill Danzo, a common enemy. I have no objection if you want to sell rice. They can also help you when necessary. Finally, a word of warning: beware of the masked man. Nagato put down the letter paper, and seemed to see the bright and unrestrained teacher again, but that was more than 10 years ago. But there was also a trace of negative emotion in his heart. It would be great if you could show up in the most difficult days after Yahiko's death. Probably this is what is close to ink is black. This bandit logic is similar to someone else's. Therefore, it is useless to persuade him with affection. But the letter also mentioned that Sasuke helped him kill Danzang, which was a bit happy. Finally, Nagato was very interested in the prophecy ability that Sasuke said. He has always been considered by his teachers and companions as a person who can change the world, and he also calls himself a god. He wants to use his own ideas to transform the ninja world, but he doesn't know whether the Son of Prophecy's statement is accurate, and sometimes he will inevitably doubt himself. Just like an emperor who claimed to be the real Dragon Emperor, he also doubted in his heart whether he would be no different from ordinary people. At this time, a very prestigious magic stick suddenly appeared and was willing to treat him as a real living dragon. Would the emperor be willing to kill him? The answer is of course no. The only problem is that Nagato still needs to judge whether Sasuke's so-called prophecy ability is accurate. At this moment, a man wearing a mask appeared in the tower where Pain was, and was immediately sensed by Nagato. What's the matter? He controls Shuradeo and Tiandeo, who have the strongest frontal combat capabilities, to stand in front of Obito. Obito was slightly dissatisfied with Nagato's posturing, but it was Kuro's instruction to send someone to get rid of Sasuke. At this time, he still thinks that Kurojetsu is the will incarnation of Uchiha Madara, and he still has Uchiha Madara's spell in his heart, so Kuro's instructions have to be completed even if they are pretending. Ashimaru betrayed us and defected to Sasuke Uchiha. For the sake of the organization's reputation, these 2 people must be eliminated. Obito takes a sensible approach. But Nagato only cares about one thing: Sasuke Uchiha. Does he really have the ability to predict the future? Obito, who was hacked to share information, replied casually, probably, that's why he must be removed. And because he may have this ability, it is not safe for others to go. Only your absolute strength can ensure that you ignore the foresight. Nagato finally breathed a sigh of relief, and replied softly, I see, I will go when I have time. Obito frowned. Since he only had the brain of Zyonji when he was young, he could feel something wrong with Nagato's attitude. But he didn't know that because of his affirmation of Sasuke's prophecy ability, Nagato somewhat believed the last sentence in Sasuke's letter: be careful of the masked man. In Yinin village at this moment, Sasuke also wouldn't put all his hopes on Nagato's awakening. During this period of time he crazily improved his strength. On the one hand, let Orochimaru and Mizuki work together to study the reincarnation of the dirt. On the other hand, I practice sword skills and archery hard every day. Relying on the rich resources of the Orochimaru base, Mizuki also used the technical thinking of the world of Reaper to create many inventions that can enhance spiritual power, that is, the spiritual energy of the Naruto world. Sasuke is very clear that the essence of Sharingan is spiritual energy, and constantly improving the power of Yin may help him keep opening his eyes. However, maybe the obsession is not strong enough. These days, Nobu Uchiha's pupil power has improved even more. Sasuke doubts that as long as he is given another exciting opportunity, he will soon be able to open the kaleidoscope Sharingan. 061, Chakra face-to-face fast transfer Sharingan symbolizes the ultimate Yin force, that is, spiritual energy. Although according to Senju Fiema, Sharingan can be advanced because the brains of the Uchiha clan will secrete a special kind of chakra because of the emotion of getting love and losing love, which stimulates the opening of the eyes. However, non-Uchiha people such as Kakashi and Uchiha Shin can also complete the advanced stage, which shows that the eye-opening condition of Sharingan is likely to be enough spiritual energy. The relatively extreme emotion of sadness, coupled with the emotionally sensitive physique of the Uchiha clan, may mean extraordinarily huge spiritual energy. Of course, these are all Sasuke's inferences. Whether he can open his eyes without relying on relatives and friends to worship the heavens requires further research by Mizuki and Orochimaru. During this time, like the original plot, he improved his ninjutsu strength under the guidance of Orochimaru. Don't Sasuke-kun claim to be omnipotent? Why do you still ask me for help? Women are easy to be narrow-minded, and after all, Orochimaru hated Sasuke's behavior of playing with her soul, and couldn't help the yin and yang. Sasuke said calmly, "This is the most reasonable choice I made to adapt to the future. If necessary, I who know the future best can also reverse the future." Orochimaru immediately became honest, and in order to get rid of the future cuckold, he thoughtfully explained the karma to Sasuke. Sasuke expressed his satisfaction with his understanding of current affairs, put down the spirit bow in his hand. Orochimaru's talent is not necessarily higher than Itachi and Shisui who once guided Sasuke, but as a civilian player who does not rely on blood, he must be able to teach Sasuke a lot. A genius like Itachi who can master the skill of fireball in no time is not necessarily a good teacher, because many things are too simple for him. Although Orochimaru is also a genius, he is also an experienced scholar and scientist. In the original plot, Sasuke was taught by him for 3 years, and he was promoted to the 7th class led by Daihi, who was called a Big One, and he was able to defeat a cage-level powerhouse like Daidala. Although Sasuke is very strong and capable at the moment, his theory and foundation in ninjutsu are still somewhat weak. No way, when I was still in Konoha, I was still young, so I couldn't teach myself too many things. After leaving the village, I walked on wild roads. Sword skills and so on can be projected, and ninjutsu still has to be practiced slowly. However, after all, Sasuke has gained a lot of fighting experience from strong ninjas with his projection ability from fully analyzed weapons such as Thunder God Sword and Beheading Broadsword coupled with his own talent and Orochimaru's advice. The improvement in strength can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Whether it is Sasuke's own talent or the influence of Indra Chakra, they all tend to control chakra. The increasingly powerful Sasuke, through conscious groping, unlocked the original correct usage of a chakra. Sage of the Six Paths founded ninja school, and the original intention of passing on chakra is to use chakra to pass on knowledge and establish understanding between people. Top ninjas only need a fist bump to transfer memories like human abilities. Sasuke knew that chakra had this function, and his own strength had reached the threshold of a strong man, so he reached this state naturally. So, when he was free, he asked Orochimaru to open a face-to-face quick pass for him. Anyway, he was very talented, and he could understand what was sent. As a reward, he will pass some scientific and technological concepts from his previous life to Orochimaru through chakra, which often opens the latter's eyes and can't help but marvel, is this the technology of the future? Of course, what Sasuke can transmit is only some conceptual things. It is impossible for him to develop farming from scratch. But everyone has their own talents, and Orochimaru who has been instructed may do things that Sasuke can't do. On a whim, Sasuke also began to promote education in Yinin Village, not only to cultivate talents, but also to develop the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps into an empire that can govern itself without relying on daimyo. Although the ninja world also has culture classes, Sasuke believes that the 9-year compulsory education in his previous life is better, such as Sanzi Jing and the Analects of Confucius, which can establish the correct 3 views of education, as well as the laws of mathematics, physics and chemistry summarized by countless wise predecessors' formula. Although the ninja world is not under the control of Newton, he has a certain scientific literacy. At least he can be an assistant to Orochimaru and Mizuki. Sasuke has been a ninja for so many years, in fact, he can't remember many things clearly, but it doesn't matter, he just needs to punch a few times with this hidden strong man who is a virtuous 10. With Yaeshido's IQ and gratitude to Sasuke for reuniting his mother and child, he can sort out many of Sasuke's thoughts, commonly known as a secretary. At the same time, he volunteered to teach the orphans of Yinrin village. This was originally what Yaeshi Nanoaya wanted to do, but Yaeshido, Dashuin and these children already knew each other, and Yaeshido also wanted his adopted mother, who had worked hard for half his life, to enjoy peace and happiness. However, according to the original plot, Yakushi no Neyu was only 31 years old when he died in the land of Earth, and now she is only 34 or years old, coupled with a gentle and considerate personality. If you post a marriage announcement casually, there will be a group of people vying for it when a pharmacist goes to the level of a stepfather. Naturally, at such an energetic age, he can't be idle, and wants to contribute more to Sasuke's just cause. When Sasuke heard this, an idea came to him. I will find a way to let you play your remaining heat. Sasuke patted his chest in reassurance. Pharmacist Nanoya knows that he has the ability to bestow holy characters. Although he is a little uncomfortable with the word remaining heat that sounds like a word to describe the elderly, he still looks forward to the role Suzuki has arranged for him. In fact, the holy text Suzuki was going to give her was heat. Next, Suzuki let Yakushi Nanoya eat the dishes he made every day. Although Yakushi Nanoya felt something was wrong, Suzuki's cooking skills were really good. Moreover, Suzuki also synchronized the cooking skills of Ryan and Little Master with the pharmacist pocket. Although Ren claimed that he had never lost a fight or won a cooking game, he was a character in a gourmet show after all, and his adoptive mother was full of praise for a dish of iced sea bream. After eating like this, the middle-aged pharmacist No Neyu unstoppably began to gain weight. But what Suzuki wanted was for her to gain weight. His pharmacist Nanoya synchronized the ability of Hakaifun Kiryu, a member of the Zero Team and Reaper. Every member of the Linkfin team has made an invention that has made important contributions to the world of souls. Some invented the Zanpakuto, and some invented the Death Basket. And Hakaifun Kiryu invented Jaihun Mera by virtue of his ability to create temporary souls and transfer them. The same principle as the fairy mode, she can continuously absorb spiritual power into her body and transfer it to others in the form of cooking. But the condition for making this meal is to gain weight as much as possible. So, with Yakushi Nanoya's overeating, her body is also constantly absorbing the energy form of Ninja World Chakra. Due to the interlinkage with spiritual power, most of the absorbed chakras are yin chakras. Suzuki reminded her at the right time, don't absorb natural energy, this thing can't be digested by ordinary people. Pharmacist Nanoya nodded confidently, no one in the ninja world understands energy transfer better than her. Sure enough, Nagato didn't come to trouble him. After a few months of peace like this, Suzuki opened the Sangautama Sharinan as a matter of course after eating the chakra transferred by pharmacist Nano after a full meal. 062, Shin Uchiha's kaleidoscope. Suzuki was not surprised by this result. Back then, Kurosaki Ichigo and Issei Renji were able to rely on Hakaifun Kiryu's cooking to raise their Ryutsu to the level of a spirit king, so it would not be a problem for me, Uchiha Suzuki, to open Sangautama with a meal. Sanguyu's pupil power is enough to make him chat and laugh happily with the tailed beast in Renzulai's body. It's just that the improvement from the three-hook jade to the kaleidoscope can be called a qualitative change. Suzuki didn't eat alone, and offered a copy to Uchiha Shin, who had stayed in Sangautama for a long time. After eating, although Uchiha Shin also expressed that his whole body was full of strength, the hook jade in the eye socket still could not be connected into a pattern. He had accumulated enough yin energy early in the morning, but he was still stuck on the edge of the threshold. It must be that your pain is not enough, Suzuki reasoned. Nobu Uchiha stood at attention in shame and was beaten. This subordinate deserves to die, but since the subordinate surrendered to Lord Suzuki, every day seems to be rejuvenated, and he doesn't even know what pain is. Your lord is really kind to Nobu. Okay, stop. As soon as Suzuki heard his tone, he had read too much of the classical Chinese that he entrusted Yaeshido to write recently, and this flattery smelled sour and out of the book bag. If this continues, I will rectify the flamboyant style of the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps. By the way, weren't you in charge of researching the safe transplantation of intercolumn cells a while ago? Suzuki suddenly remembered this. Due to Uchiha Shin's special physique and the potential to create a bunch of clone creatures in the future, Suzuki entrusted him with this task. The intercolumn cells are the hard currency of the Naruto world. After transplantation, they can increase the vitality and the amount of chakra. They can also complement each other with Sharinan. After transplantation to a certain extent, they can also master Mutun. It seems to be perfect except that it will grow a face on top of the body. But in fact, this thing is not something that everyone can bear. Only one of Yamato's batch of experimental subjects survived. In the original plot, only 6 people successfully transplanted intercolumnar cells, and Yamato was the weakest among them. Others include relocating the depressive literature from the previous life, using my pocket money to prodigal, and other attempts. However, since these routines were all thought up by himself, he used all the wood on himself under the condition of psychological precautions. But what about other people? Suzuki stared at Nobuo Uchiha for more than 10 seconds with eyes like staring at a mouse, making the latter feel hairy. Just when he was about to plead guilty on his own even though he didn't know what he did wrong, the look in his eyes made him feel that there was a ghost in his heart. Suzuki finally said, "Do you often read my moral cultivation books?" Nobuo Uchiha nodded quickly, and said that he has recently united knowledge and action, and has established the correct 3 views, and understands that there is true love in the world. Suzuki smiled in a subtle way, only when the 3 views are normal, it is easier to be polluted. He asked again, very well, have you been practicing ninjutsu hard recently? Nobuo Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, and said that he has been practicing ninja recently, and he is grasping with both hands. Although in Boren biography his kaleidoscope ability is very common, but it is also a character who can do a few tricks with the middle-aged class 7. In addition, don't complain about the collapse of Boren biography. In fact, the most powerful Etsutsuki elbow and uchiha back fall are from the original plot, and the main line drawn by Ikemoto can still be seen. And Uchiha Shin's plot was drawn by Kishimoto himself, and the quality is quite good. Anyway, Sarana thought that Xionlin was manipulated by her mother, and she laughed at it for Suzuki in the previous life. In other words, Uchiha Shin's talent is absolutely no problem. Very good. The corner of Suzuki's mouth raised a devilish arc. So, in the next few days, he let Uchiha Shin try to master the face-to-face fast transmission of chakra, and he himself tried to make the famous scene of depression that he planned to use to torture himself when he was still in Konoha into an illusion. Uchiha Shin's kaleidoscope ability belongs to the control category, and his own control of chakra is also considered excellent, and he quickly met Suzuki's requirements. And after possessing the Sanguyu Sharinan, Suzuki's illusion attainments can be regarded as realistic compared with most ninjas. So, in a dark night, Suzuki pre-recorded a sad BGM on the radio, and then launched a brutal mental pollution on Uchiha Shin. First, he tossed Uchiha Shin a few manuscripts. As a scientist, Uchiha Shin certainly has a certain cultural quality. He turned to the first page. My life is full of shameful past. It's really a unique beginning, but the writing is not bad. Uchiha Shin read it effortlessly. But at the moment he is so naive that he doesn't know that this book is Suzuki's first attack, no longer human attack. Uchiha Shin became more and more on pins and needles, and had already noticed something was wrong. But Suzuki knew very well that the world of ninjas was inherently dark, and if he wanted to stimulate him to open his eyes, he needed a more violent attack. He grabbed Uchiha Shin's fist, and sent his memory of almost seeing depression, and then used illusion to restore the famous scene. For the next few hours, Suzuki changed his torture method. Full Metal Alchemist attacks, Devilman attacks, Alive attack, Legend of Sword Wind attack. Needless to say, these works are the most depressing works and scenes that emerged in the prosperous era of Suzuki's previous life culture. Not long ago, Nobuo Uchiha realized love and peace under Suzuki's various student books, and was almost knocked out by Suzuki's leaping dimensionality reduction blow. Considering that he is also a ninja who has seen blood in human experiments, Suzuki crazily stepped up his efforts, even setting himself up as a bento character in the illusion to give Uchiha the strongest impact. Nobuyuki Uchiha had stayed in the realm of the three-pointed jade for a long time. After being stimulated by such a stimulus, the three-pointed jade finally broke through the last thin barrier and merged into the pupils, forming a unique shape. Also, Suzuki noticed that the shape of his kaleidoscope was slightly different from the original plot. You should already know your abilities, right? Suzuki asked Uchiha Shin, who was panting heavily and hadn't recovered yet. As soon as the kaleidoscope Sharinan is opened, the owner will know the ability. If you have to experiment to know it, the other gods that Shishui uses once every 10 years have long since disappeared. The left eye marks and manipulates objects remotely. Shin Uchiha replied. Suzuki nodded. Just like the original plot, this ability represents his good direction. The right eye is the perfect fusion ability that can be used on others. Suzuki was stunned. This pupil technique represents Uchiha Shin's wish? 063. Suzuki's strange naming. The sacred text that Uchiha Shin was bestowed by Suzuki is fusion, and his work during this time is also the transplantation of cells between columns. He knew very well that he and Danzo were able to transplant intercolumnar cells because of their special physique, and it was difficult for ordinary people to survive the transplant. In the illusion that Suzuki released to him just now, he used himself as a bento object, which gave Uchiha Shin extra stimulation. Just like Kakashi once used illusion to create the illusion that Suzuki was dying, so that Sakura, who was quite talented in illusion, was also stunned by the trick. Nobu Uchiha, wandering between hallucinations and reality, couldn't help imagining his greatest fear. Suzuki-sama died in the research of Hashirama cells because of his own research mistakes. This kind of fear, combined with the psychological suggestion of the holy text, made him open the ultimate pupil technique that can fuse the characteristics of the two things together. I can feel that as long as I use my pupil technique, it will not only help the adults to perfectly fuse the intercolumn cells, but may also be able to fuse the blood successor's limit ability. After Uchiha Shin woke up from the mental pollution, he explained to Suzuki immediately. Suzuki was taken aback for a moment. Isn't this the sharing of Uchiha Nobu's physique, with the addition of Hiriko's Animura technique? It's still quite practical. He nodded secretly, but found that Uchiha Shin seemed to be hesitant to speak. Anything else to add? Suzuki stared at him with eyes that see through everything. When the latter thought of the title of omniscience and omnipotence that Suzuki blew out, he finally said, it is even possible to fuse different species. If the pupil is strong enough, it may be possible to create new species. Suzuki was completely stunned, and it took a few seconds for him to come back to his senses. Creating a new species, although it is based on the original basis for fusion, is already close to the realm of immortals. Well, now not only Newton's coffin can't be held down, Darwin also has something to say. He couldn't help but think of a saying about the birth of the Eastern dragon. In ancient times, there were no dragons in the world, but there were totems as beliefs among various tribes. Some are pigs, some are dogs, and some are snakes. Wars between tribes are inevitable. After a tribe annexes others, it will absorb part of the totem characteristics of the defeated party. Over time, it will form a snake body, eagle claws, antlers, a brand new creature with fish scales. Although there is not enough evidence for this statement, it still sounds like that. And Uchiha Shin's pupil technique seems to be possible to create an ultimate creature. Sasuke thought about it, but still crossed such a dangerous thought out of his head, and warned Uchiha Shin to use this kind of pupil technique with caution. Don't worry, my lord. If I don't have intercolumnar cells in my body, the consumption of perfectly fused cells is already very difficult. Uchiha Shin's reply made Sasuke fall into deep thought. Perhaps it is because he has both Sharingan and Hashirama cells that he has pupil skills that are so close to the level of life. Of course, it is still incomparable with the yin-yang dun who can really create life. The two chatted for a while about Uchiha Shin's pupil technique, and because it was troublesome to call it, Uchiha Shin proposed, "Please name my two pupil techniques." Sasuke frowned slightly. The kaleidoscope pupil techniques in the original book are all named after Japanese mythology, but Sasuke doesn't know much about this aspect, and it seems nondescript to use the names of gods he is familiar with, such as Shening, Nuwa, and Donghuang Tei. So, in connection with the dragon he thought of just now, and the characteristics of Uchiha Shinto's art, he chose a very interesting name. Let's call it Baifeng. It symbolizes the ability to break the boundaries of all species. That's a good name. Uchiha Shin clapped his hands and praised. Anyway, even if Sasuke took the name of Zhang Sanli Si, he would applaud him. As for the remote control ability of the left eye, Sasuke thought of Nianli. Not the mind ability in Hunter, but the superpower to make spoons float like Pokemon Yongjira, or the ability to control metal like Magneto. Of course, whether it is Yongjira or Magneto, the ability settings are much more complicated, and these two abilities are not suitable for naming. Sasuke thought of the other two characters who simply use the ability to move things, and the names are also very suitable for the painting style of Sharingan pupil art. The Trembling Tornado, and the Fubuki of Hell. You can choose any of these two names. These two are a pair of sisters with superpowers in One Punch Man, and the use of their abilities is not so fancy. They just use telekinesis to move things unpretentiously, such as meteorites, the headquarters of the Monster Association and so on. Sasuke posed the question, and Nobuo Uchiha chose the latter. Okay, sad wind in the right eye, blowing snow in the left eye. It's such a happy decision. By the way, Sasuke added with a subtle expression, it seems that you are Yuja's school. He originally wanted to say big sister Pai, but after thinking about it, the tornado in Lori's appearance seemed to be the elder sister. So I changed my name to Yuja, an attribute word that has nothing to do with age after all. A loli who is hundreds of years old, and Yuja, who is a primary school student for 10,000 years, are both normal. I only belong to the faction loyal to Sasuke-sama. Uchiha Shin's attitude is very humble, and Sasuke can also feel his concern for himself from Baifeng's ability. However, according to Sasuke's previous life, there is a conjecture the yin power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is too strong, which will deepen the obsession of the owner. In the original plot, every Uchiha who opened the kaleidoscope has a terrible paranoia for his own goals. In addition, in order to stimulate Uchiha Shin to open his eyes, Sasuke instilled too much mental pollution in him. Therefore, he felt that it was time to give the latter a little synchronization with a sunny personality. It doesn't have to be too much in sync, just undoing some of the dark side. Silently patted Nobuo Uchiha on the shoulder, and communicated with the system at the same time. Choose the synchronous personality as Takamiya Tetsube of Iron Gods. It may be a little revealing of age, but when it comes to the kingly blood manga where the protagonist can't be killed, the first thing Sasuke thought of in his previous life was the protagonist written by Mr. Masami Kurata. And Steel Warrior is another masterpiece of Cheetah. Manga likes to use the sun to describe the active character of the sun, but Takamiya Tetsube is different from other protagonists. This guy has sun fragments in his body. Not only can he tear the mecha by hand, but he can also turn into light by his own power. He is more suitable to call himself the son of the sun than a certain Kamen Rider. In addition, Takamiya Tetsube's elder brother is a top scientist, and his teacher is the four great generals of the empire. He also has strong combat skills and mechanical knowledge, which is very suitable for Uchiha Shin's fighting style of manipulating metal. Sasuke was not in a hurry to fuse the cells between the columns. He asked Uchiha Shin to sleep first to calm down the mental pollution and eye-opening stimulation, and he came up with another idea, got up and walked to Dashawan's laboratory. 064 Grilled octopus today. As we all know, the most important thing in the world of Naruto is blood. As long as you have something to do with Ryudeo, or you have a powerful blood succession boundary, you will win at the starting line. Sad Wind is a pupil technique that can perfectly integrate physique and blood successor boundaries. When Orochimaru knew this kind of pupil technique, his eyes were almost rounded, and he wished he could immediately install a pair of sharing eyes, and then transplant enough Uchiha cells to himself. However, according to Uchiha Shin's summary overnight, even if he has inter-column cells, he can only provide the pupil power for fusion twice, and then he must accumulate again. According to him, if there are no accidents, the interval between the use of this pupil technique may be several years. The two chances to perform it were due to the abundant chakra provided by the meal of the pharmacist Nanoyu, and the ability of the pharmacist Nanoyu also needed to start gaining weight again. Nobuo Uchiha insisted on dedicating both opportunities to Suzuki. Orochimaru is also very aware of his current status in the ninja group, and he still needs to prove his loyalty before he can be strengthened, so he fell into a state of autism. Regarding these two opportunities, Suzuki actually wanted to take advantage of a loophole. You said, if I fuse your cells, does it mean that I have successfully fused all other cells? But with the help of Uchiha Shin's pupil power, it is still no problem to master Mudun. It's just that he's still a fairy mode away from Mudun and Zujian, and he has hundreds of calories of chakra. But the inter-column cells must be fused. This thing has too much bonus to Sharingan, it is simply the best match. It can also improve vitality and provide the possibility of opening the eyes of reincarnation in the future. As for the other fusion option, careful consideration is required. At least Nobuo Uchiha has searched through the Research Institute's various blood succession limit records, and it is still difficult to choose. Tangled like a housewife who only has a coupon for a site-wide discount. Seeing Uchiha Shin's tangled expression, Orochimaru, who is becoming more and more feminine, showed a smug smile. I can't think of it, you guys abandoned me, and you were dead set on Suzuki-kun, but this choice was made by me first. I know. Only I can help him with this favor. During this period of time, she was not less angry with Uchiha Shin, and finally she was able to regain face with the method of spiritual victory. But she can only use the spiritual victory method, because she still has to rely on Uchiha Shin's pupil technique. Suzuki came to her last night and made clear the second fusion option. Orochimaru took out a bottle of petri dishes, which contained dead people's cells. That's right, the most irreplaceable use of Orochimaru at present is the work of the underworld. But Suzuki doesn't need to use dirty reincarnation at the moment, the cells are enough. The conditions for the reincarnation of the filthy soil are the sacrifices and the body tissues of the dead. For Hashirama cells, Orochimaru dug the grave of the first Hokage a long time ago, and in order to deal with his teacher, he also specially visited the battlefield where the second Hokage died that year and collected his cells. Originally, in Orochimaru's plan, controlling the master to beat the teacher must be an extremely beautiful picture. But it is a pity that Suzuki will not allow him to do this based on his righteous position. In fact, Suzuki was also doing it for his own good, otherwise it would be shameful for him to take the two Hokages and get his hands scrapped by the teacher. When collecting the cells from Senshou Byajian, Orochimaru also discovered a little surprise, that is, Union Jonin Jinkaku and Yinkaku who died together with the second generation of Hokage. The brothers are the descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths. Although the Uchiha clan is considered to be the descendant of the Sage of the Six Paths, Suzuki also has Indra's reincarnation chakra in his body, but the inherited characteristics are different. In fact, Suzuki suspects that these two guys have serious signs of returning to their ancestors, locked in the nine-tailed stomach for a week, living on gnawing on fox meat, that is, chakra aggregates, and being able to turn into a tailed beast after coming out. Animal physique? Orochimaru is not a cloud-hidden ninja, and he doesn't know so much inside information. He only knows that these two people are strong enough to kill the second Hokage, so he naturally brought back the corpse tissue. Give me the cells from Golden Horn and Silver Horn first, and then transplant the intercolumnar cells. Suzuki's thinking is very clear. Jinjiao Yinjiao's bloodline is probably the closest to the Sage of the Six Paths, and has a relatively balanced power of yin and yang, so he can eat with a tailed beast. The cells between the pillars symbolize the ultimate yang power, and it may be difficult to fuse with one's own Uchiha blood. So use his high school chemistry level to simulate it. First fuse the golden and silver horns to dilute the yin power, strengthen the yang power, and then achieve balance with the yang power of the intercolumn cells. Enterprise level understanding, perfect for talking on paper. Of course, this is just a brain hole. The main reason is that the repulsive force of the intercolumnar cells is too strong, so they are placed behind. Suzuki thought that the operation would be very long, enough to fall asleep by myself, and the first thing I heard when I opened my eyes was, "You're awake." The operation was a success. But in fact, if he hadn't insisted on letting Yakushi Nanoyu, a professional medical ninja, try to create aseptic conditions for himself first, the whole operation process might be regarded as a matter of Uchiha Shinobu staring. The left eye Fubuki is microscopically controlled, the right eye Sorrowful Wind is fused, and after the wound is healed with medical ninjutsu, the entire operation is completed. As we all know, the residents of Naruto world are not afraid of bacteria. Lin, a ninja, can help Kakashi complete eyeball replacement surgery on the battlefield. Junmuro is often suspected of being infected with an incurable disease because of too much external use of bones. Suzuki is cautious, somewhat out of gregarious. But fortunately, there is a setting of knowing the future. No matter how strange Suzuki's behavior is, it seems to others that he is playing a big game of chess. Although Suzuki said that there is a limit to his ability to see the future, who knows what step he has seen? For example, Orochimaru is curious at this moment, why did he only choose the cells of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and what is his special purpose? The answer was quickly revealed. Suzuki felt the changes in his body. First, his control over the Thunder Attribute Chakra has improved. There is also an additional chakra attribute that he has mastered before, which is probably the only Yang done that he has not mastered in the original plot. Although it is still very weak, it is worthy of Golden Horn and Silver Horn that they have allowed themselves to do things that Samsara Suzuki failed to do. But Suzuki's ambitions were not over yet. He smiled at Orochimaru and said, "You have 8 tails body tissue on hand, right? I want to eat grilled octopus today." 065, Stand Power. Orochimaru does have part of Hakaio's body on hand. After becoming Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed Murakami, Yunin Murakami's former Renzuriki Burabi suffered from mental illness because of being isolated by the villagers. He was depressed, and had to take sleeping pills every day to fall asleep. And Orochimaru took the opportunity to sneak into Yunin village, disguised as a psychiatrist, controlled Burabi with illusion and drugs, untied the iron armor seal on his body, and released the runaway 8-tailed bull ghost. Later, during the battle between the 4th generation of Reikage and the 8 tails, Orochimaru scraped a part of the tissue from the cut-off horn, and cultivated a whole horn in his laboratory. As expected of Suzuki-kun, "I can't hide anything from you," Yuan praised on the surface, but in his heart he slandered endlessly, "This kid wants to grab my old lady's wool again." Why do I say old lady? He originally wanted to use the bull's horn in Brubi's cells to reincarnate Jinchuriki with the power of 8 tails, but Suzuki had a better use. Then why don't you take it out? Suzuki curled his lips. The proprietress Toshi is not a stingy person. By the way, he asked Nobuo Uchiha to inform Yakushido and Yakushi Nanoya to gather the 3 strongest chefs in the Invisible Empire and prepare to study how to make this dish. Tailed beasts are all aggregates of chakra, without flesh and blood. But from the animation, it can be seen that the horns cultivated by Orochimaru are more than 10 meters high. If you say that they are all high concentration chakra, then Suzuki will not believe it, and must have added other biotechnology. And Suzuki is also going to add something to it, such as onions. There are also ginger, garlic, chili, and seasonings. After the pair of medical ninjas, the pharmacist mother and son, identified it as non-toxic and edible, the work on this dish began. The pharmacist Nanoyu, who has obtained the ability of Hakaifun Kiryu, is best at cooking with his own stored spiritual power, but if you give her an ingredient full of tailed beast chakra, it can still make you a nourishing meal. And the 3 special chefs will be able to guarantee the taste of this dish under the joint review. Looking at his serious research base, the painting style suddenly changed to the tailed beast on the bite of the tongue, and Orochimaru complained a little speechlessly, "Are you sure that thing can be eaten?" Although there is no problem with the quality of the meat itself, there is a 8-tailed chakra hidden in it. If she can eat it, she will still keep it until now? Why can't it? Whether it's fishy or smelly, it's a piece of meat in my mouth. Assistant retorted bluntly. As a flower grower in the previous life, as long as it can be eaten, what can't be used for cooking? What's more, another passive of the flower planter is the lack of firepower phobia. Suzuki has suffered from insufficient chakra in his life. He has long been envious of Jinkaku Yinkaku's ability to transform into a 9-tails Jinchuriki just by eating. Long didn't Suzuki in the original plot control the 8-tailed beasts with the eyes of reincarnation? Then I will inherit the will of the number 8 in the food industry and eat all the 8-tailed beasts. Don't ask why there is one less, it's because Suzuki thinks a fox mustache doesn't look good. Jinjiao Jiao grew this thing after eating too much 9-tailed meat. Naruto is even more ruthless, which is passed on to his children. Logically speaking, Kushina and Mito didn't have such a thing on their faces either, and when Naruto was born, before he became Jinchuriki, he had these 6 stripes on his face. Suzuki couldn't help but wonder if Kuwabai provided some strange genetic factors during Kushina's pregnancy. In short, Suzuki doesn't want to consume too much 9-tails chakra, which will cause his daughter to have 6 bars in the future. The main thing is that the cells of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn contain a small amount of 9-tailed chakra, and he can feel the tyrannical breath. As for other horse meat, monkey meat, and civet cat meat, they can all be eaten, and the big deal is to gather the power of the 9-tailed beasts in one's stomach. He didn't dare to eat the 6-tailed meat directly. After all, it wasn't a real old man, and the lump of mud still had to be smashed into chakras before eating. The roasted octopus was finished quickly. Dashimaru casually channeled a snake, took a bite and soon exploded to death. No harmful reaction was detected, so a more powerful snake was psychically channeled, which could barely withstand the chakra in it, and after various indicators were detected to be normal, Suzuki started to move. Orochimaru still doesn't believe that someone can use this method to control the 8-tailed chakra. His last psychic snake already has the background of Ryoji Cave, and his physical fitness is far superior to that of human beings. The levels of beasts are too far apart. After Suzuki finished eating, after the red chakra radiated from his body, Orochimaru finally frowned, realizing that there was something wrong with the cells of the golden horn and the silver horn. Is this also in your omniscience and omnipotence? He couldn't help but suddenly realized, people who can see through the future will definitely not make disadvantageous choices. Suzuki wiped his mouth, and felt that his chakra reserves were stronger than ever. Whether it is used to display the power of the infinity sword or the quincy, he can lift the weight more easily. Tailed beast chakra is indeed a good thing. Kazuma, one of the guardian ninja 12 warriors, collected some scattered chakra during the Kyuubi rebellion. The content is estimated to be equivalent to a fart from Kyuubi. Then seal these chakras in his son's body, and he can create an artificial human pillar. In Hashirama's words, 9 tails, your power is too strong. But now, he has chakra of the 2 strongest tailed beasts, 9 tails and 8 tails, in his body at the same time. Although the price is too violent power, it constantly leads to negative emotions in Suzuki's heart. But Suzuki's code of conduct for so many years, coupled with the influence of the fusion personality, can be described as righteous, and these disturbances are not enough to shake his heart. However, his body still has limits, as long as the Senshou Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan who inherited the immortal body are the best carriers for the tailed beast chakra. Next, we still need to continue to transplant intercolumnar cells and continue to operate. But Suzuki suddenly had an idea. Pharmacist Nanoya's cooking, unlocking the power of 3-hook jade, golden horn and silver horn cells, and tailed beast. The continuous strengthening during this period has allowed him to control many powers that he could not control in the past, especially each upgrade includes the growth of yin chakra. Yin dun represents spiritual energy, and he even felt that he could use chakra to condense a fighting figure with free movement. This may also be the source of Susanoo. Indra, the oldest uchiha, can use the 3-pointed jade writing wheel to open Susanoo. Suzuki doesn't seem to be able to do it yet, but he has another way. Under the continuous concentration of his spiritual energy, a tall, blue and white figure slowly formed behind him. Bruno Bucciardi is a character that Suzuki has bound for a long time, but under the power system of the Naruto world, it seems that he needs to have a terrifying amount of yin escape chakra if he wants to use the power of a substitute. My lord, the scalpel is ready. What is that vaguely behind you? Uchiha Shin reminded. No, I'll do it myself. The blue figure raised his fist. 066 Gugwan Iri scrapes the bone to cure poison. The substitute is a kind of spiritual power in JoJo, which can be awakened in various ways. It has been pierced by an arrow made of an alien meteorite, it has been to the palm of the devil, it has resonated by other people in the family, and it is even awakened by nature. There are examples. The stand-in has a characteristic, only the stand-in messenger can see the stand-in. From the perspective of ordinary people, the fight of the stand-in messenger is 2 people posing in front of each other, which may be accompanied by strange battle cries. But there are few normal ninjas in Naruto world. Chakra is originally composed of half physical energy and half spiritual energy. Yin Dun, who specializes in spiritual energy, is also a branch of ninjutsu. Anyway, even if there is no invisible concealment, the steel chain finger is still a very powerful stand-in. Among the 6 attributes of the stand-in, the strength and speed that determine the melee level are the highest evaluation A. Although Suzuki felt that the power speed double of the steel chain finger was a bit watery, he was hammered by the Crimson King and Oasis who were also the same power speed double A. On the other hand, the golden experience of Lick can destroy the parking lot like a tornado. But the stand's real power lies in its ability, punch someone or something with your fist, and you can create a zipper on top of it that opens and closes freely. If it is used on the human body, it can take off the opponent's head and kick it as a ball, but it will not kill him. Although in general, when the zipper is opened, a purple vortex-shaped space of different dimensions appears, but if the user wishes, he can also separate his body tissues and even his heart. In the Battle of Heroic Chengren, the original owner Bugarati used to separate his heart to avoid the perception ability of the carrot head. Therefore, Suzuki rejected the anesthetic that Nobuo Uchiha was going to use for him with the technical power of the ninja world. If this thing is used too much, it will eventually be bad for the ninja. Gugwan Iryi refused to use Mafi-san to scrape the bone to cure the poison. Today, my assistant Shao does not need general anesthesia for surgery, so it is not a problem either. He only asked Nobuo Uchiha to do antibacterial work, and the blue and white stand-in, driven by Suzuki's will, punched his body with the speed of a storm. Ali. A golden zipper track appeared on his body immediately, and he pulled it casually, exposing the transplanted part alone, and he was ready for surgery. It is worth mentioning that the steel chain finger actually belongs to the space system ability. The open section is connected to an independent space, and throwing things into it will not affect the main body. Therefore, it is not feasible to directly operate on the fracture if it can really break the flesh and blood. The steel chain finger is the bloodiest substitute. However, Suzuki can use the ability of steel chain fingers to expose the internal structure that needs to be operated on separately, and let Uchiha credit pupil power to fuse. The whole process was almost painless, and Suzuki even wanted to play backgammon leisurely, and it could also reduce the probability of infection. This operation reminded him of the fruit of the operation in One Piece, and even shocked Orochimaru again. She couldn't help but licked her tongue and said, "Suzuki-kun, how many surprises do you have that I don't know?" The operation was completed quickly. Under Uchiha Shin's pupil power, Suzuki quickly felt the vitality belonging to the cells between the pillars, and completely suppressed the violent and restless tailed beast chakra. Right around eye. Inter-column cells. The power of the tail beast. And stand power. Suzuki is already on full fire, overwhelming. He shook his head, stopping the idea that he might become a flag, and put it another way, from the beginning to the end, it is climax state. And Shin Uchiha stared at the shape of the steel chain fingers with metal technology style, and couldn't help showing a yearning expression. After all, he had just synchronized Gao Gong Taibing's personality not long ago, and he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy spontaneously. "Master Suzuki, what kind of ninjutsu is this?" Burning with curiosity, he asked Suzuki for advice. Suzuki didn't bother to make up the origin, and replied directly, "Susanoo, it's a kind of sharing eye pupil technique." Originally, he also wanted to stimulate Shin Uchiha to master this power. Instead, he could create clones with the same blood as his own, and maybe he could play the eternal kaleidoscope sharing on. But Uchiha Shin's eyes showed his unexpected fanaticism. "Sure enough, mechas are the romance of men. I must have my own battler total. Ha! Although I don't know why I thought of this word, but the name is still not bad." Suzuki suddenly had a headache. Armor and mecha are not the same thing, and since he is not of Uchiha blood, it is not bad to be able to summon bones. At that time, wouldn't he suspect that he is not a real man, and fall into a gender cognitive barrier like the current Orochimaru? Suzuki quickly gave him a vaccination. "Don't use me as a benchmark, I am not an ordinary person. If you like mechas, you should do it yourself. The things you make have your own soul." Uchiha Shin repeatedly said yes. In fact, Takamiya Tetsube's equipment was made by his teacher, but Uchiha Shin's main personality is a scientist after all, and Suzuki was so fooled, and since then he has transferred his main business from biology to mechanics. At this moment, three voices sounded in Uchiha Nobu's heart: to build a mechanical arm, and a mechanical horse with wisdom, and vaguely feel that he still has a lost brother. Speaking of which, Nozomi Sasaki, the voice actor of brother Takamiya Tetsube, also played the role of Moonlight Hayate in Hokage. The two are also Hai-ai and Urahen Yuzuki in Yu Yu Hakusho. That's right, some people seem to have the dance of the crescent moon on the surface, but they are actually Lingwan. With Suzuki's current strength, he can walk sideways in the ninja world, save some people in need without any scruples, and find a few tailed beasts to fight teeth by the way. "Mizuki, make me a pair of blue-colored contact lenses, realistic enough that even tailed beasts can't see them." Suzuki gave a strange order. Although Mizuki has never heard of this thing, but with Kojiro's talent in women's clothing, a little explanation is enough to understand. Suzuki's purpose is very simple. Toad Immortal once prophesied to Liudeo that the son of the prophecy is the blue-eyed boy who called out the names of the 9 tailed beasts and played with them, and judging by the reaction, the tailed beasts also knew this prophecy. The names of the tailed beasts are relatively private, and Suzuki just happened to know that, and with blue-colored contact lenses, he could pretend to be the son of prophecy and play with the tailed beasts. "Well, we are friends after playing, so eating a few pieces of your meat is not a big deal, is it?" 067 Earn money standing up boss, you have found the right person. "No one knows women's products better than me." Mizuki casually picked up a crystal-clear diamond ring from the workbench. The diamond inlaid on the ring was as big as a pigeon's egg, and the standard 8 arrows and 8 hearts, reminiscent of Suzuki's previous life, was enough to keep most girls staring. Although Mizuki is rich, he did not buy this diamond ring, but a product jointly completed by him and the Crystal Escape ninja Han Lien. Gurren is a loyal subordinate of Orochimaru. Like Junmaro, he has the ability to freely manipulate a certain substance and the determination to be the reincarnation container of Orochimaru. And Dashimaru, after being lured by Suzuki and synchronizing Toshi's character, has already washed his hands and became a kind proprietress, just short of opening a Tonkyuin. Gurren naturally followed Orochimaru like Mo Zyobe and joined Suzuki. Her strength is very strong. In the original plot, if Yumshino hadn't directed to cultivate insects that can be immune to crystals, it would be difficult for the protagonist group to defeat her crystal escape. However, in Suzuki's view, this line of blood inheritance seems to be more suitable for making money. Mizuki's research is very expensive. In the past, he relied on Suzuki as a bounty hunter and Mizuki's part-time business to make money. However, in order for him to concentrate on cultivation and Mizuki to concentrate on research, Suzuki is still more inclined to explore other ways to make money, such as processing the crystals made by Gurren with blood successors into various gemstones for sale. Just like Yamato's wooden escape can be used to build a house, Hung Lian's crystal escape can also be used to grind and make luxury goods. It sounds amazing, but the composition of diamonds is originally an extremely common element such as carbon, and the blood inheritance ability of Red Lotus is just the internal form that allows molecules to be arranged into crystals. As long as she cultivates a little in the direction of pursuing beauty, her ability is the same as that of the fourth generation of Fengying Luosha, and she can also be called Qiandun, but compared with the timeless equivalent of gold, crystals need deep processing to exert their value. In the past, Orikimura didn't have the commercial value of developing Guren's ability. With his style of acting, if he lacked money, he could just grab it. In Hokage, the three individuals or organizations that claim to destroy the country, Orochimaru, Scorpion, and Ninja Sword, are all masters of murder and arson, and they are called so because they have done it. Naturally, Sasuke would not do something so uncivilized as stealing money. What he pursued was to stand upright and make money standing upright. Moreover, once an industrial chain is formed, the diamond treasure industry is more profitable than stealing money, not to mention that the raw materials still come from ninjutsu. This business was handed over to Mizuki very early. Back then, Kojiro was able to make a lot of money out of bottle caps to make badges, so Mizuki made a fortune out of crystals which were of high value, and that was no problem either. As for the steps of contacting processing manufacturers, commercial design, and channel promotion, Sasuke also completely trusted him to take care of them. As expected, everything was clearly arranged, and he also invented a lot of processing tools by himself. Soon, there were more gems piled up in the base than the UN Saka family. Sasuke decided to ask Orochimaru to study the magic lamp body technique, and to give each of the star-crossed ninja group a ring. Tinziguo is a small and impoverished country, and there are very few people who can afford to buy treasures. Sasuke encourages the masses to join in the production process, provides employment opportunities, and harvests the wallets of the rich people of the 5 major countries, which can be regarded as doing something good for this country. If it's blue, how about Guren's hair color? Speaking of the blue contact lenses that Sasuke needs to use, Mizuki asked for an example. Sasuke recalled Naruto's eye color, and just wanted to say a little lighter, but soon realized, no, the prophecy of the Sage of the Six Paths only said it was bees. So he told Mizuki that the color doesn't matter, as long as it is realistic. But since he thought of Naruto, he showed a look of anticipation. It's easy to say, he spent more than a year in Yinin Village, and it's almost time for 12 Xiaoqiang to graduate, so Sasuke has to start looking forward to it. In his changed world line, Konoha today will be what a sight. The world is so big, Sasuke decided to go out and have a look. Meet a few familiar plot characters, take care of a few injustices, and eat a few tailed beasts. Since he was going to go out, he naturally had to bring along the code names of Kong A and B, and he decided to be a partner with Junma Lu, not only because of his high strength and loyalty, but also because of the synchronous effect of hard training in Namikaze Minato during this period. He has initially mastered the technique of Flying Thunder God. In Sasuke's mind, among ninjutsu that has nothing to do with the 6 bloodlines, Flying Thunder God Jutsu and Dirty Reincarnation are tied for the first place. The most perverted part of this ninjutsu is that unless the opponent reaches the 6-way level, the mark of the Flying Thunder God cannot be eliminated. Namikaze Minato Anho was reincarnated, and he could use the mark of the Flying Thunder God to teach Obito a lesson. In other words, as long as the master of Flying Thunder God has enough chakra, he can check in all the way and mark the transfer location when traveling. To be honest, Sasuke thinks this ninjutsu is really convenient for cheating, and there are only 2 masters of this trick. Senjutamona is a scientist who is not a womanizer, and Namikaze Minato is a good man with tracheitis. Otherwise, if Namikaze Minato's teacher mastered this trick, he would have to leave a mark in all the well-known ninja custom shops and warm soups, and he would lose contact with Piao every night from now on. Sasuke brought Kimomaru this trip to allow him to leave his mark on some key places. However, space-time ninjutsu is no small matter. Even if Junmaro possesses some of Namikaze Minato's abilities, his body may not be able to perfectly display them. In case there is a problem with the control and only part of the body is teleported, the picture will be a bloody version of the steel chain fingers. Sasuke had to ask Junma Lu to demonstrate it a few times. After confirming that he had mastered it perfectly, he brought the medicine master who was capable and smart, and also mastered medical ninjutsu, and the 3 embarked on a journey. What Sasuke didn't know was that a hermaphrodite hiding underground was secretly peeping out his signal to go out. Heiju, also known as Daytime Mu A Garwood, or Daytime Mu Placenta. Although it has no combat power, it is best at stealth and spying, and it also has hidden functions such as digging out the heart and modifying inscriptions. How powerful Yui and Yamura were back then, they didn't realize that before their mother was sealed, they threw out mud like Piccolo vomited an egg before his death. It can be seen how strong this guy's ability to block breath, or eliminate the sense of existence is. Heiju has been staring at Sasuke very early, and feels deep fear of him because Sasuke knows too much. We must let Obito get rid of him while this kid is out. Heiju sneaked into the ground again, and rushed all the way back to the land of rain like an earthbound grandson. Although there are many masters in the Akatsuki organization, they all only by Pain's face, and his biggest reliance at present is only Obito. Got it, let's go. Obito was so annoyed by him that he was just about to leave. Baiju, who is the same body as Heiju, kindly reminded, be careful, his companion has mastered Flying Thunder God. What do you say? Obito's footsteps suddenly stopped, and an emotion called PTSD quickly spread throughout his body. 068, a head worth -million. Even if there is only a single Kamui in the right eye, it can guarantee that he is immune to most attacks for 5 minutes. In addition, Uchiha Madara left a wall of his Inaga's spare Sharingan, and Obito's life-saving ability is in the ninja world. It can be said that if the big snake does not come out, who will fight for the front? But Obito still remembers to this day, under the Kanabi Bridge, the fear of being crushed by a big stone as his chest, which made his chest sink. After finally recovering almost from the front, he was about to rely on his invincible divine power to traverse the ninja world, and then he was hit in the back again. Needless to say, the close-up impact of Helix Wand, the ground was cracked, and old and new injuries broke out at the same time on the chest and back. Even with half of the body protected by intercolumn cells, for a long period of time, Obito would not be able to sleep, not sure which side down to use. Such a tragic experience also made him engrave the fear of Flying Thunder God in his DNA. How is that person's Flying Thunder God mastered? Obito asked. Except for the poor reaction, everything else is similar to the Golden Flash. Baiju, who has half of his body, has a more enthusiastic and frivolous personality. Judging from the commentary of the battle between Sasuke and Itachi in the original plot, they are both old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years. Although his vision is not as good as Heiju, he is beaten in the face almost every time he grabs words, but he can see it anyway. Knowing the game is much better than a certain female game commentator who can only shout beautiful. He reminded Obito out of good intentions, but Heize, who was on the other side of his body, said in a deep voice, Obito Uchiha, don't tell me you haven't made up your mind yet. This sentence reminds Obito that he is no longer the tail of the crane in the past, and he was only 14 years old on the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The best way to get rid of fear is to face it. Even if there is another strong man like Minato-sensei, he should feel lucky. After more than 10 years of practice, he finally got the chance to fight Flying Thunder God again and eliminate his inner demons. What's more, he also shoulders the responsibility of creating a world without pain and bringing Lin back to life. Thinking of the girl he loves, Obito's dog-licking soul is burning, as if he has returned to the state of Zyonji when he was a boy. He said with a firm expression, indeed, there is nothing to be afraid of. Although Obito's fighting spirit was successfully aroused, Heiju could feel unreliable from him in the second state through the mask. After all, this guy is one of his pawns, and Heiju suggested out of caution, of course, you can also send your subordinates to test his strength first, and I will share the battle information with you. Obito nodded. The psychological shadow of being unable to lie down for several months is still quite large. Although there are many masters in the Akatsuki organization, most of them are overwhelmed by pain. After a little thought, Obito said, although Nagato is unwilling to make a move, there is still one person in the Akatsuki organization who is willing to be sent by me. Heiju nodded and guessed who it was. Naturally, there is no need to doubt the strength of the tailless beast, but based on what he has seen and heard in Yinin village these days, it is safer to dispatch another strong man to form a duo. He suggested to Obito, is there any money left from the money you collected from Kirigakure? Obito nodded. During his control of Yakura, out of hatred for Kirigakure, he did not lose money. Although most of the money was spent on the construction of Akatsuki, he still kept some for himself. Heiju continued, I can also steal some property from the tombs of princes and nobles. You can come forward and offer a huge reward for the head of Sasuke Uchiha. There is also a strong person in the organization who loves money like his life. Most likely he can be persuaded to go out together, can also persuade some desperados to cause trouble for him. Obito frowned, he spent money to hire his own people, and then he had to pay an intermediary fee in exchange for gold. Why does this business sound so strange? But he really needs someone to help find out the details of the Flying Thunder Godmaster next to Sasuke, and money is meaningless to Obito, so he plans to offer a reward amount that will shock the ninja world. On the other side, Sasuke has already embarked on a journey, and Obito regards the master of Fei Lishan as a confidant, Junma Lu. Although besides Sasuke, he maintains a state of capable bodyguards who are always ready to fight, but in fact, his blood-inherited disease has begun to show symptoms of deterioration. Sasuke took him out this time. In addition to guarding against time and space powerhouses, he also wanted to find a famous doctor for him. Although Sasuke has also thought about using his own ability to create a genius doctor, such as synchronizing a chopper for Konohamaru, but synchronization will not directly inherit knowledge after all, and it is more reliable to find a genius doctor born and bred in the ninja world. Tsunade. Sasuke asked Orochimaru for help before setting off, and wondered if he could find any clues to Tsunade that were not in the original plot. However, I only got the answer of that woman hides her debts everywhere, who knows which casino she is in. Moreover, Orochimaru seemed to think of something, and added to himself, let me know if you find it, I want to meet her for a while. Sasuke was still a little strange, your hand hasn't been crippled, why are you looking for Tsunade? What he didn't know was that Orochimaru was going to persuade Tsunade to forget Kato Dan, cherish the person in front of him, and be united with Jiraiya forever, and discipline the latter well, so as to save this pervert from wearing a cuckold in the future. As Sasuke was walking, he appeared in the land of fire again. He has been busy practicing during this period of time, and the gold medal intelligence chiefs, Ieyashi, mother and son, are busier than him, and the information on hand is relatively limited. Based on Sasuke's habit, it is more reliable to obtain information in an underground world like a gold exchange. So, he visited the familiar toilet again, intending to inquire about the famous big fat sheep, and received a few heavyweight orders. Because of Mizuki's diamond ring business, Sasuke is not short of money now, but as a partner of justice, it is his daily job to punish evil and promote good. In order not to tarnish the name of justice, Sasuke will do a detailed investigation every time he kills. However, except for the ninjas of the great ninja village like Asuma, most of the high rewards are not good things. Opening the secret door of the toilet, Sasuke couldn't help bragging to the two entourages with the familiar smell. I'm familiar with this place, and everyone inside is talented. Entering the gold exchange is like going home. Sure enough, there was an acquaintance in front of him. Sasuke remembered that his name was Dongba, and he was a hunter. Long time no see, still doing this job. After the two exchanged a friendly greeting, Sasuke generously handed out a stack of tips to the employees of the gold exchange, patted the chopping board and said, "Show me the guy with the highest bounty." Sasuke at this moment is like an old player returning to a familiar internet bar after leaving the world for a long time, enjoying the adoring eyes following the sound of "Welcome the strongest king of XX machine." But the atmosphere in the room was a bit weird, and the expressions of the two employees seemed to have seen a ghost, and they didn't answer for a long time. Sasuke was about to frown. "Are you temporary workers? The business is so bad?" Then he felt a gust of wind coming from behind, accompanied by Dongba's wild laughter. "A head worth -1,000,000, I accept it." 069, having money means being able to do whatever you want. Sasuke has been a bounty hunter for 3 years. With his strong skills and righteous principles, he is very popular in the circle, and he has helped many colleagues, and Dongba is one of them. But for a profession like a bounty hunter, if there is a 50% profit, it is worth taking the risk. If there is a -% profit, you dare to trample on all laws in the world. Any crime, even disowning relatives. And Sasuke's head is worth -1,000,000, which is enough for Dongba to forget about his past friendship. His skill is not bad, this knife is fast and ruthless, but someone is faster than him. As a ninja whose reaction speed was fast enough to master Flying Thunder God, Junmalu suddenly extended several bone spurs from his body, piercing Dongba's wrist holding the knife. But Dongba was ruthless enough. Even though he was stabbed by Junmalu, he still used a shake of his wrist to accelerate the steel knife in his hand, and threw it towards Sasuke's neck. But Junmalu's blocking was enough for Sasuke to react. A steel chain finger with a speed of A appeared behind him. With the sound of the zipper sliding, his body was divided into upper and lower parts, and Dongba's knife passed through it, buzzing on the bar counter. Sasuke stretched his hands to his neck, and sewed his head up, while Junmalu and Yaoshido had already held Dongba firmly. This ability. Are you a disciple of Master Kakuzu? Although Dongba couldn't see the substitute, he could see Sasuke's separate actions. Jiaodu. Although Jiaodu is still a benchmark in the bounty hunter circle, it seems that Dongba recognized the ability of the steel chain fingers as Jiaodu's earth grievances. "I know him, he doesn't know me." He turned around and lifted Dongba's collar. "Let's discuss first when my head will be worth -1,000,000. Sasuke himself was depressed. Why is he suddenly 3 times as big as Asuma? Although he always ridicules that Asuma is a currency unit, he is also a ruthless person who has completed 20s level missions, but he was unlucky to meet Fei Duan, the most serious opponent of the first kill. Sasuke is not modest either. "You suddenly gave me such a high bounty, is there something wrong with your report?" He couldn't help but glance back at the staff of the gold exchange. Although they were all used to strong winds and waves in this line of work, it was the first time for them to see the murderer who offered a reward of -1,000,000, and they couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Quickly explained, "You were also a bounty hunter in the past, so you should know the rules. If someone is willing to offer such a price, we are only entrusted by others." "Who set the price?" Junmalu's voice was cold. After synchronizing Minato's personality, he has a more gentle and sunny personality, but when it comes to the safety of his companions, even Golden Flash himself will be full of murderous looks. Sasuke held Dongba in one hand and patted him on the shoulder with the other. "This is the client's privacy, they won't say it." Seeing Junmalu's face ready to dismantle the gold exchange, and asking for information, he added, "The gold exchange is not limited to this one, but a behemoth chained in the entire ninja world. There is no need to offend." The staff immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Sasuke Uchiha, as a bounty hunter in the past, still knows how to measure, but he doesn't know which god he offended, so he spared no expense to kill him. Sasuke asked for his arrest warrant, and was almost blinded by a series of zeros on it. He even had the idea of letting Orochimaru clone himself to cheat the -1,000,000 tails. It has to be said that Heize is quite smart. He didn't introduce much about Sasuke's ability when he offered the reward, but only mentioned that he is a descendant of Konoha rebel and Uchiha clan, and he has content that is not difficult to investigate, such as Sharingan. One is that if the abilities of Sasuke and his entourage are fully written, it may scare away many bounty hunters, and it will not achieve the purpose of letting others know about Sasuke. The second is that Heiju doesn't know what level of Sasuke's predictive ability is, and he is afraid that he will be able to guess himself. But Sasuke had a law in his previous life: if there is a bad thing in the world of Naruto that was not done by Danzo, then most of it was done by Higetsu. If Danzo is dead, Heiju will be the most responsible person in the whole ninja world, so he will inevitably start to doubt. It seems that we must beware of the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke breathed out and sighed towards Danba. Oh, my friend, you really let me down. I used to treat you as a friend, now I just want to kick your damn ass hard. Danba is a bounty hunter who died for money, but he is not a tough guy. He stammered and explained, it can't be my fault, but the employer gave too much. Many colleagues want your life now. Lord Do, if he makes a move, you will definitely not survive, but I still have some sympathy with him. If you spare my life, maybe you can help me intercede. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. You know Kakubo very well. A little friendly, Danba said with determination. But Sasuke knew that Kakuzu's acquaintances were either better than him, or they would be killed by him. Don't believe it. Kakuzu-sama is a strong man who fought against the first generation of Hokage. Seeing his gradually contemptuous expression, Danba hastily explained. Sasuke waved his hand and said, the first generation of Hokage, it's ... I was able to kill him alone in my previous life. Danba was finally a little discouraged. He thought Sasuke was joking and mocking himself, but he didn't expect that this sentence was the truth. Seeing Sasuke's tone, Jun-Malo was about to kill, but Sasuke clapped his hands and said, my friend, I can't bear to see him die. I won't kill you. Before Danba had time to be happy, he saw Sasuke walking towards the bar, pointed at himself and said, give this guy a reward of 500 million taels. His secretly delighted smile froze on his face immediately. With my own skills, I'm offering a reward of 500 million taels. I'm afraid I'll be able to lie back here in a few days, right? Please pay a part of the deposit first, the staff reminded. The rules in this industry are like this: if someone completes the task and makes up the remaining balance, the gold exchange will also take a part of the commission. Sasuke took out a passbook casually. The ninja world does have such a thing. Jiraiya's passbook number once scared Naruto enough. After all, he has completed 138 S-level tasks, and there is also the manuscript fee for Intimate Heaven. An assistant holds a diamond ring industry chain, earning money from the rich, and the passbook figures are even more exaggerated than Zilla. The staff immediately felt ridiculous. The biggest reward object was doing business with him. I want to offer a few more rewards. Jiao to 4,000 million taels, Xianyuan people 800 million taels each. Sasuke reported a few more names, all of whom were the most money-seeking industry elites he had known in his career as a bounty hunter. In order to avoid embarrassment, the General Gold Exchange would not offer rewards to these business pace-setters, but since someone made a start, then with Sasuke's financial resources, he didn't mind muddying the water, letting these people kill each other, and don't swarm him to harass him. My lord, will it be a little wasteful? This organization claims to specialize in hunting ninjas, and has bred a parasite called Blaster. This kind of creature is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Once it enters the human body, as long as it uses chakra, there will be a risk of self-explosion. In the original plot, even Raikage and his party, nobody can do anything about it. However, as long as this kind of heresy is announced to the public, these people will soon be backlashed by their enemies. Sasuke wanted to do this, but he flipped through the mission manual of the Gold Office, only to find that Shuji Ninja Village had issued a hiring mission asking for reinforcements with a lot of money. So Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he hurried to Shuji Ninja Village, looking for a town with a casino nearby. Tsunade had a clue. Along the way, he met many desperados who troubled him. During the bounty hunter period, Sasuke already possessed the strength of the elite Jonin, and only killed the treacherous and evil people, and he was also willing to help his peers and form good relationships. Most of the people who can take the initiative to trouble him are those who think they are better than him. But Sasuke's favorite thing to do is to say no to villains who think they are stronger than himself and hack them to death. Moreover, since many of these people were offered rewards by him, Sasuke often laughed wildly while hacking people. Good job. If I die in someone else's hands, I will lose millions. Although not every sum of money can be recovered, Sasuke's actions disrupted the bounty market at any rate. Otherwise, if these people gathered together to find him, he would have to let Jun-Malo continue to use Fei Lishan to run away. Not every bounty hunter has the confidence to challenge the target of million. According to the information provided by Sasuke, it is more practical for them to hunt down the secondary bounty targets. But the ninja world also has a team of reckless men who want money but not life. It is the Xianyuan people who have accepted the entrustment of Shuji Ninja Village at this moment. Even the fourth generation of Raikage dares to hunt and kill, and even if Tsunade dares to provoke them together, how could they let go of Suzuki's bounty? And what Suzuki is doing now is throwing himself into the trap, because according to the plot, after Reikage and his men were hit by the blaster, it was with the help of Tsunade and Shizune that they saved their lives. Along the way, Suzuki took back about half of the bounty. Although Mizuki earned the money, he was still a little upset. The Black Hole Leia is occupying the gold mine, right? Suzuki patted the blood-stained beheading sword, and couldn't help but want to make up for the loss from the escaped ninja swordsman. This knife is the real one he got from Loquat Shizang. It doesn't need to consume magic projection, and it is very convenient to use. And according to the promise he made with Yagura, as long as he snatched the thunder knife and shark muscle with his ability, they could be at Suzuki's disposal. Of these two knives, one fits his attributes, and the other is the tailed beast chakra that can eat Suzuki's leftovers. Although the beheading sword is durable, if it is exchanged with these two, it may be able to complete the lore. It's a pity that I can't change it. It's busy right now, unless these two people deliver it to the door by themselves. How can there be such a good thing? Suzuki laughed at himself, then continued to head towards Shuji Ninja Village at full speed. Hey, did you want to sneak up on me just now? Kisame complained dissatisfiedly to his temporary partner. It's just a habit, you're pretty hard to get. Jiaoda replied lightly with a corpse on his back. Geixier curled his lips. He thought that he was ruthless in dealing with his teammates all the year round, even killing beautiful girls who had a crush on him, but he didn't expect this teammate to be even worse. The corpse on the back of Jiaodu is Donba. Although he tried to escape as much as possible, he was still targeted by Jiaodu. He didn't lie completely. Although Jiaoda didn't know him well, he did deal with him. Just a little bit of information, plus a bounty that didn't match his ability, was enough to drive a veteran like Jiaoda to find the target. Such a weak person is worth 500 million taels. Isn't the current bounty worthless? No wonder there are children who offer a reward of -million taels. Jiaoda thought of his goal for this trip, and was quite disdainful. Geixi teased, speaking of which, your bounty is only 4,000 million taels. If you don't want your mouth, I can sew it up for you. Kakuto replied coldly. He was also quite depressed. How dare someone offer a reward for himself who fought against the first generation of Hokage, and also revealed the secret of his own immortality. At first he thought he was the old man of Takinobu village, but he soon realized even people from Takinobu village don't know the exact number of hearts they have, right? The person offering the bounty is not easy. However, what Kakuto cares most about is the -million taels, and it is better to find that kid named Suzuki Uchiha first. The two continued to move forward, and the shark muscles on the back of the ghost shark, as a fish with human nature, suddenly had a feeling of being missed in the dark. In addition to Shark Hiss, another person Suzuki misses, Konoha Princess Tsunade, is doing something that doesn't match her identity. A group of creditors chased Tsunade and broke into a hotel, but when they opened the door, they saw only a lovely blonde with a single ponytail. Little girl, have you seen an aunt with a big European style? The creditors inquired. That pretty sister lives in another room. Tsunade, who turned into a young man with a transformation technique, shamelessly dismissed his creditors. She also has no B number in her heart. She is transformed into a 10-year-old appearance, but she calls herself a sister in her 50s, and just to avoid debts, she pretends to be a girl like this, which is also embarrassing. After finally escaping again, Tsunade just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to change back to the original, but there were footsteps outside the door again. This time, the ones who opened the door were three teenagers with extraordinary looks. The guards on both sides had white hair, while the especially handsome one in the middle had black hair. It was Suzuki and the other three. Master Tsunade. Suzuki is more polite to seniors of his age. Tsunade was startled. She had been away from Konoha for a long time, and she didn't know Suzuki at all, so she thought she was a creditor. Could she see through her transformation? So, she said cutely, you may have found the wrong person. No, it's you I'm looking for. Suzuki sat down beside her and said, it was Orochimaru who asked me to come to you. He said that there is a way to revive your lover and brother. Tsunade's heart trembled violently, and he immediately lifted the transformation technique. Orochimaru's dirty soil reincarnation, although it is not a perfect resurrection, but it is enough to say goodbye to others and realize a dream. Is he eligible? After the initial shock, Tsunade also recalled Orochimaru's rebellious identity, calmed down a little and asked, heal the boy. Suzuki pointed to Junmoludeo, thinking about it casually, there must be two conditions for resurrecting two people. So he added, and take me to Wetbone Forest. Oh, Tsunade wondered slightly. Master Slug's fairy art is not so easy to learn. It doesn't matter, just give me a psychic slug, and she will be the best teacher. Suzuki said calmly. 071 War Sequeli Mt Miyamu, Longdi Cave, and Shibone Forest are also known as the three holy places of the ninja world. The three immortals living in the three sacred lands are all able to master the strongest power on this planet, natural energy, that is, immortal art. Logically speaking, as the strongest life forms on the planet, they should all shoulder the responsibility of fighting Itsuki. However, 1,000 years ago, only Immortal Toad made a move to instigate Yui and Yukin brothers, and taught Yui immortal art to help the two brothers successfully seal Kagaya. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the ninja world. Suzuki couldn't help but wonder, where are the other two immortals paddling? However, it is not ruled out that only Immortal Toad has mastered the prophecy, and the possibility that the other two immortals are in their respective lairs does not care about world affairs. All in all, Suzuki felt that these two gods should also take responsibility in the face of Otsutsuki's endless emergence. If they continue to have nothing to do with themselves, he would use his own ability to synchronize them with a combative personality. When Suzuki was still in Konoha, he used Akamara to experiment and learned that the synchronization ability is also useful for intelligent creatures, but he didn't attack Akamara to avoid making big news. Compared with Longdi Cave, which is about to eat people at every turn, the Slug Fairy in Wetbone Forest is obviously much easier to communicate with. Unlike Ryaji Cave and MT Miyagi's disciples and grandchildren, there is only one slug in the Shikon Forest, and what Tsunade and Sakura channeled is only a part of its body. It is obviously a part of the sage, but judging from its attitude of calling Tsunade and Sakura adults, this is a refined, easygoing, approachable sage. It's just that the official setting didn't make it clear that anyone has practiced the immortal mode of the Wetbone Forest. There is no information to indicate that Hashirama's sage mode comes from the Shikon Forest, not to mention, if he has practiced in the Shibone Forest, with the amount of chakra in his character, it is impossible not to call slug group healing in the Ninja World War. Tsunade also confirmed that Shijulan's fairy art is very difficult for ordinary people to master, but Suzuki always insisted that as long as Tsunade recommended him, he would have a way to learn the immortal mode. His strong self-confidence made Tsunade couldn't help but mutter in his heart, the young people nowadays, don't they understand the situation? If you follow Orochimaru to increase your knowledge, don't you know the heights of the heavens and the earth? At this moment, she only thought that Suzuki was a disciple of Orochimaru, and she also learned the information about the three Holy Lands from him, but she didn't guess that there was a relationship of loyalty between the two. As the pharmacist listened to their conversation, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. When he had doubts about his own existence because of his long-term spy career, and then followed Orochimaru for several years of research and increased his knowledge of the ninja world, he once had a dream to become the second sage of the Six Paths. This is also in the original plot. He carried out his dream until the Fourth Ninja World War, until he got hit by his enemy. Although he temporarily forgot this ideal due to the repetition with the pharmacist no Neiayu, but the mention of the legendary Holy Land and immortals aroused his reverie deep in his heart, and he also wanted to worship the immortals. Well, on other sets, he and the Slug Fairy are indeed a pair of master and apprentice. Tsunade asked a few more details about the resurrection of Kato Dan and Noeki, and gradually guessed that it was Orochimaru who improved the forbidden technique invented by the second grandfather. Although it is not a perfect resurrection, it is still very attractive to Tsunade. At this moment, a beautiful woman with short black hair and kimono pushed in the door. It was Kato Dan's niece and also a disciple of Tsunade. Mute. Unlike Tsunade, who lost interest in the village because of excessive memory of the dead, Shizun inherited his uncle's strong will to protect Konoha. When he heard that Tsunade wanted to cooperate with the rebellious ninja Orochimaru, he resolutely expressed his opposition. Master Tsunade, please think again. This young man is also Konoha's traitorous ninja. He is a dangerous person with a reward of $million. Don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, in Shizun's eyes, Suzuki is more dangerous to Tsunade than the gambling table, and he can't wait to pull him away immediately. Suzuki scratched his head, feeling that this stalk would follow him for a long time. He didn't bother to explain anything, and said directly to Tsunade, why don't we make a bet, and if I win, you agree to my terms. As soon as he heard the word gambling, Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately. But Shizun's expression became even more angry. Master Tsunade, please keep your eyes open. This person has specially investigated your weaknesses. He must have sinister intentions. What a weakness. Don't make it sound like I'm bad at gambling. Tsunade muttered, dissatisfied. Jingyin is about to go crazy. Are you lucky with your bet? Don't you have a B number in your heart? Suzuki smiled and said, don't worry, the conditions of my bet are very beneficial to you. If within a day, I can make the fourth Reikage bow to me, even if you lose, how about it? This condition made Shi Jing slightly taken aback. As we all know, fourth Reikage has a violent temper, his head is full of muscles, and his identity is there. It is as unrealistic for Tsunade to bow his head to a young man, just like Tsunade's luck with gambling and his self-confidence. What's more, he only limited it to one day, and Union Village is far away in the sky. This condition is like not wanting to win. Don't you dare to gamble. Suzuki threw out an amount of asma, which immediately made Tsunade's eyes shine. Shizun also breathed a sigh of relief. Under such conditions, Master Tsunade can finally win once, right? Not long after the two reached a consensus, there was another knock on the door. Shizun opened the door, and saw a ninja wearing a cloud-hidden forehead, and respectfully asked Tsunade to heal his companion. Okay, Tsunade felt a wave of vigilance. Could it be that this kid knew that Reikage was nearby? Originally, according to the plot, due to severe hemophobia and the hostile relationship between Konoha and Yunyin, Tsunade would choose to refuse treatment at the first time, but because she reached a bet with Suzuki, she had a fluke mentality that there might not be much bleeding, promised to go and see the condition of the injured first. But when they got to the location, Tsunade almost fainted. Because the blaster had absorbed enough chakra, the chest of the Cloud Ninja swelled in the shape of an insect the size of a wash basin, and it was unknown how much flesh and blood was connected. Once the operation was performed, the amount of bleeding was likely to be at the level of a torrential rainstorm. Even before the operation, Tsunade almost wanted to vomit from the after-effect of the fear caused by the war. And Suzuki, who came with him, smiled at Reikage, who was 5 big and 3 thick. You also saw that Tsunade-sama is not in a good condition. How about letting me do the surgery? Are you Tsunade's disciple? Reikage asked, frowning. In order to make a bet, Tsunade said quickly, I have nothing to do with him. Then why should I trust you to do it? Lei Ying said furiously. But his expression froze quickly, because Suzuki followed the zipper and opened his body like magic. With this, is it enough? Testimonials and rewards straight to the point. This book will be on the shelves at 11 noon tomorrow at the latest. Thank you readers for your support, and thank you for my beautiful girl editor. Not much to say, it will be delivered at least 5 o'clock tomorrow. The idea of this book is an idea I had a long time ago. The CEO stock is very interesting, but it is easy to involve too many animations. Many readers have not seen it before, or they are involved in different worlds and cause controversy. But for this idea that I have always wanted to complete, I will try my best to write it well, just as an explanation to my own brain. According to the usual practice, there is a reward for copying other people's homework, and it will last for 10 days from the time it is put on the shelf. For every 200 monthly tickets, 10,000 rewards, and 2,000 recommendation tickets plus 1 update. Because of Shug's 6 o'clock update rule, I don't have full attendance this month, so the blade is an exception. It will be counted from the 1st to the 10th of the next month, and every 150 blades will add 1 update. In addition, the whole special work is fine, since the author is a die-hard LPL fan. My youth started from S3 and was beaten by the Korean team. Although I have already won various championships, today's game made me feel particularly refreshed. Therefore, in this mid-season game, any team in the LPL wins the championship plus 1 update, sweeping the top 4 plus 3 updates. Created a group 654764228 authentication information 443. I also have a B number. The main role is to supervise and remind updates, and to post some pictures that are not convenient to post in the text. So see you tomorrow, friends who like to subscribe to support, give the author some love and motivation. There are 2 times in my life that I am more nervous than the college entrance examination. One is when I take the driver's license test. I don't know why the test is so stressful. The other is before it goes on the shelves. Please, dear readers, help me stabilize my mentality and successfully resist pressure. In fact, I originally wanted them to meet in the tavern, and then replace each other's identities, because the difficulty was too high, so I gave up 0.0072. Everyone is a combination of a group 4 sticky fingers. Just like the ability of Buggerati to expose the heart with the steel chain fingers in the original plot, Suzuki can also present a certain internal part of the human body alone. This ability is very convenient for surgery, and it is Suzuki's unique understanding and use of steel chain fingers. Although the 4th generation of Reikage's brain is not very good, in the original plot, he punched Suzuki to vent his anger, and forcibly gave up a hand because of Amaterasu. Emperor. But after seeing this magical ability, he still realized that Suzuki could save his subordinates with a high probability, so he changed his face immediately. The 4th generation of Reikage is not a good person. He was the one who conspired against the Hyaga clan, and this time he personally ended up snatching the secret art of Zionin village. However, as the leader, he cares and sympathizes with his subordinates. During his tenure, whether it is the cohesion of the village or the way of getting along with Renzhuli, they are in sharp contrast with the other ninja villages in the same period. Coupled with the fact that Lei Siguo is ahead of the ninja world in terms of technology, if it weren't for Kana's too many comparisons, he might have led Yunyin to dominate the ninja world long ago. However, the biggest difference between the ninja world and Suzuki's previous life is that no matter how advanced the technology is, it cannot replace the role of top ninjas in many places. The 4th generation of Reikage is helpless against Swan Yuan's blasters. Coupled with the concern for his subordinates, the 4th Reikage immediately prepared to ask Suzuki for help with a sincere attitude. Wait a moment. Tsunade's gamble was aroused, and she pointed to Jingyan and said, although my condition is not very good, my disciple can also heal your subordinates instead of me. She already had a premonition that the situation seemed to be heading in the direction of losing the bet again, so she wanted Jingyan to help her. In fact, it was Shizun who took out the blaster in the original plot. Lei Ying was stunned. Originally, he was worried that the other party was not a ninja from the village, so it would be difficult to ask for help. He didn't expect that 2 groups of people would compete to see a doctor for his own. Is this the buyer's market that the consultant said? But Suzuki pointed to the veins of the blaster that had grown more and more swollen and said, "Of course I don't doubt your medical skills, but do you know creatures like blasters? This thing can explode at any time." Lei Ying and the others nodded, remembering the tragedy of a former companion named Enai Kai who was blown to pieces because of excessive use of chakra. Tsunade was silent for a while. Even if she gambled on sex again, it was impossible for Shizen to risk her life for the sake of emotional conflict. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, even if you lose, there is no price. Instead, Orochimaru will help revive your lover and brother. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. However, Shizen gambled on the awareness of preventing Tsunade-sama from falling into Orochimaru's arms, and lifted the hem of the kimono, revealing her well-trained thighs, which were strapped with various medical equipment. She said with a firm gaze, "I bet on the enlightenment of Master Tsunade's disciple, please let me try." Jingyin's awareness is very dazzling, and everyone in Union who originally thought she was not well known, but who was somewhat contemptuous, also felt a sense of trust. But Suzuki questioned disappointedly, "Can you make sure that G won't cause an explosion?" Immediately broke the original bloody atmosphere. Jingyin frowned. "As a doctor, I hated being asked the question of, 'Can you guarantee it?' before the operation. The operation is changing rapidly, and the blaster is a problem that I have never encountered before. Who dares to guarantee it? Can you?" she asked loudly. Suzuki didn't compare his voice with her, but snapped his fingers at Komuro and said, "Come on, give everyone the job." The two had a tacit understanding. Suzuki took out a detonating talisman, and Junmuro took out a special kunai with a spell engraved on the handle. Could it be that? Fourth Raikage's eyes widened, thinking of a top powerhouse who had fought against him before. Suzuki casually spat out a small fire flame, and the detonating talisman immediately entered the countdown mode, and everyone subconsciously avoided it. Tsunade even thought of a certain unbearable memory, and his face turned pale. But Suzuki still held the detonating talisman that was about to detonate with two fingers calmly. Just when everyone doubted whether he would play too big, a white figure that looked like a flash of light whizzed past. In the next second, the detonating talisman made a roar more than 10 meters away, and Junmuro returned with the instant body technique unscathed, and continued to stand behind Suzuki with a respectful expression. It seemed that the shock that the move just now caused to others had nothing to do with him. Suzuki nodded in satisfaction, snapping fingers and exploding really matched him well. This kind of loyalty and humility seemed normal to him, but it shocked Raikage and Tsunade even more. This is the second stage of Flying Raijin that only two of them can master in the entire history of Ninja World. The previous two users were both figures at the pinnacle of the ninja world. One was Tsunade's second grandfather, and the other was the strongest enemy Raikage had fought against, so they recognized them at a glance. However, what puzzled both of them was why a genius who could learn how to fly the second stage of Thunder God would be so dutiful as a guard for others. Ahem, although Chien Shao Fijian also served as his elder brother's guard, but he can point at his elder brother to shut him up. And this white-haired boy's attitude towards Suzuki was so respectful that they didn't take Junmuro seriously at first. "Young man, what's your name?" Seeing that none of Suzuki and his party were wearing forehead protectors, Lei Ying was even moved to love talents. Junmuro glanced at Suzuki. Suzuki signaled him to speak freely, and then raised the back of his hand, revealing a striking diamond ring. This is Suzuki's ability to let Mizuki use Gurin, the special identity certificate of the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps. Although Orochimaru has not yet developed the magic lamp body technique, it can be used to enhance the sense of honor. Just like Akatsuki's rings are engraved with code names, Junmala's rings are also engraved with a capital B. Junma Lulang said, "I am the one who serves the Supreme Being. The code name of the holy text is B, and the name is not important." This announcement of the second secondary school shocked everyone, but Lei Ying frowned. "The code name is B, why does it sound familiar? Could it be that you still have a partner code-named A?" he asked with black lines all over his head. Junma Lu's expression was even more pious. "It is my greatest honor to form a partner with that adult." Lei Ying only felt dizzy in front of his eyes, feeling like he was being copied, so he could only wave his hands and say, "That's all, as long as you can save my subordinates, you can call them whatever you like." With Junma Lu showing this skill, coupled with Suzuki's ability to separate the human body, the Cloud Ninjas all know that they are the best candidates for treating blasters. Not only can it avoid surgery, even if it is accidentally detonated, the worst thing is to let Jun Malo use Fei Lishan to throw away that part alone. The big deal is that the ninja named Kare has been missing a piece of meat in his chest since then, which is much better than being bombed to death together. And Jingyan was still a little lucky. In case they could only open zippers but not use scalpels, they would still have to ask themselves for help. But at Suzuki's order, the pharmacist adjusted his glasses. 073, I want to learn macho wrestling. As soon as the experts make a move, they will know if there is any. Medicine Master quickly prepared all kinds of tools. Tsunade, Shizen, and Union's medical ninja Amai could all see that this young man had two brushes. As the saying goes, sellers compete for the buyer's benefit, and if one seller wins, it's time to negotiate terms. Suzuki is not a philanthropist. Although this trip is for a bet with Tsunade, there is no need to heal Reikage and his subordinates for free. The debt of favor is the most difficult to owe. Lei Ying and I have made a deal, so how about paying off today's treatment expenses? Suzuki spoke frankly. Lei Ying is also a sensible person, and directly replied, "Tell me your conditions and listen." Suzuki knew very well that Tsunade was still by his side, and the conditions he proposed were not too extreme. For example, asking him to pull out Nineo Jinchuriki and let him eat 2 bites of chakra was very important for Reikage, who valued his subordinates. Difficult to speak. But Suzuki had something else to ask for. "I'm very interested in Gaiken's lightning ninjutsu." Just halfway through Suzuki's words, the Cloud Ninjas frowned. How precious are secret arts to the major ninja villages? The reason why they were recruited today is because Shanren village spared no expense to keep the village's secret technique. Of course, I'm not that greedy, as long as Lei Ying demonstrates it to me alone. Like the bet Suzuki and Tsunade proposed, Suzuki's conditions are also very exciting. Fourth Reikage's tightly locked expression just now gradually eased, and he even kindly reminded, "Young man, I'll be honest in front. If you want to steal something, even if you are very talented, just watch the demonstration once I can learn it, but if I don't have a strong body that has been specially trained since childhood, I can't bear the load of ninjutsu at all." Union's ninjutsu is also a very talented skill. It is impossible to master it without laying a good foundation since childhood in cultivating the activity of cells and chakras. This also made the fourth Reikage not worry about these moves being stolen by Suzuki, and only regarded him as a fan of Lord Ye and his dragon. All the Cloud Ninjas also breathed a sigh of relief. Kare had planned to show his ambition by death just now, but after thinking about it carefully, they all understood that the ninjutsu commonly used by the boss requires more physical fitness. After he opened Sharingan, he accurately exposed the operation site, and the pharmacist moved the knife. Jun Malo prepared the Flying Thunder God mark in advance, just in case, and was ready to throw away the whole bug at any time. When Obito picked up the newborn Naruto, fearing that he would stick a few detonation symbols in the cold, Namikaze Minato could resolve it with superfast skills, and it was not a problem for Junmaro to escort the operation process. "Ming Yin, go help those 3 young men," Tsunade gestured to his disciple. But Shizun is still worried that Tsunade will accept Orochimaru's conditions, which is not good for Konoha. Tsunade pushed her and said, "Use your brain, the Flying Thunder God art has never been stolen or spread. I think his so-called rebellion is a move by the teacher." Tsunade began to make up his mind. Although she hasn't asked much about the village these years, she has heard Shizun say something 5 years ago. Following the merger between Suzuki Uchiha and Danzo, Hiruza Sarutobi began to make drastic reforms to ease the in addition to the tense relationship with the many ninjas, the village has become more and more humane. Because of the changes in the village, Shizun often blows wind in front of Tsunade, letting her return to Konoha. It can be seen from the original plot that apart from being shocked by the unexpected handsomeness when he was young, Tsunade is extremely disgusted with Danzo. Konoha's positive changes over the years can be attributed to Danzo's efforts to set things right after his death. Thinking about it this way, Suzuki is not only not a traitor, but also Konoha's behind-the-scenes hero, and his subordinates actually mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu that has been kept secret and has not been stolen by Orochimaru, which makes Tsunade even more suspicious. Will Uchiha Suzuki help the teacher deal with the darkness of the older generation of ninjas? A new generation of ninja darkness who is far away from the village to execute his will for him. In order to ensure his safety, he was even appointed an assistant who could master Flying Thunder God. Of course, many of the so-called brain supplements are based on the good wishes of the parties concerned. Tsunade is too eager to reincarnate from the dirty soil, and thinks in a good direction in everything. Shizun could only convince herself in this way. With her assistants, Yakashido quickly completed the operation, while Suzuki and Junmaro exchanged a look. Under the dynamic observation of Sharingan, he had already noticed an abnormal flying insect. "Excuse me." Junmaro grabbed Suzuki, and the two disappeared instantly. The Shenyuan people are famous for hunting ninjas in the ninja world, they have many enemies, and they act very cautiously. After confirming that Reikage and his party had inhaled the blaster, they had been lurking behind a wall, monitoring the dilapidated stone house where the opponent lived from a distance, and manipulated a scout bug disguised as an ordinary fly to observe the situation. Suzuki's sudden outburst also aroused their vigilance, but the Flying Thunder God technique came too fast, and the two of them followed the previous mark and came outside the house in an instant. Prepare flashbangs. Shenyuan people are also ninjas, some can escape from fire, some can escape from water, some can escape from earth, some can hide. They have a clear division of labor, and they are a bit like gourd babies. But their biggest killer is still hidden in the flash bombs, the hard-to-defend blasters. It's just that the range of this move is too large. In order not to affect our own people, we must keep a distance and perform a sneak attack secretly. A few people only thought that Suzuki knew that they were nearby through the scout bug, but they didn't know the exact location. He also wanted to secretly throw the guy while he was busy with perception. It's just that Suzuki didn't take the usual way, he directly stepped on the side and came towards the stone wall where they were hiding. What luck is this kid? All the leaders of Xian Yuan are going to scold the street. Don't ask Sasuke why he knows the correct location, ask because he has watched 720 episodes of animation. Looking at Sasuke and Jun Malo who suddenly appeared in front of him, the leaders of Xian Yuan held up the flash bombs and said, "Don't come here. At worst, I will destroy the antidote after throwing the flash bombs, and we will die together." They're a profit-making organization that sometimes trades blaster cures in exchange for money and items their employers want. Sasuke nodded secretly. Large-scale biological weapons with antidote are indeed quite suitable for achieving their goals. He dared to trouble Xian Yuan, so he was naturally prepared. He sneered, quickly took out a mask, and covered his mouth and nose tightly just in case. On the other hand, Jun Malo went straight to the leader after having reserved the other Flying Thunder God imprints. 074, Chakra Fire Transmission. Mastering the ninja of Flying Thunder God is like hitting a wooden stake. The reaction is not at the same level, and it is difficult to fight back. In the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato single-handedly eliminated 50 Iwanin in a very short period of time. Although Jun Malo's body is not as good as the original version, it is still no problem to deal with the 5 Xian Yuan people. In an instant, he snatched the flash bomb from the leader's hand, and then gave everyone a hand knife that was enough to cause paralysis. Sasuke had ordered not to hurt his life, and he was quite interested in Xuan Yuan's nurturing ability, so he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Wooden done, the art of silent killing and binding." A few thick and knotted logs immediately bound the 5 people together. Orochimaru was one of the project leaders for the root intercolumn cell transplantation experiment back then. The muton of the Yamato Association has basically been recorded in his base, so Sasuke also joined the use of the muton of hands together. Call whatever you want set meal. Sasuke's Lightning Dungeon and Fire Dungeon are both too dangerous, while Wood Dungeon is famous for its various restraint and control effects, which can be described as the real art of my Buddha's compassion. He didn't bind the 5 people so that they couldn't even speak like the original effect of this ninjutsu. Seeing that the difference in strength was too great, Xian Yuan people began to beg for mercy except the leader. Some were willing to exchange their lives for antidote, and some were willing to exchange their lives for money. Idiot! We were all offered a reward of 800 million taels by the gold exchange office. Is your little savings enough to redeem your own life? You might as well be a little tougher. You have to have the consciousness of failure in this business. The leader scolded angrily. Sasuke nodded secretly. In fact, he wanted to teach these 5 people a lesson at first, not for anything else, just because of the name of their organization. In front of me, a descendant of Yanhuan, you are also worthy of being called Xian Yuan? However, this name is also blamed by Yusuji Kenshin. It is the fault of this famous general of the Warring States period, known as the military god in Japan, for calling his ninja troops Xian Yuan, so that the animation area drew inspiration for this name. Unlike pure villains like Shening, Xian Yuan people only use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. If you have to say it, Raikage who robbed other ninja village secrets is more like a villain. These ways of living are also determined by the chaotic ninja world. Sasuke is not interested in pointing fingers one by one. What he wants to do is to accumulate enough power to change the laws of the entire world. The starting price of your employment is not low. Can't you afford 800 million taels per person? Sasuke looked down at Xian Yuan. The leader also went all out and snorted coldly, "Boy, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you are not in charge. 5 people share the commission together, and they will be charged for the gold exchange. Wearing speed, I really think our meal is easy." Before Sasuke said anything, Jun Malo was furious and said, "My lord has hundreds of people under his command, how can you idiots speak nonsense?" The leader was even more enthusiastic. "You possess secret arts, you must be descendants of some big family, and your starting point is higher than ordinary people. How can you understand that it is not easy for us desperados?" He was right. Both Sasuke and Kimomaru came from the blood succession family, but Sasuke didn't want to hear the middle-aged man complain, so he asked straightforwardly, "Then why didn't you join the Darren village and the big family?" The leader lowered his head and said, "Our title is Ninja Hunting Ninja. This title is indeed convenient to take orders, but it also attracts too much hatred. It is too late to hide in the gutter." Sasuke nodded, and threw a 500 million check from his pocket. "Anyway, you are also asking for money, but there is no backer behind you, and no matter how much money you earn, you will not be safe. You might as well follow me, and you may be the next one." Konoha's oil girl family. The younger brothers of Xian Yuan kept their eyes on each other, but the leader said with concern, "Wait, young master, maybe you are just acting on a whim, but our reputation in the ninja circle is too bad. If you bring us back to the family, what should I do if my parents directly turn against me?" Ninjas who hunt and kill ninjas are basically public enemies in the ninja world, so Xian Yuan people feel very insecure. But Sasuke shook his head helplessly and said, "You guys can't tell, am I a rich generation? Xuanyuan's attainments in chakra are very average." Sasuke can't pass the information directly with punching, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, he glared at Sharinan and passed the recruitment information of Otanin village to the past. Believe it or not, it's up to them. If it's a big deal, just tie it up with a wooden escape. Suzuki returned to the hut where Reikage was, leaving time for Xian Yuan to think about it. After solving Karei's urgent need, the three of them quickly picked up the blaster for Reikage himself. Under this kind of favor, Reikage found an open place very simply, and showed Suzuki his unique skills. This wave is mine. Lei Ying held up a rock and threw it heavily to the ground, smashing it to pieces with terrifying strength and speed. Suzuki nodded. I've seen this trick before. In the original plot, if there was no Susanoo, he would have been thrown to death by this trick. However, it is still different to see it with Sharingan, and Reikage also slowed down his movements sincerely to let him see clearly. Soon, the fourth generation of Reikage showed off a whole set of combos, except that the secret move of Lei Hot Saber was not shown, and it was still quite generous. How much do you remember? Lei Ying, who was sweating slightly, smiled at him. This question reminded Suzuki of an old Tai Chi practitioner, so he replied, almost completely forgot. Reikage laughed and said, even if I have Sharingan, my ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. Of course, it's best not to learn it, ordinary people's bodies can't bear it. He felt that he had made a profit, so he demonstrated a set of boxing techniques to Suzuki, and healed the blaster's injury. He didn't need to owe Tsunade any favors, and he said goodbye and left with satisfaction. And Suzuki smiled. The next time you fight an old friend like Naruto or Xiao Li who has excellent fighting ability, you can play wrestling. Moreover, this kind of move, which is impossible to spread by default, can also be used to set blame if necessary. Let's go, the Flying Thunder God formation is ready. He took Tsunade and Xian Yuan people with him, and used the mark of the Flying Thunder God left along the way to jump continuously in space along the way to cooperate with the journey. It was indeed very trouble-free, but it quickly made Jing Nine's Jun Ma Lu feel that he was seriously exhausted. Master Tsunade, pass on some chakra to him, and it won't generate interest if you keep it if you don't use it. Suzuki knew that with the chakra control of the top medical ninja, he could pass his chakra to others like a fire. Just like what Sakura did to Obito in the decisive battle against Kagaya. Although the bullet screens were all swiping at that time, Brother Ying, lighten up, my shoulder is broken. In order to revive his lover and younger brother quickly, Tsunade gritted his teeth, squeezed Junmaro's shoulder and began to mend the magic. The strength of her hands made Jun Mala frown, but fortunately her bones were strong enough. The group of people rushed back to Yinren village as quickly as possible. Only Jiaodu and Gaixian, who had followed along the way, were left behind, facing each other with a confused look. Why didn't they leave any footprints? When he heard that Tsunade wanted to revive Kato Dan's Orochimaru, he said with a cold expression, I refuse. 075, the marriage party Orochimaru why? After seeing his old classmate Orochimaru, he also got the promise of resurrecting the tree. Tsunade didn't expect that Orochimaru refused the request to resurrect himself Kato-dan. It stands to reason that either they are all resurrected, or they are not resurrected. Although Orochimaru and Noeki were indeed a pair of close masters and apprentices, there is no reason to treat one more favorably than the other. Orochimaru said earnestly, Tsunade, the living have the happiness of the living, and the dead have the peace of the dead. Although my ninjutsu can make up for some of your thoughts and regrets for the deceased, but the deceased is gone. After all, you can't immerse yourself too deeply. This reasonable speech immediately made Tsunade a little nervous. Why does Orochimaru, who was expelled from Konoha because of falling into evil ways, seem to be more enlightened than himself? But Orochimaru's next speech became more and more strange. Instead of blindly remembering the dead, it is better to cherish the people in front of you. I think our old classmates are very good since they came. They are bold and capable, and they loved you deeply back then. Why not? Slow down. The more Tsunade listened, the more something was wrong, and the 50-year-old girl couldn't help but blush. Jiraiya is such a lecherous old hooligan. If I want to be with him again, I will be cheated every day. Her confession to Jiraiya is not completely unintentional, but compared with Kato's maturity and stability, Jiraiya's fooling around every day really reduces her favorability. However, after hearing the word cheating, Orochimaru became very emotional, and said something in his mouth. You must be able to control him. If you can't do it, use your super physical fitness of a taijutsu ninja to squeeze him dry. Don't let him harm others. Hearing this, Tsunade blushed more and more, and directly smashed the table in front of him. On the other hand, based on Reikage's demonstration and his own understanding, Suzuki, who was practicing hell stabbing, sighed. He felt that it was a pity that there was no illusion of a green hat in the ninja world, and it was necessary to promote it in the future. In short, there was no complete conflict between the two of them. After a bit of wrangling, Deshimaru relied on a woman's intuition to guess that Tsunade did not reject Jiraiya. And Tsunade also judged that Orochimaru did not completely refuse to revive Kato-dan, but it seemed that he also had some kind of obsession with Jiraiya, and wanted to tie his heart of looking for flowers and willows everywhere. The two could reach some kind of consensus while seeking common ground while reserving differences. During the consultation, Shizen took the time to ask Orochimaru, Master Orochimaru, your organization won't be detrimental to Konoha, right? After more than 2 years, Yinin village has been taken care of in an orderly manner. Orochimaru has been busy studying various soul-related topics with Mizuki recently, and he is already a little strange and calm about this lingering word. I don't have time to make enemies with Konoha, and I don't have the final say on this organization. Tsunade frowned slightly. She thought Orochimaru was the codename in Jun Malu's mouth, so there was someone else. And how should I put it, Mr. Sarutobi's proposition can unite the masses, and it also has common interests with our organization. Orochimaru talked eloquently. In the Ninja World War in the original plot, he stood on the side of the Ninja Alliance because the infinite monthly reading would destroy his research site. Now, after learning from Sasuke that the Otsutsuki clan will harvest the planet, they also agree with Sasuke's goal. That's a good thing. After learning that Noeki and Katabu are expected to be resurrected, Tsunade also had the idea of going back to Konoha to have a look. After all, these two people have deep feelings for the village, and now Konoha is changing in a positive direction. But there are risks for those who dare to be the first. Orochimaru continued. Meeting his old classmates also somewhat opened up his chatterbox. Santobi Sensei's reforms try to benefit the majority of people, but they leverage the fundamental interests of the ruling class, and his ideas still tend to take root and spread everywhere. Tsunade nodded. After all, she was Hokichi's granddaughter. She had been influenced by her since she was a child. In addition to her uncle's gambling, she was also infected with her second grandfather's political sensitivity. In fact, Sasuke was the first to discuss this concern. He knew best that after he synchronized the dragon's personality with Hiruzuru Sarutobi, he might also be vigilant by the daimyos. According to the records in Book of Array, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is a monarch who has a casual personality and delegates all government affairs to high-level officials in Konoha. He is equivalent to Liu Chan in the ninja world. Move. However, among the 12 guarding ninjas, there is one who thinks that the Land of Fire can only have the power of one speaker, and wants to destroy Konoha and hand over the power of ninjas to the daimyo. Among the other countries, the name of the Kingdom of Thunder is known as the strict Mingjun. The daimyo of the Country of Wind is a faint king who disregards the poverty of the country, indulges in extravagance and pleasure, and oppresses the village. The Land Country daimyo is an old stubborn who values the old system, but he trusts Ninja Village. The Water Country daimyo is an indecisive monarch who worries that Ninja Village will rebel all day long. This can also somewhat explain why Wien and Sandian are weak all the year round, while Yunyan can explode troops, and Union can explode technology. But once the idea of Sarutobi Hiruzen continues to spread, the daimyos of several other countries are likely to unite to form a temporary world government to suppress Konoha's revolutionary army. And Sasuke's idea is to involve the energy of the world government like the pirates of the Great Channel, and if necessary, he can also help Konoha. Orochimaru also agreed with this idea, and said that in order to unite and besiege Konoha under the pressure of the 4 big ninja villages, he would dig a few more graves and collect the ancestors of the big ninja villages. However, while Orochimaru and Tsunade were chatting, they didn't know that there was a hermaphrodite who was secretly vigilant. These people probably want to join forces with Konoha to prevent the resurrection of the mother. I must immediately let Obito control daimyo. By the way, ask Mizuki to strengthen the base's perception defense. Sasuke smelled Heiju's handwriting from his -million reward. But this thing can come and go freely, even the 5 Shadows Conference. If you want to find them out, maybe only the Yin-Yang Dun of the 6th level. Maybe. Xianzhu can deal with the products of the 6 paths to some extent, and Sasuke is more determined to go to the Wetbone Forest. 076. Your father is a hero in the blink of an eye. It has been 60 years of Konoha. Today's Konoha is more peaceful and stable than in the original plot, sitting on a complete Uchiha family, and the relationship between the major ninja clans can also be said to be harmonious, and Danzo has not added chaos behind it. But Hiruzuru Sarutobi still relentlessly reviewed the documents, and the peeping crystal ball that he loved so much in the past was eating ashes in the cupboard. As long as there are oppressed people in the world, he will not stop. As long as he does not stop, the road of revolution will continue to expand. Speaking of which, the degree of synchronization Sasuke gave to Sarutobi Hiruzen in Dragon is not high, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen is a leader, he has the ability to fulfill his own ideas. Coupled with the fact that the ninja world is too dark, he recognized the idea of the dragon in his heart, overcame the weakness in his character, and embraced the glorious dream of liberating the world. So over the years, his 2 personalities have merged into one true revolutionary. In fact, as a Hokage, who is located in the most livable environment and has the most pedigrees, his starting hand is Shunza Wangbo. As long as he doesn't play too hard, this card is not too bad. But the Konoha executives in the original plot were able to hold a good hand of cards and almost lost their underwear. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has upgraded his vision and transformed into the Emperor of the Liver, has replayed this hand to its due effect. However, Hiruzuru Sarutobi also keenly sensed the dissatisfaction of the upper echelons of the Land of Fire towards him. But with his current ambitions, he will not stop because of this. Daimyo is a corrupt and backward system. If it is not because the Fire Country Daimyo is a master of decentralization, Hiruzuru Sarutobi would have considered banning it or making it empty. However, there is more than one country in the ninja world, and Hiruzuru Sarutobi also understands that once he takes the lead, other daimyos will use their control over the economy of Ninja Village to send troops to conquer Konoha, so he does not know how to break this situation. However, what he doesn't know right now is that due to Heiju's secret intervention, the gears of the war have turned ahead of time. Right now, Hiruzuru Sarutobi has other worries. Elder, come to a duel with me. If I beat you, I'm qualified to go to Suzuki. The energetic young voice rang out on time outside the house of Hokage. Hiruzuru Sarutobi immediately grabbed the hairline which was getting further and further back. The sun was setting outside the window, and it was time to get off work. Apart from Hiruzuru Sarutobi, who was still working diligently, Yen Mitamon and Kohara Mitamon were on their way back to their respective homes, and Naruto declared war on the two of them again in high spirits. Hiruzuru Sarutobi lit his pipe and said silently, "It's because Kakashi assigned too little homework." That's right, although this year's graduates' Jonin arrangement includes Shisui and Itaki more options than in the original plot, the writing-sharing eyes of these two are suitable for guiding Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Even Yamato, who owns Wooden, can take on this responsibility due to the streamlining of Anbi's functions. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still chose to let Kakashi guide Naruto, naturally in order to let Kakashi, a former genius who fell into autism due to the death of his family and friends, be redeemed by getting along with the teacher's orphan. By the way, due to Suzuki's self-destruction, Sarutobi Hiruzen also generously announced Naruto's identity. In his words, protecting Jinchuriki is the responsibility of every Konoha ninja. If the son of a hero cannot receive fair treatment because of fear of Jinchuriki's identity being exposed, it only shows our incompetence. Therefore, even though Jinchuriki will be rejected by ordinary people to some extent, the identity of the son of the fourth generation of Hokage still allows Naruto to stand up and be a man. The third generation personally told him, "Your father is the fastest hero in the ninja world, and your mother is a beautiful and brave red-haired woman." At this time, Mitamon Yan and Zhuangzi Xiaochun felt very embarrassed. In broad daylight, would they dare to make a real difference with the son of the fourth generation, Nine Tails Jinzu? The Danzang scandal 6 years ago has greatly reduced the credibility of the elders, and it has also opened up the enthusiasm of Konoha villagers for discussing politics. Hiruzuru Sarutobi had a good attitude of admitting his mistakes, and still maintained his image. They have become the new blamers. This is also the result that Suzuki likes to hear. The two old guys were upset a long time ago, and Naruto's obsession is that he left behind a move that disgusted the two. Under the huge gap in the public opinion environment, the two elders dared not even use an illusion to make Naruto lie down. They did this before, and then they were scolded for several days for bullying the small with the big and chilling the orphans of the hero. There is no way, the image of the fourth generation is too good, the achievements are too high, and it is even more regrettable to die young, so that everyone feels a little fond of Naruto. Therefore, in front of Hokage's house, a scene opposite to Suzuki's previous life was staged. A young man chased two elderly people to touch porcelain. The two elders didn't dare to touch a single hair of Naruto, so they could only run away with the instant body technique. But Naruto is also persistent. He has long been familiar with the addresses of the two elders and the refuges they often go to, so he runs wildly, insisting on a showdown with the elders. In the past 6 years, due to the influence of synchronous Zyuja and his dedication to Suzuki, Naruto has practiced hard early on, and has completely got rid of the hat at the end of the crane, running at full speed, and even the onlookers are applauding him. Come on, big brother with 6 beards, defeat the bad elder. There are children cheering for it. Hiruzuru Sarutobi couldn't help smiling bitterly. Naruto's character is so stubborn that he can't even be tied up, so he can only tell Umbu next to him, "Let Kakashi take that little girl from the mountain clan out." After a while, Kakashi led Ino to stop Naruto. "Have you had enough trouble?" Kakashi smiled wryly on his face under the mask. In the past, he seemed a bit salty because he was addicted to the past, but after taking over Naruto, he was busy and troubled, which can be called fighting poison with poison. "I will not give up." Naruto didn't want to show the teacher's face, so he tried to run away. But Ino didn't talk to him. His pupils quickly turned golden, and he shouted domineeringly, "Come back." So, Naruto gave up running away, but walked towards Ino head-on. Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Based on your current chakra level, this illusion should make him forget to trouble the elders within a week. Before the words fell, Ino suddenly showed a panicked expression. "This is not an illusion. It's the way of heaven." Suzuki once said, "Don't even mention this trick to your family." Kakashi suddenly showed a constipated expression. After synchronizing with Alkeet, Ino not only mastered the Devil's Eye of Charm, but also gradually developed his personality to the natural stupidity of the true ancestor, and after using the ability, he will especially reduce his intelligence. So Suzuki asked her to keep it a secret. Kakashi couldn't help feeling the impact Suzuki had left on the village. No wonder Hokage ordered to strictly block the news that Suzuki was offered a reward of $1,000,000. It is said that Uchiha Itaki was directly angry out of Kaleidoscope Sharinan because of this news. At this time, Sasuke was on his way to study in Shijulan. 077. If a team is ambushed here before going to the wet-bone forest, Sasuke deliberately found a watershed where salmon inhabited, and used Sharingan to observe their swimming and jumping figures. Tsunade rolled his eyes straight after watching. Is the imitation function of Sharingan used in this way, or is it that this kid can realize some strange movements from nature? In terms of dynamics, salmon do have merits. Their whole life is a cycle from fresh water to sea water, and from sea water to fresh water. During the journey upstream, sometimes a waterfall tens of meters high will stop the flow, but these little things can rely on their own strength to keep climbing with the mixed rocks in the middle of the waterfall. Even though the head-to-head confrontation with the rocks and the behavior of some predators such as grizzly bears waiting upstream for the season will cause heavy losses to the salmon population, they still head all the way to the sea. Sasuke looked at it, and the dubbing lines of Animal World couldn't help appearing in his mind, and he couldn't help feeling the power of animal instinct. After a day of observation, he, who was fond of high jumps, learned salmon jumping, and then he was officially ready to leave for Wetbone Forest. He also brought Yaeshidu and Junmala with him. In the original plot, the former has proven to be able to master the high-level Sage mode, while the latter possesses some of Namikaze Minato's talents. Although Namikaze Minato claims that he is not good at Sage art, but for the Sage mode with a very high threshold, it is not bad to be able to master it. And Sasuke also wondered if Namikaze Minato felt that this thing took too long to read and was not suitable for him. As we all know, Namikaze Minato's fighting style in the original plot is fast, accurate and ruthless, unpretentious quick battles. Only in the game will he use a set of fancy combos to scrub, and then be outmatched by the opponent. On the other side, Juyu is fooling Kisame and Jiaodu into doing another trick. I have received definite information that Uchiha Sasuke will soon go to the Holy Land of Wetbone Forest to learn celestial arts, and he must be intercepted before he learns. Kisame naturally carries out the task of the masked man unconditionally. Jiaodu frowned. Is your information accurate? Last time we missed it last time. Recently, the bounty world is full of fat sheep. No matter how valuable this kid is, if he makes a mistake again, I will also weigh the pros and cons. Their actions against Sasuke are private affairs, without the authorization of the boss Pain, and there are some conflicts with normal work and tasks. If they waste too much time and return without success, it is really not worth it. He guessed that Heiju might be spying on him in the dark, so this kind of definite itinerary naturally had to take an unusual path. Back then when Sarutobi Hiruza was going to give Jiraiya a small treatment to let him inherit the ape demon, Jiraiya accidentally used a trick of reverse psychic, and brought himself to Miyama Mountain, starting a legendary life from then on. Naruto was also brought back to MT Myoki in this way, but it was a pity that during the battle with Pain, Jiraiya was cut off shortly after he came up, or the author didn't intend to let him live at all. After Tsunade said hello to the psychic slug, he brought Komomoro's flying thunder god Kunao back to the Wetbone Forest, and then Sasuke and his party used the marks that had been scattered all over the world to jump continuously, until the landing point was enough for Junmala to perceive that Tsunade was within the distance of holding Kunao. The last flying thunder god brought the three of them to the Wetbone Forest. It is only after Junmaro's health has improved under Tsunade's treatment and recuperation, and the curse seal state has been activated, that Sasuke's prudent strategy can be used. In this way, the three of them started the special training in the Wetbone Forest, while Kisame and Kakuzu were waiting eagerly. Even by Zei, who was everywhere, lost the clue of Sasuke's whereabouts. He still has some clues about the three Holy Lands. Those who are afraid and dare not drill indiscriminately. With Tsunade's recommendation, the three of them successfully joined the Immortal section. After looking at their aptitudes and finding out that all three of them are top-notch talents, the gentle-tempered slug fairy simply concluded a contract with them. As long as they can master the slug circulation spirit technique, they can summon a part of her body. Sasuke recalled Naruto's first psychic tadpole scene, so he wanted to test his strength, and the three of them competed together to see who could summon the bigger slug. When boys get together, there will always be many strange competitions. They are stronger than the god of ninja and Konoha Dance King. When they were young, they also compared who peed farther away. As the only person who successfully mastered the Sage mode in the original plot, Yakushi Do Mingming has a very high level of comprehension, but because at this time there is only Kakashi who has the same chakra amount as the six-spirited Kakashi, he ranks last. In fact, the slug he summoned was more than half a meter long, and the first attempt was considered excellent. But as soon as Junmaro's curse seal was opened, as soon as Namikaze Minato's thinking memory was used, a giant slug more than 2 meters long was summoned. But Sasuke refused to stay behind, put his hands together, and began to pray for strength from the interpillar cells in the body, the power of 8 tails and the power of 9 tails. Back then, Naruto could borrow power from Kyuubi in the form of collecting rent to summon Bunted directly, so it would not be a problem for me, Sasuke, to combine the power of 89 to summon a big guy. Bam! Although it was only the first time to try the psychic art of the Wetbone Forest, and although he was not proficient in using the chakra of the two-tailed beasts, Sasuke still summoned a slug several stories high, which made Tsunade on the side secretly surprised. Good guy, it's bigger than the first time I was there. According to Tsunade, since all psychic slugs are part of the slug fairy, in order to prevent themselves from becoming schizophrenic, the slug fairy will assign fixed independent personalities according to different contract ninjas. For example, what Tsunade summons is a live slug, and what Suzuki summons is temporarily called Suzuki. This is exactly what Suzuki wanted, and it will be more convenient to synchronize. The slugs were all very talkative, but they also expressed helplessly that the celestial art of the Shibone forest was not a system suitable for human cultivation like Miyama Mountain, and there were auxiliary artifacts such as toad oil. And Suzuki patted the white and fat body of the Suzuki slug to communicate with the system. The voice actor of this character is Mamiko Noto. Please select a synchronized character. The synchronous character is Skada from the Moon series. According to Suzuki's past experience, no matter how strong the synchronous character is, it needs a strong enough carrier to exert its power. So what kind of variables will happen if the Suzuki slug, a high-level intelligent creature several stories high, synchronizes with a top-level follower? 078, Smallmouth wiped honey. The Suzuki slug was still vaccinating Suzuki a moment ago. Our fairy art is really hard to learn, and we don't guarantee that it will be taught and taught. Why don't you change it? Do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? How about vomiting acid? In the next moment, endless teaching experience emerged in my mind. It's a pity that the slug has no facial features, otherwise it can be seen that her temperament has changed from a virtuous old lady type to a queen type. In order to activate her instinctive memory, Suzuki also found a high valley suitable for extreme sports in a place full of natural wonders like the wet bone forest. Then, like Tarzan the ape, he swung the trees and vines to a high place, and then used the salmon jump he had practiced for a long time, flashing and sprinting all the way to rush to the Suzuki slug again, raise the beheading knife, and rush to her in an arrogant posture. Ask for advice again. What are you? Tsunade jumped 3 feet high, regretting bringing this daring bastard to the Holy Land. But the slug made a cold and strong voice. I admire your bravery. Stay in my country. I will teach you all my martial arts and spells, until one day you can defeat me. So, Suzuki followed her to start practicing with satisfaction, while the other 3 were stunned. Junmaru and Yaeshido looked at each other, both suspecting that they had channeled fake slugs. But Tsunade was even more puzzled. Why the hell have I never heard of a slug explaining martial arts? You are not Mrs. One who is playing big swords, and what the hell are you talking about spells? What they will never know is that Tsuyuki Lane went all the way to Skadeka's castle in such a reckless way back then, and even demolished the gate of his house by the way. Holding the long sword against Skadeka's chest, he demanded, or coerced the other party to teach him both martial arts and magic. But Scathatch saw that the young man had no malice, and at the same time admired his bravery, taught him everything, and finally gave him his magic gun. It's not that the high jump itself has any magical power, but that in the jumping valley outside Skadeka's castle, there is a mechanism for practicing her spear technique, salmon jumping technique. And Tsuyuki Lane just jumped over this mechanism, and the master who wanted to die under the gun of his disciple saw his potential. Suzuki was still very generous, letting Junmaru and Yakushido also listen in. In fact, if he was more generous, the pharmacist could synchronize a Tsuyuki Lane's personality. With his own outstanding talent, coupled with the teacher's teaching, he would be able to summon the spinning blue spearman. It's just that Yaeshido is the #1 think tank under him, and Daigu's character is too reckless and difficult to control. The image in FSN can be regarded as normal. The potential to go berserk in combat. Without the shackles of the command spell, Suzuki still doesn't plan to let him out with such a complicated character. Although Skaha has a strong queen aura, she is relatively easy to deal with, and is also good at cultivating disciples. Although her training method may be a bit harsh, but as a ninja who has received professional training since childhood, Suzuki feels that he has no reason to bear it. After all, there are intercolumnar cells in the body. Suzuki tried step by step to the edge of danger. Mr. Slug, for the convenience of teaching, how about I use the transformation technique to create a humanoid appearance of about the same size for you? In the original plot in Gaara's battle, in order for Bunta to catch Shohei, Naruto used the transformation technique to turn it into a 9-tailed one. In order to teach himself the Master Slug, Suzuki also began to imagine the familiar image in the previous life with the consent of the other party. Transformation is a good ninjutsu. Naruto imagined an image with fangs and claws, and then turned Bunta into Kyuubi. Suzuki also began to imagine, or recall. After the seal was completed, the huge slug dissipated in a puff of smoke and turned into a purple-haired beautiful girl in a tight purple battlesuit. Under Suzuki's current chakra control ability, the degree of restoration is impeccable. Although it seems to be dressed tightly, it is more lustful than Naruto's signature ninjutsu. The slug Shijiang stretched its muscles and subconsciously felt that the image was pretty good, but there seemed to be something missing in its hand. She looked around in the surrounding woods, trying to pick a hardwood of suitable material as a weapon. But Suzuki said to Junmaru very considerately, "Here are 4 blunt bone spears. You can have as much of this kind of thing as you want, and you can freely control the hardness and toughness." Shijiang's slug made 2 gestures and was very satisfied. As for the ninjutsu and fairy art of the wet-bone forest, I suddenly had an inspiration to integrate them into runes that are easy for humans to understand, but this idea still needs a lot of time and verification, so I will first train your martial arts and physique bar. She spoke of her plan. Junma Lu's heart moved. There are indeed ninjutsu performed through special rune imprints in the ninja world, such as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and various sealing techniques. Coincidentally, he is familiar with both. And Suzuki was not surprised. Although in order to get a good teaching, he synchronized with Skada of the gun rank instead of Skadi of the art rank, but the Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows still has the spell ability of runes. In addition to her strong martial arts, her talent in magic may give her a unique understanding of teaching immortal arts. Until then, let's do some warm-up activities. You three, go up together. The Master Slug held out the bone spear bravely, and showed the three young men a gesture of letting the horse come. Junmaru and Yakushido cast a questioning look at Suzuki. After working together for a while, Suzuki immediately understood the meaning. Do you want to keep your hands? They are quite confident in their respective strengths and the power of their combination. Even if the opponent is a fairy, it is only a part. He was almost annoyed, and he punched each of them, and warned through Chakra's messaging function, go all out, if you don't want to be too ugly. The master was originally a figure of the mythical level, plus the slug he summoned, although not as good as Tsunade's level, which can only compete with 10,000 snakes in Bunta, but it is at least a quarter of the size. The rules for summoning slugs in Wetbone Grove are simple: bigger is stronger, and more is better. Unlike MT Miyamu, apart from the Toad Immortal, the most capable of fighting is a small old couple who can lie on Jireya's shoulders. The slugs in the Wetbone Forest, the more chakra they have, the bigger and stronger they will be summoned. So this master slug is absolutely as strong as a monster. Except for Junmaru, who didn't talk much. Yashido bowed his hands politely to say hello. Shijong nodded, thinking that this young man looked very pleasing to the eye. Pharmacist Do longed for immortal arts, and respected this immortal who had lived for more than 1,000 years. When he opened his small mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. Please be merciful, old man. Okay? Suzuki's head buzzed, and he already had a premonition that the next trial might be very bloody. The screams echoed far away. At this time, outside the Wetbone Forest, Jiaodu and Kisame are still in ambush. 079, the wisdom of salmon. Another day of harsh training. Suzuki, Junmaru, and Yakushido were all as tired as dogs, lying on the ground covered in blood, stretched out an arm, and pointed their fingers forward, beckoning the slug to treat themselves. Immortal is really strict, it feels scarier than Orochimaru. Pharmacist Do, who was most persistent in cultivating immortals, couldn't help complaining in a low voice. Suzuki rolled his eyes at him. Who do you think did it? However, the healing effect of the slug is very outstanding, allowing the three of them to challenge their endurance limits without any scruples. Under such torture, they not only learned exquisite marksmanship, but also greatly benefited their physique. At the same time, relying on the wisdom of the Devil Realm obtained through the synchronization ability, the master is constantly researching the secrets of fairy art practice that are easy for humans to master. Demon Realm's wisdom is an extremely perverted skill, combined with the almighty rune, allows her to quickly master most skills and pass them on to her disciples. Although this subject is more about creation than understanding and mastery, coupled with Slug Immortal's understanding of natural energy, it is enough to overcome it. Speaking of it, an important part of Celtic mythology, Druid culture, also emphasizes the coexistence with nature. Among the Xingyu characters, the representative who is proficient in the way of druids, Finn McCool, is also a team leader, and the voice actor is Shinichiro Miki. Legend has it that he once followed the druid prophet to learn knowledge, and in the process of cooking the salmon of wisdom for his teacher, he burned his fingers and subconsciously put his fingers in his mouth. Since then, he has gained profound wisdom. Thumb wisdom springs and many lives picked up by this hand are related to this legend. If Suzuki synchronized a Finn personality with Mizuki, he might open his hands full of grease and shout excitedly, "Leader, come and eat salmon, it will make your brain smarter." Of course, with Mizuki's chakra and bloodline background, it's okay to let him follow the intellectual route of Kisuke Urahara and Kojiro. If he wants to play the effect of the noble phantasm of the director of the Age of God to transmit wisdom like the Slug Immortal, he probably needs to further improve his strength. In addition, this old man has a psychological shadow on the handsome guy. Back then, he didn't use his ability to hold water to rescue Diarmuid in the first place. Suzuki is very self-aware about this, and being handsome can sometimes cause trouble, so let Mizuki keep the status quo better. The last reason is that people have to learn to be grateful. Suzuki got the inspiration for the salmon jump from the salmon. In a sense, he is the same as the mentor, so how can he be willing to eat them? Just thinking about this, the master walked towards him with graceful steps. This slug has become more and more used to and enjoys the human form recently. Even if Suzuki's transformation technique fails, she will make up the duration by herself. And every move is getting closer and closer to the familiar game image of Suzuki in his previous life. While walking, his figure in purple tights is slightly attractive. The 12-year-old Suzuki has entered puberty, and he keeps reminding himself in his heart to keep in mind the other party's race and age. Fortunately, Uchiha's blood seems to be particularly resistant to femininity, which helped him successfully complete the tactical pressure gun. The research has worked. Here is my special salmon oil that enhances the perception of natural energy. The master craftsman who walked up to the three of them took out a container filled with translucent golden grease. Sasuke was taken aback. He did mention to his master some time ago that Mount Miyamo has the toad oil passed down from his ancestors to help him cultivate the immortal model. To put it simply, it is a natural energy experience card. Applying toad oil on the body can enhance the perception of natural energy, although if you inhale too much, if you can't reach the balance, it will lead to turning into a frog or even petrification. But immortal Fukazaku would use a dog beating stick to wake up the practitioner. Perhaps this is also the reason why Orochimaru did not learn the immortal mode. Shibone Forest didn't have a complete inheritance of immortal arts in the past. After hearing about the method of MT Miyamo from Sasuke, the slug named Shijong split into a small slug and went to MT Miyamo in the west to learn from it. The slug's split body can share information, and its usage is similar to that of the shadow clone. While the little slug is investigating Miyamo Mountain, the master is learning quickly with the wisdom of the magic realm, and at the same time is constantly looking for a carrier that can provide natural energy. After all, the wet bone forest is a holy place full of natural energy. Perhaps because of the natural aura, or because of the master's own hobby, she chose salmon oil as a carrier. Is this the only option? Sasuke thought about the flag he had just set, and was about to speak. But when he saw the expression on the master's face, "Look at how capable I am and how kind I am to you," he found it difficult to speak. If you pick and choose, you will probably get an answer like, "Do you think it's easy for me to study this stuff?" Therefore, Sasuke started the practice of Xianju with the idea that these salmon had become oil, so they were not used for nothing, and the damage would be less if they were learned early. The master craftsman also refined a special gun through the study of the Miyamo Mountain dog beating stick. With the power of the runes that he gradually mastered, he endowed it with a certain purification effect and could also interrupt the petrification just in case. However, Sasuke's advantage of fusing the power of Hashirata cells and tailed beasts is reflected. Right now, his chakra volume is more than that of Naruto, who has not fully controlled 9 tails, and his chakra volume is only 4 times that of Kakashi. With the help of salmon oil, he began to cultivate the immortal mode frantically. It's just that although his chakra volume and control are higher than Naruto's, he doesn't have the ability to speed up his cultivation with a shadow clone like Naruto. There is no way, although Sasuke can also use the shadow clone, but not everyone can afford to use the shadow clone to practice. The moment the clone is released, the huge amount of information floods in, and only Naruto has such a simple mind the hot-blooded idiot can bear it. During the practice, Sasuke also gradually realized one thing: salmon is really delicious. Anyway, there is still meat left after boiling the oil. It is a waste if you don't eat it, and it will stand up once you eat it. Facts have proved that for such things as principles, there is only a difference between breaking once and countless times. The partners of justice have learned the lesson of this time and have taken it as a warning. And when the practice reached number 15 days, Sasuke began to work hard, and even needed the master to wake him up several times. The reason is simple: he doesn't want to lose to Naruto. 080, won't conscience hurt? Facts have proved that it is useless to be anxious about things like cultivating immortals. Sasuke got dark circles under his eyes on the 15th day, and after completing the previous life of staying up all night to cultivate immortals, he finally admitted helplessly, in terms of cultivating immortals, he is really not as good as Naruto in the original plot. After all, Senjujima, the only one who can open the fairy mode in seconds, has a lot in common with Naruto. Probably learning this thing, the less things you think about in your mind, the better. Recalling the content of Fukazaku Immortal's special training to Naruto, it basically made him concentrate and have nothing else to do. Thinking about it this way, Jiraiya spent 10 years intermittently unable to master the complete sage mode, because he was entangled in many things and had to return to the ninja world to perform tasks from time to time. Others, in terms of perseverance, are not as good as him and Naruto, the master-student pair. That's why they turned into stones. Compared with the teacher, Naruto also has the advantages of low IQ and less thinking, and the situation at the time only requires him to concentrate on doing this one thing. Having figured this out, Sasuke completely let go of his thoughts, and even gave himself a psychological suggestion for self-hypnosis: I'm an idiot, I'm an idiot. Then focus all your attention on the one thing of mastering your natural energies. Sensei Fukazaku said that if you want to absorb natural energy, you must remain still, turn yourself into a part of nature, and maintain coordination. And Sasuke Uchiha remained motionless, even almost stopped thinking. Finally, in the 5 days of number 20, I successfully entered the fairy mode by my own strength, and I didn't embarrass my master and myself with so many plots. Excited, he used projection magic to play a set of swords on the highest hill in the wet bone forest, celebrating his stepping into the realm of land immortals. By the way, I also found a piece of clear lake water to see if there were any strange patterns on my face. In addition to the animation's original Atsuki Hagoromo sage model, including the curse seal, the complete sage transformation must have something on the face. Only the incomplete sage model like Jiraiya has to paint on his face by himself. Sasuke's eyeshadow and facial pattern are the same blue and white as Slug Immortal. He likes this color quite a bit, it reminds people of Akiyama Mio. He can also feel that in this mode, the power of ninjutsu, body art, illusion, and perception have all been improved by leaps and bounds, which can be described as a full attribute buff. But the practice is not completely over yet. While Kumaro and Yakushido are still practicing, Sasuke begins to study the celestial beings just like in the original plot. Naruto and Fukazaku Sage learning the moves in the Sage mode such as Frog Q might advance law. As a ninja who can create his own S-level ninjutsu Kirin at the age of 15, Sasuke has always been very talented in ninjutsu development, and Chidori Ryu ninjutsu has also been played by him. The ability of the kaleidoscope is added with soil life, and it is also an operation system pupil technique that shows how to use Amaterasu to play out of imagination. The time traveler Sasuke inherited the talent of his body. Although his instinct as a ninja is not as good as the original owner, but he has seen the complete works of Naruto and a lot of ACT works, then eager to try. Not to mention that he still has Indra's chakra in his body. There is a cold knowledge in Book of Formation, Sage of the Six Paths just created ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu that uses chakra as a weapon was invented by Indra. No one knows how to invent and adapt ninjutsu better than Indra. Under the guidance of this chakra, Sasuke gradually transformed his own fire escape and ninjutsu, etc., with the huge fairy chakra, plus his own ideas, and transformed them one by one into immortal methods, 5 fireball gods and Uki, Bo lay, I hugged and fell and so on. If it is said that the cells of the golden horn and the silver horn alone are not enough for him to control Raikage's ninjutsu, then the state in the immortal mode is more than enough. After all, the physical bonus in Naruto immortal mode can dismantle pain with bare hands. Raikage has a kind of ninjutsu that kicks down from the sky, called Yulei Shinyu Thunder Axe. Sasuke has been researching whether it can be transformed into a night kick with the help of the speed and strength strengthened in the immortal mode. Cooperating with the shadow clone can be called a clone kick. Combined with Thunder Tunnel, it can be called Lightning Night Kick. With the perception of the fairy mode, you can also perform a calm roundabout kick, and then point to the sky for abuse. In addition, the master is also studying how to pass on her martial arts and magic to Sasuke in conjunction with the celestial chakra. According to the original character of the Slug Fairy, even if the magic chakra is used, most of the magic of the Wet Bone Forest is medical, and the attack is mainly acid mist. But in Shijian's opinion, studying medicine cannot save Shadowland, especially when she heard that the boss of the organization that Sasuke was going to deal with claimed to be a god. She showed a disdainful smile. In addition, in order to prolong the time of the immortal mode, the 3 Holy Lands also have a way to integrate ninjas and immortals, just like Fukazaku Shima and his wife lying on Jiraiya's shoulders. And Naruto couldn't merge because Kyuubi refused to live in the same house with Toad. For Sasuke, even if he knew it was a slug, it sounded good to fit with the master. Just when he started training this way, Uchiha Itake's Crow finally found him again after 3 years. The last time I contacted Itake, I successfully completed the task of rescuing Do, and Sasuke reported to Itake that he was safe. However, due to Sasuke's series of self-assertions, self-reliance organization, he did not return the bag to Konoha, and the most serious thing was to cooperate with Orochimaru. Although these actions were all in Sasuke's plan, it was not very suitable to tell Itake, so he chose to pretend to be dead and lose contact. With Itake's Umbu's sense of smell, even a slight reply to a letter may be caught by him, and he may also bring a Shisui, and the meeting is an illusion package. So for my own layout, I can only keep silent. 3 years later, Itake was in a hurry, and Konoha hadn't heard from him and the pharmacist Nanoya for 3 years, and he had already concluded that the two were dead. During the Danzo incident, Itake was so stimulated that he almost opened the kaleidoscope, so he still had some thoughts at the time. There was no news for 3 years, and Itake became anxious several times, but he was almost meaningless because he didn't witness the death with his own eyes. Finally, because of Heiju, knowing that Sasuke is still alive and carrying a bounty of -million, all kinds of emotions, such as worry, heartache, and anger, swarmed him all of a sudden, and finally let his pupil power, which had already been hovering on the edge of exploding, reach the realm of kaleidoscope. In fact, Itake's most irritating thing is, why did the well-behaved younger brother become so self-willed and self-assertive? Since you are still alive, why not connect with yourself? Let yourself worry for 3 years, won't your conscience hurt? Sasuke is very clear that Itake is a person who likes to arrange others and has a little desire to control. In the original plot, he wanted to arrange his own life, and used Tsukiyomi to arrange Uchiha Izumi's life in the illusion, and decided the fate of the family on his own initiative. Because of this, when he was busy with his career, he wanted to avoid this big brother. I didn't expect that escaping would be addictive, and I hid for 3 years as soon as I hid, and I was so angry with my brother's kaleidoscope. 081, I'm so stupid. Really, as for why Itake was able to contact Sasuke again, it was because Tsunade, under the reminder of Orochimaru, sent a message to the teacher with a psychic beast to remind him of Konoha's crisis. Compared with Sasuke, who only cares about the few people in Konoha, and Orochimaru who only cares about the complete testing ground, Tsunade still has feelings for the ninja village created by his grandfather in his heart. Hiruzuru Sarutobi was very happy to receive Tsunade's proactive contact. Tsunade's departure is a great regret for Konoha. In terms of strength, the three ninjas are neck and neck, each with its own advantages, and in terms of effectiveness for the entire village, Tsunade, who is proficient in medical ninjutsu, can leave the other two by a few blocks. It's not an exaggeration at all. Tsunade's medical skills can reduce too many unnecessary casualties. Using the principles of Suzuki's previous life, how can a nanny play if you don't fight a group first? The ambitious Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to seize this opportunity to show Tsunade how Konoha has changed in recent years, and invite her to return to the village. If she could give herself a warning, it meant that she still had a village in her heart. As for the specific content of the reminder in my heart, Konoha's reform may become a thorn in the side of the daimyo class. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyesight, he can more or less tell. He knows the Fire Nation daimyo very well, and has been working hard to control the pace and maintain the relationship. However, what Hiruzuru Sarutobi did not expect was that under the suggestion of Kuro's, Obito had already begun to try to use illusions to brainwash daimyo and provoke wars among the major powers. The only thing that made Hiruzuru Sarutobi puzzled was Tsunade's question, "Is Suzuki a pawn you laid?" After aspiring to become a revolutionary, Hiruzen Sarutobi's trading skills have indeed improved significantly, but he really doesn't remember what arrangements he had for Suzuki. So he speculated that it was because Suzuki was still in contact with the Uchiha clan and was assigned to perform confidential tasks. Although it wasn't his own order, Hiruzuru Sarutobi felt that this was an opportunity for Tsunade to feel that he was far-sighted. After all, his mind is now full of uniting all the forces that can be united, let alone a top talent like Tsunade who is still his disciple. So, he found Itachi Uchiha, who was already in a high position in Umbu, to find out about the situation. Coincidentally, Itachi asked Suzuki to return to the village as soon as possible, and asked him to perform many tasks that were beneficial to Konoha, such as recovering Yakushido. Itachi's heartache is also the most. It is because of Yakushido's mission that Suzuki cut off the news for 3 years. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help lamenting, "I'm so stupid, really. I only knew that Konoha Ligong would let him return to the village, but I didn't expect that this guy's heart is not in the village." So, Hiruzuru Sarutobi replied confidently to Tsunade, "That's right. Suzuki is from Konoha, everything is in your teacher's calculation." Only then did Tsunade feel at ease taking Suzuki to Shibone Forest to practice. The three chatted across servers, and they all matched up, and ended up helping Suzuki. It's just that there was a disadvantage. Itachi, who knew Suzuki's address, just took a mission out of the village that day, and killed him towards the Wetbone Forest, vowing to bring back Chiao's younger brother. As for whether his younger brother is willing to come back, that is not something he considers. Under the obsession strengthened by the kaleidoscope's eye-opening, the Yucatec personality that Suzuki gave him to synchronize can no longer suppress his desire to control. Moreover, his parents also acquiesced in his approach. The youngest son has not been home for so many years, and the Uchiha clan has worked hard for Konoha in the past 6 years. In fact, with the general character of the Uchiha clan, they are not usually so honest. However, as the details of the Danzang incident slowly surfaced, many people in the clan realized that it was the second son who sacrificed himself to save the whole clan. With the Uchiha clan's distinct love-hate personality, even for the sake of Suzuki, all of them have been strict with themselves in police activities over the years, and resolutely put an end to violent law enforcement phenomena such as kneeling the prisoner's neck. In addition, the rest of Danzo's party was also divided and killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku by various means. Fugaku and Mikato couldn't believe it. After so many years of hard work, they still can't take Suzuki back to the village? Because of this, Itachi felt even more distressed at this moment. Everyone did accept your love 6 years ago, but the whole family has done so much for you in the past 6 years, and you actually don't want to come back? With the classic ideas of moral kidnapping and self-assertion, Itachi embarked on a journey. Even if you want to run away, I will use these kaleidoscope-sharing eyes to bring you back. To put it bluntly, Urjuzi in the original plot was not played as a mentally ill, so he has a strong psychological quality. Since childhood, my dearest brother killed the whole family and left you alone, and there was a monthly reading that adults couldn't stand. How old would Urjuzi be? In this kind of thing, it takes more courage to live than to die, so the 7th class gave Urjuzi a little warmth, but was led by Uchiha Itachi himself. First, he beat Kakashi for a second, making Urjuzi feel that he couldn't beat him with Kakashi, and then used the second monthly reading to make him completely blacken in defect. In the end, he found out that he was playing too much, and he used the important prop entrusted by Zishui to protect Konoha for his younger brother. This kind of love is really unbearable for ordinary people. Even if you throw him in the ravine alone and live the life of an ordinary person, maybe you can live a happier and more relaxed life. Itachi's desire to control is also one of the reasons why Suzuki left Konoha. At the same time, he also decided to leave the Wetbone Forest immediately. Anyway, he has already concluded a psychic contract with the master, and at the current level, he does not need to rely on the environment of the wet bone forest to practice. However, he didn't notice that there was a slight red light in the eyes of the messenger crow. Old women are busy. Suzuki couldn't help complaining, noticing the unfriendly eyes not far away. He quickly added, I didn't mean you, this. He had guessed that Tsunade had exposed his whereabouts, but Suzuki also obtained some information he cared about from the two psychic beasts. Parents and clan members are doing well, Naruto and Ino are doing okay except for a little bit of trouble. Just recently, due to the overwhelmed suggestions of the elders, and Naruto's own decision, the 7th squad is leaving for the country of NA to carry out the mission. Interesting. Suzuki decided on the direction to escape, and called his two companions to go forward together. The three of them stayed in the wet bone forest for more than a month, and somewhat developed some feelings, so they unanimously decided not to resort to the Flying Thunder God technique, but to walk for a while, and to reflect the scenery of this place in their minds along the way. Anyway, with Kimomaru around, Suzuki couldn't figure out how Itaki would find him. However, just after the three of them walked out of the wet bone forest, they felt a terrifying chakra, and finally let out a war cry that they had endured for a long time. It's finally here. Do you know how I have spent more than a month? 082, only wrong names, no wrong nicknames due to the protection of Jinchuriki. Naruto rarely left the village since he was a child, and he was curious about everything he saw during the mission. Kakashi, who led the team, was not very worried about this trip. It was just a sea-level mission, and he had already performed it countless times when he was under 10 years old. It's just that he doesn't know at the moment that due to the concealment of the details of the mission by the employer Dazna, they will have to deal with the upper S-rank rebellious ninja and the rare blood successor limit ninja by on this trip. According to the original plot, as soon as Bullet and Jean came out, he singled out the entire 7th class. The front and the future 6th Hokage were inseparable. Move. With the addition of Obito, Kagaya will only have this lineup, which can be described as the pinnacle of his life. But right now, Kakashi has confidence in his students, including himself. In the case of Suzuki's departure, Naruto, who has been enlightened for some reason since he was 6 years old, has become the best ninja of this year. He is not only good at using chakra, but also has a particularly keen perception in nature. Force. If there are any shortcomings, it is an overly stubborn character and dedication to Suzuki. Once his stubborn temper comes up, only professional phantom ninjas can keep him at ease. As a result, the famous salted fish Kakashi, in order to teach him well, consulted Itaki, who was quite friendly in the Umbu period, about the illusion of Sharingan, and then quickly mastered it with his own copy and imitation ability. In the original plot, due to the successive deaths of his father, comrades in arms, and teachers, Kakashi has been abandoned for several years, and he is still addicted to little yellow books. Otherwise, with his 6-year-old Shinin, 12-year-old Jonin, and his amazing talent of inventing S-class ninjutsu Reikari in his teens, he wouldn't have a relationship with everyone when he became an adult. He didn't realize the horror of Kaleidoscope Sharingan until he was killed by Itaki with Tsukiyomi. Thanks to Obito, he gave him the strongest Kaleidoscope Sharingan in the whole work, Kamui. Under the guidance of Itake and Shisui, Kakashi also touched the threshold of Kamui ahead of time. Although with his chakra amount, it is still quite difficult to display, but it has also improved a lot of combat power. In addition, Kakashi, who worked hard to study illusion, finally taught another member of the 7th class, Sakura, something that fits his talent. Otherwise, according to the Chunin exam and the original plot, everyone else has all kinds of secret skills and blood succession, and it's too shabby for Brother Ying to play Kunao and Fist honestly. Another member who replaced Suzuki was Sai, who was included in the normal establishment because of the disbandment of the Roots. Due to the training he received since he was a child, his strength is far stronger than that of ordinary ninjas, and he also possesses the extremely rare flying ability, which can ensure that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is foolproof. In this case, the 3rd Hokage is also relieved to let Naruto leave the village. Naruto in this life, because he has not been unfairly treated for a long time, his character is not as bluffing as in the early stage of the original plot, and he is eager to attract the attention of others or prove himself anytime and anywhere. But the only thing that gave Kakashi a headache was that when this guy saw a blonde-haired man or a red-haired woman, he couldn't help but stare at each other, and even walked up to ask some, "Hi, are you lost, son?" and the like. No way. Ever since Kakashi met Naruto, this guy has always suspected that his father might still be alive. After the Danzo incident, the 3rd Hokage frankly announced Naruto's life experience. Although this is a good thing, it also made Naruto smell a message. Sure enough, everyone is hiding something from me. One is another, and coupled with the suspicion in his subconscious mind, he couldn't help thinking maybe both parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, or it might be a hoax. Therefore, he is particularly sensitive to blondes and redheads. Kakashi finally couldn't stand it anymore, pulled Naruto and said earnestly, "Listen, Naruto, I know it's hard for you to accept, but your parents are a pair of great heroes, and it's impossible to leave you alone, and it's not just casual, you can find it on the side of the road. His tone was very serious. Naruto was slightly depressed, and then found a reason to be optimistic again. Are my parents really amazing? Of course. Kakashi also said with a lot of emotion, you have to remember one thing, you may have a wrong name, but you definitely don't have a wrong nickname. Your father is called the Golden Flash because he has the fastest speed in the whole ninja world. The appearance may be similar, and some ninjas are even proficient in disguise, but no one can pretend to be his unique technique of Flying Thunder God. Perhaps to appease Naruto, or perhaps out of nostalgia, Kakashi had a rare chat with Naruto about his parents. While Naruto was greatly encouraged, he also remembered one thing: appearance is not the key. His father's Flying Thunder God technique, and his mother's red hair, violent temper, and huge number of chakras cannot be faked. At this time in the Wave Country, Kato also learned that Dazna hired Konoha ninja. Today's Konoha is much stronger than in the original plot, and Kato can't feel at ease just because the Kirigakure ghosts don't kill them. After all, if you don't beheaded now, you don't have a beheading knife on hand, and your strength and reputation are slightly discounted. Kato's commission is very high, because he usually likes to hire rebels, and after completing the task, he will directly eat black. And this time, just in case, he also contacted a pair of rebels. These two people are still quite pretentious, wearing a black cloak with a red auspicious cloud pattern. One is wearing a black mask, the other has a silver and white back hair, holding a blood-red March sickle. The asking price is also ridiculously high, and it is guaranteed to complete the task. But Kato doesn't care about money. In his opinion, no matter how powerful a ninja is, he will die if his heart is pierced. As long as a team is ambushed and killed when they fight Konoha ninja until they are both defeated, the mission will be completed and money will be saved. Kato feels that his plan is perfect, and the ninja hired by him, Akatsuki Hokuto Kakuto, was secretly delighted. Not long after he had been squatting at the gate of the Wetbone Forest, the boss used the magic lantern body technique to inform him to recruit Haiden, the undead ninja of Tang Kingdom. Not only did I gain an unkillable partner during this trip, but I also found a task that paid well and sounded easy. On the other hand, it's ridiculous that his former partner, Kisame, is still standing there foolishly. Kisame is a true ninja. The unconditional execution of the task, the meticulous completion of the seal, and the sacrifice in the task are taken for granted. The orders given by the masked man are carried out to the end. It's just that no matter how pure a ninja is, sitting in the barren mountains and waiting for a month, he will also get angry. At this time, Kisame is extremely angry. Junmalu and Yaeshido soon began to form seals. Suzuki waved his hand and said, "This guy can suck chakra, use a gun." Gaixi's small eyes narrowed. "No wonder he wants to get rid of you, but do you think you can beat me with martial arts or physical skills?" Suzuki didn't answer, but just flexed his muscles a little. "Today, you see, if I kick you to death, then you're done." 083 Knight is insoluble in water. Knowing Kisame's ability, Suzuki can despise this opponent strategically, but tactically, he still needs to pay enough attention to this highly skilled S-rank rebel. Kisame is very powerful, able to absorb the characteristics of chakra, and can restrain most ninjas. Although it is said that he was restrained by a taijutsu ninja, the premise is that Akai, a top taijutsu ninja who can blast high-pressure air bombs with his fists. Not to mention, Kisame's melee settings are 9 in physical skill, 10 in strength, and 8 in speed. In terms of his chakra level, which is no less than that of a tailed beast, and various large-scale water escape ninjas, if an ordinary melee physical ninja wants to fight him head-on with fists and feet, wouldn't that be courting death? That is to say, if ninjutsu and taijutsu are the two hands of ordinary ninjas, when confronting Kisame, it is equivalent to abolishing one hand and relying on the other hand to break the opponent's two hands. It sounds difficult, but Suzuki is not an ordinary ninja. He has mastered the immortal mode, which is equivalent to having a third hand. "Give me a few minutes." Suzuki signaled to Junmaro and Do, and he began to put his palms together, absorbing natural energy on the spot. That's right, according to Jiraiya, charging in the fairy mode is also the same action, and the hands cannot be separated during this period. The members of the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps have absolute trust in Suzuki's command, saying that if you don't use ninjutsu, you don't need ninjutsu, so they grab the bone spears they usually use in training and charged forward. Because it is used for training, the gun head is not used, but who said that without a gun head, you can't stab someone to death? The reason why the two still use this gun instead of letting Junmala make another bone spear is because the gun has the blessing bestowed by the master with the energy of immortality. If the blow of the spear reaches the realm, killing the gods is only a matter of flipping the palm, let alone a fish. Kisame saw traces of chakra attached to the bone spear, and shook the shark muscle in his hand, and after layers of bandages were spread out, a barbed fish body was revealed. Facing the gun barrels of the two of them, he patted them up, wanting to have a full meal for the shark muscle that hadn't eaten for a month. Shark muscles are not very picky eaters, and they gnaw on the smell of chakra, and only feel strong discomfort after eating, which is more uncomfortable than eating ollie. But Chakra couldn't even vomit, and only felt that he was beginning to show signs of petrification. Shark muscle is also unlucky. With the chakra content he usually eats and drinks enough. This amount of magic chakra is not enough to cause petrification, but this is a hunger strike fish that has been hungry for more than a month. Panicked, he immediately began to absorb chakra from Kisame through the hilt of the knife, only then maintained the balance of normal chakra and natural ability. Kisame didn't know much about immortal arts, but from the reaction of shark muscle, he felt that the spears used by the two had some skills, and the marksmanship and reaction speed of the users were also astonishing. After all, he is a disciple trained by a master craftsman, especially Jun Ma Lu's reaction speed is full. Not long after the fight, Kisame gave up the idea of close combat. This is the place he chose to ambush. There is a lake nearby, and the terrain is extremely favorable for him to use water escape. Selling a loophole and pretending to be repelled, Geixier began to make seals one by one. Water escape 5 food shark. He directly pumped out the lake water with chakra, and then slapped the water surface with one hand. 5 sharks scurried under the water, opened their teeth, and bit at the 2 of them. In fact, Kisame originally wanted to use Kinshisha, but Junmala's reaction was too fast. Just as he opened a distance, a little cold light arrived first, and then the spear came out like a dragon stab. With Kisame's meticulous seal formation speed, he can only use a smaller ninjutsu first. Junmala swept the bone spear and crushed the shark incarnated by chakra, but the water is impermanent, and the scattered water splashed under Kisame's huge chakra and regathered into a fierce shark shape and opened again bloody mouth. It's the palm of his hand. Pressing his palm on the water surface continuously produces chakra. The highly intelligent man quickly guessed the secret. The secret of this ninjutsu is that as long as the palm does not leave the water, the 5 shark-shaped water bombs underwater can repeatedly regenerate and attack the enemy. While not his most lethal ninjutsu, it's annoying. And under the mobilization of the ghost shark's chakra, the lake water soared into the sky, which was already bigger than the scene where the water flooded the Jinshin temple, and it became a suitable venue for the ghost shark to fight. Water escape, big water burst. Kisame spews a huge amount of water from his mouth. This move is a technique in the original plot where he absorbs the 8-tailed chakra with his shark muscles and creates a huge water area that can move freely to trap the enemy. At this time, he took advantage of the terrain and sucked up half of the lake's water. Suzuki couldn't help but want to ask Fa Hai to come out of the mountain. He put the bone spear in front of Suzuki, and resisted Kisame's impact for Suzuki, who couldn't use his hands. Because he felt that the gun was a bit evil, Geixier didn't launch a fierce attack for a while, and wanted to wait for the 3 of them to fall into a drowning state before doing it. In short, today is your end. With his back leaning against the favorable location, Kisame showed a confident smile. Retreat. Junmala turned his head and mouthed the meaning, the situation is not right, you can run at any time with Flying Thunder God. After all, Suzuki completed the Sage mode by himself, much faster than Zaire, and his face was already covered with blue and white facial lines. But even with the Immortal mode, it is irrational to fight Kisame in the water, and he lacks the ninjutsu to restrain the water escape and break through the water prison. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Suzuki still shook his head, and mouthed 2 words, bone, close. In the first battle after mastering the fairy mode, he didn't want to end up running away. Junmala immediately understood. Black stripes quickly climbed up his body, and turned on the spell seal mode. The curse seal is also a kind of use of natural energy. Although it is not a complete fairy mode, it is not afraid of Kisame absorbing it. Relying on the soaring chakra of the curse seal state, countless bones protrude from the ground all the way, stabbing the ghost shark in the water. It's useless. Kisame kept dodging by relying on the flexibility of the shark's muscles, and at the same time controlled the water polo to move with him, so as to continue to control the 3 of them. But when he didn't pay attention, he found that Suzuki's chakra suddenly disappeared. Impossible. Kisame was stunned. In the fusion state, he could feel the chakra reaction in the entire water area. In the original plot, even if Kiribi was sprayed with ink, he couldn't escape his perception, but Suzuki's chakra disappeared under his nose. Could he still go to another dimension? While he was looking around, Junmala continued to advance to state 2, and a huge bone spur shot up rapidly. On the surface of the bone spur, a zipper seam opened silently, and Suzuki, who was double accelerated by the Sage mode and the activation of Thunder Cells, burst through the shackles of the water pressure in an instant and kicked towards Kisame. Remember, knights are insoluble in water. 084, I've been watching you. Kamen Rider has a law, no matter what danger you encounter, as long as you jump into the water, you will be able to survive safely. However, if Kamen Rider ran in the wrong direction and ran to the beach, it would be hard to say. During this period of time, Suzuki worked hard to transform the 4 generations of Reikage ninjutsu copied by Sharinan into various kicking techniques, so he also wanted to challenge Kisame in the water. He took advantage of the moment when Kisame was distracted by Junmaro's bone spur combo. He sneaked into the different space inside the bone spur with the ability of his steel chain fingers. It can be seen from the first battle of youth that the space created by the steel chain fingers can be used to drive and move, but at that time Bugarati dived into the ground softened by Sekko and could not avoid his hearing. On the other hand, Suzuki got into the bone spur created by Kimomaru, shortened the distance between Kisame and Kisame, and kicked out violently and accurately, relying on the perception of the Sage mode. Damn it, tell you to hurt innocent teenagers casually. This foot is still angry. The moment Suzuki appeared, Kisame sensed his chakra. Although the distance was too short to dodge, Kisame did not dodge at all, and prepared to repeat the same trick, relying on the impact of the beating to open the distance. Anyway, as long as he is still in the water, he can come and go freely. But Suzuki finally seized this opportunity. How could he escape so easily? Ninjutsu mystery, uchiha embraces and falls. His kick was a change of the deadly scissor kick, inspired by copying the grappling part of Rebo, entangled like an octopus. Just like Jinyan locks the big brother, firmly strangles Geixier's body. Kisame still wanted to struggle for a while, relying on his huge body. A silver flash flashed past, and Junmaro arrived with a flash of the flying thunder god mark on Suzuki, and raised the spear in his hand. Wait, do you want to pierce your teammates? As expected of a ghost shark, it can make sounds even in water. But Suzuki controlled the steel chain fingers, unzipped a zipper on his back, and greeted Junmaro, "Come on, aim here." Junmaro raised his gun and dropped his gun. Geixi finally despaired, and said silently in his heart, "When the utopia without falsehood is built in the future, don't forget my dedication." Then I felt a sharp pain, and the Big Bang water surge was lifted because it could no longer maintain chakra. In the water stains all over the floor, 3 gun points were placed in front of Geixier. He didn't die, and Suzuki didn't say hello to the vitals. And Ghost Shark didn't release shark muscle fusion state. It's not a dream to get words out of my mouth. If you want shark muscles, let me tie the seal to release the transformation. There was a disdainful grin on his shark face. Suzuki said with a cold face, "You don't need seals to cancel the transformation. There are 2 things you want to do: summon the water prison technique and then commit suicide, or use ninjutsu such as blinding eyes to hide yourself in the shark's muscles." Ghost Shark was taken aback. Can you guess this? His plan was to hide in the shark's muscles, and then bet that Suzuki would carry this famous sword with him, scout for information all the way, and then wait for the opportunity to perform a sneak attack. Can you really predict the future, as the intelligence said? Kisame breathed a sigh of relief, cancelled the transformation, and lay powerlessly on the ground. He had relied on perseverance to maintain the fusion of the shark muscles, but now that he truly felt the magic of Suzuki, he felt a little helpless, and his heart was vented. At the same time, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart regarding his utopia. What did Suzuki see in his eyes that could predict the future? Coincidentally, Suzuki said at this moment, "The utopia that the masked man said is a lie." Geixier gritted his teeth, and then his expression gradually calmed down. "Sure enough, everything is false, but I am already desperate for this world, so kill me." For Kisame, a pure ninja, after the mission fails, death is the natural ending. In the world of Naruto, due to the existence of the Pure Land, for some people, death may be easier than life. For example, after Obito died, he was reunited with Lin and received a touching "I've been watching you." Honestly though, Suzuki was disgusted by this ending. Why do you have done bad things for half your life, and you can be cleansed by betraying the water before you die? If he was Lin, he would have slapped him with a big mouth. "You kid killed master and mistress." So, knowing that Kisame wanted to die, Suzuki didn't want him to die so unclearly. Once he came to the Pure Land world, his teammates who were killed by him in the past, and that beautiful girl said to him, "Mr. Kisame, we have been watching you. Your order to kill us all came from the Obito rebellion period, and you still treat him like a little brother. You are really a big fool. Isn't this going to spit out cod liver oil for ghosts?" Therefore, Suzuki declared to him calmly, "Your future is not over yet. There is a girl who sympathized with your hard life before you killed her. You will meet her again." Kisame was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a disdainful expression of a straight man of steel. "It's just a woman, who cares?" Suzuki shrugged and said, "Then you may not know that your immediate boss wants to destroy the world because of a woman." With such an explosive topic, Gishui immediately didn't want to die. How to say? Just like Orikimura's reaction when he learned that all the money he earned was spent on detonating talismans, Kisame also had a feeling of being cheated in his heart, and strongly wanted to know the truth. "If you want to know, just live well, and I will collect evidence to show you soon." Suzuki stabilized it with a word. 3 years ago, even if he took down Loquat Juzang, Suzuki didn't dare to offend Akatsuki to death, and let him go back to send a message to Pain. But with the strength he has now, he dares to directly take the Ghost Shark for his own use. Relying on the continuous flying thunder god, Suzuki sent him back to Otanin village first, and then rushed to the country of Naruto to check Naruto's growth. Anyway, Orikimura and Tsunade, 2 cage-level powerhouses, are researching and perfecting the reincarnation of the dirty soil in Otanin village, and they are not afraid of Kisame's remorse. "Yo, are you here too?" Orikimura looked at the old acquaintance and called him a chicken thief with a smile. Kisame was hooked by Suzuki, full of curiosity and doubts, and asked Orikimura cryptically, "Why did you betray the Akatsuki organization?" Dashawan's face changed when he heard it, and he said indignantly, "They are not worth what I paid." The expression does not seem to be fake. Kisame is even more suspicious of the purpose of Akatsuki's establishment. So he asked more directly, Urakai-san, you are a Konoha ninja, and you know a lot. Do you know, does Uchiha Madara have any beloved women? In fact, he is not sure whether the masked man is Uchiha Madara, but at least Obito is active in this capacity. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, I haven't heard of this, but I can ask the first Hokage. The first generation of Hokage. Kisame was taken aback, are you kidding, didn't he die long ago? Orochimaru turned around without explaining, and decided to confirm this interesting question with the first Hokage if he had the opportunity. 085, Chakra Horse Suzuki admires Kisame very much, but the appreciation is for appreciation, and the shark muscles still have to be kept as protection money. This fish pretending to be a knife is the most practical of the 7 ninja knives. It can not only absorb chakra, but also use chakra to heal the owner. The disadvantage is that they are not very loyal, and they will betray at any time when they meet opponents who are more delicious with chakra. But Suzuki's chakra has the faint scent of 9 tails and 8 tails, and Sharku's is very fascinated by him. Before meeting the serious Jinchuriki, Ki, Suzuki is not worried about its position for the time being. Of course, there may be a reunion with Naruto in the future. Suzuki found Mizuki, a psychic beast trainer, and asked him to provide a psychic storage scroll suitable for creatures, and lock the shark muscle in if necessary. Suzuki is used to using the Flying Thunder God to travel, but Junmuro did not reserve a mark in the country of Nami. Fortunately, according to Mizuki's latest research, Uchiha Nobu's grief pupil power, although due to the consumption last time, is not enough to use against humans, but it is feasible for smaller animals. Mizuki, who intends to create a new species, chooses birds as the experimental subjects. The greatest significance of birds and psychic beasts lies in communication. He has combined the genes of faster speed and stronger endurance to create a bird with excellent long-distance flying ability. Psychic bird. Generally speaking, in terms of physiological structure, it is difficult to have explosive power and endurance at the same time, but relying on the pupil technique of Baifeng has achieved this, and because the source of the body and cells are psychic beasts, they can understand human speech and are good at identify the direction. Suzuki was very satisfied with the bird, and gave it the name of the fastest flying bird Pokemon in Pokemon, by Diao. He asked Junmalu to tie the mark of the Flying Thunder God to Bai Diao's ankle, and then let Bai Diao fly towards the country of waves. On the other hand, he and Junmalu walked slowly, and once the distance between him and Bai Diao was about to exceed the range of Flying Thunder God, he would teleport there. Then, depending on the amount of chakra in Junmalu, decide whether to let Bai Diao continue to fly or rest on the spot to restore chakra. It is easy and fast to travel like this, and his whereabouts are relatively erratic, and it is not easy to be targeted by the Xiao organization and various bounty hunters who covet his million heads. But what Suzuki didn't know was that there was a persistent figure. No matter how he jumped the space, he could chase after him along the direction of travel. At this time, the 7th squad has arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Waves. A pool of seemingly ordinary watermarks appeared on the avenue. When 5 people passed by, Kakashi glanced at the watermark slightly, and then fell at the end of the team. He smelled something strange. The sky is clear and the sun is still a little bit poisonous, the water traces are ghostly. But he didn't point it out, but wanted to test the quality of his students. Sai silently took out the brush and scroll. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was born in Anbi, and his observation ability is very careful. Sakura and Naruto didn't respond at all, their experience and training were too little after all. Therefore, Kakashi decided to simply pretend to be dead, and observe the students' reactions to actual combat. Naruto's brain is not particularly good, and Zyuja is also a single-celled creature of the enhanced type, so it may be difficult for him to find unusual things in the water traces. But Zyuja, who grew up on Whale Island, possesses the sensitivity of the 5 senses that ordinary people cannot match. The synchronization given to him by Suzuki just stimulated the sensory physique of the Uzumaki clan in his body. The moment the 2 killers appeared, he felt to the breath of the enemy. Since Suzuki left, Naruto has become the unsuspecting champion of the same grade. Due to the huge gap in strength, gradually the students of the same grade gave up challenging him, and the fruitless experience of trying to challenge Elder Konoha for many years made Naruto hold back his energy and wanted to let go of his hands and feet to fight. Even Sai, who had already drawn the ink beast, was a step behind him. Sai is still too young to summon fake paintings of super beasts such as man-giant birds and fierce tigers, so he drew 2 horses known for their speed, and they voluntarily crashed into the comeback chains to help Naruto relieve the pressure. The Super Beast fake painting is a B-level ninjutsu, and the horse it summons is quite a steed. In addition, once the prey is captured by the hand strength of this chain, it will be automatically bound. For a while, the 2 killers can only throw it away. This pair of killers is Kirigakuru's Chunin Oanai brothers. I thought that Konoha Kaminobu was dealt with, and the remaining 3 ninja were nothing to be afraid of, but I didn't expect that the opponent could use chakra to transform a horse. It's really terrifying. You can't stay here. Although the 2 had lost their chains, they still had a pair of steel claws on their palms, and they were covered with poison. So they had to cover their faces, lest they couldn't help but lick it when their villainous temperament was on top. They saw that Naruto looked naive, and the enemy was still sideways, as if he was holding something. Feeling that it was contempt for him, he raised a pair of poisonous claws and killed him fiercely. Then, they heard Naruto's voice. It started with rock, paper, scissors. You still think about guessing fists when you are about to die? Isn't Konoha's kid too naive? The ghost brother laughed wildly and swung the steel claws, and then he saw the real chakra impact, issued by Naruto's open palm with 5 fingers. Unlike in the original plot, after Zyuja mastered the guessing boxing game, the rich and evil infinitely closed the issue. Naruto has been in contact with the guessing boxing game for 6 years. Not only has he mastered all the rock paper scissors, but his shooting speed is also much faster. Even though guessing boxing bulletin represents the release of the cannon that Zyuja is not good at, under the urging of Naruto's huge amount of chakra, the momentum is not inferior to many B-level ninjutsu. What is this? The ghost brothers were both blown away and lay paralyzed on the ground. And Naruto looked at his open palm with satisfaction. I used to use stones to fight with Sasuke, but now it seems that 5 fingers are also good. Come out, Kakashi-sensei. He yelled in another direction. A certain salted fish showed up stroking his white hair and said, not bad, Naruto. Besides his positive strength, his perception is also so strong. Naruto did not get carried away after hearing a few words of praise like in the original plot, but sighed silently. It would be great if I could sense where Sasuke is. Adding icing on the cake is not as good as giving charcoal in the snow. Naruto clearly remembers how he treated his best friend when he was squeezed out before the age of 6. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I have a feeling that Sasuke will be back soon. Really? Both Naruto and Sakura raised their heads. Kakashi, on the other hand, sold out the mystery, signaling to end this topic. His confidence comes from learning illusions with Itachi and knowing one of his kaleidoscope abilities, super wide range designated tracking. 086, perfect misunderstanding from the wet bone forest to Yinin village, and then to the land of waves. Uchiha Itachi followed Sasuke all the way. Although the latter used Flying Thunder God to move in a large range, Itachi never lost his direction. The reason is very simple. In the eyes of the crow he sent to the wet bone forest to deliver the letter, he sealed his kaleidoscope pupil technique with a transfer seal. Sharingan is the eye of spiritual reflection, and the ability of kaleidoscope comes from the wish of the holder. When Itachi awakened the kaleidoscope, his greatest wish was to find Sasuke, so the pupil technique of his right eye was tracking. As long as the target is reflected in the kaleidoscope of one's right eye, and the imprint spell is left, the position of the other party can be sensed from a super long distance. Although it is not a lethal pupil technique, it is the embodiment of Itachi's wish, and it has a wide range of uses. From the first moment the messenger crow saw Sasuke, Itachi began to track the latter. Why is Sasuke's whereabouts so erratic, as if he has mastered some kind of space ninjutsu? Although it is very difficult to race against Flying Thunder God with legs, Itachi continues to catch up, driven by the flaming soul of brother control. As for Sasuke's route, it was all decided by Diao, and when Junmaro's chakra was insufficient, he stopped to rest. When teleported to an unknown location, Junmaro began to rest again, and Sasuke, bored, also began to exercise the immortal mode. Soon after entering the fairy mode, he felt that his senses soared, and he could easily capture all the movements around him. Okay, Sasuke sensed a huge chakra reaction. Even compared to the 9-spirited Junmaro beside him, it was not much different. Around that huge group of chakras, there is one slightly weaker chakra source and 2 weaker chakra sources. Sasuke suddenly became curious, and used the speed of the immortal mode to catch up. After arriving at the place, Sasuke found a high bunker to observe secretly. With his skill, ordinary people can't find it. I saw a very common 4-person team below, consisting of an elderly ninja and 3 young people. In terms of structure, it should be the teacher of the upper ninja and 3 disciples of the lower ninja. Judging from the forehead protection, they came from Kain village, and what attracted Sasuke's attention the most was the red hair of one of the women, Genin. I didn't expect to see you here. Is this fate? Not only the red hair, but the ninja also wore a pair of glasses that Sasuke was familiar with. There are many characters with tragic identities in Hokage, and Uzumaki Kafas can be ranked among them. In the infinite monthly reading, most people's dreams are quite satisfactory. Only Xianlin ended up dreaming that he died in Sasuke's arms. The humbleness makes people feel distressed. Her misfortune stems from the special physique of the Uzumaki family. As long as the injured person bites Xianlin's skin, she can gain strength from the sister juice and restore physical strength to heal the injury. Although Kain village took in Xianlin's mother and daughter who were displaced due to the demise of Uzumaki, they only used them as walking medical kits. Xianlin's mother was bitten to death in the hospital because of a tragic war with too many casualties. As the Uzumaki clan with tenacious vitality, it can be described as how painful it is to be bitten to death. And Xianglin, who witnessed his mother's bruised corpse, also guessed his future fate. At this moment, although Suzuki already has shark muscles to heal his wounds, there is no need to shout, "Karen, save me," but he understands that this girl needs to be saved. Although it seems that she is performing field missions as a ninja, the Grass Ninja Village does not regard her as one of its own at all. The original plan was to use her as a medical kit to temporarily participate in this year's ninja exam to win glory for the village. Right now, they are cultivating tacit understanding. But cultivation is cultivation. What the hell are you asking people to roll up their sleeves and talk about it? Won't you bandage yourself for a minor injury? How much food do people eat in your village? Suzuki couldn't bear it immediately, and wanted to take Xionlin away. However, although Kangen Village is not as good as the 5 great ninja villages, it also has the largest prison in the whole ninja world, the background of Ghost Lantern City, and it still has some international status. It seems that it is easy to cause international disputes by directly robbing people in this way, so Suzuki decided to use the transformation technique to grab it. He quickly made seals, and immediately increased his height by a few points, and then turned into a swirling mask on his face, only revealing a Sharingan. It just so happened that he also captured Gaizami's Shanyun uniform. In order to pursue excitement and verisimilitude, he will carry it through to the end. He put on the ghost shark's clothes from the psychic scroll, and then appeared in a righteous and majestic image. Who? It turned out to be the Akatsuki organization. Kusakashi Jamanin was well informed and recognized the uniform. Suzuki gave a thumbs up in his heart. What a vision. It happened that Obito was also keen on helping the old lady before he became black, so he would use his name to do good deeds. Guys, am I doing the right thing? The girl's lineage seems very interesting. He rushed up directly, but Cao Yinshangaran saw that he was attacking fiercely, so he had no moral integrity to let the 2 male disciples step forward to block first. Suzuki was about to fix everything, so he slapped each of them, knocking out a few teeth. Damn, you told you to bite innocent girls casually? And that Kusanagi Jamanin stretched out his palm, condensing a flame. Suzuki shuddered slightly. He recognized this move, the fire dungeon sky prison of the Lord Wuvai of Ghost Lamp City. It can inject the chakra-bound flame into the prisoner's body, making it impossible to condense chakra to perform ninjutsu. If you try to escape, the heavenly prison mantra will turn into chains of flames and burn your body. Also, if you leave the caster too far away, you will be burned to death. It will not be effective unless the caster dies or falls into the water. Just as Suzuki wanted to guard against this move, the Jonin waved his palm and slapped Xionlin, who had already been implanted with a spell after the latter exclaimed, "Do you want to destroy it because you are afraid of falling into the hands of others?" Suzuki felt a tinge of anger in his heart. You guys are no longer human. This Shangran is Wuvai's clansman, named Wake, and it was he who ordered Xionlin's mother to be taken away back then. Xionlin dreamed of dying with him in Infinite Moon reading, which shows the depth of hatred. Now, he was worried that Xionlin's physique falling into the hands of the enemy would be detrimental to the village, so he started the self-destruct procedure first. If you don't understand this trick, Suzuki may also be affected after taking Xionlin away for a certain distance. Suzuki was really angry this time anyway. He was leading a team of Jonin, but this guy completely regarded Xionlin as an item. He could have easily killed Waki and dispelled the spell, but doing so seemed a little sorry for Xionlin's mother's death. He projected a sword at random, and within a few fights, Waki collapsed with wounds all over his body. The other 2 ninjas also fled in fright, because you are not benevolent and I am not righteous anyway. Even though he was young, Suzuki didn't care about them. But Suzuki would not let him die too happily, the source of pain for this Jonin Kofos. Under the induction of the fairy mode, Suzuki noticed an ant nest nearby. He caught dozens of them and threw them on Waka's wound. Then he clasped his hands together and tied them with wooden traps to prevent them from escaping. Feel being bitten, you will die slowly. Suzuki estimated the injury, and declared coldly. He also doesn't like torture, but this method of death is already very benevolent compared to Xionlin's mother, who can only die after being tortured for 10-minutes. As for the fire dungeon and sky prison on Xionlin, Suzuki has other methods. He projects a large black rod. This is the product of the master's imitation of Mount Miyamu, with her own runes added, and the effect is even better than that of Fukazaku Immortal. In addition to petrification, it can also dispel most of the magical states. Seeing the assistant approaching him with a black stick, Xianglin himself made a dodging movement. This child has been abused too many times. This is for your treatment. Suzuki declared lightly, and knocked himself a note, saying that this thing doesn't hurt at all. The 2 left quickly. 10 minutes later, a man who also had Sharingan appeared in the field with a puzzled expression. He is Itaki Uchiha, and not long ago, he completely lost Suzuki's coordinate information. My pupil technique has been cracked? He searched repeatedly at the last stop of the coordinates, and then saw a dying man bound by a thick tree trunk. Have you seen a boy who looks like me? Itaka drew his knife and wanted to cut off the tree trunk, but found that it took a lot of effort to cut it, and it seemed to be a better muton than Yamato. After finally releasing Wuchi, and stuffing a military ration pill in his mouth, the latter finally had the strength to speak. With incomparable hatred, Uchi complained with the last of his strength, he is a devil. He wears a whirlpool mask, has sharing eyes, comes from the Akatsuki organization, and is ruthless. You must avenge me. A series of messages shocked Itaka's heart. After the Danzo incident, the Uchiha clan lived peacefully in Konoha, and the member of Sharinan who spread outside could only be Suzuki. He actually joined the Xiao organization and tortured his opponents so ruthlessly. Don't you want to be a partner of justice? Waka begged Itaka to kill him, and Itaki ended his suffering with a knife. A wave of anger burned in Itaka's heart. Even if he lost the clues of Suzuki's whereabouts for some reason, he also gained important information such as Suzuki wearing a whirlpool mask and mastering time-space ninjutsu and wouldn't escape. He swore that he would find his younger brother with his own hands, and then use the pupil technique of his left eye to make Suzuki change his ways. 087, Konoha ninja with wrong painting style. That guy Heiju is really good at calling people. Uchiha Obito walks on the familiar land of water country. Although he is already familiar with the road, he actually doesn't want to return to this country. The costumes of the Mist Ninja always remind him of the girl who died under Mist Hire's conspiracy. But he couldn't refuse Heize. After all, there was Uchiha Madara's seal in his heart. And according to the information passed by Z, Kisame was simply defeated by Suzuki and Hire Shen Ninja. Instead of fighting with this duo, Obito still felt that the task of controlling the daimyo was easier. While using Kamui's ambiguity ability to pass through the confidential area of the Land of Water, Obito suddenly yawned for no reason. Well, who is thinking about me? Obito himself sneered, shaking his head to dismiss this ridiculous idea. His name has been forgotten by this world. Although the Uchiha clan has not perished, except for the old grandmother who raised him since childhood but has passed away for many years, Obito does not think he has the concept of family or clan. In fact, due to the incompatibility between the character and the traditional Uchiha, and the talent was not outstanding when he was still in Konoha, Obito did not feel much family affection in the Uchiha clan. So in the original plot, he did not hesitate to kill almost all the clansmen together with Itaki Uchiha. Only the white-haired guy was always thinking about himself. Every time Obito squatted near his grave, he could hear this kid rambling a lot. Even the news of the teacher's wife giving birth was eavesdropped in this way. Kakashi is indeed the villain who leaked the information. But no matter how deep the bond between the two is, Obito can't forgive him for not protecting Lin well. By the way, he also hated Namikaze Minato together. Your old man is so fast, why don't you put a mark of Flying Thunder God on your apprentices, come to rescue at any time of crisis? Obito, who is complaining, doesn't know he really has a Flying Thunder God mark on him, and there is also a stalking ninja, who has been eyeing him for some inexplicable reason. At this time, a certain white hair who was being blamed was facing the client Dasna, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I want to confirm one thing. You didn't tell us in advance that we would be attacked by ninjas. This seems to be beyond the scope of the sea-level mission. Dasna lowered his head. Maybe you have something to hide, but this is not an excuse to lie about the nature of the mission. Since the level of the mission has exceeded the ability of Genin, considering the safety of my subordinates, we have the right to refuse this commission. Kakashi had a business-like tone. Because of his father's suicide, he was very picky about the principle of the task. It may be a bit reluctant for you, but there is a very scary guy who wants my life. He chattered and began to sell miserably. In fact, before Dasna went out, the fathers and folks of the Baji country raised enough money for him to entrust the ninja, but the old drunkard spent a lot of money on the wine along the way. He heard that the Konoha ninja always talked, so he wanted to sell and mess around, but he didn't expect to meet the most business-like Kakashi. According to the original plot, Naruto would be ashamed to scratch himself with kunao because he wanted to prove himself, and vowed to carry out this mission to the end. But Naruto in this timeline doesn't need to prove himself anymore, and Zayaja's personality is also synchronized in his body. Zayaja grew up in the forest, and his view of good and evil is different from most people. His principle is very simple: as long as he is my friend, it doesn't matter if he is a killer with blood on his hands, even if it's a bomber who does all kinds of evil, as long as he doesn't kill my friend, it's not a big deal, but if you kill someone close to me, the ashes will have to be thrown to you too. This kind of value has made Zayaja often scolded for double standards, but the essence of human beings is actually double standards. But Zayaja has not received normal education, and his performance is more obvious. It is certainly an advantage to treat people equally, but it is human nature to treat people differently, and there is no need to criticize them. Naruto's thought at this moment is very simple: if there is no entrustment contract, instead of risking to help Dasna, according to Kakashi's statement, first ensure the safety of his companions. Without your protection, I would really die. The Kingdom of Waves is just a small country, and I don't have that much money, so I can't help it. But if I die, my lovely 10-year-old grandson and my daughter will, with resentment towards the Konoha ninja, I will spend the rest of my life alone. Dasna's misfortune is also out of sincerity. Kakashi's subordinates, who are obviously as strong as monsters, are actually worried about them. He also completely forgot that he concealed the difficulty of the task first. If everyone followed his example, the mission system of Ninja Village would have collapsed long ago. The most important thing is that lying about the difficulty of the task is also a joke about the life of the ninja. In the original plot, the 7th class is such a powerful configuration, even if it is not cut in white, it will almost kill Sasuke. If it is another class, it is likely to appear more serious casualties. Kakashi was actually a little moved by Dasna, but Sai's character was very serious. Although he was educated by normal people for several years after being transferred out of Umbu, he still liked to tell the truth. Uncle Dasna, he replied calmly, if that Kato is really as terrifying as you said, he should kill your daughter and grandson together. The whole family should not feel lonely. Although Naruto had some sympathy for Dasna, he didn't like this uncle very much because he was drunk when they met and had a snobbish eye for their strength. Moreover, according to the concept of intimacy, if continuing to carry out the mission would put Xiao Sakura, who was so valued by him, at risk, then he would not really want to make a move. In the final analysis, Dasna is an adult, and he should be responsible for his drinking mistakes. The 7th Squad's abandonment of the mission is completely in line with the procedure. If he is kidnapped by him morally and continues to perform the mission, he will face great risks. That's not the point. Dasna was confused. Why is this Konoha ninja different from the legend? At this moment, although it was not a beheading sword, it could be regarded as a powerful and heavy sword, spinning in the air and rushing towards the 5 people. Everyone, get down! Kakashi yelled. Although Naruto was obedient and did as he was told, his beast-like intuition immediately judged where the big sword fell. The big knife struck the tree trunk, and at the same time, a figure in the wood shot out like a sharp arrow, and landed steadily on the handle of the knife, looking very chic. This is Zabuzan's unique way of pretending to be aggressive, and he was about to cast a cold look. But he found that a cannon was flying towards him precisely. Why don't you just start doing it without talking about the scene? I'm a little confused if I don't cut it anymore. 088 If I don't behead, I want face. Buzan had also dealt with Konoha ninjas in the past, and his impression of them was that they always had to say a few words before the fight. But this little ghost is surprisingly reckless, and his moves are quite weird, and he is radiating waves towards himself. In fact, if it wasn't for Kakashi's immediate order to bow his head, Naruto even wanted to concentrate his huge amount of chakra on his eyes and arms with the use of his mind ability, and try to see if he could easily catch the flying chakra. Take it away with a big knife. At that time, if you fail to pretend to be forceful and jump out, you will find that you have no foothold. The scene must be very embarrassing. If you don't cut this trip, it's because of face. According to the original plot, he should have only acted when the group rushed to the Kingdom of Waves after the Ghost Brothers failed. But due to the chain reaction caused by Sasuke, Konoha's reputation is louder than the original plot. Kato is cautious and plans to hire more ninjas. And after Kakuzu failed to hunt Sasuke, he wanted to make a few big deals to make up for the loss, so he just bumped into Zabuzan's job. Moreover, since Zabuzan did not become a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their reputation is much worse than that of the Akatsuki organization, and Kato obviously pays more attention to pleasing the undead duo. This made Zabuzan feel very humiliated, and he dispatched ahead of time, preparing to complete the task first and prove his name as the Ghost of Wien. But maybe it was too much face, his way of appearance just gave Naruto a chance to guess and accumulate strength. The violent chakra recited the cannon, flying towards him like a cannonball. Even if he could avoid it with his body, it would smash the big knife he used to eat, scaring him to make a seal quickly. Water escape. Water surges. The ninjas who used the knives of Kirigakure are all honest people with a strict eye for seal. No matter how hard it is to complete the ninjutsu in time, the huge water flow that swirls and rushes collides with Naruto's nostalgic cannon, and they collide with each other in a violent wave explosion. Offset. Even more wind pressure escaped from Naruto's Neon cannon, whistling against Zabuza's body. What's the background of this kid? He looks like a ninja, but he can beat my Shuodan in a ninjutsu duel? If you don't chop again, you will be secretly shocked. Although he just issued this move in a hurry, but he is the well-known Jonin of Kirigakure. But even if Naruto knew his identity, he would not be complacent. He aimed at Elder Konoha, and since he was 6 years old, he has been frantically practicing his mind ability with already terrifying perseverance. Sasuke was already blood and Danzo at the age of 6, so even if he wins a Jonin, it is not too much to celebrate. Although he didn't intend to help Dasna, the other party killed him right under his nose. Naruto had no choice but to shout, Sakura, Sai, don't make a move, this guy seems to be quite strong. And the well-informed Kakashi, who has already recognized Zabuza's identity, said to Naruto rather speechlessly, hey, that guy is Kirigakure Ghost, Zabuza, Naruto, you also stand back. He took off the blindfold, revealing Sharingan, and concentrated on getting ready for battle. Due to the pressure brought by guiding Naruto and Itaka's guidance, Kakashi at this time is stronger than the original plot. Sakura was indeed terrified by Zabuza's murderous aura, the murderous aura released by Zabuza, but even Sasuke, who was called a genius in the original plot, was so frightened that he almost didn't dare to move. But not only Naruto is not afraid, but also a little excited. Sai, who had seen the big scene at the root, also started to draw with a calm face. Hey, let me tell you, don't you take me too seriously? It's really a bit embarrassing if you don't cut it anymore. He just lost face with Kaduo and wanted to prove his strength, but in the end he only frightened a female ninja, and the other two young men wanted to compete with him. Gritting your teeth again, you guys really haven't seen the Wii and Ghost, let you know what a black hand is today. Water escape water Dragon Ball technique. With anger in his hands, he summoned a huge water dragon behind him. This time, the chakra savings were in place, and when Bullet and Zanman thought he could see the expression of fear on the face of the boy opposite, Kakashi did the same. Printing action. It wasn't just him, the three men from Class Dash made moves at the same time. Kakashi, water escape, water Dragon Ball technique. Sai, ninja Molyu. Naruto, guess the boxing stone. Sakura, 666. As a result, I felt like I was being beaten by a group. You know, Zebuzan was the ruthless person who killed all the more than 100 candidates in the same grade in the graduation exam, and succeeded in eating chicken. In that massacre, no matter how much he didn't kill him, he didn't feel weak, but today he felt extremely difficult. To be honest, it is not unfair, not to mention Kakashi who was stronger than him. Naruto was inspired by Sasuke to guide his talent ahead of time. In the original Ninja World War, C was also a good seed to seal many strong men such as the Art Duo, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and so on. The three of them worked together, and if they didn't chop again, they were quickly beaten up and got a lot of ninjutsu. The knife was also broken, and the person was injured, so he could only run away while vomiting blood while using the technique of concealing the fog. And Kakashi signaled Naruto Kakamojui, this guy is Kirigakure Jonin, you guys have performed very well today, protect Sakura and Uncle Dazna. Naruto nodded, and suddenly felt that this task was not too dangerous, so he shouted at Zebuzan who was running, Uncle without eyebrows. Are you Kato's strongest subordinate? Although Zebuzan is very embarrassed, he still thinks, it's not that I'm not strong enough, but these people are too weird. No wonder Konoha has such a reputation recently, and the people from Akatsuki's organization will not be any better. So he bit the bullet and shouted back, I am not Kaduo's subordinate. His subordinates are not stronger than me. Then he walked away under Bai's support. Naruto nodded, turned his head to Dazna and said with a smile, Uncle, we have completed the task, right? Shocked by the murderous intent of not cutting any more, Dazna, who had lingering fears in his heart, took a few breaths, and then said nervously, I said with your skills, there will be no danger, right? From now on, you just need to watch over me and make a good job. Just the bridge. Kakashi thought for a while, no more killing, he is already the top rebel in this coastal area. If he is beaten away, it should be fine to continue this mission. After making such a happy decision, Sai, who was the most procedural, reminded Dazna in time, you'd better pay the price difference between the C-level task and the B-level task. The group continued to march towards the land of waves, but Kakashi, who was acting cautiously, did not expect that Kato had a pair of masters under his command. 089, help me up. Karen followed behind Suzuki and Komuro contentedly. Living in the shadow of Kaien village since she was a child, her biggest wish is to let Waki die. Secondly, as a hidden slut, at this age, she naturally likes handsome guys, and in her dreams, she hopes that there will be a handsome and powerful brave man who will rescue herself from the sea of suffering. Unexpectedly, on the same day, both of her wishes came true. Waki will die after experiencing the same pain as his mother. At first glance, the person who rescued him was an adult man wearing a funny whirlpool mask, but after the transformation was lifted, he turned out to be a beautiful boy of his own age. Of course, Xionlin fell in love with Suzuki again. After all, Suzuki took the initiative to rescue her from the clutches of the clutches in this life, which is more impressive than accidentally saving her from the bear's paw during the Zongnin exam in the original plot. Because it was Suzuki who took the initiative to save people, Xionlin couldn't help but fantasize, he didn't know my special physique, but he rescued me without hesitation. Could it be that he fell in love with me? Thinking of this, the miserable girl couldn't help but blushed, and couldn't believe that her life would be so peaceful. But the more ill-fated the African chief, the easier it is to fall into the illusion that the time will turn around. Xionlin began to fantasize, although she is not a big beauty, she is still cute. Ninja is a very difficult and lonely profession. What if the two of them don't have high-quality girls around them? Speaking of which, the two people looked at him very kindly. At this time, Karen still doesn't know that Suzuki sees her kindly because he knows his character, and Junmuro sees her kindly because he has a good impression of the girl with red hair. Xionlin was just a young girl who fell into the three major illusions of life. He likes me. Unknowingly, dizzy came to her head and couldn't help making a whimpering sound. The voice reached Suzuki's ears, and he thought she was not feeling well. It just so happened that he also wanted to ask his master a question, so he bit his finger and began to make seals, ninjutsu spiritualism. At first, Xionlin felt Suzuki's caring eyes and felt better about herself, but after a puff of smoke passed, her eyes stared straight. I saw a purple-haired beautiful girl with a glamorous temperament, whose appearance and figure were astonishingly heavenly, standing next to Sasuke. No matter in appearance or aura, Kaorin, who was still just a little girl, felt ashamed. Kaon Village didn't train Xianlin as a ninja very much. She had never seen psychic skills, but she only felt that this big sister who appeared suddenly seemed very familiar with Sasuke. Sasuke quickly asked the master to treat Xianlin, who had accumulated a lot of injuries. Although the amount of milk was added to his body, Xianlin was ashamed, as if he had been poisoned by the legendary poison milk. I'm so stupid, really. I expected them to fall in love with me at first sight without seeing a real beauty, but I just casually called out a beauty I've never seen in my life. Sasuke didn't notice Xianlin's broken mood. He just took out the black stick that his master gave him, and asked casually, "Teacher, can the runes on this iron stick eliminate all abnormal states?" The master is such a smart person, he directly asked, "What kind of situation do you want to use to deal with? First tell me and listen." So, Sasuke began to ask tentatively, "I know there is a ninja who has an immortal body. As long as you get the blood of the enemy, you can drag the opponent into a curse that suffers the same damage as yourself. Can you break this curse?" Mentioning the body of immortality, the master shuddered slightly, took the black stick and said, "It sounds like some kind of evil power. I will try my best to integrate the power to break the curse into this iron stick." Scathatch has spent her life battling curses and undead creatures, and Sasuke trusts her talents in this area. But if it's dealing with Haiden, he also has many other methods. What Sasuke really wants to crack is another situation. One more thing, if a person is planted with a symbol of control in his heart, is there a way to eliminate it? Sasuke knew that Uchiha Madara had this backhand, and wanted to take precautions in advance. The master frowned slightly. Uchiha Madara's talisman is actually very scary. People who have been hit by this trick can't even commit suicide. They can only be used as his pawns. Most of them have mastered advanced ninjutsu after they have the eyes of reincarnation. Since what Sasuke needs is a mentor, what he synchronizes with the slug is the personality of the gun-level master in the game. The power of the runes is somewhat limited by the rank, and there is no guarantee that it will be cracked for a while. He just promised that Sasuke will do your best to transform the black stick. Sasuke is not in a hurry for the time being, anyway. He hasn't started a full-scale war with the Akatsuki organization yet. Moreover, if you want to pursue the omnipotent purification power, the caster Medea, who has the treasure of Wanfu Binjing breaking precepts, also has the same voice actor role in Naruto. After letting the master temporarily return to the wet bone forest, Junmaro's chakra recovered similarly. The last time the Flying Thunder God technique aimed at Baidio directly brought the three of them to the territory of the Land of Wave. Just when Xianlin was amazed by the magic of time and space ninjutsu, Sasuke said to her, "Are you a perception ninja?" Xianlin nodded subconsciously. Although she didn't know why Sasuke understood her ability, she was willing to use it for Sasuke. In other words, he has the consciousness of being a tool person. If you find an individual with a particularly large number of chakras, please tell me the direction. Sasuke is still not sure about the current strength of Class Dash, whether he can defeat Zebuzan and Shiro unscathed, so he wants to find the trace of Naruto first. The three walked all the way, and Xianlin quickly issued a reminder. There are not many ninjas in a small country like Nami country, so Sasuke chased him in the direction indicated by Kaorin without asking any further questions. But what he didn't expect was that a tall, ruthless man and a boy who was more beautiful than a woman appeared in his eyes very soon. Xianlin has never seen Jinzuriki. In her opinion, the amount of chakra at the Jonin level is already very high. Even though I lost very easily against Class Dash, I still feel a little unwilling to cut it again. It's all because the sword is too ordinary, and it breaks when touched. If I can hold one of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, maybe there are odds. But right now, he could only lie on the ground and let by freeze his wounds. At this moment, Zebuzan heard a sound of wind, a big knife was spinning and flying, and chopped on a tree trunk, and then Sasuke stepped on the handle of the knife to enter the stage, perfectly copying Zebuzan's debut action. This is the beheading sword? As a Vunin and a lover of swords, Zebuzan has heard of this ninja sword in countless legends, but it is a pity that he was taken away by Pipa Juzang, who is also a traitor. Sasuke looked at Zebuzan's jealous eyes very satisfied, and took out another psychic scroll by the way, and carried out the shark muscle. The eyes of Zebuzan became even hotter, and he said in a difficult dialogue, "Help me up, I can still fight." 090 Old thing, your stand-in is the most useful. Group 4887499799. No matter how stubborn he thinks, the reason why he can't beat the 7th class is not because of his own strength, but because those young ninjas in Konoha are too talented. Well, it must be the kind of genius that can only appear one in a million people. There is nothing wrong with this sentence. In Hunter, Zyuja was originally said to have a talent that can only appear once in tens of millions. And Naruto is actually the same, with terrifying talents hidden under his one-sided appearance. Sasuke seemed to be about the same age as Naruto. From Zebuzan's point of view, it was impossible for him to be so unlucky to meet such a young genius who could defeat him, right? Genius is not Chinese cabbage, How could it be everywhere? The ninja knife in his hand, first of all, does not know whether it is real or not. Even if it is real, it may be obtained by chance. If this is possible. Hey, I'm really lucky. Is this the only way to survive a catastrophe? So, Zebuzan stood up vigorously with Bai's support. Then I started to make seals. Although I was injured all over, it was still no problem to perform ninjutsu. Suzuki frowned when he saw it. You're so hurt, you're slower than Kisame, you still want to compete with me? He clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, "Mu dun mo shafu." The uncut seal stopped abruptly, and the body was also strangled by the thick wooden sticks. It can be seen from the heart image of Unlimited Sword System that it is a beach. Suzuki is a person who likes to see other people's jealous expressions. There are not many entertainment methods in the ninja world. Suzuki can only find some fun for himself. So he wanted to show his ninja sword in front of Zebuzan, and also imitate his appearance. To deal with Yunin who likes seals, it is most pleasant to use Mudun who shouts something. And Sweji Ninja Bai's technique was very fast, quickly creating a wall of ice around him. But the ice wall only lasted for a moment. With Suzuki's current chakra level and mastery of ninjutsu, when the wooden strips tightened, the ice wall was shattered, and Shiro was restrained. Zabulat-Injan finally completely admits to failure, and realizes that he has indeed suffered a lot of bad luck today. Suzuki's silent killing usually gives the opponent the strength to speak, and then said with a stern expression, "Although I don't know you, but I have too many enemies. If you are also here to seek revenge, let this boy go. I have never killed anyone who has nothing to do with me, so it has nothing to do with your grievances. I am not lying anymore. I was originally an extremely kind person, and after killing everyone at the scene because of his parents killing each other and the power of the blood following the limit, he tried his best to avoid killing. Although it is inevitable to fight with others if you follow him, but even if you make a move, you can do it without hurting others. Otherwise, Suzuki and Naruto in the original plot may both receive lunch under his hands, and the finale will be premature. A man's words are good when he is about to die, and he finally resigned to his fate under repeated blows, only wanting to save Bai's life. And Shiro was going to have a monologue of "kill me if you want to kill me." Suzuki was tired of watching it, and asked Zebuzan, "Look at your injuries, have you ever fought against the copy ninja Kakashi?" He was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. At this point, there is no need for him to lie. Suzuki glanced at the wounds all over Zebuku's body with satisfaction, and continued to ask, "Aren't they injured? You'd better be honest. When I think of those guys, I will be full of anger if I don't kill them, and I will say, they are very good." Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief, and then, in the tone of Brother G, he threatened viciously, "Listen, don't continue to trouble them. If they have any good or bad, I will find you right away." His threat is not just talking about it, it's just asking Jun Malu to mark it with the mark of the Flying Thunder God. "If I don't chop again, I almost vomit blood from anger, the ghost will continue to trouble those monsters." Just as he was about to agree, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he said to Suzuki, "I won't continue to hunt them down, but my employer has hired other masters, and if they die in the hands of others, it's none of my business." The other masters under Cardo? The Akatsuki organization is dispatched in pairs, and the 7th squad is now taking the lead to fight a pair of S-rank rebels? And the worst thing is that he doesn't know the current position of the 7th squad, and the distance between the members of the Akatsuki organization and them. While he was worrying, his eyes suddenly glanced at Zeibuku's face, and then he suddenly had an idea. He dug into the psychic scroll, but fortunately, out of the habit of his previous life, Suzuki would carry a camera with him in addition to the tape recorder every time he went out. Well, it is relatively high-end, the kind that costs 3 taels each. Immediately, he patted Zebuzan on the shoulder, and activated the synchronization ability. The voice actor of this character is Ishizuka Unsho, and the selected synchronization personality is Joseph Joestar. In terms of finding someone suffering from Alzheimer's disease, finding his son to be Angelo's former ER Chiao is definitely a good hand. Originally, with his personality and self-esteem, he would never talk nonsense after losing, but a kind of old hooligan's unyielding nature suddenly brewed in his body, and he couldn't help uttering "shit." Bai was taken aback for a moment. He had never heard Mr. Zebuzan speak English before. Seeing that the synchronization was successful, Suzuki became even more vigilant. With ER Chiao's IQ, it's normal for him to play tricks on himself. He released the wooden trap on Bai's body, grabbed him in his hands, and even wanted to say win-win-win to threaten not to kill him again. Damn it! Let him go! If it wasn't for the fear of angering Suzuki, he would have wanted to say "Don't eat sour radishes, then you first gather the thorns behind you." Suzuki opened Sharingan, and saw through his small movements at a glance. As expected of the Akatsuki organization, "You can actually see through me. What is this thing called?" Zabulat-Injan really felt that from just now. His thinking speed has not only been much faster, but he has also mastered a power that can be activated even if the main body is tied up. Suzuki also didn't expect that he had to strengthen his mental energy several times before awakening the substitute, and then he would master the usage so quickly. I don't know whether it should be said that the old man is too smart, or the purple of the hermit is too weak as a substitute. He put the camera in front of Zabuza. Listen, the correct way to use this thing is to smash the camera and read it. Help me find out the location of Kakashi and the member of the Akatsuki organization, and I will let it go, you. He added, don't play tricks, because I am also a stand-in messenger. With the steel chain fingers appearing behind Sasuke, Zabuza finally understood the name of this power. 091, familiar with emotional intelligence, Sasuke decided to read and write to Kakashi. After all, Jonin is more sensitive, and now he will be the first to respond when he is in danger. After Zabuza smashed the camera, in the photo written by Zion the Hermit, a white-haired uncle can be seen watching Intimate Heaven. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. I was in the mood to flip through the little H book. It seems that people are all right. The background of the photo is also brighter, and it can be clearly seen that it is near the construction site. Sasuke summoned by Diao, who was coming and going like a wind, and asked him to remember and go to search. It stands to reason that there is no need to chop now, but he was lost in thought after being freed from the shackles of the wooden escape. What are you thinking? Don't behead mister. As the person most familiar with Zabuza, I felt that his temperament suddenly became a little strange. From just now, he has changed from a cold killer to an old urchin. Now, although he is serious again, there is a compassion in his eyes that he has never seen before. It's just that Bai doesn't hate this kind of change. I didn't feel it before, but now that I think about it, Kaduo is really a complete scumbag. Zabuza suddenly started talking to himself. Okay? Although Bai also agrees with this sentence, it is still a bit weird to say it from Mr. Zabujan's mouth. After all, he was an assassin hired by Kaduo not long ago. Sasuke is not surprised at all. After all, the protagonists of the first 6 JoJo series have a very strong sense of justice. Zabuza said to him, are you Konoha Ninja's companion? If you want to protect the bridge builder, count me in. The people who dare to resist the power, in my opinion, the people of the Wave Country have the golden spirit. At this time, Zabuza's eyes shone with righteous light. After all, he himself was not a pure murderer. If you just enjoy the blood, you can help Yagura under the control, but if you don't want to kill but try to start a coup through assassination, you are still a radical National Salvation Party. Under the synchronization of Chiao's thinking as a real estate tycoon, he actually gave birth to the wonderful thinking of developing national industry and saving the country through industry. But before that, Zabuza decided to take care of the injustice of the kingdom of Bo and redeem his past sins. Although Sasuke really wanted to complain, I don't know if the people of the country of waves have a golden spirit, but Dazna, a drunkard who has pocketed his own money, is not a good person. But he still took Zabuza and Shiro with him very simply, and the group headed towards the coastline of the Kingdom of Waves. But at this time, Class Dash was very leisurely. After all, he had just defeated Zabuza, and even the most cautious Kakashi felt that the small wave country would not dispatch a stronger killer than Zabuza, right? Therefore, during the supervision process, everyone watched Intimate Paradise. With his safety guaranteed, Dazna's enthusiasm for building bridges is extremely high. I have to say that although this guy's moral level is not high, his professional level is still good, and he does a good job in engineering. I saw him directing the construction while encouraging the workers to work harder. Come on. As long as this bridge is built, we can awaken the sleeping courage of our country. In order to save this country, everyone, don't stop. The workers responded loudly, and the scene was extremely passionate, and both Naruto and Sakura couldn't help being infected. Although the current Naruto is not as enthusiastic as in the original plot, he is still a teenager in essence. He couldn't help but pump his fist and exclaimed, "What? Uncle Dazna's bridge building is pretty good." Kakashi and Sakura also nodded in agreement. Only Sai was still reading books such as The Art of Speaking and How to Communicate with People. He's burned so deeply at the roots that he hasn't fully healed his facial paralysis over the years. Looking at the workers with high fighting spirit, he put down the pages of the book and said in his usual honest tone, "However, even if the bridge is built, it will be easy to destroy the bridge if Ikato can buy the financial resources of the Jounin." The atmosphere in the venue suddenly dropped several degrees Celsius, and the morale of the workers was falling crazily. Dazna glared dissatisfiedly. "Young man, maybe you should take some time to learn the emotional intelligence of speaking. If the other party is not his own patron saint, Dazna would like to curse the CC seat of the kingdom of Tuba." Kakashi also coughed and said, "Sai, that's not the way to say it. As long as you can arouse the courage of the people of the wave country to resist, Mr. Dazna's efforts will not be in vain." Dazna's complexion improved slightly, as expected of Jonin. The level of speaking is high, and it seems that he has read emotional intelligence by heart. He coughed and said, "What's more, the bridge built by the old man is not so easy to destroy. You know the Kanabi Bridge? It is the work of the old man. It is called a strong one. It is said that in the Ninja World War, it is said that the elite ninja troupe took a lot of effort to destroy it. Kakashi was still cooperating with Dazna's bragging atmosphere, but when he heard this, he suddenly trembled. He couldn't hold the hot love paradise in his hand, pointed at Dazna and yelled, "Damn it, that bridge was built by you." Dazna was confused by what he pointed out, and cursed softly in his heart, "Forget me, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked." Therefore, Dazna decided that all the members of this class had no emotional intelligence, and stopped talking to them too much, and the 7th class started chatting among themselves. Naruto raised his head and asked, "Mr. Kakashi, what level of combat power do you think you won't kill if you are defeated by us?" "Jonin is stronger," Kakashi replied casually while looking at the H-book. Naruto continued to ask, "Then has he reached the level of a movie?" "What?" Kakashi was at a loss, he had never heard of the adjective Kage class. Naruto explained to him, "Sasuke said that ninjas whose strength reaches the minimum threshold of the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages can be called strong shadows, but they are also divided into strong shadows, weak shadows, super shadows, and shadows." Shame and wait. The more Kakashi listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He put down his words and said earnestly, "Naruto, the strength of a ninja is not distinguished in this way. Attribute restraint, intelligence, resourcefulness, etc. can all determine the outcome of a battle." Sasuke's statement is a bit superficial, but every word of Sasuke carries a lot of weight in Naruto's heart. Unconvinced, he retorted with Sasuke's original words, "But don't you think it's convenient to call it that way? For example, in passing information, to quickly quantify the comparison of strength, you just need to say, how many elite ninjas are there on the other side, how many shadows are there, it is clear at a glance. And when debating strength, this kind of statement is also very convenient." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, only to realize that it was indeed such a reasoning, and Kageji's statement was indeed strange. What he doesn't know is that these vocabulary and theories are all refined by Sasuke from the post-bar and games in his previous life. The post-bar combat mechanics brother knows Hokage better than Kishimoto on average. Can the vocabulary he created be smooth? 092, talk about the film level. The film level arrives following this line of thought. Kakashi couldn't help but start thinking about how many strong shadow levels and how many weak shadow levels Konoha has. Everyone has their own understanding of the division of Naruto's combat power, and the Kage level threshold for Sasuke's division is Kurito. Like Kojuro, he was killed because of Bo-Ren biography, but Kojuro was able to use Flounder to liberate Su-Fei at any rate in the 5 Kages conference, and Kurito also defeated by Ze in Shippuden. In fact, Yin is really capable of succeeding tying because her father Huangtu, a strong shadow-level player who punched the flying-tailed beast into a golden horn, and used Tudun to suppress the outsider Golem and Ten-Tails successively. However, because Onoki is too long-lived, Huangtu is 44 years old after the 4th Ninja World War. He may not be interested in being a prince for too long, so Kurito became a Kage-level goalkeeper. As for the definition of a normal Kage level, Sasuke thinks it is a level like Raza that can single out a tailed beast, or a Jinchuriki who can turn into a tailed beast. The strong shadow class is the 3 generations of Hokage, Hanzo, and Itachi who can beat the ordinary shadow class. The super shadow class is the comparison of the Ludeo series, and Kakashi has never seen the real Kyuubi. According to his understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly the strongest ninja in the world, belonging to the Choukage class. Jiraiya and Tsunade who are outside should belong to the strong shadow class. If the 2 consultants are not slack in ninjutsu, they should be considered normal Kage level. There are also Shisui and Itachi of the Uchiha clan, the owners of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and they are at least Kage level at the beginning. If my good brother Akai unlocks all 8 Dunjia, which is equivalent to dozens of times the power of the 5 shadows, then he must be at the super shadow level. Hey, don't say it, such a division is really clear. Other villages can do the same, and the comparison of strength is simple and clear. The person who came up with this theory must be a genius, Kakashi couldn't help but secretly thought. And Naruto continued to plausibly say, besides, some people are suitable to be used as a unit, for example, a ninja, just use Thunder Chidori 4 times, and the chakra will be exhausted, so it can be called a chakra carrot unit. Kakashi frowned, how does this feel like talking about me? And how did he know that my original ninjutsu Chidori can only be used 4 times? Naruto continued, so, if a ninja can use Chidori 16 times, then his chakra amount is 4 standard units. The more Kakashi listened to it, the more he felt offended. He laughed awkwardly and said, Naruto, formulas are dead, but people are alive. Sometimes you can't be dead set, it's easy to make mistakes. Naruto nodded and said, that's right. Sasuke said that there is a kind of ninja who is outrageous. No matter whether the opponent is strong or weak, he can deal with 2 waves, and then the scene is ... This kind of person is the combat mechanics. Cancer. Kakashi was almost stunned by his endless new concepts, and thought to himself, which ninja is so amazing? Just as the master and apprentice were blowing the water happily, 2 men in robes with red auspicious clouds on a black background silently appeared on the other side of the bridge. The faces of Kakashi and Naruto changed almost at the same time. They both felt the undisguised murderous intent of their opponents. Hate Kakashi, although I don't remember the exact amount, it seems to be quite valuable. Adding in the commission for killing Dasna, this transaction is worth it. Jiaoda calculated the accounts as if no one was around, as if he had already regarded the 7th class as a dead person. I don't know if they are willing to believe in the evil god religion. Fei Duan, who was carrying the Scarlet March scythe, also planned to kill. Although Kakashi didn't know these two people, from their uniforms, he thought of an organization full of S-rank rebels, and his face under the mask suddenly became ugly. Teacher, what level are they? Naruto asked in the slang words that gang taught. Kakashi smiled wryly. It's probably the cage class you mentioned. Even if Class Dash can easily defeat Zabulat and Jean, if two opponents who are stronger than Zabulat and Jean come at the same time, it will still be difficult to parry. Puff. When the undead duo was present at the same time, usually Fei Duan was in the front row, and Kakuto was in charge of using long-range ninjutsu to help impress the formation, and stitching the former's body together if necessary. Kakuzu's ninjutsu of various attributes bursts out, and its power is much stronger than that of a single water escape, and both Naruto and Sai are suppressed out of breath. As for Sakura, even though she learned the lesson from the last time she was frightened by Zebuzan and could only shout 666, she threw a few shurikens at Kakuzu. But in this level of battle, don't expect her to make any contribution. The aftermath of Kakuto's ninjutsu can make her lie flat. Seeing that the end of the group was about to be wiped out, a beast-like roar suddenly erupted in the field. Naruto's eyes were bloodshot. 12 years have passed since Night of the Nine Tails, and the gossip seal left by Namikaze Minato has long been loosened. Although Kakashi is tired and lazy, he is also an important teacher in Naruto's heart. If 6 years ago, Naruto had not witnessed Sasuke leaving the village with his own eyes, then right now, Kakashi is in danger under Naruto's eyes. Because of Sasuke's support and lingering shade, Naruto has been living a sunny life for the past few years. But today, the big fox finally waited until Naruto's heart was completely invaded by negative emotions, and the red chakra kept escaping. Could it be that this kid is Renzhuli? Kakuzu, who had been playing around all this time, finally showed a serious expression. This is the first time Naruto has gone berserk, without bursting out many tails. Maybe he can slap Shiro to death, but it is not enough to deal with a standard cage-level powerhouse like Kakuzu. He flicked the robe, revealing the dense black tentacles on his back, 4 masks emerged from the tentacles, and 3 of them quickly gathered towards his right arm. Earth Grievance Final Shooting. The chakra cannon, which has assembled 3 attributes, is fired from Kakuto's right hand in the period of ninjutsu. This advanced compound ninjutsu was too foul. Even Naruto, who was running away, was blown away with a heavy blow. That is to say, the horns wanted to catch them alive, so Naruto didn't die directly. Naruto. Kakashi was suffering both physically and mentally. Could it be that all the people close to him in his life will die unexpectedly? With Naruto's vitality, he vomited blood even after being hit by the horn, and finally regained his sanity. At this moment, he is also desperate, and his heart is full of regrets. He has not been able to reunite with Sasuke, nor has he met his parents. Jiaoda walked towards Naruto step by step, and a flying bird came into his sight. This bird is extremely fast, it looks like a psychic beast, and there are strange spells hanging on its feet. I sensed a huge chakra I've never seen before, Zionlin exclaimed. Although he didn't know whether Bai Diao had arrived at the correct place, Sasuke still asked Junmaro to start the teleportation. 093, Master and Wife, why are you here? Sasuke thought many times what it would be like to meet Naruto again after many years. It is to imitate the painting style of Akai and Xiaoli, and come to a youthful hug. Still like Namikaze Minato and Naruto, the fist bump was silent. Or, like the seniors and juniors, care about each other's strength development, ninjutsu and guessing boxing. Have you been doing it recently? Then Naruto will probably answer very motivated, pressure machine. But what Sasuke didn't expect was that none of these things happened. When Junmaro teleported everyone around by Diao, Sasuke was delighted to find the figure of the 7th class, and then his smile froze. Things like Flying Thunder God are really poisonous. Although they have the fastest speed, they are always one step slower than disaster. Fortunately, the situation has not developed to the point of no return. Relying on the dynamic vision of Sharingan, Sasuke quickly captured the entire situation of the battle, and clarified the first battle target. Kakashi is already in a situation where he may be killed by Haiden at any time. It's just that Haiden likes to play torture, and usually doesn't attack the vitals as soon as he comes up, so Kakashi can wait for Sasuke. Sasuke gave up the seal and directly used his 2 fastest attack methods, ninjutsu and double. As soon as he landed, he turned into a bolt of lightning, raised his arm and slammed into Fei Duan in the curse circle. Hellberries the hand knife. This move is inspired by the Leiyu level used by the 4th generation of Reikage to chop Amaterasu in the original plot, but Sasuke chose another name that is more in line with the identity of the sword. In fact, there must be a process for the activation of cells with Thunder Chakra, but Sasuke has only one thought in his heart, not to mention the personality charm of this character, even if it is to unify the chakra weights and measures. Kakashi can't die. So, Sasuke acted like a sheep and a beast possessed his body, and he sprinted casually. Anyway, there was a body built by the cells in the column, and he directly sprinted and started to sprint for 1 second. Fei Duan claims to be the slowest in Xiao's organization. For a while, he only saw sparks and lightning. He didn't know what was coming, so he was knocked out of the cursed circle by an elbow. Bastard, you hurt me. Fei Duan is actually not a pure M, only the pain of offering sacrifices to evil gods is worthwhile, and the interruption of the sacrifice ceremony is what he hates the most. While Sasuke's elbow was still on his chest, the Scarlet March sickle slashed ruthlessly although the speed was slow, but Haiduan's Taijutsu setting was as high as 9, and because of the advantage of being immortal, you can hold the awareness of cutting yourself off together, and use the knife without any scruples. Even if he couldn't kill him instantly, as long as he got a little blood on him, Fei Duan could use this uninvited guest as a sacrifice for the next evil god. Fei Duan was quite confident in his sword skills, and the distance between the two sides was so close, there was no reason why he couldn't even collect a drop of blood from his opponent. Indeed, because he was worried about Kakashi, Sasuke rushed too hard and did not reserve the strength for himself to escape. Even though he could use Sharingan to observe the trajectory of Haiden's moves, it was difficult for his body to completely avoid Haiden's scythe. But following the trajectory seen by the writing wheel, the steel chain fingers unzipped the zipper at the position where the sickle fell in advance at the hand speed of speed A, and this knife cut a loneliness. Nanny! Fei Duan also had the experience of being cut in half and then stitched together, but this was the first time he had seen such a skill of actively splitting himself. It's my turn to fight back. If it was said that in the moment just now, Sasuke was too aggressive to stop his strength, then now, it was Haiduan who fell into a state of rigidity after swinging the knife heavily. Ninjutsu, which pursues destructive power, has no meaning to Haiden's physique. Therefore, Sasuke used his mind to control the steel chain fingers, and issued a series of double A punches. Sticky fingers. Alley, 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 alley. Fist like tide, fell on Fei Duan like raindrops. The powerful impact made him fly up. It has to be said that no matter how much you spend as a stand-in, it's always best to beat people with your fists. The god of ninja thinks so too, and his ultimate move is also a combo of fists. It's just that the number of fists is 1000. Even though he was beaten up, Fei Duan's perverted physique, which wouldn't die after being buried alive for several years, still supported him in wanting to stand up. He did stand up, but only his feet were struggling to stand up, and the rest of his body was in disarray, reminding Sasuke of a master with his butt on a tree. Fei Duan's body has been divided into 17 yuan by the ability of the steel chain fingers. Although the information transmission of the whole body's nerves will not be erased, only the hands and feet can act alone. It was not the first time for Fei Duan to experience this situation, and he wanted his partner to sew it up for him, but Kakuzu also fell into a hard fight. Kakuto's speed was faster than Haiden's, and when Sasuke finished slashing with the knife, he had already started to form seals, planning to support a partner who rarely fit his appetite. But Kamuro's speed was also faster than Sasuke's, and he didn't need to make seals, and the dense bone spears blocked Kakatsu's face. Katatsu frowned. His biggest reliance was his proficiency in advanced ninjutsu with 5 attributes. He could easily restrain ninjas with a single attribute, but he didn't have such a big advantage against ninjas with no attributes. So he had no time to take care of Fei Duan, relying on the uninterrupted firepower of the ground resentment mode to fight against the endless bone spears. It's now. Jun Malo looked at Jiaodu, who was busy defending indifferently, and blew a whistle. As a psychic beast, the spiritual by Diao immediately understood, and with its fierce speed, he headed towards Jiaodu. Jun Malu rubbed out a spiral pill in advance with one hand. It has been synchronized for 3 years, and he is very familiar with Namikaze Minato's ability. Although the physical talent is still far behind Minato, but the more than 1 month of special training in the Wetbone Forest, even if he didn't master the fairy mode, under the guidance of the master, Jun Malu's reaction speed and fighting skills have been improved a lot. By Diao stopped at the distance where he sensed the threat. If he rushed forward, he was afraid that he would be slapped by Jiaodu. But a white flash of light pierced out from the mark of the flying thunder god on its feet, and at the same time slapped a ball on Jiaodu's back fiercely. Flying Thunder God Stage Dash Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Dia Fi 3 styles. By the way, the naming style also learned the essence. At this time, because Haiden was unable to recover, Sasuke had channeled the slug and began to treat Kakashi. In order to prevent him from dying suddenly, Sasuke also asked Xionlin to provide a sip of sister juice to refresh Kakashi. So Kakashi opened his eyes in a trance, just in time to see that flash of light and hear the name of the iconic ecstasy move. Teacher, Kakashi blurted out, and then realized that there was a red-haired woman beside him. Master, Kakashi, who was still not fully awake, was shocked again. Where is where? At the same time, Naruto, who was seriously injured, also cheered up. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer concealed his life experience, Naruto certainly knew who Kakashi's teacher was. 094, standing in front of you as Suzuki was reminding Junmaro that Kakuto had to be killed 5 times. When he heard Kakashi and Naruto misidentifying their relatives here, everyone was almost dumbfounded. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding, he has already greeted Junmaru. And Junmaro is not someone who expresses emotions easily. He likes Karen's hair. Do you think he told anyone? But Suzuki never expected that you Kakashi with thick eyebrows and big eyes. How old are you? You can recognize the wrong person. Is the Sherry Non in your left eye fake? In fact, although Kakashi is not young, he is a poor person who has been unable to fully get out of the past. What he didn't expect was that Konoha didn't hide Naruto's life experience. As Kakashi called out, "Master and Master," Naruto immediately reacted. Regardless of his injuries, he started to struggle and wanted to call Mom and Dad. The scene suddenly became extremely lively. Naturally, Suzuki's face was not very good looking. "You're chasing relatives here, and you've lowered my seniority." Xionlin, on the other hand, watched Naruto walking towards him with tears in his eyes, a little at a loss. "Although I was extremely upset in my heart, I am in the prime of life, pure and pure, yet you actually call me mother." But because Naruto's expression was too emotional, she couldn't even bear to hit him. The instigator Kakashi, under the treatment of the slug, gradually became fully conscious, blinked his eyes and saw, although the features are very similar, the appearance and age are completely different. So he clarified to Naruto embarrassingly, "Naruto, I recognized the wrong person. Your parents are indeed no longer alive. You should be sober." But maybe because everything else is there, except the company of his parents, coupled with the obsession in Zyuji's personality, Naruto pointed to Junmaro and argued, "It's not what you said, only the wrong name, did not take the wrong nickname. Is Flying Thunder God unreal?" In fact, Junmaro also has an inexplicable intimacy with Naruto, and at this time he was pointed at by the latter, and he was a little confused. Jiaodu, who lost his life, didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack, because Zabulat and Jean and Bai also followed at the same time. Seeing that the opponent looked like a zombie, he rushed forward shouting "Ripple Sprint." Just fighting against Zabuzan, Jiaoda was naturally not afraid, but there were too many opponents, so he released a combined ninjutsu as a cover, then left Fei Duan and fled away. Kakuto never cared about the safety of his partner, even for a rare species like Haiden, he only felt a little sorry. The 2 wounded on our side both needed treatment, and Suzuki didn't pursue him deeply, and right now he just wanted to clear up Naruto's misunderstanding quickly. Only then did Naruto remember to say hello to him, and he was so angry that Suzuki was half dead. Kakashi, the culprit, also got close to Suzuki Uchiha. "Thanks to you arriving in time this time, have you met Itachi?" He also couldn't figure out why Suzuki arrived in such a timely manner, so he defaulted that Itachi used the kaleidoscope ability to catch up with Suzuki first, and then reminded him to come to the rescue of his friend Naruto. Because apart from the inside knowledge of the Uchiha clan, Suzuki's identity is still the traitorous ninja who assassinated the elders. If it is the state of being recovered by Itachi, Kakashi will not feel that he owes too much favor. But Suzuki's reaction was just a wry smile. "Is Itachi really looking for me?" Kakashi was a little surprised. Could it be that with Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope ability, he couldn't catch up with Suzuki for such a long time? However, he soon realized that the white-haired boy with Suzuki had the same ability as his teacher and could use Flying Thunder God alone, so it was no surprise that Itachi couldn't find him. But not only the moves, but even the name and taste are exactly the same as the teacher. Could it be that the teacher did something to sorry for the teacher? Kakashi couldn't help but diverge his thoughts. On the other hand, Sakura plucked up the courage to ask Suzuki, the first crush whom she could never forget until now, "Suzuki-kun, will you return to Konoha?" This sentence immediately reminded Kakashi Suzuki and Junmaro are strong enough to defeat the members of the Akatsuki organization, and these are 2 cage-class ninja age. Moreover, the strategic significance of mastering the Flying Thunder God by one person is too great. The few guards of the teacher back then, who could only perform the Flying Thunder God formation by teaming up, are enough to become special jounin. If such 2 talents can return to Konoha, plus the face of the Uchiha clan, Suzuki was actually not a big deal back then. After all, the black history of Danzo has been piled up over the years. All 3 of them expected Suzuki to return, but Suzuki shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I have more important things to accomplish." When the 7th class was stunned, Junmaro breathed a sigh of relief, held up his ring and proudly said, "Standing in front of you is the head of the Star-Crossed Ninja Group, the future emperor of the Invisible Empire, fighting against aliens, the leader of the United Front, the all-knowing and omnipotent Suzuki-sama. He belongs to all mankind. Please don't try to bind him with old feelings." This series of introductions not only stunned everyone in the 7th class, but even Suzuki was a little confused. When did I have such a title that is as long as Dragon Ma? In fact, with Junmaru's personality, he couldn't do this kind of work. Mainly Mizuki, Green Aoi, and Orochimaru, Konoha ninjas who have no sense of belonging to the village. I heard that Suzuki still has a lot of concerns in Konoha, and worried that it would affect their righteous cause, so he confessed to Junmaro. Suzuki's favorite partner, let him pay attention, prevent Ming and Itachi, the will to prevent fire. If you encounter Konoha ninja's mouth escape, such as bonds, friendship, protection or something, just go up and interrupt it with a combo. After all, for the 3 Konoha rebels, these words almost made the ears feel cocooned out, especially Orochimaru, who was chased by Jiraiya all over the world at the beginning, knows Konoha ninja's persistence too well. Naruto's reaction, Sasuke became the emperor. Sakura's reaction, then don't you want to marry many concubines? Kakashi and Sai looked at each other, feeling a little defensive. It's just that this kind of precaution is too ridiculous for Sasuke now. He pointed to the flying fragments scattered all over the floor and said, "Do you know the purpose of his organization?" Sasuke began to feel that since the Akatsuki organization had already acted in advance, Naruto also needed to upgrade in advance. 095, Kato thinks it's time to go. After learning from Sasuke that the purpose of the Akatsuki organization was to hunt Jinchuriki, Kakashi couldn't help but fell into deep thought. The result of easily defeating Zabuza earlier made Kakashi think that the strength of Class Dash was enough to overcome most of the difficulties. But if Akatsuki's goal is Jinchuriki, facing this organization with cage-level strength per capita, Kakashi immediately loses confidence. Naruto also returned from the joy of reuniting with Sasuke to the sense of loss about the gap in strength between the two sides. In the past 6 years, he has changed his bad habit of skipping classes and talking back, and has been working hard to learn ninjutsu all the time, but there is still an obvious gap in the face of real cage-level powerhouses. But Sasuke can easily defeat Hayden. The gap between the two is even more obvious than 6 years ago. What went wrong? Naruto couldn't help but fell into deep reflection. In fact, Naruto's growth rate at this age is already quite good, and he has worked hard to cultivate his mind ability, which has greatly improved his physical skills, perception, and long-range attack methods. But Sasuke's growth trajectory is really not referenced. Just the synchronous template, he is 4 times Naruto's, and he has also learned the Sage mode in ninjutsu. How can the current Naruto compare with him? However, the overturning experience of this meeting made Sasuke decide he must be more cautious in exercising his abilities to those around him. But he won't give Naruto empty-handed cakes, otherwise the baby will be too stimulated, and it won't be fun to come up with a forced growth hair burst mode. There is a saying, power itself is not terrible, what is terrible is its users. Ninjutsu is inherently complicated, and Sasuke's ability can also move out many other system skills, but if you want to really become stronger, you still have to consider the degree of fit with yourself. If Ino does not have the foundation of Yin done, even if there is a synchronization template, he cannot master the magic eye of charm. If Junmala didn't have the already excellent speed and talent foundation, it would be impossible to successfully master Flying Thunder God, and Naruto's biggest advantage is Chakrado, simple mind, and strong perseverance. The technique of multiple shadow clones is actually the most suitable ninjutsu for him. While Sasuke was in deep thought, Kato's mercenary army was waiting in the dark. Kado is an out-and-out miser. Although he will be noble and rebellious, he does not intend to pay the commission as promised. According to his habit, every time he hired traitors and assassination targets to go shopping, he would send his own people to reap the mess. Naturally, this time was no exception. Originally, when Class Dash was in crisis, he wanted to make a move, but Fei Duan's ability was too wicked, which made Kaduo a little uncertain whether he could complete Black and Black. Fortunately, Sasuke arrived in time and repelled the undead duo, otherwise Kato would have rushed to Kadatsu and Hayden to give away their heads. But seeing that Sasuke was healing Kakashi and Naruto, Kato's mind became active again. Master Sasuke, there are still people lurking around here, but they are relatively weak. Xionlin had actually discovered them a long time ago. Sasuke nodded. Although it is said that Kato's subordinates are all mobs, in the original plot, the timing of their appearance is just when the 7th Squad and Zabuza are about to run out of chakra. If these people were a little more reckless, they would have made up for all of the 7th class, but at that time Kakashi used the bluff version of the multiple shadow clone to scare away this group of bumpkins who had never seen ninjutsu. Sasuke asked Naruto, "Naruto, have you heard of the technique of multiple shadow clones?" Naruto replied frankly, "I'm not very good at the avatar technique, but I have practiced it in order to pass the graduation exam." Sasuke shook his head and said, "It's not a basic 3-body technique, let me demonstrate it to you." He took a deep breath and began to mobilize the chakras in his whole body. The first is the body plus the amount of chakra strengthened by the intercolumn cells. Then came the tailed beast chakra mode, and Naruto was surprised to find that Sasuke exuded the same aura as he had just now. The last is the fairy mode. With Sasuke's current proficiency, even if he can't open it in seconds like Hashirama did back then, he won't be able to hold back for a long time like Jiraiya. The most powerful kid keeps clasping his hands together. Does that mean he has let down his vigilance? Kato, who had been waiting for a good time, gradually became impatient. As Sasuke remained still, among Kato's men, members with experience in the bounty hunter industry gradually recognized him. That guy is Uchiha Sasuke with a reward of $100 million. This amount of money is not a small amount for Kaduo. He finally shouted, "It's now, you can go." As a result, the tide like miscellaneous fish rushed towards Sasuke with a scream of killing all over the sky. Kakashi was taken aback, his chakra had already reached the bottom of his consumption, and suddenly so many people rushed out, it was inevitable that he was a little worried. But Sasuke had already fully charged, and the tailed beast mode was superimposed on the immortal mode, which made Xianglin on the side secretly startled. In her perception, Sasuke and Naruto were like two Cs. If you calculate the total amount, Naruto plus Kyuubi is still more, but if you compare the amount of chakra that can be used, Sasuke completely beats Naruto. In the original plot, when Naruto learned the technique of multiple shadow clones for the first time, he summoned a clone of a forest, scaring Mizuki so much that he almost peed his pants. Facing the turbulent crowd, Sasuke just continued to put his palms together, would escape, the technique of multiple wood clones. Boom! After a burst of smoke dissipated. The number of wooden avatars was comparable to Naruto's, but their quality was higher, filling the entire battlefield. Branches such as soil clone, water clone, and wood clone are generally of the same nature as the shadow clone, but the details are slightly different. For example, the water body cannot be too far away from the main body, and according to Yamato, the wooden body is more realistic than the shadow body. Probably because wood dun has a similar nature to yang dun, and is more suitable for injecting life into the body, so it is also more resistant to beating than the shadow clone. On this timeline, Naruto, who had never been exposed to the technique of multiple shadow clones, was shocked from ear to ear. The Kato mercenary army, which was halfway through the charge, immediately braked and dispersed. These villains who work for tigers, if they run away, they may harm innocent people. With Sasuke's thought, all wooden avatars were dispatched together. Even if it is a clone, it can be called crushing against Kaduo's subordinates, and they all fell to the ground soon. Those who know the current affairs have already raised their hands in surrender, and those who stubbornly resist directly press down with their knees, waiting to be dealt with. Kato himself wanted to take advantage of the chaos and escape, but Sasuke's body caught up with him at the speed of the immortal mode and arrested him. After confirming that no one escaped, Sasuke simply used his abundant chakra to create a huge wooden prison and imprison them one by one, leaving Naruto stunned. Want to learn? It's for you. Sasuke explained the principle that shadow avatars can inherit memory and speed up the learning process, and finally patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "But this method is only suitable for chakrado and simple-minded people. There is no better than you, it's a match." 096 Fate is a sleeping slave. Although these words sound weird, but the clone effect that Sasuke showed Naruto was so delicious that he couldn't help but said eagerly, "Give me one too." Kakashi asked with a sense of responsibility as a guide to the ninja, "Hey, Sasuke, multiple shadow clones are a forbidden technique. Is it okay for Naruto to learn it?" As we all know, the ninjutsu left in the Thousand Hands Gate, except for the water escape, is basically a forbidden technique, but compared with the unethical reincarnation of the dirty soil, and the mutual multiplication detonator that is easy to commit suicide, the side effects of multiple shadow clones are lighter. Ordinary people can't bear the chakra consumption of this technique, and the accumulation of fatigue that relieves the shadow clone. Sasuke vowed, "Don't worry, this technique is very suitable for Naruto, I said so." Just kidding, Naruto in the original plot, but relying on the shadow avatar and rubbing balls to mix up 720 episodes. Is it? Kakashi was not familiar with Sasuke, and his tone was still suspicious. Junmaru immediately felt displeased. All the members of the Star-Crossed Ninja Corps, who doesn't know Sasuke's words, others have no chance to ask Sasuke for a prophecy. And I don't know why, although Kakashi is very old, Junmaru always has a feeling of looking at a junior when looking at him, so he taught again, "Pay attention to your words, the one standing in front of you is, stop reading, stop reading." Kakashi was scared. After thinking about Naruto's talent, he felt that there should be no major problems. There's one more thing. Sasuke thought for a while, and gave Kumaro a look. The latter understood immediately, and skillfully rubbed out a ball with one hand. "I hope you can learn this ninjutsu before the bridge of Nemuni is built. If the two unique skills are less the same, Sasuke will feel a little less interesting." Although this ninjutsu is not easy for Naruto to master, every theatrical version proves that as long as he learns it, Naruto can play this ninjutsu to the fullest. Moreover, the current Naruto has mastered the ability of mind, and his control over chakra has far surpassed that of Naruto in the same period in the original plot. Sasuke still looks forward to whether he can create a spiral mind field. Kakashi is naturally familiar with this ninjutsu. He couldn't help but ask Sasuke, "May I ask, is this boy related to the fourth Hokage?" As soon as the words came out, Kakashi was worried that this person was his teacher's illegitimate child, and speaking out in public might affect his reputation, so Kakashi added, "If there is anything wrong, or else, let's take a step to speak." Noticing that Naruto also showed an expectant expression, Sasuke spread his hands and said, "It doesn't matter, it's just a coincidence." Sasuke also guessed that the current Konoha did not hide the truth about the Knight of Nine Tails, but there are still many details, and they fell asleep together with the magnificent couple. He continued, "When the Nine Tails, which is irresistible to ordinary people, destroyed the village, your parents gave their lives without hesitation. As parents, they failed to give you a complete childhood, but as Hokage and Mrs. Hokage, saving the lives of most of the villagers is already a complete victory for them. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi and said, "In the past few years, as the son of a hero, how is Naruto doing?" Kakashi felt an inexplicable pressure. The most outrageous thing was that the pressure came from Kamuro, who was beside Sasuke. Following Sasuke's words, there was an inexplicable sadness in his eyes, and the inexplicable sadness in his body. A frightening aura erupted. Fortunately, with Sarutobi's vision broadening, Naruto has been treated as a hero's son in recent years. Sasuke was also very satisfied after hearing this, and said, "Naruto, you don't need to worry about it, that your parents hid their last words in love in the depths of the nine-tailed seal. If you grow up enough to control the power of the tailed beast, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet them. Before that, although it is hard, but accept your fate like a man. Remember that you are the son of a hero, and don't shame their consciousness." This meal of chicken soup was also made out of feelings. The Minato couple is really too tragic a pair of characters. After Naruto shed a lot of tears, he also strengthened his belief in becoming stronger. And the only thing that neither he nor Kakashi can let go of is, who is that masked cub? Sasuke sighed. After all, Obito is now a hero engraved on the Konoha heroic monument. In the absence of real evidence, this fact has too much impact on Kakashi. So, he lied and said, "I can't see his future clearly, and I can't guarantee whether there is such a person. I will inform you when I have the results of the investigation. Before that, please don't say anything about it." Sasuke thought of one more thing by the way, and said casually, "By the way, if you see Itaki, don't say you've seen me." Class 7 nodded. At this moment, Sasuke didn't know what impact his few words would have. The implication of Sasuke's words also meant that he did not plan to have more contact with Konoha, and Sakura's expression suddenly became a little sad. Sasuke also saw her sadness, and said, "Sakura, you don't need to worry about it. What you should do now is to cherish the teammates in front of you and play your role in the team." This sentence can be said to hit the soul directly, and Xiao Sakura has to admit that she is ashamed. At this stage, she can only hold back the 7th class. However, Sasuke is very aware of her talent in medical ninjutsu. After studying with Tsunade for 3 years, she can basically know everything. In order to prevent Naruto and Kakashi from being in danger when he is away next time, Sasuke intends to teach it. He is a medical ninjutsu of Shibone forest lineage. Moreover, if you want to study medicine, the assistant happens to have a ready-made specimen on his head, but it is a bit noisy. When I fight back, I will definitely dedicate you to the evil god. Hijuan's head was still chattering on the ground. Living specimens that can be dissected and tested infinitely are invaluable in medicine. In fact, medical students already call the specimens the general teacher. It would be even more perfect if this specimen also had a soul of preaching and teaching. Sasuke touched Hiden's body, and then showed his ability, full synchronous force. The character is Soichiro Kyuzuki. Hiden's voice finally became low, and finally gradually became silent. 097, People's teacher Fei Duan. The days that followed were uneventful. Through Junma Lu's imprint of Fei Lei Shen, Sasuke asked him to invite Uchiha Nobu, Yakushido, and several young intellectuals who grew up under the new teaching materials from Otanin village. Nobu Uchiha is already the owner of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his pupil power has been strengthened by the cooking of Yakushinanu. The illusion released is enough to control Kato like Obito controls Yakura. I am ashamed to say that, as an authentic Uchiha, Sasuke has not studied illusion since he left Konoha. In the case of someone doing it for him, Sasuke's plan is to slowly seize Kato's property and transform it into a conscientious enterprise that benefits the country and the people. Capital is not a scourge, what is terrible is the careerist who controls the enterprise. Uchiha Shin just happened to be researching the money-burning military and machinery industries recently, and happened to embezzle the huge wealth under Cardo. The Tone Ninja intellectuals under Zo's assistant also gained a platform to practice in the business world. If he can be tempered, he will be the Minister of Finance of the Invisible Empire in the future. And Zebuzan, who has the personality of a real estate king in his body, also logically joins Cardo Company to explore the road of saving the country through industry. By the way, Mr. Spitwagon, the eternal friend and source of income of the Joestar family, who is also the best commentator, also has the same voice actor role in Naruto. Gamayoshi from MT Miyagi. As Kato's threat completely disappeared, Dazna also began to build the bridge with peace of mind, while Kakashi symbolically stood guard near the construction site and urged Naruto to practice ninjutsu. Naruto mastered the Helix pill much faster than expected due to 6 years of hard work on his mental ability. As for Naruto, who showed his talent in advance, there are many ninjutsu options that Kakashi can teach him. After testing the attribute, Kakashi began to teach Naruto the change of the chakra nature of the wind attribute. What Kakashi didn't expect was that Sasuke, who was even stronger than himself, also came over, wanting to learn his signature ninjutsu Chidori. Since Sasuke didn't plan to return to Konoha, but he didn't look like he would be an enemy of Konoha, so Kakashi taught Sasuke this trick as a repayment for saving his life. With a long-term background in Reikage ninjutsu, Sasuke's learning speed is also amazing. This kid is really greedy. He has clearly mastered Union's Thunder Tunnel, yet he still won't let go of my Chidori. Kakashi muttered to himself. But what he didn't know was that Sasuke's important purpose of learning Chidori was to feel the benchmark value of the chakra unit. And Sakura, under the guidance of Yakushido, began to learn medical skills using Hijuan's body as a specimen. After studying in Shijulan, Yaoshido has completely surpassed his adoptive mother in medical skills, and has entered the top level of the entire ninja world. After learning about Fei Duan's physique, he also shouted, "I have obtained a priceless treasure," and he can express his thoughts freely. Not only is he immortal, but Fei Duan's resilience is also amazing, but he is not immune to pain and damage, so it is perfect for experimenting with medical skills. As for Fei Duan itself, because the personality gap between the two is too large, he falls into a state of schizophrenia from time to time. Soichiro Katsuki, 25 years old, is a teacher. With the same experience as Sai, he was obliterated as a human being since he was a child. He was given the mission of being a killer by a certain group, and during the 20-year training process, he has developed a perfect toolman character. He has no hope or dissatisfaction with everything. As long as he is given a certain duty, he will simply do it. As far as this kind of personality is concerned, Sasuke asked him to play the role of a general teacher, and he will do it subconsciously. However, Fei Duan's main personality has never given up resistance, and he has intermittent madness. Fortunately, Yaoshido's strength is enough to suppress him. "Let go of me. My life belongs to Lord Thulhu." Sasuke specially reminded that he must firmly control his arm, otherwise he has worked hard for 20 years, and the assassination boxing that can be singled out with the heroic spirit under the enchantment is not a joke. In order to reduce the frequency of his attacks, Sasuke used the transmission function of chakra to pass on the Thulhu-style works he had seen in his previous life to relieve his boredom. The core of the Thulhu mythology is the evil god. Unlike most myths that anthropomorphize the gods, the evil gods in Thulhu's works are all known for their high-dimensional life that humans cannot understand. It is very in line with Fei Duan's psychology of worshipping evil gods. The gods I believe in should have such a high standard. And Nobu Uchiha occasionally uses illusion to deepen his cognition. Anyway, people with bad brains generally have low resistance to illusion. Sasuke even considered that when computer technology became popular in the future, let him make a running game to reward him for his contribution to the medical cause. The blood inheritance ability of Konoha's Pommelhorse family is very suitable for the development of somatosensory games. The more pious the belief, the more humble Hijuan will be, gradually abandoning many excesses as a human being, and more in line with the personality of Soichiro Katsuragi. Even, he gradually regarded the pain during the operation as a test from the evil god, and gradually became more perverted than a masochist. With his cooperation, Do and Sakura's medical skills have made great progress visible to the naked eye, and many new drugs and treatment methods have been tested and invented on Hijuan's body. In the first half of his life, Fei Duan, who killed countless people and committed heinous crimes, indirectly saved the lives of countless descendants, and even named countless professional terms in the medical textbooks of later generations. Just like Shenning tasted 100 herbs, he summed up the reactions of countless kinds of medicines from his mouth, and his name was passed down from generation to generation of medical students, and he reached the realm of 3 immortals. After Sasuke learned Chidori, his restless heart wanted to do some work again. One day, when Dasna was taking a break from work, he put his arm around the old guy's shoulder and said, "Uncle, what if a villain like Kato appears again after we leave?" Dasna has also considered this issue. These days, he saw Kakashi teaching Naruto to learn ninjutsu every day, and he couldn't help but get close to it. "Or, we have a lot of young and strong workers here. You can teach them a few techniques of ninjutsu." Art. Sasuke smiled and said, "How can there be so much to learn ninjutsu? First, it depends on talent, and second, it takes a long time to lay the foundation. Why don't I teach you a few moves of swordsmanship?" When the old man heard it, he was good at swordsmanship. Sasuke practiced ninjutsu and taijutsu every day, but he didn't fail in swordsmanship and archery. His swordsmanship was impressive. Sasuke also launched the ability to Dasna mild synchronization, choose the character as Hawkeye Mifog in One Piece. Another pair of characters with huge contrasts. Although Dasna's physical talent is rare and ordinary, as a first-class craftsman, he is still good at handwork. Sasuke synchronized the world's #1 swordsman in the pirate world, which is naturally the exquisite sword move that covets Hawkeye. "Old man, I want you to help me practice." Just as Sasuke was making some small calculations, Dasna got up, and then sneaked into his hut nimbly, took out the private money at the bottom of the box, and said that he wanted to replenish Kakashi. "The self-esteem of a swordsman will never allow me to not pay back the money I owe." Kakashi couldn't understand, when did this old man become so arrogant? 098, can Sharingan be called stealing? In order to prevent Dasna from using the remaining wood to build a coffin-shaped ship to go out to sea after repairing the bridge, the degree of synchronization that Sasuke opened for him was not high. However, a weapon like a sword is a symbol of identity, status and morality in many cultures, and it can indeed change a person's temperament. A Philistine and oily little old man like Dasna, due to his low degree of synchronization, usually can't tell what a change. But as Sasuke handed him a sword, with the sword in hand, Dazna's old waist suddenly straightened up. His eyes seemed to be a different person, as sharp as electricity, and looked like a reclusive expert. He swung his sword casually towards the rocks on the roadside. Although due to the limitation of his muscles, only a shallow mark was left, but the way he swung the sword was a professional one. Sasuke needs such a kendo mentor in the world of Naruto. Due to the convenience of chakra, there are not many ninjas who really master cold weapons. Kakashi's father White Fang is one, and Kiribi Eight Tails is one. Although Sasuke has almost filled all the ranks now, the old sword rank, the bow rank of the destroyer, the gun rank from the master, the tail beast is equivalent to the mad rank, and the ninjutsu is equivalent to the surgery rank. But due to the existence of such a treasure house as unlimited sword system, it would be a pity not to practice exquisite swordsmanship. In the next period of time, he took advantage of the bridge construction gap to discuss with the old man when he had nothing to do. Although Dazna has the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, his physical and reaction disadvantages are still relatively obvious. Although he has repeatedly lost to Sasuke, his competitive spirit as a swordsman makes him persevere and continue to improve his skills. And Sasuke seems to be superior in skills, but in fact, every time he competes, he uses Sharingan to secretly learn. The skills of the world's #1 swordsman are not fake. Many instinctive movements that Dazna himself is unaware of all embody Hawkeye's experience in kendo for decades, not to mention the complete set of sword moves. Sometimes, Dazna would express his gratitude to Sasuke based on the character of a swordsman. Brother Sasuke, you are such a good person, and you are willing to accompany opponents who are weaker than you all the time. And every time at this time, Sasuke would wave his hands calmly and say, "You're welcome." That's how a partner of justice enjoys helping others. Sasuke was thinking in his heart after he finished secretly learning Dazna's skills and moves, and then combined with his own strength, chakra and weapons, he might be able to smash boats and meteorites like Hawkeye. From the perspective of Kakashi and others, Dazna seems to have mastered the exquisite swordsmanship during the practice with Sasuke. Moreover, since the style of moves of the two became more and more similar, they also felt logically that this set of swordsmanship was passed on to Dazna by Sasuke. As expected of Sasuke, not only is he capable, but he is also good at teaching others. Yes, Uncle Dazna can be taught by him. What a talent worth following. No wonder he can become the emperor. We have to work harder. Naruto and Sakura both sincerely admired. In fact, under the guidance of Kamuro and Yakashito, the two have made remarkable progress during this period of time. Kakashi also changed his laziness in the past and devoted himself to guiding the 7th class. The upcoming Zongnin exam is nothing to them. The most important thing is to protect Naruto, the Jinchuriki, from the Akatsuki organization. The passive skill of the reincarnation of Azura is to exude personality charm, unknowingly attracting others to surround him. Kakashi and the other three consciously took protecting Naruto as their duty, and the brothers put protection on the public screen. Although this period of time passed very plainly, the career of a ninja is destined not to be peaceful forever. On this day, several visitors dressed as Kirigakure ninjas passed by here and saw the scene of ninja training from a distance, so they came to the 7th class and asked, "Do you know where the ghost is not killed? We have received information, he has been haunting this area recently." Everyone in the 7th class just turned around to answer. When the Kirigakure ninjas saw their forehead protectors, his eyes suddenly changed. Although this statement was caused by Kirigakure's foreign policy of closing the country and Obito's small actions, but in this situation, Kakashi had to doubt it. The subdued mist ninjas gritted their teeth. In fact, this battle really has nothing to do with premeditation. The reason why they showed murderous intent towards Class Dash was actually because Daimyo of the Country of Water had been putting pressure on Kirigakure recently, asking them to unite with the other 3 major nations to crusade against Konoha. The Daimyo controls the finances of Ninja Village. In this case, many Bunin also have a premonition that Konoha Ninja will officially become their enemy soon. Although Yakura has devoted himself to changing the atmosphere of the village over the years, the cruel and bloodthirsty style is still firmly imprinted in the bones of the Bunin. In the case of encounters in the wild, direct killing is to weaken the opponent in advance. That's why Class S strength is soaring right now, and when they sensed the murderous intent a little bit, they acted decisively, so they didn't suffer any losses in their hands. Sasuke, who heard the movement, also came over. Of course he knew that Kirigakure and Akatsuki were two different things. Yagura's illusion was dispelled under his nose. But Obito returned to the carbine again, and it is not impossible to continue to control Yakura, so he asked the Mist Ninjas, who gave the order? Yakura, or Yuanshi. Kirigakure has always pursued secrecy, and the Kirigakures don't even know about Mizukage, let alone outsiders. Yakura is Mizukage's name, and Genshi is the most powerful elder in Wien village. The subtext of Suzuki's words is, "I am clear to you." Sure enough, the Mist Ninjas originally had an expression of preferring death to surrender when facing Kakashi's persecution, but when they heard Suzuki speak, they all showed surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Suzuki continued to pretend to be mysterious, and then took out a token in the shape of a turtle. This was a token given to him by Yakura 3 years ago in order to express his sincerity and cooperation. Seeing a turtle is like seeing Mizukage. Although Yakura has changed his mind, his fierce reputation is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The Kaironin immediately understood this person didn't wear Konoha's forward protector, and he knew the inside story of Kirigakuer, and he also had Mizuki's token, so it might be Yakura-sama's secret thread. Immediately saluted Suzuki respectfully. The 7th class was stunned again. Suzuki, the Emperor's jurisdiction, why does it seem a bit wide? 099, confirmed eyes, met the right person. The next routine is much easier to handle. Suzuki also casually said a few words about Kirigakure's internal situation, and these Kirigakures were convinced that he was one of his own who was working for his grandfather. After careful questioning, Suzuki understood the reason why they attacked Konoha Ninja, and guessed that it was a good thing Heize and Obito did. How should I put it? Suzuki thought about it carefully, probably because of the pressure he exerted. Heize's strategy was smarter than the original plot. The Akatsuki organization in the original book holds the power of nearly 10 cage-level powerhouses. Among them there are team battle killers like the Art Duo, and the restrained and first-time killers like the Undead Duo and Kisame. Strong. In addition, Pain, the number 1 in the world, and Obito and Heiju, 2 ubiquitous behind-the-scenes masters, are hiding in the dark, occupying an overwhelming advantage in reporting. What a game of chess. But because these people are all arrogant, it is impossible to play in a group, and they will only be sent in 2 or 2 teams. However, sending back, at least 1 to 7 tails was gathered in a short period of time, and the multi-line battle also played the effect of a blitzkrieg. And what really made Heiju's long-term efforts completely useless was the catching of the 8 tails and 9 tails. First of all, it miscalculated the strength of the second pillar of the original plot, and let the Hawk team go to catch Hakayo alone, but not only failed to catch it, but also angered the most powerful Reikage, which led to the holding of the 5 Cages conference. From this perspective, Zuza's failure saved the world. Then Pain singled out the entire Konoha village, not only failed to capture 9 tails, but also wasted the reincarnation. The strongest combat power did not even have a depleting effect on Konoha. These 2 reckless actions directly aroused the vigilance of Muie and Union, the 2 strongest forbearance villages. For such an important plan, 3 people and 2 people were dispatched respectively. Be human. As long as one more Obito or Kisame is sent to the side, the Moon's-Eye plan has already been achieved. Also, at the 5 Cages conference, Obito declared war on the 5 major powers at the same time. It looked very domineering, but the actual effect was too stupid. It quickly made the 5 ninja villages that were originally divided into a rope, which can only be explained as Zyonji's the second disease occurs regularly. But on this world line, Heiju and Obito have learned to unite vertically and horizontally because the current Konoha is too strong. They provoked the other 4 major powers to attack Konoha together. In a large-scale national war, superpowers such as Renzhuli will inevitably be deployed, and it is much more feasible for the Xiao organization to take advantage of the troubled waters to fish in troubled waters. Fortunately, Kirigakure has always had a tradition of actively arresting rebellious ninjas. In the past, it was to obliterate them. Now that Yakura has come to his senses, it is to recall and restore the vitality of the village. This team of Mist Ninja just came to follow up and not kill, so that Suzuki fully understood Heize's plan. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen's reforms touched the interests of the daimyo class, such an action of collectively putting pressure on Ninja Village to besiege Konoha made Suzuki have to suspect that Obito was behind the scenes, but he has no way to stop it. Firstly, it is not easy to dispel the illusion of the kaleidoscope, and then he has to get close to the heavily guarded daimyos. Not everyone has such a convenient pupil technique as Kamui. Since you can't stop it, you can only face it. As long as the strength is strong enough, not only can they lure out all the Xiao organizations, but they can also subdue the 5 major countries in one fell swoop and promote their own ideas. Suzuki suddenly felt a bit of pride in his chest. It's just that, with his own power plus Konoha, and 4 ninja villages plus all members of the Akatsuki organization, the error tolerance rate for 2 hits and 5 is still a bit low. Suzuki recruited by Diao, and asked the Mist Ninjas to lead it to deliver a letter to Yakura. He wanted to find another ally for himself. In the Mizu Cage house, Yakura has also been suspicious of the abnormality of the daimyo of the water country recently. The country of water, like Kirigakure, has always been peaceful and conflicted with diplomacy, but this time the daimyo proposed to carve up Konoha with the other 3 major countries. The fertile land and the land of fire is indeed what everyone wants, but the land of water is separated by a strait that is almost as wide as the diameter of the land of fire, so what does it matter to you to divide the meat of others? With the national power of the kingdom of water, even if you were given a piece of inland fertile land, you wouldn't be able to keep it. In Suzuki's words, Suchao fights at home in the water town, and can beat Chibi with fewer victories, but if it really wants to dominate the hinterland of the Central Plains, it will be the result of being unable to defeat Hefei for the rest of its life. Yagura couldn't help suspecting that it was because he had strengthened his personal guard, and could no longer attack the masked man who was himself, but instead attacked the daimyo. He looked at his 2 capable generals. One was Ghost Lantern Full Moon, who was able to sneak into the Daming Mansion without anyone noticing by using the technique of hydration, which was far more proficient than the water moon. One is Ching, who can release the illusion of Sherry-nan with his white eyes. These two people can still be united, and the current situation can be easily resolved. Otherwise, with the name of the country of water, he has been guarding Ninja's character all the year round, and he has no way to approach him to verify it. When Yakura didn't know what to do, Suzuki's letter arrived. The content was very simple. He was invited to come to the country of Nami to discuss major issues. The two are just allies with related interests. It is impossible for Suzuki to go to the gate of Wien village in person, so it is better to choose a neutral place. Yakura is also looking forward to whether this ally who can predict the future can guide him in the maze. With two assistants, together with Kirigakure's Jonin Terumaime, who has performed well in recent years, Kirigakure is currently the strongest. The lineup is heading towards the land of waves. Soon, the four came to the land of the country of waves. Suzuki was on guard against Yakura, and Yagura was naturally worried about Suzuki. After coming to the country of Nami, Ao has been using the ultra-long range vision of White Eyes to start guarding. Since Suzuki locked all of Kato's lackeys in wooden prisons, it can be said that an Arkham mental hospital was established. The current wave country has exceptionally simple people and good law and order. Along the way, Ching didn't find any suspicious person until a young man with bloodshot eyes rushing on the road broke into Ching's field of vision. When Ao saw this guy's walking posture, he knew that he was also a ninja, and he was wearing a Konoha forward protector on his head, which reminded Ao of his lifelong enemy, Uchiha Shisui. Although this lifelong enemy is even more outrageous than the first generation in the corner, the elite troops led by Ching are not close to Zishui, and all his men are brought down, and then he confirms his identity through the white eyes. Knowing that he is invincible, he is ashamed. Yo ran away. Then at the Five Cages conference, he swears that he and Shisui have fighted before. In fact, he just confirmed a look, and he didn't even throw the shuriken. Following Ching's warning, the already vigilant Kirigakure group of four surrounded the Konoha ninja first. Who are you? Both Yagura and Ghost Moon narrowed their eyes slightly. This guy looks a lot like an old friend of theirs. The man sighed and said, I'm looking for a man wearing a mask. Yagura's eyes lit up. 100. Itaka's kaleidoscope. This haggard and even sloppy man is none other than Itaki Uchiha, who fascinated thousands of girls in the past. After losing Suzuki's coordinates, he has been like a headless chicken, circling along the trajectory of Suzuki, and finally came to the country of Wave. Seeing that the other side is also a ninja, he wanted to try to find out about his younger brother. Although he wished to put Suzuki's photo on the missing person notice, Itaka still held the mentality that his family should not be publicized, and did not directly report Suzuki's name, but first called him the masked man. If you don't get the answer you want, then ask for Suzuki's name directly. Unexpectedly, this question was asked to the right person. Yakura has gone through all kinds of twists and turns, and has already practiced the excellent energy-raising kung fu, but when he heard the three words masked man, he still couldn't help gnashing his teeth. But he thought about it, there are so many people wearing masks, and Umbu in every major ninja village basically wears them. Who knows if it is the same person, so he tentatively asked, what kind of masked man? Itaka sighed again, and replied according to Waka's information before his death, it's the orange swirl mask, and it also masters time and space ninjutsu. It's hard for me to run around. Yagura's body was shocked, and he couldn't help shouting, where is he? Have you seen him? Itaki was taken aback. Suzuki, this bastard, won't provoke any enemies again, right? He tentatively asked, excuse me, how much do you know about him? Yagura took a deep breath. He hated the masked man deeply, but he knew very little about him. The only thing he knew was, he should be a member of the Uchiha family. Itaka's pupils shrank suddenly, and he secretly said oops. Yagura continued to stimulate Itaka's sensitive nerves. If you know his whereabouts, please be sure to inform me. That guy is the enemy of the entire Kirigakure. Itaki almost fainted, and yelled frantically in his heart, Suzuki, what have you done? Although it is heartbreaking, Itaki is unwilling to hand over Suzuki to outsiders, whether it is the spirit of the younger brother, or the influence of Yukitake Tashiro's protective personality. He restrained his mind and said lightly, it seems that your excellency doesn't know his whereabouts, so I will take my leave. Wait. Yakura looks small, but he has been Mizukage for more than 10 years, and he has already seen his emotional changes, so he probably didn't report it. With an order, the three behind him shot almost simultaneously, trying to take Uchiha Itaka down on the spot. Ao locked Itaka's position with her white eyes, and Terumi Mei, who had the most destructive ninjutsu among the three, took a deep breath and spit out a mouthful of scorching acid. Melting escape monster melting technique. This is one of Terumi Mei's blood succession boundaries. The acid sprayed out can almost melt Susanoo. In the original plot, both Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Madara were used, but the result is that everyone is fine, which can be described as a benevolent technique to the Uchiha family. Itaka's eyes turned cold, but he didn't use the Susanoo, which would drain his vitality, but pulled out a matching sword from his waist long ago. All the waves turned into my shield, all the thunder turned into my blade, Pisces. The light of the sword after liberation flashed, and it took all of Terumi Mei's acid liquid. As long as the skill is fast enough, this sword is like the wind wall of the happy windman Yasuo. It can kill a long-range ninja like Terumi Mei dead. At this time, Ghost Lantern Manu had also liberated the flounder and chopped towards the weasel. His talent was already high, but after being stimulated by Suzuki 6 years ago, he practiced even harder, and his knife speed was astonishingly fast. Practicing hard on the speed of the knife is the method he wants to use to restrain Suzuki's fantasy collapse. Itaki had just blocked Terumi Mei's ninjutsu, but it was too late to withdraw his sword to resist the ghost full moon. But no matter how fast the sword was, it could not be as fast as the eyes. Itake's eyes immediately outlined a kaleidoscope pattern, and his left eye stared at the ghost lamp full moon. The latter's first reaction was to feel uncomfortable. It's the Uchiha clan again. Why do they always have so many ninja swords? But in the next moment, the experience of being stolen by Suzuki 6 years ago with all the ninja knife projections kept circling in his mind, and the strong remorse spread wildly, causing the speed of Ghost Lantern Full Moon to suffocate. Itake didn't want to make too many enemies, so he avoided the Ghost Lamp Full Moon's blade, and then just kicked him away. And the Ghost Lamp Full Moon rolling on the ground is still being attacked by remorse. I shouldn't have been so curious. As a result, the usage of the 7 ninja swords fell into the hands of other ninja villages. I am really ashamed of the ancestors of the Ghost Lamp clan. He barely stood up, but his complexion was still very different. He couldn't concentrate, and kept mumbling. Is it illusion? Yakura has a very dark shadow on Sherinan, and motions for Ao to go and get rid of the abnormality of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Ching also has a deep shadow on Shishui. She has practiced hard to dispel the illusion over the years, and in the original plot, she can only use the snatched white eyes to dispel the illusion from Shuiying. After Suzuki left that year, he inherited Suzuki's dream of being a just partner. He was the #1 performer in the police force every year and arrested countless criminals. But his dream was borrowed after all. Therefore, Itake's justice is too upright. As a typical Uchiha, he is better at pretending to be aggressive than talking and preaching. As long as he can speak a little bit, the second pillar of the original plot will not be tricked by Obito to run around the world. Therefore, Itake has always had a dream. If there is an illusion that makes prisoners take the initiative to repent and feel justice that they cannot express, that would be great. In addition, before opening his eyes, he strongly hoped that Suzuki would find his way back, so his pupil technique was the technique of repentance. And Mitsuwa, in Japanese mythology, the god who was born after the death of Izanami in Kagutukang, is the name of this pupil technique. Like Uedu, it is a pupil technique activated by the gaze at close range. As long as you get hit by this trick, although it will not drag the opponent into the illusion space, it will make the opponent continuously strengthen in the brain. The most regrettable thing in this life. Similar to Izanami, the effect of this spell disappears as long as the opponent is open to the past, admits his mistakes, and is determined to change his ways. The effect isn't as horrific as Izanami's, but it doesn't come at the cost of blindness either. Of course, this trick is ineffective against opponents who have no conscience or no concept of good and evil. But Ching immediately began to feel heartbroken. I wish I could learn how to dispel the illusion sooner. How much painstaking effort was wasted in that infiltration operation. The faces of Terumi Mei and Yagura also turned ugly. They have already guessed Itake's pupil technique characteristics, and it just so happens that these two people are also full of regrets about their lives. Can you stop disturbing me from tracking the masked man? Itake stepped back a few steps and said in a low voice. Yakura reluctantly gestured to let him go. He didn't want to be tortured by the regrets of the past at all. 101. Decades of public reign. As long as there is guilt and obsession that cannot be let go, it is difficult to resist Itake's pupil technique. It just so happens that the 4 Fog ninjas all have stories. 6 years ago, because of curiosity, Suzuki stole the use of 4 ninja swords from the full moon of the ghost lamp. As the keeper of the ninja swords, he seriously neglected his duty. Also 6 years ago, the long-planned surprise attack plan by Mistnin was shattered by Uchiha Shisui's single-handed efforts. Ao also regarded this incident as a great shame in his life. Terumi Mei was born beautiful, but couldn't wait for the right fate, missed the golden wedding date, has entered middle age, and is very likely to die without a man. Not to mention Yagura, those years controlled by illusions were nightmares that he would never want to recall. Or only a real gentleman who has been frank and honest all his life, or a big villain who doesn't feel that he has done anything wrong even if he has done a lot of evil, can be completely immune to this trick. None of the 4 belong to these 2 ranks, and they still have deep demons about the past. Anyway, there is no irresolvable conflict with Itake, and there is no loss in letting him go. But Itake, who had the upper hand, did not miss the opportunity to gather information, and asked, I really don't know the whereabouts of the masked man. If you know where he might have gone, please let me know. He paused, and said seriously, I'm very good at tracking. If you are willing to cooperate, there is a high chance of stopping him from doing evil. Yagura thought for a while. He naturally wanted to kill the masked man, and he has been spared no effort to investigate the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization over the years. However, whether it is Xiao or the masked man, they both seem too mysterious, and we in village can't stand the toss now, and it is revenge to fake hands. So, he replied to Itake, he is likely to be in the land of rain, or the residence of a daimyo in a major country. The former possibility is the result of Yakura's investigations over the years, and the latter is his guess about the recent changes in the major powers. Thank you. Itake, who thought he finally had a clue about his younger brother, was really grateful in his heart. He channeled a crow casually, and then, using his current superb illusion skills, transcribed and recorded the delusion formula into the eyes of the crow. He patted the crow's side again, and the latter immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Ching, who was still suffering from the illusion, dispelling the effect of dark Yatsuyu. Ching, who was finally able to concentrate, also came back to his senses, and used his white eyes to dispel the illusion on Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Farewell. Itake raised his arm gracefully to retract the crow, and then quickly disappeared from the sight of the four. The four of them looked at each other, and couldn't help feeling that Konoha was full of talents. A young man under 20 years old was so powerful. After all, compared with the original plot, Itake at this time has one less attack-type pupil technique, but the illusion-type pupil technique has its own merits. The definition of Tsukuyomi is to move the opponent's spirit into the Tsukuyomi world created by the caster, and the caster can control all concepts in the Tsukuyomi world, including the length of time. In the monthly reading world, no matter how long it takes, it is only a moment in the real world. In other words, the scariest part of this illusion is that just glancing at you can torture you for days and nights. It sounds like a perfect illusion, which can instantly reduce the number of opponents. And Mitsuyu does not have such a high burst, and takes the path of continuous damage. However, as explained in the setting, the disadvantage of Tsukuyomi is that although it consumes less chakra, it is extremely energy intensive. No matter how much time has passed in the monthly reading world, the spirit of the caster is equivalent to the same amount of time. So Itake will be very tired after using Tsukuyomi every time. In other words, this trick is actually torturing each other. In the original plot, Itake stabbed Kakashi with a knife for 3 days and 3 nights, causing the latter to be hospitalized directly. But in fact, Itake's spirit also experienced the fatigue of continuously stabbing Kakashi with a small knife for 3 days and 3 nights, more tired than the workers on the assembly line. But for ninjas, this kind of fatigue is acceptable. What really dragged Itake down was that he used Tsukuyomi to let Uchiha Izumi spend a happy life with himself in the illusion during the genocide night. Now you know why Itake became a sick child, right? That is to say, his spirit has been paying public rations in the monthly reading world for decades, and it is indescribable to be dilapidated. Simply put, after finishing this monthly reading, his spirit is basically in a state of half-buried. In the decisive battle with Urjuze later, it is not surprising that he had to rely on drugs to hang his life in his early 20s. Thinking about it this way, Urjuze thought that his elder brother had a miserable life, and wanted to avenge him and destroy Konoha. In fact, in the world of monthly reading, people should enjoy everything they should enjoy, maybe they will be more happy. In this comparison, although the effect of Kuro Mitsuha is not as powerful as Tsukuyomi's, it uses the opponent's mental weakness to torture the opponent, and does not consume too much mental power of the caster, so it can be used many times. Moreover, Itake has now added Yukitake Shishiro's ability. The most important thing is, he has not been drained by decades of married life, so his strength is much stronger than in the original plot. That is to say, Akatsuki's organization, or Obito's troubles are coming. However, no matter how confident Itake is in his own strength, it is impossible for him to go alone to an organization that is rumored to have nearly 10 S-level traders. Now that he knows that Akatsuki's stronghold is in the land of rain, he still plans to return to Konoha to make a long-term plan. Yakura and the others continued to rush to the place agreed with Suzuki. Suzuki, on the other hand, was happily practicing his sword on the waves of the waves. He clasped his hands together, would escape, the art of bridge piers. Immediately, 3 huge wooden pillars appeared, and then they swung their swords together with Dasna and Pharmacist's pocket. The 3 of them were sword-flying dragon snakes, sawdust flying everywhere, and immediately repaired the wooden pillars into the most suitable shape for bridge piers. Although they all like to ridicule that the first generation of Mudun conquered the world, and Yamato Mudun engaged in greening, but judging from Suzuki's personal experience, not everyone can summon 3 rooms and 2 halls with the wooden escape. How detailed is the structure and design of the house? It is also Yamato who has learned Mudun since birth, and has achieved such attainments after more than 20 years of practice. But it doesn't matter, although Suzuki can't build 3 rooms and 2 halls now, as long as he has time to catch Yamato and use Sharingan to observe and learn his chakra flow, he can also become an infrastructure madman. Coupled with his chakra, which is far above Yamato, he will be able to build the walls and palaces of the invisible empire by himself in the future. Just like his current skillful swordsmanship, he stole it from Hawkeye Dasner with Sharingan. As for why Do can compete with them? Naturally, it comes from the Ren personality that Suzuki gave him to synchronize. As we all know, a first-class chef can carve flowers no matter what ingredients are given to him. 102 Back waves. With the help of Suzuki, the construction of the Nami Country Bridge is about to be completed. In order to express their gratitude to Suzuki, the workers insisted on naming the bridge after him. Just like in the original plot, the bridge was named Naruto Bridge. But Suzuki is relatively low-key, and he doesn't like the meaning of calling a bridge by his name, and then being stepped on by thousands of people. He cleared his throat and said, although my subordinates have a long list of names for me, in fact, I don't like the cult of personality. What I want to build is a culture that can accommodate more diverse cultures, aesthetics, and values. Our new world is just like the sea in front of us, where everyone's dreams flow in the same basin. Peaches and plums, the next from Seiki. According to the usual chit-chat, many of the subordinates that Suzuki brought from Otanin village were once poor orphans in the water country. But in the past few years, Suzuki has continued to use the chakra transmission function to transfer and instill the educational philosophy of the previous life to these people. In Suzuki's previous life, human beings have accumulated wealth for thousands of years. All the knowledge, insight, wisdom, and art are like gifts specially prepared for them. Science and technology are prosperous, culture is flourishing, cities are prosperous, and the achievements of modern civilization have been opened up layer by layer, and you can enjoy them to your heart's content. The youth of these people is no longer sad and confused, but kind, brave, selfless and fearless. It is because there is fire in the heart, light in the eyes, and the vitality of the back wave is revealed in the whole person's mental outlook. In this case, Suzuki also needs to say too many beautiful words, and the people of the country of Wave and the members of the 7th class all have to recognize his leadership. I believe that this dream will come true in the near future, so I decided to name this bridge the Waju Bridge. Suzuki played a trick that no one could understand, and happily decided on the name of the bridge. The pharmacist took out all kinds of knives, and carved the Waju Bridge on it with ease, which also symbolized the long-term efforts of the people of the country of Waves, and finally received rewards. Looking at the transportation line connected by the bridge, and the Kaduo company that has been transformed into a people's enterprise, the people of the land of Waves all see the hope of getting rich, finally able to live a good life. Looking at their simple expressions, Suzuki had no choice but to warn the world, all of you, you should keep in mind the suffering you have experienced and the hatred you have for Kato. Don't forget your roots and become a villain like Cardo, who uses capital to persecute others. Everyone in the land of Waves was shocked when they heard the words, and quickly replied, we are all honest and responsible people, and we will never forget our roots. Even so, from their attitudes, Suzuki could hear a hint of indifference. It's as if Suzuki is worrying unfoundedly, worrying about something that is impossible to happen. So, he emphasized again, capital can change a lot of things. Even if you have money and your original intention can withstand corrosion, what about the next generation? You grew up in an environment where you have no worries about food and clothing. They have everything at birth and have never experienced it. The process of hard work and the inability to empathize with the suffering of others, because they haven't experienced it, they think everything comes too easy. Suzuki pointed to Naruto and said, what do you think of this kid's character? Naruto is the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra, and his natural personality belongs to the type that can unite people's hearts. Everyone said, this child is very down-to-earth. Suzuki then sneered and said, then I'll tell you in the name of omniscience that Naruto will be rich and powerful in the future and marry a woman with a virtuous character, but his son will be a man who doesn't respect his father, cheats on exams, a brat without ninja awareness. What? Naruto was quite happy listening to the first half, but when Suzuki finished speaking, he exclaimed with everyone, Naruto on this world line has given up a lot of bad habits, and is completely a spiritual guy exuding the light of righteousness, but he never thought that his next generation would go back even worse. Not to mention cheating, there is no such adjective as ninja awareness. Does it have nothing to do with the current Naruto? Why? Are you sure it's my son? Getting along with each other these days, Naruto also learned from the people in Otanin village that Suzuki has a certain ability to predict the future, and he finds it difficult to accept this prophecy. Suzuki said earnestly, because you, as a back wave, worked hard in the midst of suffering and contempt, and of course you can sail straight to the sea. As a back wave, he grew up under your protection in Halo, with both parents and a wealthy family. Jiu has a younger sister who usually plays game consoles, and also has a handsome teacher who is one of the top 2 in the ninja world for special guidance, and even aliens give him hangs. After Suzuki made such an inventory, Naruto was a little envious of his son's growth environment. But he was even more angry about his growth. Don't you cherish such a good condition? Suzuki taught everyone in the Nami country, as well as the subordinates in charge of the authority of Kato company. Of course, Naruto's son has become like this, and it has something to do with his dedication to work and neglect of discipline to his offspring. So those of you who got rich first, you must strengthen the education of your children, so as not to let the rich second generation become a derogatory term. Let's imagine such a case. I had a fight with Jong San. He was lying on the ground with a broken leg and couldn't move. He was bitten by a stray dog passing by. He was sent to the hospital and was injected with a fake vaccine. Then, what if Zhang-san, if he is dead, how can he be blamed? Many intellectuals in Yinren village said, this is Zhang-san's most unlucky time. It just so happened that Suzuki imprisoned a lot of outlaws under Kaduo, and it was not in line with justice to execute or release them across the board, so he used the judicial knowledge he learned from watching online courses in his previous life to let cultural people learn to make their own decisions. If the trial results are heinous, individuals with certain strength can also be used as sacrifices for the reincarnation of the dirty soil. Although the ninjutsu invented by Senju Tobma is somewhat evil, Suzuki is not a pedantic person, and he can be regarded as using criminals who should be sentenced to death as waste. 103. Su Sheng of the dead Suzuki was in class. By Diao cut through the sky and landed beside him. Suzuki immediately understood, Yagura is here. Although Yakura and Yakura can be regarded as comrades in arms on the same front, both of them are the leaders of one side, and Suzuki will not be naive or arrogant enough to go to the meeting alone. He took Dashyuin, Yaeshido, Junmuro, and Naruto in turn. Some are good at running, some are good at killing, some are good at healing, some are good at talking, plus Suzuki himself, I don't care what lineup you bring, anyway, I can't beat me. His confidence comes from, this trip also brought a dead man. Sure enough, when he saw the people Yakura brought, Suzuki was almost amused, a defeated Obito, a defeated On, a defeated Shisui, and a defeated Madara. All of you have been defeated by Uchiha Tank. What he didn't know was that not long ago, the four of them suffered a huge loss at the hands of Itaki. The two exchanged information, and Suzuki analyzed it. There is a high probability that the daimyo is controlled by Obito, and there may be more than one country. But Yakura has some doubts about Suzuki's 3-on-5 plan. The main thing is to cry poor. What Wien has a weak foundation, a serious brain drain, and is not good at inland warfare, how powerful the opponent may be, and what kind of losses it will cause. It seems that Kirigakure is not a war madman who is rich in wars, and did not actively participate in the past ninja wars. But Suzuki is very clear, for a seasoned diplomat, even if he wants to send troops at the negotiating table, he must first sell a wave of misfortune to his allies. Since we are advancing with retreat, if the cooperation is reached happily, it will show how righteous we are, and we will have an excuse to fish when necessary. I also want to test the cards of the allies and increase some confidence. But for things like whole cards, Suzuki has enough to fight the landlord. He didn't bother to argue with Yakura, a politician who was already an uncle at his actual age. Even though his face was right, he snapped his fingers and greeted Orochimaru. Yakura and Orochimaru met again after 3 years, and the former showed a rather playful expression. Congratulations, you have abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. The congratulations are of course false, but it is true to laugh at Dashyuin for changing the court. After all, Orochimaru came to Water Country to make trouble 3 years ago, and the two had a fight. A slight trace of anger crossed Dashimaru's face, but it subsided quickly. Following Suzuki for the past few years, the more she understood his lofty pursuit and ability to transform people around her, the more she felt following Suzuki is not something to be ashamed of. What's more, she also got a lot of inspiration for soul research from Mizuki, and she also grasped the future development track. Why do you need to explain the gains to laymen? But after all, women are more vindictive, and Orochimaru remembered Yakura's provocation, and he didn't plan to remember it for too long. She showed a disdainful smile, quickly formed a seal, and summoned a coffin. When everyone in Kirigakure was feeling unlucky, the lid of the coffin was slowly lifted, and a tall, funny-looking man with a steak head and a mustache stepped out of it. He glanced at the people in front of him, and said slowly, although I have heard from the people who awakened me that Kirigakure's foundation is about to be ruined by future generations, I still want to verify it from you. Both Terumi Mei and Ao showed puzzled expressions. Who is this old gentleman? This person is the second generation of Mizukage Ghost Lantern. Unlike Kanaha, who engraved the portrait of the predecessor Hokage in the most conspicuous place, Kirigakure has always practiced secrecy, and the political situation has appeared many times. Chaos, even a senior jonin. I also don't know much about the previous generation of Mizukage. But Yakura, who is Mizukage, and Mitsuki, who is the descendant, turned pale with shock, recognized the identity of the mustache, and subconsciously saluted him. Terumi Mei and Ao followed suit. Orochimaru moved to stand behind Gaideng Huanyu, smiled and accepted the salute of the four of them. This is a very normal reaction. In the Konoha collapse battle in the original book, if the atmosphere was not inappropriate, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have to bow to Brother Senshou as a disciple. Are you resurrected? Ghost Lantern Full Moon said excitedly. The reincarnation of the dirty soil is originally a forbidden technique of Konoha, and the other villages rarely know about it, and they think that the ancestors have manifested their spirits. But Ghost Lantern Huanyu was more concerned about Kirigakure's current situation, and after hearing Yakura's introduction, he also let out a long sigh. With the help of Mizuki, Orochimaru's research on the reincarnation of the filthy soil has been quite mature. The Ghost Lantern and Huanyu were not summoned out of the box, but had been prepared a long time ago, and informed Wien village of the struggles of these years in advance. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and the dead who were reincarnated from the filthy soil generally feel that it is good to leave their careers to the heirs, and there is no need for a dead person to get involved too much. But if future generations encounter a crisis that cannot be solved, as ancestors, they will not stand idly by. Just like the original book, Orochimaru summons 4 Hokages to join the ninja war. And the information Ghost Lantern Huanya learned was also very bad. His village has been tossed by an evil organization for almost 10 years. This organization recently controlled the daimyo of the country of water, and wanted to provoke a war in the ninja world and implement its own plan to destroy the world. It doesn't matter what kind of masked man he is, what kind of Xiao organization, just hit him. This is the attitude of Ghost Lantern Huanyu. After all, he was a famous war madman during his lifetime, and in the battle before his death, he had to take away the second generation of Tsuchikage despite the restraint of attributes. I think so too, but Shuiying seems to lack the will to fight today. Suzuki recounted Yakura's many reasons for avoiding the war with a smile. After hearing this, Gaideng Huanya felt uncomfortable, but he must admit that as Mizukage, he really needs to proceed from the actual situation of the village. Just let me, an old bone, come to your aid. In fact, he had long been eager to fight, and it happened that Suzuki arranged another resounding name. Both Yakura and Kitamenya breathed a sigh of relief. According to rumors, the strength of the second generation of Mizukage is one of the best in the entire history of Kirigakure. But Gaideng Huanya sighed again, and scratched his steak head. It's a pity that this body can't exert my full strength. Then he laughed again and said, but it doesn't matter, the Ghost Lamp clan still has descendants, I can pass on my ninjutsu. Both Yagura and Gaideng Menu looked embarrassed to tell the fact that the Gaideng clan had been ravaged to the point where there were only 2 brothers left. At the same time, they also began to think, in what form will the second generation be resurrected? It's my ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his tongue with a happy expression and said, enjoying Yagura's shocked expression. Since the technology of the reincarnation of the dirt has matured, she has wandered around various ancient battlefields, digging graves and looting graves, and collecting materials for the reincarnation of the dirt. Suzuki's biggest hole card is, when confronting other great ninja villages, directly summon your ancestors. However, because Suzuki insisted on using only sinners as sacrifices, there is no strong enough sacrifice target right now. For example, Mustache was summoned by Kaduo's subordinates, and his strength was greatly reduced compared to before his death. The main function was to persuade Kirigakure to join the battle. Therefore, his next plan is to find a powerful and damned villain in the Quanon world. 104. Conception of the Clock Tower. The trump card of reincarnation of the dirty earth convinced Kirigakure that Suzuki had the power to turn the tide of the battle and established an alliance. In the next division of labor, Yakura falsely agreed to besiege Konoha with the other 3 major ninja villages, but was actually ready to backstab at any time. And Suzuki is responsible for collecting the sacrifice materials for reincarnation. Seeing that a consensus was reached, Gaideng Huanya said, can I go back to Wien now? I plan to pass on my secret technique. During the communication with Suzuki, Gaideng Huanya learned that after he and the second generation of Tsuchikage died together, whose disciple inherited Dust Done, while his descendants only know Water Iron Cannon and Ninja Knife, he is good at his illusions, spirits, and steaming dangers and blasting powers have not been handed down. The Mustache and the Mummy are lifelong enemies, and they are overwhelmed in the inheritance of secret arts. Naturally, they are upset and want to change the previous style of secrecy and strengthen the influence of their village. From this point of view, Orochimaru's resurrection of him can be regarded as filling the regret. But Suzuki shook his head and rejected Ghost Lantern Huanya's request. You can't leave at will. Why? Mustache immediately became unhappy. Do you really have any plans, kid? Although the 2 sides are allies, the compulsory control effect of the reincarnation of the dirty soil makes Ghost Lantern Huanya very unhappy, always worried that it will be used by Suzuki. Suzuki pointed around the negotiation site, and all his men were working hard to maintain a special barrier. Long before going to the Wet Bone Forest, Suzuki suspected that Zetsu was spying on him secretly, and asked Mizuki to find a way to solve it. Capturing Heiju requires a powerful yin-yang dun, and Suzuki can't do it right now, but with Mizuki's technology, coupled with the rich ninjutsu records in Orochimaru's base, it's no problem to create a barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Suzuki took special care. This enchantment should take into account the enemy's underground, so Gurren also asked Gurren to use Crystal Escape to create a layer of soundproof crystal wall underground. Coupled with Bai Diao's insight, whether it is in all directions, or in the sky and the earth, the possibility of information leakage is isolated. Because this enchantment blocked Heiju's perception from 10 directions, Suzuki named it Tenju Ejin. The group of Oten 4 are very good at enchantment ninjutsu. In the Battle of Konoha's collapse, they can work together to use a 4 purple flame formation to create a separate battlefield for Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then today they used a Tenju array to reject Heiju's eavesdropping, which is also not a problem. Our plan must be kept secret, and the enemy has ninjas who are extremely good at stealth. It is difficult to guarantee that the news will not be leaked outside the Tenju formation. As a dead person, it is easy to attract suspicion when you appear in Kirigakure. After listening to Suzuki's explanation, Yakura also thought of the masked man who was elusive, and agreed with this statement. The mustache was quite upset and said, "Then what should I do before the war? Continue to lie in the coffin, and then release it after the war?" His description sounds like a toolman thug, but in fact, Gaideng Huanya wants to pass on his secret technique now. Suzuki smiled slightly and said, "It's very simple. I plan to establish an institution for ninjutsu inheritance called the Clock Tower with the level of secrecy of the Tenjutsu. It is not only for the benefit of my ninjas, but also for the outstanding ninjas of the world. Become a lecturer in it." It sounds very tempting, but Gaideng Huanya still showed suspicious eyes that he was afraid that others would miss his secret technique. Suzuki continued, "Don't worry, my ideas are very free. If the lecturer can't let go of the gap between the ninja village and the family, he can choose his own disciples. If I want to plot your ninjutsu, I can directly use the dirt reincarnation to control you and release it, and then analyze it with Sharinan. Why bother? Then what is your purpose?" Ghost Lantern Huanyu became interested in this institution. Suzuki talked eloquently. First, it is to protect some precious secret arts, so that they will not be lost in the river of history because no heirs can be found. Second, it is to strengthen the communication between ninjas of different schools and explore ninjutsu. Thirdly, it is also to concentrate the wisdom and talent of the whole ninja world to fight against the challenges of the outer worlds. These three reasons are very deep-rooted, and they all think about issues from the perspective of all ninjas and even all human beings, which makes Ghost Lantern Huanyu, who was still sticking to sectarian views not long ago, feel a little ashamed. Perhaps this boy can really change the entire ninja world. I hope that what you do is in line with your aspirations. Do you have any plans for this institution? However, Ghost Lantern Huanyu still wanted to test whether Suzuki was talking on paper. Suzuki's idea has been around for a long time. In his opinion, the peaceful and prosperous world created by Naruto in the original plot is unlikely to last. It's more like he and the two pillars of the original plot have deterred the other four countries with their super strength, so that they dare not start a war. After their death, the power of the ninja world is out of balance again, and the war is likely to come back again, not to mention that the threat of Otsutsuki still exists. In the final analysis, the ninja system, which allows a few people to crush the majority, is doomed that the ninja world cannot be peaceful forever. The gap in talent and combat effectiveness among ninjas is too great, even reaching a gap that cannot be offset by technology trees, population, and civilization. For example, if a small country with barbaric folk customs suddenly appeared a super strong person at the comparison level, the world might fall into turmoil that day. In addition, the ninja village system itself is also a hotbed of war. A strong ninja village can receive more tasks and occupy more resources. The ninja villages are not only a competitive relationship, but also a war weapon of each big country. If someone wants to redefine the resource allocation scheme, a new ninja war will be created. Therefore, it is clear that the sages of the Six Paths established the ninja sect to make human beings live a better life, but because the ninjas themselves have selfish intentions and want to ensure the interests of their forces, they will use all ninjutsu in warfare and killing techniques. Therefore, Suzuki's idea is to centralize the control of ninjas, and slowly change their positioning from war machines to scholars, and learn civilian skills such as irrigation with water, smelting with fire, and civil engineering with earth and wood. Of course, in order to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, combat ninjutsu cannot be left behind. Another purpose of Suzuki's establishment of the Clock Tower is to ensure that many ninjutsu will not be lost. If you are reincarnated with dirt, you will have to come back alive after death, and leave behind scrolls of secret techniques. These ninjutsu belong to the wealth of all mankind. There is a line in A Song of Ice and Fire: whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin, and the world gazes with bated breath, genius on one side, madman on the other. Because in a low magic world like Westeros, Targaryen, who can ride a dragon, is like a ninja to ordinary people, an existence that is unattainable for ordinary people. With such a disparity in power, it is impressive that anyone who can ride a dragon will either become a king or a tyrant. But Targaryen is a family of inbreeding, and it is more likely that a madman will harm the world, so they were kicked off the Iron Throne. Among ninjas, the proportion of brain problems is not low, and the destructiveness of doing evil is much stronger than the constructive one. A good ninja can help ordinary people with farm work and drive away some wild animals, but he also needs to be paid. At most, he can do a few good deeds out of kindness in addition to hard tasks and training. And a bad ninja can easily harm an entire country, displacing tens of millions of people, and destroying a village with a large ninja. Many ninjas in Naruto have unfortunate pasts, but in fact, those ordinary people who were accidentally injured because of ninja fighting skills are even more unfortunate. Other tailed beasts are leisurely and carefree in the wild, but because they are too powerful, they will be used by evil ninjas and forced into human bodies by Hashirama. But is it the tool that is wrong? If the character of each ninja cannot be guaranteed, should the whole world pray? Are all powerful ninjas naturally kind? Therefore, Suzuki's idea is, use the clock tower's high treatment and rich ninjutsu inheritance to attract ninjutsu seedlings in their youth, lower their quest for worldly power with endless ninjutsu mysteries and avoid a devastating ninja war. At the same time, cultivate their sound three views as early as possible to ensure that their research will not endanger the human world. Although the original clock tower is not an organization that benefits mankind, there are not many orthodox magicians who are purely good people. However, the clock tower that Suzuki wants to build is a positive energy organization that fights against aliens externally and protects people's livelihood internally. Interesting. Although Suzuki only proposed a part of the idea considering the acceptance ability of the older generation of ninjas, Gaiden Huanya still looks forward to such an organization that accommodates all ninjutsu and centrally manages ninjas. If this organization can really reach the scale described by Suzuki, then as the first generation of pioneers, he will be commemorated by all ninjas in the future to a degree far better than the Five Shadows. The temptation of the three immortals is worth considering for Ghost Lantern Huanyu, who is eager to change the influence of secrecy. With my ability, as long as I pass on my ninjutsu and share some of it, it's easy to get a crown in the water escape field, right? In fact, it's impossible for you to find a better lecturer than me in the short term. Ghost Lantern Huanyu replied lightly after listening to the rank system described by Suzuki. Suzuki's conditions are very generous. He can choose the ninjas in his village or family to inherit the secret art, and guarantee that it will not be lost. It can be regarded as a contribution to the world of ninjutsu. If you are willing to cultivate children who are not directly related, or even share the knowledge with the public, you can increase your authority and enjoy more convenience in the clock tower. Suzuki even used the routines of many apps in his previous life to attract users, such as continuous sign-in to get subsidies, sharing ninjutsu for the first time, sharing S-level ninjutsu, and he will use the ability to predict the future to count his fate for the ninja. In short, retaining users is a victory. Regarding the confidence of Ghost Lantern and Huanyu, Suzuki also felt that he should find a few more masters with their own unique skills or traffic, so that he would not be too drifting. After bidding farewell to Yakura, he asked Orikimura to temporarily put Anato Genzuki in a coffin, and then hired Dazna to start building a clock tower near Otanin village. In the process of building the Waju Bridge, Suzuki has already practiced the skills of building buildings with wooden houses, and soon the wooden tower body was formed, and Mizuki and the others were asked to set up anti-eavesdropping measures at the level of the top 10. It is now possible to summon reincarnated people such as ghost lanterns and moons. Naturally, Suzuki didn't have time to supervise the work all the time. He had already asked Yakushi Nanoya to cultivate an intelligence organization to investigate the traces of several villains in the original plot. According to the clues, Suzuki was the first to come to Xingyian village in Xiangxi country. The reason why I first troubled the star ninjas is because the ninjas in this place are too crazy. Although the small bosses in the theater version and original plots like to clamor to surpass the 5 major countries, the leader of such a small village directly call yourself Shadow. You are Xingyian, then I am still Yinying. In addition, although the current agent Xingyian Chixing claims that he temporarily took over after the death of the third generation of Xingyian, in fact, the previous generation of Xingyian was killed by him. Moreover, the intelligence personnel under Suzuki also found the grave of the third generation of Hoshikage. The next thing will be much easier, Suzuki asked by Diao to locate ahead of time, took Orikimura and Junmuro with him, and arrived at the grave of the third generation of Hoshikage with just one swipe. Orikimura had already prepared a sacrifice, and with his increasingly proficient technique, he summoned the old man like Star Shadow in a few moments. As soon as the old man came out, he said indignantly that bastard Chi Sing is so insane. Suzuki felt that he was also quite insane, and was stabbed to death by his subordinates with kunao, so he had the nerve to call himself a shadow. But this old man is not a bad guy. In the original plot, the first generation of Xingyian picked up a meteorite from the sky and found that practicing on this thing can greatly activate chakra, allowing practitioners to master a way to transform chakra into various forms. The peacock magic method was expanded to the point where he called himself a shadow. According to Suzuki's understanding, peacock magic is almost the beggar's version of Susanoo. It is a very flexible yin-dun, which can become the form of a beast, and even use the cultivator to grow wings to fly. But not everyone can control this kind of power. Many star ninjas have caused serious damage to their bodies and even died because of practicing peacock magic. According to Suzuki's understanding, this thing is similar to the Source Stone and the Infected. Too many casualties caused the third generation of Xingyian to stop this practice, but the radicals in Xingren village refused to give up this power, and jointly assassinated Xingyian, and resumed the practice of peacock magic. It is worth mentioning that there is a young man named Subaru in Star Ninja Village, who is also translated as Smola because of the homonym. Suzuki prefers to call him 486. This individual has the potential to become the clock tower's most popular lecturer. 106. Start with a snake. Evolution depends on swallowing. Are you the new generation of ninjas in the village? How many years have I been dead? The third generation of Xingyian looked around and confirmed that he was within the